The little brat in front of him is only 10 years old, but he has lived for over 200 years. He was originally a cultivator, and also a generation of celestial masters. During his ascension to immortality, he somehow crossed over and became a 10-year-old brat. The villagers all respectfully call him Grand Master. This morning, he was singing loyalty to the country in the classroom when the principal hurriedly came to inform him that the village chief had called, asking him to return to the village to preside over the annual spring plowing ceremony. At this moment, he was on the train back to the village. Since the train journey was quite long and it would be a while before he reached the village, he chose to read a book to pass the time. What book are you reading, little one? Is it The Three Little Pigs? Do you want Big Sister to help you read it? If there are words you don't know, Big Sister can help you. The girl who spoke was a company anchor named Lu Yuer. What does this sentence mean? Big Sister really doesn't understand this sentence. After saying that, Lu Yuer casually flipped the book over and saw the words Tao scripture. Lu Yuer asked in confusion, do schools still teach this stuff now? I studied this on my own. Upon hearing the words of the little boy, Lu Yuer looked shocked. Is this really a 10-year-old child? So young and already reading the Tao Jing? Isn't this like a cook reading military strategy instead of a recipe? Is this child going to cultivate immortality? Lu Yuer felt a bit awkward and changed the topic. Where are you going, little one? Chao Village. What a coincidence. We are also going there. I heard that they are going to hold a spring plowing ceremony soon. Quite interesting. Let me tell you secretly. This time the spring plowing ceremony has invited the ancestral master. It's a rare opportunity. If you can meet him, it's a great fate. Hello, little friend. Nice to meet you. My name is Lu Yuer. What's your name? I'm called Chao Chang. Just then, a standard announcement sound rang out. We have arrived at Chao Village. Please passengers exit from the front door. Lu Yuer and the photographer followed the crowd towards the exit. At the exit, a dense crowd was already waiting at the door, holding banners that read, Welcome Lu Yuer to visit Chao Village. In front of the banner stood an old man with a white beard, saying, Luckily you two remembered to write a few words on the bedsheet temporarily. Otherwise, if you delayed the reception of the ancestor because you spent time looking for Lu Yuer the anchor, you would be in for a beating when you return. Lu Yuer could see the words on the banner from afar. I didn't expect someone to come and pick us up. This treatment is quite good. Then she skillfully opened the live broadcast room, and thousands of people immediately joined. Sorry for the long wait. I have finally arrived at Chao Village. The live broadcast room was quickly filled with messages. I met this little friend on the train. It's quite interesting. Chao Ching fake smiled at the live broadcast room. Alright, let me greet everyone. After that, Lu Yuer asked Chao Chang, Chao Chang, is no one here to pick you up? Shall we take you back together? Someone is supposed to pick me up at the entrance. Alright, see you at the spring plowing ceremony. Lu Yuer quickly walked towards the group of people. Hello, sir, I'm Lu Yuer. I'm sorry for the sudden arrival of so many people. Lu Yuer, welcome. I am the head of Chao Village. Let Xiao Wang take you to the car. Head of Chao Village, aren't you coming with us? The ancestor is about to arrive. I'll wait here. The live broadcast room was abuzz. Let's see what the ancestor looks like. I guess he's an old man, probably coming out in a wheelchair. Lu Yuer was also curious to see what kind of person this ancestor was, so she secretly hid in the crowd, holding up a selfie stick. Here they come. Get ready everyone. Village Chief Chao pulled out a thin stick like a chopstick from somewhere. Prepare. Start. Dozens of people at the door, some playing swana, some beating drums, some setting off firecrackers. For a while the drums were loud, and the firecrackers were ringing. At this moment, a person walked out of the station exit, carrying a school bag, not very old. When Lu Yuer saw this person, she was immediately shocked. Isn't this Chao Chang? Village Chief Chao straightened his clothes, quickly went up to greet him. Ancestor, you finally came. This statement choked Lu Yuer. What's going on? The live broadcast room exploded. This kid looks like he's only 10 years old. How can he be an ancestor? Is this old man senile? Mistaken identity. If he is the ancestor, just the next second, the people standing behind Village Chief Chao all shouted in unison. Ancestor. Chao Chang nodded. Alright, let's go quickly. Don't make it look like the mafia. Okay, listen to the ancestor. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at Chao Village. Lu Yuer got off the car, saw the scenery in front of her, and couldn't help but praise. It's really beautiful. A small stream flowed by the village, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with clouds and mist swirling on the mountains, giving a feeling of a secluded paradise. As soon as Village Chief Chao got off the car, he respectfully said to Chao Chang, Ancestor, let me carry it for you. Ancestor, be careful on the road. Those who know are the grandmasters. Those who don't think it's some village bully returning to the village. Looking at the respectful Chao village chief, Lu Yuer really couldn't understand how to be a grandmaster at such a young age. Ancestor, thanks to you being able to come back this time. Otherwise I really don't know what to do about this. Did something happen? Chao Qing was inexplicably called away by the principal while he was still a student, and became the grandmaster of a group of people. A few years ago the presiding uncle left a few days ago. A time too late. We can only find the ancestor master you. Know that you are usually busy with your studies, but can only bother you. My condolences. Life and death have their place. He has gone to another place to enjoy himself. I'll go and see him sometime. Thank you, ancestor. Seeing Chao Qing's understanding of death, Lu Yuer couldn't help but be a bit surprised. This is still the idea of a 10-year-old? It feels like you're already 100 years old and you're looking down on life and death. Ancestor master, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Okay, well, loved it. Before I could say what was wrong, village chief Chao froze. It's just that there's a beginning ceremony for the spring plowing, and you must be needed to preside over it. And the rest is easy. What ceremony? Pray for rain. Pray for good weather in the coming year and peace in all seasons. Good. Thank you, ancestor. Lu Yuer and Chao Qing followed the village chief to a two-story house, with the resting room on the second floor. Lu Yuer pushed open the door of the room. There was a bamboo tea table in the center of the room. A bed was placed on the side. Pillows and quilts and blankets were all available. It looked very clean and tidy. The room is a bit simple. I hope I don't mind. Village Chief Chao said. Thank you, Village Chief. I like it very much. Lu Yuer said. Then you can rest first, and call me if you need anything. I'll go to the ancestor's place first. Village Chief Chao said. Running around all day. Lu Yuer has long been tired. Closed the door, dipped her pillow and fell asleep. The village chief sent Chao Qing to his room and said respectfully, Ancestor master, have a good rest. When did you say pray for rain? Chao Cheng asked. Of course the sooner the better. But I see that it's been a sunny day for the past few days with no rain. Ancestor master, I think we should just do it the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is a cloudy day. Just go through the formality. After all, it's been decades since we've encountered a rainy day. And this is a start. How about that? I'll think about it first. Before Chao Cheng crossed over, he was in the process of feathering his feathers and flying to immortality, but he ended up messing up and crossing over, or landing on a little kid. I thought I could cultivate my way to immortality, but I turned out to be like this. At that time, Chao Cheng thought he was going to spend his life as an ordinary person, accompanied by a ding sound. The system is late but arriving. Life experience system. Mission, arrive at Chao Village. The host is invited to return to Chao Village as the ancestor of Chao Village. Just now in his room, Chao Qing had just finished the system quest. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding him with 2 sections of the rain-seeking spell. 2 paragraphs of text then appeared in Chao Qing's mind. The 5 emperors and 5 dragons descend light and travel wind, widely spreading moisturizing water, assisting Lei Gong. The 5 lakes are all over the world, and the water is the most pilgrimage. The talisman commands you, and Changchuan obeys. It's a rush. The Jade Clearance has an edict that shakes the Dragon Court with might. 5 thunderbolts and hailstones, dispelling the service of the Heavenly King. The wind and rain are mixed, and the thunder and lightning run to the stars. The heavenly talisman is decreed, and the rain falls like a pouring. It's a rush. The rain mantra, a 2-paragraph mantra with an obscure text, is said to be recited with no surprises and heavy rain falling from the sky. Village Chief. Chao Qing called Village Chief Chao to him. What is it? Ancestor? Just tomorrow. Tell everyone to pray for rain tomorrow. Just inform everyone. Okay, Grandmaster. Chao Chang returned to his room after he finished speaking. He had to hurry up and familiarize himself with these 2 rain-seeking incantations and memorize them. But he could not lose his ancestor's face when the time came. Lu Yuer woke up again. Has been about 7 p.m. Just got up. Gua's stomach called up. Dinner did not eat. Now hungry. Go out and see if there's anything to eat? Lu Yuer searched around and didn't find anything to eat. At that moment, Village Chief Chao happened to pass by. Village Chief Chao? Lu Yuer shouted. It's Lu Yuer. What's wrong? Village Chief Chao said. I didn't eat dinner and I'm a little hungry. Is there anything else to eat right now? It's past mealtime. If you want to eat, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. Village Chief Chao said. Okay, thank you Village Chief Chao. Lu Yuer followed Village Chief Chao to the first floor hall, and after waiting for a while, Village Chief Chao took out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen, which tasted delicious even though it didn't have any seasoning added to it. It's so delicious. What kind of noodles are these? Lu Yuer asked. Just our village's own handmade noodles. Delicious, I'll cook you another bowl. Then I'm sorry, Village Chief. With 2 bowls of noodles, Lu Yuer was very satisfied. Village Chief Chow. Conveniently. What's the program tomorrow? Tomorrow. Ah. Just now ancestor said that tomorrow is a prayer for rain. Village Chief Chow finished inside. What is it? Village Chief Chow? Hey. It's a sunny day tomorrow. I don't know what the ancestor thinks. So, what time does it start and where is it? At 7 in the morning. Right in the center of the village. Where you just passed. Okay. Thanks Mayor. See you tomorrow. Lu Yuer cleaned up the dishes. Back to the room on the way. Just past Chao Qing's room. The room lights are still on. Lu Yuer quietly lying on the door. Heard the room with the sound of reading. You're still studying this late. Lu Yuer listened to the meeting, but could not understand a word. Presumably doing homework. Now the child is too hard. Study hard. Lu Yuer left without wanting to disturb Chao Qing. Lu Yuer back to the room. Time is still early. Opened the live broadcast. And everyone said tomorrow's arrangements. Everyone would have been on this 10-year-old when the grandmaster of the matter feel nonsense. And tomorrow also want him to host the blessing for rain? There were instantly all kinds of black question marks in the live room. How can I ask for rain when it's sunny tomorrow? Ask for the sun? Are you out of your mind? Is the village chief drugged? Hurry up and call the police. What does a 10-year-old kid know that he can pray for rain? If it can rain tomorrow, I'll call him a grandmaster too. I'll see how this farce will end if it doesn't rain tomorrow. Chapter 3. The Dowsers were stunned. The next day, before dawn, Chao Chang woke up early. After going over the rain spell in his head again to make sure it was correct, he walked out of the room. Not far away in the gloom stood a man in a Taoist robe, startling Chao Qing. What's going on? Are you awake? Is it haunted? Chao Qing rubbed his eyes, and there was indeed a man in a Taoist robe standing over there, and waved at him as he trotted towards him. Don't come any closer, Chao Qing thought to himself. As a result, I ran closer to see that it was Mayor Chao. Good morning, Ancestor Master. Chao Village Chief, wearing a wide Taoist robe, bowed and said, You're early too. What are you doing up so early? It's important to pray for rain today, and as the village chief, I have to get up early to prepare for it. All set? Do you need my help? No. How can I trouble the Ancestor Master? I've already placed the things prepared for the Ancestor Master on the living room table. Once the Ancestor Master has packed up, we'll set off. By the way, get everyone another umbrella. It'll be useful later. The village chief didn't know what he was going to do with the umbrellas, but the Ancestor Master was definitely right. Okay, Ancestor Master. Breakfast is also on the table. You remember to eat. Chao Chang walked over to the table, and on the table were the clothes he wore during the blessing, as well as a wooden sword, bells, and other things. There was also a bowl of soy milk, a donut and a couple of buns. One bite down, the bun was filled with meat, and the fragrant meat bun was very satisfying for Chao Chang. After Chao Chang finished his breakfast, the Ancestor Master rushed back once again and asked, Ancestor Master, can you see what else is needed? It should be enough. It's just that the dress is too big. Is there a smaller size? I'll think of something. After Village Chief Chao left, a familiar beep sounded in Chao Qing's head with a ding. Mission issued. Complete the prayer for rain. Please ask the host to complete the spring plowing ritual. Pray for rain. Not long after, Village Chief Chao hurried back. I'm sorry, Grandmaster. They said they didn't have a child code. Then it will be worn. Chao Qing put his clothes on, with an extra chunk dragging on the ground, and walked like a wedding gown, and his long wooden sword pestled to the ground, clanking all the way. Village Chief Chao couldn't look away and lifted Chao Qing up by the scruff of the neck, following behind like a flower child. This scene was seen by the netizens in the live stream. Ha 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 ha, how it's like a wedding. Don't you have any clothes in smaller sizes? This show sucks. The actors' clothes aren't even taken care of in advance. Is this a child marriage? Who's the bride? Toughening up the village chief and still following a child. Where is this? It looks like fun and my kids want to experience it. What's with the umbrella? What? Use it for shade. At the moment, Chao Village's prayers for rain are also attracting the attention of others. The Heavenly Master of Dragon City's famous Taoist temple was watching the live broadcast with his disciples. Master, they invited this child instead of you? Master, are they humiliating you? Master, I can't bear it. Disciple. Tianshi sat in his seat without saying anything, took out his cell phone which he had already looked at a dozen times, and reconfirmed today's weather. Weather, sunny, temperature 18 degrees Celsius. Won't rain for the next 7 hours. Light breeze, suitable for going out. The Celestial Master looked out the window again. The sky was clear and blue without a single cloud. Tianshi grunted lightly. He wanted to see what this kid could come up with. It wouldn't be a whole fire engine to lower water. That would be a laugh. Invite the ancestors to pray for rain, the village chief said as he saw that the time was up. Chao Chang walked up to the rain-seeking platform with a serious expression as everyone watched. The village chief handed the microphone to Chao Ching, meaning to let him say a few words. Chao Cheng took the microphone and said, "Thank you all for participating in Chao Village's spring plowing ceremony. Without further ado, the following prayers for rain begin." Chao Ching's white Taoist uniform was out of place with his childish voice. If you don't know, you'll think you're going to sing a children's song. The awaited prayers for rain will finally begin. Chao Ching picked up the wooden sword, drew a few circles to the sky, took a few more steps, shook the bell, and chanted, "The 5 emperors and 5 dragons descend light and travel wind, widely spreading moisturizing water, assisting Lei Gong. The 5 lakes are all over the world, and the water is the most pilgrimage. The talisman commands you, and Changchuan obeys." It's a rush. A paper talisman was thrown. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the celestial master in front of the live broadcast went wide. He knew that this was the rain-seeking incantation. It belonged to what the initiated disciples learned. How could this kid know it too? With that, Chao Ching paced back and forth on the stage and slowly read out the second paragraph. The jade clearance has an edict that shakes the dragon court with might. 5 thunderbolts and hailstones, dispelling the service of the heavenly king. The wind and rain are mixed, and the thunder and lightning run to the stars. The heavenly talisman is decreed, and the rain falls like a pouring. It's a rush. Just after saying that, the heavenly master's entire body couldn't sit still, and his mouth said in shock, "This is a rain-seeking incantation that only personal disciples know. And even he has only comprehended a few phrases of it. What kind of person is this? A mere 10-year-old can actually ask for a rain spell. They were right not to invite me." The gap between the celestial master himself and this child is very obvious. Afterwards, the celestial master thought for a second. No way. He must have been blindfolded. A mere 10-year-old child, who couldn't even recognize all the words. How could it be so difficult to ask for rain incantation? It must have been prepared beforehand. It's all just a program effect. He decided to observe it again on the air. Today is the first day of the spring ceremony. There are plenty of opportunities later. If he finds out it's a fake, he's going to report this. He wouldn't allow anyone to be better than him, let alone a 10-year-old. Right after Chao Chang had finished reciting the rain-seeking incantation, the originally clear sky began to cloud up. Lightning flashed and thunder roared from the sky. This one looks like it's going to rain. A few moments later, a crashing downpour fell from the sky. Bean-sized raindrops fell. It was really raining. Uniformly swiped 2 in the live room. It's thundering. It's raining. Collect your clothes. 666, 6666. This is too divine. A god. I just tried it and it's really raining. I've learned to read it before gym class from now on. Ancestor, something's up. A handful of umbrellas held up in the rain, like a beautiful little flower in the rain. One of the children's umbrellas with a drawing of Doraemon is particularly eye-catching in the center. It rained heavily for 5 minutes. Then the clouds dissipated and the sky returned to its original blue color, as if nothing had just happened, except for a round of rainbows hanging in the sky. The village chief handed the microphone to Chao Cheng again. Chao Cheng took the microphone and said, "The prayers for rain just now hope that everyone in the village will have a full fall harvest this year. And once again, I thank you all for attending Chao Village's spring plowing ceremony, and I hope that you all have a fun and enjoyable time at the spring plowing ceremony." Chapter 4, The Road is Narrow. The village chief was earlier worried about whether there would be any accidents, but now he realized that there was something about this ancestor, and said with great admiration for the ancestor, "Ancestor, you are too powerful, worthy of being an ancestor." Chao Chang nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's nothing." That's when the system went off. Ding! A bang! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and rewarding the footwork with 1,000 miles a day. Steps 1,000 miles a day. Have this step within a day can be 1,000 miles. For the immortal in the rush to epiphany into, have this step. The road is like walking on the ground. The body moves, far from 1,000 miles only one day. Such as walking 10,000 miles. That would take more than 10 days. What's the point of this footwork? It's not like you have any pressing matters or places you want to go. Do you have to bring in your own people to make money? Like running a dropshipping business? Chao Cheng did not come up with anything even after ringing for half a day. So he had to put it away for now and use it when he needed it. The system showed that Chao Ching had completed the quest and then there was no movement. Do you need to trigger the quest yourself? Watching Luyuer not far away is holding a live broadcast of the spring plowing activities, and that field is surrounded by a group of people. Chao Chang idly went up to see the fun. The ancestor is here. Everyone make way. A villager shouted. Chao Chang walked to the edge of the field and saw 2 young boys in the field. Turns out it's going to be more than rice planting. One of the boys was called Doggy, and the other was called 2 Leftovers. Ancestor, why don't you call for the start? Alright, ready, start, Chao Chang shouted. The 2 boys bent over the seedlings at a rapid pace. The sidekick is cheering. Just as Doggy was about to finish, second left pushed him and Doggy was pushed to the ground, resulting in second left winning the match. He cheated, Doggy said. I didn't. Two leftovers sophomorically said. This scene was all seen by Chao Chang. Chao Chang walked over to the second leftover side and said, "Do you think you won honorably?" The two leftovers didn't speak. "Then leave from the village if you don't say so. People like you are not welcome in our village. Someone come to see us off." Chao Ching's small clothes flung off, and with a six-parent pace, he prepared to leave. "Don't, ancestor master. I know I'm wrong." You knelt on the ground and pulled Chao Ching's calf as he cried. "What's going on? Is this grandmaster still a 10-year-old child? How come it feels like he's the adult now, and that second left is like a child? This grandmaster is also too ruthless." "Okay, so let me ask you, do you think it's important to win or lose, or do you think it's important for everyone to have a relationship these past few years? I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have done that to him. Ancestor, don't let me go," the second remaining said. "Then go apologize to Dog Egg," Chao Chang said. Two leftovers said as he stood up and walked over to Dogman, holding Dogman's hand. "Doggy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated," Dogman said, waving his hand. "It's okay, brother." Two leftovers. "People from the same village don't talk about that." Doggy. Two left. The two hugged each other. "That's right. Let's be modest with each other. As the saying goes, after half a lifetime of traveling, it's still the country accent that's so dear to me. Come on, I'll try this time." Chao Ching's hands were also itching to watch this activity. Chao Chang walked down to the field and picked up the seedlings. The second leftover secretly asked, "Brother Dog Egg, do you think I should win or shouldn't win? Come on, what are you waiting for? Just play normally and don't think I'm a grandmaster," Chao Chang said. "Okay." The second leftover also picked up the seedlings and stood in the field. "Someone call for the start," Chao Chang said. "I'll yell. Ready, go," Dogman said. As a result, Doggy finished plugging in with a swift and loud bang. Standing at the head of the field, he smiled and said, "Ancestor, you lost." Hissing, the hearts of the villagers watching from the sidelines went cold. Chao Ching's side had just inserted less than half of it. Swipe in live. It's over. This kid's path has narrowed. Just finished saying humility. This is really not humility. Isn't this bullying a child? It's fine. The blue is better than the blue. Young people are still powerful. Come on, village chief, give me a hand, Chao Chang said. Who's young? You 10-year-old comparing youth with people. Chao Ching came out of the field all wet, and was about to go back to his room to change his clothes when the village chief came up in a hurry. Ancestor master. Wait, there's something to find you. What is it? Chao Chang asked. It's not the day after tomorrow. I'm having a birthday and wanted to invite you to join me. That's a good thing. What birthday? 60 la. The village chief said. 60 years of age. 70 years of age. You are also entering your flowery years. Village chief. Yes, ancestor, I'm not going to lie. I didn't want to do it this time, but this time my daughter, who is far away from the city, is coming back, too, and she said it must be done. That's great. Where does your daughter work? Hey, my daughter is awesome. She just works in a unit in Jiangling. Usually it takes 2 days to come back for a trip. She's already left early. I guess she's already in the car now. I'm going to pick her up at the door later. Speaking of his daughter, the village chief's eyes were full of pride and happiness. So do I need to prepare a gift? No, I'm happy that you can attend. Ancestor master, there's no need to prepare a gift. Alright, what time tomorrow? I'll be there on time, Chao Chang said. Ancestor, you don't have to arrive early. Just arrive at 6 p.m. The village chief said. Can we go? No? I haven't experienced a birthday in the village yet. Lu Yuer said from the side. Yes, just add 2 more places. No problem, the village chief said. After dinner, Chao Ching was in an unhappy mood when he thought he still had a lot of homework unfinished, so he wandered around the village to take a break. As he walked to the entrance of the village, Chao Chang saw that the village chief was standing under the big tree at the entrance of the village. Village chief, Chao Chang shouted. Hey, ancestor. The village chief responded. What's the matter? Village chief hasn't gone back to rest this late? Chao Chang asked. Hey. The village chief sighed and said in a somewhat lost mood. My daughter just sent a message saying she won't be coming back. Ah, why is that? She said she had a temporary job and didn't have time to come back. A lot of things really can't be predicted. There will be opportunities in the future. Isn't this almost vacation? Let her come back and stay with you for half a month. Chao Ching comforted. Aha, it can't be helped. I can understand. She's busy at that job and works overtime a lot, and I keep hearing her say it's bad work, and I'm just worried that she's working too hard, so she might as well come back. Kids can take care of themselves when they're older. And if they can't, tonight, I'll give you a daughter to play with. That won't be necessary. Ancestor. The village chief said, frightened. I'm kidding. It's cold at night. Village chief, go back early. Okay, ancestor, I'll be back in a little while longer. Chapter 5, Preparing for the Birthday Banquet. The next morning, Chao Cheng slept until he woke up naturally. Just opened his cell phone. Ding, a message popped up. Chao Cheng took a look. It was from the village chief. The message reads, Grandmaster, breakfast is already on the table. 2 meat buns, a bowl of soy milk, and 2 eggs. If you don't have enough, go back to the kitchen. A warm feeling welled up in Chao Cheng's heart, and then after washing up and putting his clothes back on, he carried his small school bag on his back. When Chao Cheng came to the hall, there was a breakfast bag and a bowl of soybean milk on the table. Chao Cheng opened it and saw how it was different from what the village head said. There's only 4 eggs in there. Where's my meatloaf? 2 meat buns turned into 2 eggs? Or did the eggs hatch and run away? Chao Cheng saw Lu Yuer, who was knitting straw hats in the hall, had changed into a casual outfit today. Lu Yuer, did you eat my meat bun? Chao Cheng asked. He. You see, you are only 10 years old now. It's the time to grow your body. You should eat more eggs. Something like meat. It's not good to eat too much of it. So I ate the meat packet for you and left you eggs. See how good I am to you. Lu Yuer said. What's good about it? Can you eat eggs and not meat? Chao Cheng went into the kitchen to find if there were any more meat buns, but he accidentally found that there were still 4 eggs. That's poking at an egg nest, isn't it? Forget it. Chao Cheng had to give up. Luckily there was a bowl of soy milk, and the 4 eggs almost didn't choke him to death. Lu Yuer was seriously knitting a straw hat on the side with her cell phone, which had a tutorial on it by the 1000 degrees. What are you knitting straw hats for? Chao Cheng asked curiously. A gift for the village head. I didn't bring anything with me, so I'm going to knit a straw hat. Look at the green grass hat I knitted. How is it? Lu Yuer said as she held the green grass woven straw hat. It's quite nice, but I don't suppose the village chief will like it. Why? I suggest you'd better embellish it with some flowers, like red, yellow, or white flowers. The mayor won't like a hat with only green grass. You have a point. A single green color is too monotonous. Put. Chao Cheng almost spat out a mouthful of soy milk. You take your time getting it. I'm going out. Chao Cheng finished his breakfast and picked up his school bag with the intention of heading out. What are you doing with your backpack? Going back? Something came up and went out. Going for what? Secretively. Tell the village chief I'll go and prepare a big gift for him. With that, Chao Cheng left the small courtyard, humming as he walked. The sun shines in the sky. The flowers smile at me. The birds say good morning. Why do you have a little backpack on? I'm going to blow up the school. The teacher doesn't know. Did you hear wrong? Chao Cheng was going to bomb the school? Lu Yuer froze. She must have heard it wrong. Lu Yuer went back and added some flowers to the straw hat, and finally realized that there was still some grass left over from the take, so she braided a green straw hat for Chao Cheng as well. Quite green. They should all like it. Lu Yuer said as she looked at her braided straw hat. Achoo! The village chief and Chao Cheng sneezed at the same time. The village head's birthday banquet began to prepare in the afternoon. For one thing, 60 is considered a big birthday. The second birthday is the village head. The village people do not dare to slow down. One after another busy. One moment he was carrying a couple of pots of bowls over here, and a couple of baskets of fruit over there. Village chief, can I help? Lu Yuer looked at how busy everyone was, but she herself stood without doing anything, and said in embarrassment, No. You're a guest. How can I ask you to help? We'll do it. Remember to call the ancestor when you come later. The village chief refused. Lu Yuer thought that there is nothing to do when she goes back. She can only weave straw hats, so she might as well be here. Then village chief, can I take a look at the side? Lu Yuer said, it's okay, there's no secret. It's all old customs and traditions, so feel free to look around and come ask me if you don't understand. Thank you, village chief. Lu Yuer was born in the city, has not seen the village birthday party, at this time to see what all feel novelty. A pile of unseen fresh stuff opened the door to Lu Yuer new world. This time can be considered an eye-opening. The photographer also followed Lu Yuer around and did the filming for her. On the first day of the previous live broadcast of the spring planting ceremony, the heat in the broadcast room only increased, and soon shot to the first place on the front page. There's still a story hanging out on the front page at number 8. The title of the video is called, Praying for Rain to Keep the Peace and Comforting the Villagers to be Loved. The video is live on the day of Chao Cheng praying for rain and solving villagers' conflicts respectively. With BGM and special effects, it looks like people's blood is boiling, and they all ask to see the follow-up. Some people also make Chao Cheng's process of resolving conflicts an example of how to deal with such problems. analyzing the psychological activities of the people inside. First, start by stating the consequences, so that the other person becomes fearful and intimidated. Second, move the other person to feel guilty. It's almost like a veteran. When this video came out, a lot of people were interested in the 10-year-old grandmaster. There have been many comments. What a cute kid. He looks so handsome begging for rain. He'll grow up to be a handsome man, combing his hair into a grown-up look and putting on a handsome Taoist robe. Tie pants are hot. I'm gonna have monkeys with him. He's still a kid. But there are a lot of people in the comments section who have a different take on this. This is pure showmanship. Shame on a village for letting a child put on a show. This kid doesn't study at a young age and comes to do variety shows. I don't know what he's thinking. I guess he's not doing well in school either. I looked into it. This kid is a star kid. Isn't this a modern-day Hurt Locker? He's already dead to the world. It's heartless to use children to make money for eyeballs. Looking at these netizens who move their hands to type and don't know the truth. Lu Yuer wants to type a counterattack, or else he is sorry for eating his 2 meat buns in the morning. But the photographer stopped it. The photographer said quietly to Lu Yuer, "This is all traffic. Don't forget that you're an anchor. Good and bad. As long as it adds to popularity, it's all good traffic. So you can distort the facts and turn black and white upside down?" Lu Yuer said righteously. How could she not swallow this breath? What does black and white have to do with you? You come over here to live. Wait for the live finish to go back, so simple. And our live room has never so many people online to watch. That day all break through 1 million online. So go on, I think 2 million in no time. This is an opportunity. Cannot do to miss. Do not forget that you still have a contract signed on you. Hey, okay, then I'll listen to you first. Lu Yuer said helplessly. And you say, now our live broadcast can be too hot. There are a lot of people contact us. Want to come over to us? There is no lack of big stars. There is a chance to make good contact. And the road will soar in the future. Just around the corner. Chapter 6, 10 years old as a boss? It was getting late, and one after another everyone in the village was heading towards the center of the village. Lu Yuer couldn't imagine that so many people lived in the small village. In the center of the village, there were almost 100 tables set up, with a dozen or so people sitting at each table, adding up to more than 1,000 people, which was considered a large village. Some snacks such as melons and peanuts were already set out in advance on each table. The village chief was sitting at the first table, and seeing Lu Yuer from afar, he hurriedly beckoned to her, signaling her to go over and sit together. Lu Yuer, come on, sit together. Where's the ancestor? Not with you? The village chief asked anxiously. I saw him leave the house this morning with his bag on his back. Not back yet? Nope. I'm too embarrassed to start without this ancestor. Why don't you call and ask? Righto. The mayor took out his cell phone and dialed. No answer. Seeing that the time was about to come to the point, the village chief was also like an ant on a hot pan. At that moment, one of the outermost tables stood up and shouted, the ancestor is here. I saw Chao Qing carrying a sack on his back. What did he do? Going on a shopping spree? Chao Qing walked over to the side of the village chief, gently set the sack on his body down, and said, quickly give me water. The jug of water I brought with me is all gone. At this time, Chao Qing's hair was in a mess, and his clothes didn't know where they had touched, a white piece and a black piece. It took a whole bowl of water for Chao Qing to get his strength back. The villagers gathered in a circle around the sack, and no one dared to approach. Suddenly, the sack moved. Still a living thing. Ancestor, what is this? The village chief asked, afraid that it was some kind of protected animal. Almost forgot. It's a person in there. The words came out and startled those present, thinking that the ancestor would not be doing human trafficking. Who's in here? The village chief asked immediately. You must recognize it. The villagers sucked in another breath of cold air. This village chief and the ancestor were trafficking people together? Ancestor, that's not something to talk about. I don't do anything illegal. The village chief panicked. Chao Qing unwrapped the sack, and in the sack was no one else but the village head's daughter. Chao Run. Daughter? The village chief was a bit surprised. Dad. Chao Run saw the village chief and finally had someone to talk to about his grievances along the way. Someone kidnapped me, probably around 10 years old, with a backpack. Just like him. Chao Run looked at Chao Qing on the side. Isn't this the person who kidnapped me? Dad. That's him. The village chief finally realized what the ancestor meant when he said he wanted to give him a great gift. Thank you, ancestor. The village chief knelt down with a thud. The village chief hurriedly got up. Your daughter was aggrieved on this journey, but it is good that she arrived safely. How come Dad is kneeling down for a kid? Chao Rin froze. Ding. A system tone sounded in Chao Qing's head. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the village head's wish. Rewarded with $5 million. Chao Cheng took out his cell phone to take a look at it, and the payment shell had a full $5 million more. In addition, getting the news one way or the other, Ki Air is going to make a huge profit. What kind of company is Ki Hong? I've never heard of it. I'll ask the mayor later. The village chief told Chaoran the ins and outs, and Chaoran then realized why and said, I'm sorry, ancestor master. I misunderstood you. It's okay. I was in a hurry and didn't make myself clear. Let's not talk about that. I've been hungry all this way. Has everyone arrived? Grandmaster, it's all here. Let's get started then. Holler, serve. Immediately bowls of flavorful rice were served, along with a variety of wines. The scene was seen by the live streamers. Swiping 2. Gifts are light and love is heavier. Send your daughter by 1,000 miles. So touching. Woohoo. This grandmaster is so fierce that he did it all in one day. Chao Cheng was only 10 years old and could not drink underage, so he poured a cup of coconut milk and congratulated the village headman. Congratulations to the village chief on his 60th birthday. Thank you, ancestor master. It's been hard work running all this way. By the way, one thing to ask, village chief, do you know a company called Ki Hong? The name of this company seems a bit familiar. Let's see. Come to think of it, isn't this the company my daughter works for? The company your daughter works for? Saying this, the village chief asked Chaoran, who was at the side. Daughter, is your company's name Ki Hong? Aha. Chaoran nodded. That's just right. The ancestor wants to know. You talk to him about it. Okay, ancestor, Ki Hong company is doing mining. The efficiency is not good in these years. To tell you the truth, it's almost bankrupt. The salary is almost unable to pay. The boss is still thinking of selling the company, but no one wants it. What? Ancestor, have you no want to come to work? I suggest or don't come. There is no rest every week, but also overtime, exhausting. So, how much is the company selling for? I heard it was $5 million. I don't know if it's true or not. When Chao Cheng heard this, isn't this an opportunity? At this time, Lu Yuer suddenly said, Village chief, I've prepared a gift for you as well. Yo, let me see what it is? The village chief said. Lu Yuer took out the straw hat she had knitted in the morning and handed it to the village chief. That's too green. The mayor took the straw hat and said politely, Thank you, I like it very much. Bring it on and try it. Lu Yuer said. No. Here, take it with you. Lu Yuer brought the straw hat on the village chief's head. Ha, cuckold. Chao Cheng couldn't help but laugh. The village chief gave Chao Cheng a blank stare. Why are you laughing? I made you one too. Lu Yuer took out another hat that was all green grass without any of the flowers. You bring it too. You're greener than I am. I have flowers here. You're the cuckold. The village chief gloated. Come on, take a picture together. Lu Yuer said. Snap. The village chief and Chao Cheng both took a picture with their straw hats. After the wine had been drunk, Chao Cheng stood up and said in a childish voice, Everyone, be quiet. The village chief followed, clapping his hands and signaling everyone to stop talking. The banquet, which had been bustling with activity, quieted down for a moment. Chao Cheng stood up only half a man's height and simply stood up on the table. First of all, thank you all for attending the mayor's birthday. Everyone should eat and drink well tonight. Loud applause came from below. There's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you all. There was silence below, all waiting for Chao Cheng to continue. I'm going to buy out Ki Air, and everyone can contribute a little bit of money each and become owners and shareholders with me. Everyone was stunned at those words. What's going on? You're enriching yourself before your ass is even warmed up? It's not going to take the money and run. Will they listen to a 10-year-old? It's almost as if the outrageous mom opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the home. It looks like you've had too much to drink, and we recommend checking for alcohol in the coconut milk. Chapter 7. Everyone is a shareholder. Everyone thought it was the grandmaster drinking too much coconut milk, so they didn't take it to heart. It was probably just said as a joke. Unexpectedly, Chao Cheng's next words even more everyone was startled. To show my sincerity, I'll put up $5 million up front. $5 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. This is so much money at the age of 10. Ah, he's already won at the starting line. This is a rich kid, right? When Chao Cheng finished these words, the villagers were talking underneath. Looking at the seriousness of the ancestor, it didn't look like a fake. As soon as these words came out, the village chief standing beside Chao Cheng immediately said, As the village chief, I'll be the first to support it. I'll vote. Just after that, one of the villagers also said, Alright, since the ancestor master and the village chief have spoken, I'll vote too. We believe in the ancestors and the village chiefs and will bring the money tomorrow. It just so happened that we had some free money in our hands and we pitched in. In no time at all the villagers were in favor of it, and none of them objected. It was a rush on the air. They're all drunk. They're all on top of each other. It's a direct vote without thinking about it. This ancestor wouldn't be a fraudster. Is it possible that the ancestor has drugged them? Every single one of them is in favor of it. This doesn't lose pants. I don't believe it. Investment involves risks. Be careful when entering the market. The result was completely different from the villagers' reaction. The live broadcast was clear and against it. None of them supporting this. Lu Yuer was sitting on the side, and even though she was there, she was dumbfounded by this sudden situation. The heat in the live feed doubled again. Shall I persuade the ancestor that this would be too hasty? But being an outsider myself, I don't know if he'll listen to himself. As nonsensical as the whole thing seemed, she was impressed that the ancestor was able to travel thousands of miles to pick up the village chief's daughter. If he can do that, he shouldn't do anything that isn't mindless behavior, proving that he still cares about the village. The photographer was at a loss for words when he saw this. They didn't believe in the ancestors, but how could they not distrust the village chief? The village chief knows that Chao Cheng this generation is not for nothing. When the village was built, Chao Cheng's grandfather was still there. When the pattern of turmoil, in order to give everyone a stable place, no longer dislocated, hard in the place of this bird knot, encountered the mountain digging road, encountered the water to build bridges, hungry eat some weeds, thirsty drink some spring water. That conditions not to mention how hard it is. Under these conditions, it would be good to stay for a month. But Chao Cheng's grandfather stayed for 10 years with everyone and created a village in this mountain. There are still spirit plaques enshrined in the clan shrine, all of which are of predecessors who gave their all for the village. They are inextricably linked to the fact that the village has prospered until now. One grandmaster, one lifetime grandmaster. This Chao Cheng family deserves this title of grandmaster. Moreover, after spending these few days together, everyone had realized that this grandmaster was not as illogical in his thoughts as a 10-year-old. Sometimes the talk is really like that of an elder, following and teaching. Before this, Chao Cheng is actually ready to invest his own money, but I did not expect everyone to be so supportive. After all, it's not easy for every family and it's good enough to pay for it. It's okay, there's no need for everyone to rush. Go back and discuss it first, and come to the village chief tomorrow morning to pay the money. Alright, everyone keep eating, drink less. Don't forget that there are important things to do after eating, Chao Cheng said. After Chao Cheng sat back in his seat, the village chief came over and asked, "Ancestor, why do you want to buy this company all of a sudden? Didn't my daughter say that this company is almost bankrupt?" Chao Cheng smiled faintly and said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Trust me and don't ask so much. Come. Today is your birthday. Make sure you eat and drink well. The dishes on the table from the beginning have not been repeated. Estimated dozens of dishes or have one more than one delicious. We do not dare to eat more, for fear of not having the good fortune to eat the next dish." During the banquet, from time to time, people came to ask Chao Cheng and the village chief for a drink, but Chao Cheng was still underage and could only substitute milk for wine, and the village chief was also a good drinker and refused to come. The feast lasted a full 3 hours, and at the end of it everyone was burping and unfulfilled, but none of them left early, for there was an important ceremony to follow. "Ancestor, please," the village chief said. Chao Cheng was the first to walk in front. The village chief followed behind him, followed by the villagers, all consciously lined up in two teams walking behind. Lu Yuer did not know what they were going to do, but also had to follow behind. With that, the group left the center of the village in great numbers and headed for the back of the village. At the back of the village, there is a big house, which looks very grand, with the words clan shrine written on it, and it turns out to be a place for enshrining the spirit tablets of the ancestors. Chao Cheng walked to the front of the clan house, and the village chief took out a few packets of incense, lit them, and then first handed Chao Cheng 3 sticks of incense, and then distributed them. From 90 years old to children who can just walk, everyone in the village has 3 sticks of incense in their hands. Chao Cheng stood at the front, holding the incense and paying 3 bows to the clan house before inserting it into the dais. The people behind him followed suit, paying 3 obeisances, and one after another inserted incense into the dais as well. Chao Cheng spoke. "Time passes like a shuttle. Chao village has been based for 100 years, and we must never forget the contributions of our forefathers. I want everyone in the village to do good deeds and to be kind. Do not do good and do not do evil. I'm sure our village will be more prosperous and better." "Thank you, ancestor," the entire village shouted in unison, like a giant's cry that resounded through the sky. The people in the live room couldn't calm their hearts when they saw this scene. Ignited. Talking about it makes me excited. You can't forget your roots as a human being. Is this a hot-blooded teenager's movie? After that everyone went back neatly after paying homage to their ancestors. Chao Cheng just walked halfway. Felt a pain in the stomach. Not good. I do not know what I ate. scurrying thin. That night, Chao Chang went to the restroom 7 times, and was almost on the verge of fainting in the restroom. The next day, the villagers came early to the village headman's house and gave him the money. The village chief had never seen so much money before, and his hands were soft from counting. Seeing Chao Chang walk in, he said, "Good news, ancestor, good news." What's the good news? Chao Chang asked. A total of 9 million was raised. So much. This figure also stunned Chao Chang, and with his own 5 million, it was 14 million. Not bad, not bad. You put all the money in the card and tell your daughter to come down. The village chief put the money in a sack and called out to Chaoran. Chaoran, discuss with your boss about selling the company. I'm going to buy it, and get the amount and contract thing done as soon as possible. This, Chaoran also froze. This is not a dream, right? This is going to change the boss? It felt like being the boss of this company wasn't a good job either. Chapter 8, at a young age. He still knows how to read faces? The sudden change surprised Chaoran quite a bit. Chaoran came back to his senses and immediately said, "Okay, ancestor, I'll contact the boss right away. This grandmaster will be his own boss from now on, and he mustn't work harder." Chao Chang nodded. Chaoran took out his cell phone and dialed his boss, and before he could speak, the opposite side shouted first, "Chaoran, where have you been? Where is the person? Have not come for 2 days. This month's salary still want to. If not come, this month's salary will be gone but also deduct you absenteeism." "Boss, I'm going back home. I took yesterday off with you. Is there such a thing? I don't remember. Come back tomorrow then. I've got a day of meetings here today. What did you want to see me about?" "There's a boss Chow in my hometown who wants to buy a company and wants to find out more about it. Let's see if you have the time." "Boss? Yes. You send me the location right away. I'll be right over. So boss Chow must wait for me." "Okay, boss." Chaoran sent the location over and said, "Ancestor, I just spoke to the boss and he agreed. He's on his way over right now and said he wants to meet with you to talk about this in person." "Fine, then you let him come," Chao Ching said calmly. Ancestor's move to buy the company was very sudden. Chaoran never understood why Ancestor wanted to buy this company. She's only 10 years old, and besides, she's an employee of this company, so no one knows better than her, right? "Ancestor, are you sure you want to buy our company? It's not too late to not sign the contract," Chaoran asked. Yeah." Looking at the Grandmaster's attitude of such certainty, Chaoran is not good to say anything else. "Hey, this is not to give people to take over? So much money invested and cannot see back money, that is like a stone dropped into the sea. When the time comes, after signing the contract, put each family's money proportionally as shares in it, and then make it clear to everyone," Chao Ching instructed. "No problem, ancestor." After half a day, the boss of the Kihong company came to the entrance of the village. "Just got off the car. Cursed. This place is really inconvenient. I played a dozen cars to get there. Cost me a few $100s. If it is not for the sake of this, I came to not even come here." The owner of Kier went a little way ahead and looked at an old man, a child, and 2 beautiful women. Chao Cheng, followed by Chaoran as well as the village head and Lu Yuer, were already waiting for him at the entrance. Together, the 4 men received the owner of Qihong, whose last name is Wang. "Yo, is that Boss Chow? At first sight today, it's really extraordinary. You're old and strong, getting younger and younger as you live. I guess this year is only 40. Boss Wang came up and shook the village chief's hand and said, "Is this your grandson? He looks so cute." Boss Wang pinched Chao Ching's face. No, Boss Wang, you're mistaken. This is Boss Chow," the village chief said as he hurriedly introduced Chao Ching. "This kid is Mr. Sao. Are you kidding me? I came all the way here and this is it? I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Boss Chow is young and promising. So young, I think he'll become a great man in the future. Look at this bag carrying. How imposing." Boss Wang bent down and shook Chao Ching's hand and said, "You're welcome, Boss Wang." Chao Ching replied, "Chao Run. You see I'm tired. Why don't you go get me a glass of water? And by the way, get this Boss Chow a glass of water as well. Can't you see that we're all thirsty?" Boss Wang straightened up to make Chaoran say, "Okay, boss." Chaoran turned around and was about to pour water. "No need, Chaoran. I have coconut milk here." Boss Wang, "Drink it? No alcohol, coconut milk. Pretty special. At your service, Mr. Chow." Chao Cheng took yesterday's coconut milk out of his bag and handed it to Boss Wang. Boss Wang ran all the way. Has long been thirsty. A few mouthfuls of coconut milk finished, but how to feel the taste strange. "Thank you, Boss Chow. Can we sign the contract now?" Boss Wang asked anxiously. "No problem. Bring the contract to me," Chao Cheng said. Okay, Boss Chow. Boss Wang immediately took out a file bag from his bag and took out a contract from it and handed it to Chow Chang. Boss Chow, take a look. Are there any problems? Chow Run. Why don't you sit with us and take a look together? Chow Chang said. Okay, Grandmaster. Boss Wang thought he heard wrong. What did Chow Run call this kid? Grandmaster? Role-playing? After a few minutes. No problem. Ancestor, I've seen it. Chow Run said. Alright, then you sign it. Chow Chang said. Hearing what the ancestor said, Chow Ren froze. Doesn't it mean I'm the boss if I sign it? Ancestor, it's better to sign your name. Chow Ren said. I'm still underage and can't sign it, so you sign it. Chow Chang said. Chow Ren finished the contract with his mind blank. Thank you Boss Chow and Boss Chow. Boss Wang said happily. He had finally kicked this hot potato out. The stone in his heart now fell to the ground. This contract signing also went out live on the internet. The internet was flooded with comments for a while. It's over. Now it's completely over. This is a village being pitched into poverty. This is for real. Seeing the live room so hot, can be happy to Lu Yuer Live Company boss? Happy is for the company. He does not care whether this operation is good or bad. This heat is rubbing up. Means that the money is also earning more and more. And secondly, from his personal point of view, he can also gloat to see how this Chow Ching ended up. $90 million. What's wrong with buying a company that's going bankrupt? Has the Grandmaster's brain been kicked by a donkey? The internet is invariably against this operation. There were even a few investment experts who said that it was unconscionable and decidedly childish behavior and warned people not to follow the bait. But that's all over now. The company has been bought and the rest is left to wait slowly. Boss Wan looked at the signed contract. His heart was happy, and he must go back tonight to celebrate. Boss Chow, then I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Boss Wang stood up and turned around to leave. Wait, Chow Ching suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Boss Chow? Boss Wang thought to himself. He's not going to renege. Is there a liquidated damages written in the contract? Is it double or triple? Boss Wang quickly went over the contract in his head. Boss Wang, looking at your face, have you been unlucky lately? I think you're going to have a bloodbath. Chow Chang said. The village chief and Chow Ren on the side also frowned. Lu Yuer was also shocked. Starting to fool people at a young age? To say that when the ancestor, to buy the company, these are their own village matters. Others cannot control. But this curse is not a joke. Chapter 9. He's counting too much. Boss Wan thought to himself that he could still listen to a child? He is not a young man who has just left society. At least he has been working for many years. Boss Chow, don't tease me. There's still some bloodshed in me. Boss Wang had just finished speaking when he felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach. Where is the restroom here? I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. There's a small outhouse down this road on the right. The village chief said. Okay Lu. Boss Wang immediately went to the restroom as the village chief said. At that moment, one of the villagers ran over, panting. Ancestor, village headman, there are several cars parked at the village entrance, and many blacks are coming down from them. Negro? Indian? Let's go see, the village chief said. So the group walked to the entrance of the village. There were indeed several black cars parked at the entrance to the village. The car door opened and out came all clean-cut men in black suits and sunglasses. All of them were big and thick. And some of them even had pigtails on their heads, and some of them had big beards. It doesn't look like a good person. Don't panic, people are just passing through. The Matrix. It's true that I'm black. A line of dozens of people. The foremost one is particularly eye-catching. Looks like about 40 years old. Black hair with a few gray hairs. Big back head. Looks very spiritual. Right hand with a string of Buddha beads. Get off the car shaking the suit. Striding over. Tianshi Chow. Once I saw you on the live broadcast last time. I thought you were very powerful. I've heard about you for a long time, so I've come to take a special look this time. The man pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and handed it to Chow Chang. Sorry, underage people don't smoke. Chow Chang refused. Forget it. Get used to it. How about a lollipop? I don't know you guys. What are you doing here to see me? There's no rush. Is Wang Defa here? The man asked. It's Mr. Wang? Right. You are? I'm his friend. Take him back. It's not going to be a gangster. You're so funny. There's no such thing as a triad in a society governed by the rule of law. Boss Wang went to the restroom and will be right back. As he was talking, Boss Wang happened to come out of the restroom. And as soon as he saw this person talking to Chow Chang, he was scared silly and immediately kneeled down. Brother Chang, I'll pay you back the money right away. Boss Wang hugged Brother Chan's leg and cried. Wang Defa, you don't know how hard I looked for you. Kung, I've got the money. I'll call you now. Don't drag me to donate blood. Okay? You owe us 3 million. 3 million in interest. A total of 6 million. You pay it back. Brother Chang said. Brother Chang, isn't it a total of $5 million? Boss Wang panicked after hearing this. Yes, the original is 5 million. Now not we come over it. The road fee do not money Chang said. Kung, I only have $5 million right now. I don't have that much. Then we can only go and donate blood. With a wave of Chang's hand, two people came up from the back and racked Boss Wang down. Kung, don't. Give me more time. Chang patted his pants leg that was afraid of being scratched and wrinkled by Boss Wang and said, one thing is done. There's another important thing next. Tianshi Chow, our boss would like to invite you to make a trip there. Lately he feels like nothing he does is going well. I don't know what's the reason. Some people say it's a feng shui problem, but hiring a lot of feng shui masters hasn't solved it. Kung, as the boss's #1 henchman, this has caused him a lot of fretting as well. Now our scientific society, out to do feng shui are some crooks. Before there are people who think they can hide to get through, or forced to go to Angola to donate blood, so that the feng shui community for a time in fear, are afraid of being arrested to donate blood. I heard from a senior feng shui master that his boss's problem was so difficult to solve that no one could break it. One day the boss was brushing his cell phone and saw a piece of Chao Qing's news. After watching the video, the boss's eyes lit up. Immediately called out to Chang and instructed him to ask Chao Tianshi to make a trip. That video Chang also watched on the road. The video protagonist is even a 10-year-old child. This boss also believe? It can't be some kind of show, but since the boss asked for it, it had to be done. I'll think about it first, Chao Chang said. There's no rush then. But before that, I have a friend who watched your video as well, so this is the perfect opportunity to spar. Chang said. Strong brother from the heart is not believe that this is the real thing. In this regard, Strong brother also deliberately went to bring a celestial master. Want to argue this child true or false? If it is false, then the whole village will have to be dragged to donate blood. What Lu Yuer was worried about still happened, because this live content is so hot. The internet is now talking about these things. Many people want to try the real and the fake, especially by the company this thing, but also to make the live heat continues. Pigs are afraid of being famous. Sure enough, this time it came down to hard work. Come on man, go up to the heavenly master. Chang shouted behind him. Said two different cars from earlier pulled up. The door of the car opened. A celestial master wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster walked out first. It was the Zhang Tianshi who had watched the live broadcast on the Tao before, and a dozen or so small Taoist priests came down behind him. Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Heavenly Master Zhang said as he saluted. Boy, this Kung is coming from a bad place. Is this a fight? We'll know if it's true or not after the competition. Isn't this the famous Heavenly Master of Dragon City? I heard it's very powerful. Isn't this bullying? More than one fight Please welcome the Taoist team. This time I'll stand for Grandmaster. Grandmaster give me a charge. Immediately afterward, the Heavenly Master instructed the little Taoist priests to take out the platform from the back of the cart, along with incense and candles, talisman paper, copper coins and swords, and other things. Hearing that the Grandmaster was going to compete with someone, a village of people put down their farm work and took their farming tools to cheer for the Grandmaster. Go Grandmaster, go! Ancestor, show them! Ancestor, don't be afraid. We're here. Heavenly Master Chao, I, Zhang Feng, have come to ask for advice, Tianshi Zhang said. When Chao Qing saw this Taoist priest, he knew there was something there. I think back then I just didn't like this kind of you and me fighting, so I concentrated on monasticism. As the saying goes, if you don't commit a crime, you don't commit a crime, and if you do, you'll pay back twice as much. Clanking and clanking, the little Taoist priests had been setting up for about half an hour. When Chao Qing saw that the little Taoist priests had set up the stage, and grabbed it at once. Thanks for all the help. At this move, Tianshi Zhang and the little Taoist priests froze, and Tianshi Zhang was so angry that his beard went askew, saying, I asked my disciples to set it up, so how did you preempt them? Heavenly Master Zhang won't be bothered with a junior, Chao Qing said. Alright, count on you. Disciples set up another one, Tianshi Zhang said. The little Taoist priests jingled and jangled, and after another half hour a new table was set up. And when it was finished each of them sat down on the floor in a state of exhaustion. When he finished preparing, Chao Qing said, Heavenly Master Zhang, tell me, what do you want to compare? Chapter 10, I'm 8 times the man you are. The cameraman saw that this was not an opportunity, and immediately focused the camera on the two. With years of videography experience, this is definitely another big subject. The title he's got it all figured out. It's called, Newly Minted Celestial Masters Challenge Veteran Celestial Masters. Ginger or old? Or will they be slapped on the beach? Lu Yuer was the anchor of the live broadcast, and Chao Qing was the traffic code for this live broadcast. Although people have been making all sorts of accusations and statements on the internet during this time, but people still love the live room from the bottom of their hearts. And since this kind of subject matter is exclusive, everyone has the curiosity to see what happens behind the scenes with this 10-year-old. Right now, Chao Cheng was facing Tianchi Zhang, and the two of them were just staring at each other, feeling like a big battle was about to break out. Go ahead, or people will say that I bullied a little kid, Tianchi Zhang said. Tianchi Zhang wanted to be polite, but it turned out that Chao Cheng was really polite. You're old, look at this hair, it's all gray. Go ahead, Chao Cheng said. Hey, who are you calling old? Thought Tianchi Zhang. You're young, as a junior. I'll let you speak first. No, elders first. The two kept pulling for 10 minutes. What are you doing here? Why don't you start? Standing for a long time, Zhang Tianchi, who was old and had a sore back and neck, finally couldn't help but say, okay, listen to the elders, go ahead. At this rate, the sun won't even start to set, Chao Cheng said. Then let's compare divinations. Hearing this, Tianchi Zhang couldn't help but smile in his heart. This wasn't just what he wanted. Divination is the most basic and simple, but also the most profound. Don't just look at a few coins. There is a lot to learn inside. The most important thing is also to have experience. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Zhang Tianchi looked at the 10-year-old child in front of him. The heart does not believe that this 10-year-old can still have their own powerful. This decades of salt is not in vain. This decades of road is not in vain. This head of white hair is not in vain. It's fine. Are you first, or am I first? Tianchi Zhang put away the smile that was about to overflow and said flatly. Chao Cheng said, I'll go first, my junior. You throw. In his previous life, when he cultivated immortality, he hated people who relied on their old age and always thought they knew a lot. They don't realize that there are people beyond the sky and people beyond the earth, and that cultivating one's body is more than cultivating one's character. Chao Cheng had just finished speaking when one of the small Taoist priests behind Tianchi Zhang snickered. This 10-year-old kid doesn't know the heights of heaven. Our master's name is not for nothing. Zhang Tianchi took out 10 copper coins and put them in his hand and weighed them. The most he can do now is 10 divination. For this 10-year-old, there is no need for so many. 3 is enough. So Zhang Tianchi put down 7 of them and took out only 3 copper coins and put them in his hand and shook them, then flung them on the platform. 3 copper coins fell on the platform and the little Taoist priests looked over. Chao Cheng looked at it and blurted out, Kuan Gua, trigram, upper koan, lower koan, Kuan Gua, bright and soft, the earth's way of virtuous birth, thickly carrying all things, running unceasingly and advancing without boundaries. As Zhang Tianchi took a look, he read in his heart, hey, it does say the right thing. This kid is good at masking. Again, Tianchi Zhang took 3 more and shook them in his hand before dumping them on the counter. Chao Cheng didn't even look at it and blurted out, Qian Gua, the trapped dragon gets water, rigid and robust, not curved and neutral. If the sky is raining heavily, it gets up with thunder and flies at will, the omen of the time. You can answer correctly without even looking. It seems that one has to show real skill, otherwise one will be disgraced. Tianchi Zhang thought to himself and wiped the cold sweat that emerged. Little friend, just now this is only the simplest. Thought to try you. Did not expect really by you right? Next, I have to make the real skill. Zhang Tianchi said, put all 10 in his hand, shook vigorously, pop dumped on the stage. Chao Cheng looked thoughtful. How about it? Is it impossible to see? Tianchi Zhang said smugly. Chui Gua, trigram, upper Qian and lower 2A. Chui Gua, garden and defective, rigid in the midst of danger. Fulfillment, prudent behavior, careful, behavior fulfillment, behavior does not exceed the rights. Do not live in impoliteness. Tianchi Zhang looked away in disbelief. Chao Cheng was absolutely right. Okay, count on you. You throw it, Tianchi Zhang said. It was Tianchi Zhang's turn, and then Chao Cheng's next move startled Tianchi Zhang. Chao Cheng grabbed a large handful of copper coins, seemingly dozens of them, and flung them all at once onto the counter like grains of rice. Come on, Chao Cheng said. You, aren't you just messing around? How is this divination? Tianchi Zhang said. Then I'll teach you. Chao Cheng looked at the pile of copper coins and said slowly. No Gua, trigram, upper Qian and lower Kuan. No Gua, heaven is clear at the top, earth is turbid at the bottom. The chi of heaven and earth do not meet. Closed and blocked. Blocked. Things don't go well. How did you see this? Watching Chao Cheng slowly reveal the results, Tianchi Zhang was shocked. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence. Now it seemed that this 10-year-old kid was a lot more powerful than him. He had just roughly looked at the number of coins and estimated that there were 80, which was 8 times as many as his own. At this point, the live broadcast was also boiling over. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too good to be true. Wasn't this heavenly master slapped hard in the face? I recognize. Isn't this the famous Zhang Tianchi from Dragon City? I can't imagine this 10-year-old is so fierce. It would be nice for my kids to be this good. Looking at Tianchi Zhang, who was frozen in place, Chao Qing picked up 10 copper coins and threw them gently, saying, "Sending you a message." Zhang Tianchi came closer to the stage to take a look. "This is? Humble Gua. Not bad, Humble Gua. Remember to be respectful and polite, humble and retiring, enlighten yourself and honor others," Chao Qing said. At that moment, as if he had an epiphany, Tianchi Zhang bent down and saluted Chao Qing. "Tianchi Chao, I was arrogant just now. How did you learn this? Is there a master?" Zhang Tianchi felt that these 80 copper coins could not be learned without 10.5 years, plus the master's pointing. "I don't have a master," Chao Qing said. "And where did you learn to do that?" "It's not that simple. This is all self-taught by me," Chao Qing said with a smile. Chao Qing this point said did not lie. 200 years in his previous life, his own enlightenment, accumulated and summarized. His realm has been unparalleled. Celestial Master Zhang said in surprise. "How is this possible? At your age, having this kind of talent is simply impossible." Chao Qing didn't want to explain and said, "You want to learn? I'll teach you. I've got 100 more to go." "What? This?" Tianchi Zhang was shocked again. This is a big style, compared to his own little mind seems very unseemly. He also often worry about their knowledge is learned. Teaching people are only teach 8 points, leaving 2 points. Let the disciples to understand. Today, compared to this 10-year-old child, Tianchi Zhang felt that he was not qualified to be this master at all. Chapter 11, Falling Treasure Money. Zhang Tianchi kneeled down in front of Chao Qing and called out, "Master." Chao Qing had lived 200 years in his previous life, and he couldn't see the small mind of Tianchi Zhang. Tianchi Zhang didn't wait for Chao Qing's reaction and hurriedly called the little Taoist priests to come and shout for their master as well. "Quickly, quickly, line up and call out to the master one by one. If you miss this village, you won't have this master." Chao Qing wasn't interested in taking on disciples and said, "You don't need to call me master either. I don't accept disciples. You can ask whatever you want. I can enlighten you a few times. How much you can comprehend is up to you." He stood up and addressed Chao Qing. "Heavenly Master Chao, is there any difference between these 80 pieces and 10? Looking at Zhang Tianchi's serious attitude, Chao Qing could tell that he really wanted to learn. Chao Qing said flatly, "What do you think divination is about?" Tianchi Zhang immediately replied, "Divination is the result." Chao Qing nodded and added, "And what do you think is most important to the outcome?" Not knowing what Chao Qing meant by that, Tianchi Zhang thought for a moment and said, "It's a copper trigram?" Chao Qing shook his head. "Is it a copper orientation?" Chao Qing still shook his head. "Is it the number of coins?" Chao Qing continued to shake his head. Originally, Tianchi Zhang was still full of confidence, but now he himself didn't know what was the most important, and humbly asked, "What's that supposed to be?" Chao Qing paused for a moment and said, "It's this great world." Chao Qing finished. Tianchi Zhang felt a bolt of lightning pass through his mind, and had a feeling of enlightenment as he froze. "So that's it? Am I being too obsessive about what's in front of me?" Chao Qing continued in an explanatory manner. "Copper divination is the great world, the changes in this world." "So it is." Tianchi Zhang had always felt that he was unable to break through at his own level, but it turned out that this was the problem, and he bowed deeply to Chao Qing again. Chao Qing's words had opened his eyes. Tianchi Zhang smiled to himself and said, "It seems that I came to the right place this time. I really didn't come for nothing this time. I benefited a lot. The change just now, it blew everyone's mind." Tianchi Zhang, who was respected by all, even asked a 10-year-old child for advice. With such a sincere attitude, they were expecting Tianchi Zhang to teach this little brat a good lesson. The live feed is also brushed too. This Zhang Tianchi has been disgraced. It's so unexpected that this Zhang Tianchi has called a 10-year-old child master. A master is a master regardless of size, but only in terms of ability. This heavenly master is a man, so capable of bending and stretching. I don't believe it. This heavenly master can't be an invited actor too. Nonsense. Look carefully. This is Dragon City's Tianchi Zhang, the top 5 ranked Tianchi in Dragon City. Now you know what a 10-year-old can do. Who else? When 2 people compete, there must be 1 master and 1 disciple. The previous incident of Chao Qing dragging everyone to buy the company was also forgotten by everyone, and they all couldn't get enough of the exciting contest. At this point in the scene, Tianchi Zhang was already impressed with Chao Qing. This 10-year-old was indeed beyond his imagination. Judging from Chao Qing's reply, Tianchi Zhang was truly impressed with Chao Qing from the bottom of his heart. After Chao Qing's nudging, Tianchi Zhang felt that his previous self was a frog in the well and had been working behind closed doors. Behind the divination in Chao Qing's eyes is not the result of the copper coins, but lies the presentation of the three-in-one of heaven, earth and man. Good divination must also be combined with timing. Copper is just an aid. With all the variations in this divination, Tianchi Zhang realized that he still had a lot to learn. If I hadn't come today, I don't know how long it would have taken me to get any further. Zhang Tianchi finally understood the meaning of what his master had said to him. Looking at a mountain is a mountain. Looking at water is water. Looking at a mountain is not a mountain. Looking at water is not water. At this moment, Tianchi Zhang was in a very excited mood. Unlike Zhang Tianchi's divination, Chao Qing's trigrams, in addition to the copper coins on the countertop, also depended on the surroundings. The copper is dead and the environment is alive. Or the copper is alive and the environment is dead. The combination of a movement and a stillness is Tai Chi. That is, the combination of yin and yang. This trigram has one result in clear skies and another in rainy skies. This trigram has one result at Green Mountain Green, and another at Babbling Brook. Various factors encountered together are various results. This result is not dead, but on the contrary lives a flexible and varied life. To divine is to divine the changes in this world. In this great world. To put it simply, Chao Qing had already integrated this divination with the surroundings, and the various factors verified each other, with the copper coins being just a small part of it. This ability is not for the faint of heart. In Tianchi Zhang's worldview, no one had yet been able to take all of this into account. Seeing that the 10-year-old in front of him had already used divination flexibly, Tianchi Zhang couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. Where did this 10-year-old come from to have such insight? It made him wonder about the kid's past? Could it be that he was a celestial master in his past life? Chao Qing saw how thoughtful Tianchi Zhang looked and felt that he had made the right point, so he would let Tianchi Zhang realize the rest on his own. Chao Qing was about to turn back. Ding! A familiar system tone came to mind. Congratulations! The host has completed the guidance of the Heavenly Master. Rewarded, 3 pieces of fallen treasure money and the art of portage. The reward! Chao Qing was very excited in his heart. He knew the origin of this fallen treasure money. Lakpa money, first deduced by Zhou Tianchi on the back of a turtle, was later made to look like a copper coin. The money is divided into 3 pieces, divided into heaven, earth and man, each of which is very important. And one of the 3 pieces is not good enough for divining the trigrams. There were also various contents engraved on top of each piece of fallen treasure money. Having recorded the contents of Zhou Tianchi's lifelong learning on it, all of the fallen money on the market today are forgeries, and none of them are authentic. Legend has it that through these 3 pieces of falling treasure money, one can avoid harm, but later generations, fearing that it would affect their chi, destroyed these 3 pieces of falling treasure money, and their whereabouts are unknown to this day. This fallen treasure money, it's a rare treasure, and with this falling treasure money, anything can be projected. It's much more important than his 100 pieces. One can even top a couple hundred. The 3 falling treasure money also contains a lot of details which can make divination a lot easier and simpler. This falling treasure money is also easy to carry. Just use a string to thread it. Chao Qing looked at the 3 pieces of falling treasure money that appeared in his hand, and his excitement was unmistakable. Relying on this fallen treasure money, one's future errands would be much more convenient. Another reason that made Chao Qing so excited was that he had heard that these 3 pieces of falling treasure money could help a person ward off 3 calamities. Chao Qing had only heard about it, but didn't know if it was true or not. Chao Qing looked towards another reward, the carrying technique. Chao Qing had also heard a little about this carrying technique. It was a Taoist spell and also had an alias called fortune transportation. Chapter 12, The Mob. Moving is an advanced spell in Taoism that allows you to move things that are not here without using your hands, or move things in front of you to other places, just by pinching and chanting the mantra. In an ancient account of the art of portage, a Taoist priest, who had traveled a long distance and was resting at night in a wilderness, drew a jug on the ground, and in a short time a jug full of wine appeared, which he then opened and drank. Others drew a woman, and instantly a dancer appeared singing and dancing to cheer the Taoist priests as they drank. The moving arts are a large collection of arts, within which there is one art called the 5 ghosts moving art, also known as the 5 ghosts carrying fortune art. This kind of carrying technique only requires the use of charms to drive the 5 ghosts to help carry the belongings, and the greatest magic is that the belongings can be taken without entering someone's house or opening a box. Moreover, Chao Qing knew that this kind of carrying technique was just right for a feng shui master like him. In his previous life, he had seen people invoking the 5 directions of the southeast, west, north, and south to generate wealth ghosts, as well as the dead souls within the range, to help the feng shui master to transfer the wealth from a distance under the guidance of the talisman. However, this technique is very dangerous, and once the 5 ghosts do not comply, it will bring disaster instead. This kind of carrying art is also related to their own destiny, the fate of those who have the fortune. After using it, like a tiger to add wings, an endless stream of wealth. Fortune cannot be blocked. On the contrary, with the money will be lost. No blessing to enjoy. Everyone's fortune is different, so you should not be greedy for too much wealth, and you should be happy with a small fortune. To perform the art of transporting wealth by the 5 ghosts, after the seeker has received the wealth, he or she must also return the proceeds to the 5 ghosts, so that they can be reborn and liberated as soon as possible. This porting technique was actually a double-edged sword, and there was a danger of depleting one's life when using it. When Chao Ching saw this art, he was in a mood of excitement. Then wouldn't he be able to get rich overnight and have a huge waste? There is also a catchphrase after the removal technique. Take back the order to seal the mountain. Transport away the 5 mountains. Dig up the water of the great river, and trap the dragon on the beach. Chao Ching collected the reward and was about to study the contents on this copper coin when he, ding! Another system tone sounded in Chao Ching's head, issuing a mission to solve a problem encountered by Boss Django. Chao Ching listened carefully to the system's mission. Task requirement, deal with the problems encountered as perfectly as possible and reward according to the degree of completion. Mission completion degree 70%, reward cash $5 million, automatically credited to the host's account. Mission completion 80%, Ki Airways doubles its profits. 90% completion of the mission, 5 years added to the life expectancy of the entire village. 100% mission completion, mystery grand prize, absolutely worth every penny. Chao Ching saw this final reward. What is this mystery prize? I hadn't heard of it myself until now, but remembering the previous rewards given by the system, this mystery jackpot must be very good. It would never open anything bad. He had a vague feeling that this mysterious prize would definitely take him by surprise. For this mysterious prize, this mission must be completed 100%. However, Chao Ching thought on second thought that from the reward, it meant that this time it was not a simple quest, or else there would not be a completion level, and there was only this one chance. It could not be reopened constantly like in the game. For this, one should still be prepared for everything. The quest shows that the current quest progress has been 5%, which should be the completion level of the challenge passed just now. It was only 5% to complete this kind of mission. In other words, it would take 20 of these missions to complete, and Chao Ching once again felt that this mission was not simple. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Chao Ching could only comfort himself with this first. Chao Ching saw the little Taoist priests following Tianchi Zhang and his plan came to life. Why don't we take them with us? After all, there's strength in numbers, and if there's danger, let them run first. Chao Ching walked up to Tianchi Zhang and said, Tianchi Zhang, I have a favor to do. Let's see if you can help me. Okay, no problem. Tianchi Zhang immediately replied. Chao Ching said, I haven't said what it is yet. Tianchi Zhang laughed. Master speaking, even if it goes up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, the disciple will definitely go through fire and water. Told you, don't call me master. Yes, master. TCH, can you lend me your apprentices? No problem. You can use them for as long as you want, however you want. Each of these disciples of mine is smart and loyal, Heavenly Master Zhang promised. Thanks a lot then. You can come and ask me any questions you have in the future. Okay. Tianchi Zhang was thrilled to hear these words from Chao Ching. He knew the weight of these words. Tianchi Zhang put away his excited expression, coughed, and turned his head to his disciples and said loudly, in the future, Tianchi Chao is also your master. What he says is what I say. You must listen to him. What he says is what he says. If you don't, you will be dealt with according to the rules of the Tao. Upon hearing this, the little Taoist priests revealed the same excited expression as Tianchi Zhang. Chao Ching took a look, and sure enough, he was a master and disciple with the same expression. Yes, masters. The little Taoist priests bowed to the two. Chao Ching nodded in agreement. At that moment, a Django Jr. ran up panting and said, Brother Chang, your Mercedes big G car is blocking the village entrance. Django looked away. The little brother said immediately, got it, Kung, I'll go move the village right away. The little brother turned around and was about to leave. Strong immediately shouted, come back, take the car keys. Remember, don't gamble on people's village entrances from now on. Today's fight was considered to be over, and Tianchi Zhang led those disciples of his to start packing up the things that had been set out. Don't be idle either. Everyone come and lend a hand. Chao Ching waved his hand at Chang's men and said, Kung, this. Brother Chang's men wondered, didn't you see the suit I'm wearing today? I just washed it yesterday. Whatever Master Chao Tianchi says is what he says. Don't talk nonsense. You guys hurry up. Chang said, we are Hay Society not a moving company Strong's men said in their hearts, but Strong spoke and had to go up to help. As a result, The entrance to Chao village was filled with a lively and uncommon clothing scene, the Negroes in black, and the little priests in the clothes of the Taoist priests, under the direction of a little child, helped to carry the things, and no one dared to object, and they all did the work with their heads covered. Soon the entrance to the village was cleared away. The various table spells that had been placed at the entrance to the village were put into the car, and the car was moved away from the entrance to the village. The people in the live broadcast saw that the fight was over, and they all discussed it enthusiastically in the live broadcast. This is not a common scene today. I'm a knife in the ass today. Opened my eyes. First time I've seen the Hey Society help with the work. Who says Hey Society can't work? Working in a suit is so classy. Isn't this a Yakuza? Hey Society and Taoist priests. Chapter 13, what's the point of thinking about it? Everything that happened in Chao village was being watched by people in another place at the moment. In Dragon City. In a large villa that independently covered an area of 5,000 square meters, a middle-aged man sitting in a rocking chair, wearing a gray jacket and glasses, was looking intently at the video camera projected on the wall. He had a full head of gray hair, but it was extraordinarily neatly combed, and his eyes revealed a sense of shrewdness and maturity. If older people saw him on the road, they would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the man of the year who reigned supreme in Dragon City, Gao Tianqi. Gao Tianqi. His life can be described as a legendary life, from an obscure market vendor, step by step to make it big, to the current business tycoon. The company is involved in many industries, and its capital is even more powerful. Some people say that just the 3 words of his name now are worth $5 billion. Looks like I've got the right guy. It's saved. Gao Tianqi couldn't help but be happy when he saw Chao Qing's performance in the live broadcast and couldn't help but hum a few lyrics. Mr. Gao, is there something happy today? I don't think you've been this happy for a long time. The kid in the camera is acting quite well. What kind of program is this? A crisp voice rang out by Gao Tianqi's side, only to see an imperial sister in professional attire, standing by Gao Tianqi's side. As soon as this imperial sister finished speaking, Gao Tianqi frowned. You're saying this is staged? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. It's real. The imperial hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. It's me who said the wrong thing, Gao Tianqi said slowly as his fingers gently tapped the rocking chair handle. I told you a long time ago, don't judge a book by its cover. You still look like this now. You'll easily offend people in the future. The imperial nodded and said, Mr. Gao's lesson is true. I'll remember. Gao Tianqi stood up from his rocking chair and said, and I don't blame you. Anyone who sees this kid will think it's staged. So make arrangements right away. The kid should be on his way. Mr. Gao, what specifications are needed? Highest specification. After Gao Tianqi uttered the 4 words, he touched an onyx trigger worn on his hand and read in his heart. Let's hope it's over this time. The other side. You said this kid can before I thought it was all a lie. Today this time, he can make our master difficult. Yes, our masters call him master. And I just heard someone call him grandmaster. Seriously, you can't have misheard me. Everything had been packed into the car, and the 2 little Taoist priests were leaning against the side of the car chatting idly. Django saw that the guys were pretty much busy and clapped his hands twice. The juniors who followed Chang, one by one, straightened the dust on their clothes and pants, ran their hands through their hair that had become messy because of their work, and formed 2 long rows behind Chang. Chang walked up to Chao Chang with 2 rows of minions and bent down to bow. Chao Chang took a look and hurriedly stopped it. Don't, Django, don't make it look like a memorial service. Just about holding the flowers and photos in my hand. Just call me Xiao Chang. Chang said, Brother Chao, when I saw you today, you are really extraordinary. I was overthinking just now. Chao Chang replied, that's okay. Don't I know what you're thinking? Brother Chao, how's the consideration of helping my boss in the front? With that, Django reached into his shirt. It's not going to be a forced purchase, is it? Not about to pull out a gun. Gunfight. Tianchi will be threatened. Kung took a gold card out of his pocket. Those in the room looked relieved, causing a moment of nervousness that it wasn't a gun. Chao Qing was also stunned when he saw it. I've seen white and blue cards before, but I've never seen this gold card before. It is? It's a small token of appreciation from the boss, and there will be more and better rewards when it's done. The people in the live room were also excited to see the gold card. It's a gold card, and it's really my ass paddling again today, opening my eyes again. I heard that there are only 10 of these gold cards in Dragon City. It doesn't matter how much money is in the gold card. The main thing is that this gold card you can't buy with money if you want to. This gold card is a buy-up service. Hurry up and take it. This gold card shakes your eyes. What's the point of thinking about it? Chao Chang said. Things I promised. As for this gold card, it's better to wait until this is settled. Brother Chao. No problem. So when does Brother Chow plan to leave? Just for now. Go early and come back early. Seeing that Chao Qing was about to leave, the village head said with reluctance, Ancestor, be safe. You must return safely. Chao Qing's heart warmed when he heard it. I didn't expect the village chief's next sentence. This good feeling was gone at once. Who else are we going to get the money from this investment company? So it's because you're worried that I'll run away with the money. Chao Qing. I'll wait for you to come back in the village, and I'll send you a green straw hat then. Lu Yuer also said. Chao Qing cried and laughed when he heard this and said, I'm sure I'll be back safely. So don't worry, just stay in the village and wait for me to come back. After Chao Qing finished speaking, he followed Chang outside of the village, and the group of people crossed the aqueduct and walked across the fields in great numbers. After walking for almost half an hour, Chang had not yet seen the shadow of the car, and immediately shouted over the kid who had moved the car earlier. Where's the car? You boys aren't selling my car, are you? How dare you? Brother Chang, didn't you say not to block the village entrance? I sought to drive forward, and this is the road. Why don't you just drive back? I'll let you move it. Just park it somewhere. Okay, Django. It's just a little further on, or I'll go get the car. Go. Hurry up. I'll wait for you here. Be quick. Django had been walking in all black for half an hour and was now hot. After less than 10 minutes, several black cars drove in. Kung got into the car and sat with a tired face, shouting at the car moving boy. Go. Okay, Django. Sit tight. Thunk. Strong's entire body slammed into the back of the front seat. What is it again? Kung, there's a car behind us blocking us. Who dares to block our way? I saw it. It's a black car. Kung took a look in the rearview mirror. Isn't this his car? I'm so convinced. That's one of your own people's car. Ooh, I'd say it's so familiar. Hey, go to the village and drop out, Chang said helplessly. So a couple of cars drove back to the village. The mayor happened to be at the entrance of the village and saw the black cars coming back. So soon. The ancestor is back? Just as he was about to say hello, the black cars turned a corner and drove off with a How about it? Kung, am I a good driver? Django said. Nice driving. Don't do it next time. Chapter 14 Brother Chang disciplines people. I discipline Brother Chang. Chao Chang arrived at the door of Mr. Gao's house in his car. Django looked at it and wondered, why is there no one at the door? Surprisingly, the door is still closed. It is not right. He and Mr. Gao said that he had already come out. How come there is not even a welcome at the door? It cannot be that he has not come out yet. Chao Chang asked. Is this the end of the line? Django said hurriedly. Chao, wait in the car for a while. After saying that, Chang scurried out like an arrow off the string. Fearing that Chao Chang would ask something else, Chang took 3 steps to the door of Mr. Gao's house and knocked hard on the door. The door creaked open, and an inch of head stuck out of it. The man's originally furrowed eyebrows immediately smiled when he saw Chang. Good afternoon, Kung. What is this? What's with the door being closed in broad daylight? There's a high-ranking person doing spells in there. Is Mr. Gao in there? Inside. Okay, I'll go in and get him. Holler. The man opened the door for Django to walk in and stood himself in the doorway. Chao Chang rode all the way in the car and waited in the car for almost half an hour. But Chang hadn't shown up yet. So he thought to get out of the car and go out to get some air. He got out of the car and didn't go far. Coming to a large villa, there were 2 stone lions squatting in front of the door. And right in front of the door stood the little inch-haired man, dressed in a suit. The man held his head high, his small eyes glancing downward at Chao Chang. Thinking to himself, where did this child come from? Chao Chang asked. Excuse me, is this the Gao Tianqi house? Right. You. Before the man could finish, Chao Ching took a step inside. Seeing this, the man immediately stopped Chao Chang and said in disgust, Who are you? Why are you calling Mr. Gao by his name? Chao Chang said. Didn't Gao Tianqi invite me? You little brat. Our boss would invite you? You're not allowed to go in. Go play on the side. There's something going on in there right now. What's the matter? Starting without me? You are? I don't understand even if I talk to you. The man whisked Chao Ching away with a lift. You child. Go back where you came from. Mom is calling you home for dinner. Chao Chang returned to the car and said, Little Six, let's drive back to the village. The little Taoist priests in the car froze when they heard it. Traveling in the car. How did they go back again? The little Taoist priests asked. What is it, master? Chao Chang spelled out what was ahead of him. The little Taoist priest said in disbelief. Who dares to bully our master? Bullying our master is bullying us. Let him see what we Taoists are capable of. Little Six, take the car straight to the house. A van with charms on it pulled up in front of Mr. Gao's house. The little man with the inch head hadn't said a word. Dang it, a Taoist priest got out of the car, dressed in Taoist robes and carrying a sword on his back. He had 2 beards, and was breathing out in anger, his two beards being blown up and down. The little man with the inch head asked, "You are? Dang it." Another Taoist priest came down from the back, dressed in a Taoist robe. His hair stood up straight, topping his Taoist hat, with thick eyebrows. The little man with the inch head asked, "And you too are? Dang it." Another Taoist priest came down from the back, wearing a Taoist robe, holding a talisman paper in his hand, holding it between his fingers, so gesticulating and chanting. The little man with the inch head asked, "You three are? Dang it." Another Taoist priest came down from the back, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a bell in his hand. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Dang it. Just like that, a dozen or so Taoist priests came down from the van one after another. It froze the little man with the inch head. "This car produces dogs?" A dozen Taoist priests surrounded the inch-haired little brother and said, "Was it you who bullied our master just now?" The little man with the inch head looked at so many Taoist priests and said, "I've never met your master." "Who is your master?" "Just a kid, maybe 10 years old or so." "That's your master?" That's when Chao Ching finally got out of the car. All the little Taoist priests bowed respectfully and said, "Master." The little man with the inch head saw this, but smiled. "You guys are ganging up on a fraud. Find someone to act, but also find a suitable one. This kid to act. You guys are too funny." Chao Cheng said, "Let's forget about before. Now that John let us in." The little inch-haired man was even happier when he heard that. "You still know Kung?" "What? Scare me with Kung? I know Brother Chang too. Why don't I take you to meet him? See if what you say is true?" At that moment, Chang happened to walk out from inside, and the inch-headed little brother immediately said, Kung, you're just in time. There's a group of people here who are fooling around, saying they know you." Turning his head to Chao Ching's group, he said, "Don't you go away. You'll have a good time later." Seeing that it was Chao Chang and the others, Chang quickly walked to Chao Chang and said, "Brother Chao, why don't you reply when I send you a message?" Chao Ching said helplessly, Chao Chang, it's not blocked. I even want to go back." Kung walked up to the little inch-haired man, went up and slapped the man, and said, "What are you fooling around with? This is the person the boss invited. Why don't you call out to Brother Chao? Quickly call out to Brother Chao." The little inch-headed man looked at the 10-year-old kid in front of him and couldn't believe it was true. Calling a 10-year-old a brother? What are you thinking? Scream. The little man with the inch head covered his face and said, "Chao." Chao Chang said, Chao Chang, is this how you usually teach your men?" "No, Brother Chao, it was an accident." "Hurry up and apologize to Brother Chao." "Brother Chao, it's because I have eyes and I don't recognize them. Tai, I apologize to you." "I'm sorry." Chao Ching turned to the little Taoist priests. "Humph, forget it, it's not a good idea not to go here. Let's go back." Seeing this, Chang knew that he was in big trouble and hurriedly said, "Don't, Brother Chao. I was wrong. I apologize to you too." "I'm sorry." "Alright, seeing as you guys are so sincere, let's go in first." Chang glared at the little inch-haired man and said, "It's all an accident. Hurry up and come in." Chao Ching's group of people followed Chang into the door. On the way, Chao Chang said, "Kung, didn't you tell your boss about me coming?" Django said awkwardly, "You can still just call me Kung. I spoke to our boss before we left, but there was one who came right before you, and they thought it was the one in front of them." "One in front?" "Brother Chao, I'm not going to lie to you. The one in front is a feng shui master, and right now he and Mr. Gao are having some business inside. It'll be over in a moment. I'll take you to have some tea first." Chao Ching heard this. A moment of energy. This is not a coincidence. Just in time to see the feng shui, or a live version. Chao Chang asked, "Where is it?" Django replied, "Chao, what's wrong? I have to check out the feng shui on this site." Chapter 15, Feng Shui at the scene. I must see it. Chao Ching's group of people walked out into the courtyard. A masked man was standing in the middle of the courtyard, probably in his 50s or 60s, judging by the white hair on his head. The mask had red and green stripes that looked like a crooked face. The man's feet took a step to the left and a step to the right in what looked to be a rhythmic walk. Mouthfuls. "Gods of the four directions, listen to my orders. Do as I command, and no one will stop you." When he finished, he inserted a piece of paper into the wooden sword. Closing his eyes, his mouth continued, "Please close your eyes. I'm about to invoke the gods. The gods are coming. Mortals should not look. Invite the gods, Lu." The group closed their eyes, and Chao Ching was about to close his eyes as well, only to see the old Taoist waving his hand at him and whispering, "Here, little friend, come down here." Chao Chun walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Little friend, later on you just follow my guidelines and cooperate with me. When it's over I'll buy you a lollipop to eat." So it's a liar. Okay, Chao Ching agreed with his mouth, but in his heart, He was thinking to see how he would dismantle him later. Gentlemen, you may open your eyes. I have invited God to this child. Look below. Open your eyes. Chao Qing's eyes widened so much when he heard it that he almost stared out of his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on with Master? Fraud. What do you know? It's called gleaming. Those eyes are glazed over. Is our master all right? I don't think it's been a minute since I blinked. The old man continued. Okay, follow my words and take a step to the left. Chao Qing takes a step to the left. The old man added. Take a step to the right. Chao Qing took another step to the left. Seeing this, the old man shook his bell and said, Don't be naughty. Set. Instead of standing still, Chao Qing gave a set of military-style punches, drawing cheers from the young Taoist priests. Yes, well played. With style. Gao Tianqi asked as he saw that Chao Qing wasn't listening to the old man. Master Zhao, what is this? The old man hurriedly rounded off the conversation. This incantation has been around for a long time. It is inevitable that there are some errors. Wait for me. I'll ask once more. All of you please close your eyes again. The old man watched as everyone closed their eyes and trotted over to Chao Qing's side, saying, Little kid, don't fool around anymore. Be careful, I'll let you have a good time. Go out and ask around. Who doesn't know me in this dragon city? Zhao Guangliang of the 4th Street. You dare to fool around again. Don't go out of Dragon City. Cooperate with me well. Take the money. Go out and take you to have a good meal. Okay? Chao Qing nodded seriously. Okay, all of you. Open your eyes. It's definitely possible this time. Zhao Guangliang walked over to Chao Qing's side and said, Start dancing. Saying that, Chao Qing did a ghost dance that he had seen on TV. Gao Tianqi also saw the dance online and said, Master Zhao, this god also swipes videos? So fashionable? Zhao Guangliang said with a smile. Hey, now that it's all information age, God plays with cell phones too, while saying quietly to Chao Qing, Kid, seriously. Unexpectedly, Chao Qing said directly, I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. Then he dropped his wooden sword and sat on his butt. At those words, the room fell silent. Gao Tianqi was the first to react with a wave of his hand at his little brother. Men, drag this Zhao Tianchi to donate blood. Zhao Guangliang saw the situation, dropped a sentence you kid wait, and ran out. Gao Tianqi came up and helped Chao Qing up, saying, It's still Tianchi Chao who is great and can tell it's a fake at a glance. It was really hard for you just now. Hurry up and come in and sit down. Chao Qing was sitting on a chair with a dozen or so small Taoist priests standing behind him. Gao Tianqi began. Heavenly Master Chao, you should have already heard from my men on the way about the matter. When do you think is convenient? Chao Qing said. Choose a day. Let's do it today. Settle it early and you can rest in peace. That would be great. Heavenly Master Chao, do you need me to prepare anything? Help me put a table on the patio. Nothing else. Holler, I'll have someone get ready right away. A large table was set on the patio. Chao Qing walked over to the table and felt the expectant, blazing gaze of the little Taoist priests behind him. Master is going to show his hand again. Don't talk. Hurry up and learn. Learn and be done with it. Go Master. Chao Qing took out 3 pieces of falling treasure money and threw them onto the table, and the 3 pieces of falling treasure money landed securely on the table. Gao Tianqi opened his mouth and asked, Tianchi Chao, what does this mean? Chao Qing looked at the money trigrams and then looked around and said, The feng shui in your courtyard is not right. Gao Tianqi hurriedly asked, How is it wrong? Chao Qing pointed at the 3 pieces of money on the table and said, The 2 celestials show auspicious signs, but this one of the earth shows an evil sign. Then does Heavenly Master Chao know what went wrong? Chao Qing looked around, took his hand and pointed to the large boulder in the courtyard and said, The problem is this rock. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianqi laughed out loud. Oh Celestial Master Chao, Celestial Master Chao, I thought how powerful you were. What do you say about this stone? Chao Qing was puzzled. Yeah, this stone is wrong. It's pressing against the earth. Gao Tianqi laughed again. Tianchi Chao, you just said that Master Zhao was cheating people. Now you are also the same as that person. You said this exactly the same as what Master Zhao said. You two won't be coming together to cheat me. You guys cheat people also cheat easy things, right? This stone is several thousand kilograms. You say something about flowers and plants that are easy to deal with is fine. What? Chao Qing froze as well. Gao Tianqi clapped his hands and said, Kid, am I going to ask you to donate blood or are you going to do it yourself? Chao Qing immediately said, It can't be. There must be something wrong with this stone. Something can't be wrong with this trigram. Gao Tianqi smiled and shook his head. Well then, since you say it's no problem, the stone is several thousand kilograms. I'll believe it if you can move him. Seeing this, the little Taoist priests on the side were in a hurry. Master is finished. Hurry up and figure out how to shake people to move rocks. Don't even think about it. The stone is bad enough. Run away, before we all get acquainted. Right. Hurry up. The little dogs were about to sneak and move out of the room. At that moment, Gao Tianqi added, "Wait, there's this group of dowsers, all pulled together to donate blood. It's over. It's planted itself. Master, help, Mr. Gao. We don't know this kid well." The little Taoist priests walked over to Chao Chang and said, "Master, would it be better if we just admit our faults? Master, speak. It's over. Master is stupid." Chao Chang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, Mr. Gao, I have a request. Go ahead. Prepare a meal for me in the courtyard at night, and $1 million in cash, and also, no one else in the courtyard but us." Hearing this, Kung was the first to say, "Mr. Gao, he's obviously going to run away. Don't promise him." Gao Tianqi, however, said, "Good, have the guts. I'll forgive you if you don't dare to run. I'll promise you what you want. If you don't finish it tomorrow, it won't just be about donating blood." Chapter 16, Why is it different? After Gao Tianqi left, the little Taoist priests panicked into a frenzy. What to do? What to do? Why don't I contact a crane and hoist him away? I can drive a backhoe. I graduated from Red Soar. Now run. What are you thinking? The door must be full of bodyguards now. Where to run? The little Taoist priests turned their heads to see Chao Qing looking at the boulder without a word. Is Master crazy? Doll? Why don't we call 120? Just tell Mr. Gao that Master is stupid, and he'll definitely let us go. Eldest brother is right. The little Taoist priests were about to head out when Chao Qing suddenly said, "I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. I have an idea." One of the little Taoist priests asked surreptitiously, "What should we do, eldest brother?" A thick-browed Taoist priest said, "Trust the master for once." That night, Gao Tianqi prepared what Chao Qing needed as requested. "Heavenly Master Chao, this is 1 million in cash." Gao Tianqi's men handed a black box to Chao Chang. The courtyard was also set with a table full of mountain delicacies and seafood. Looking at the little Taoist priest's mouths watering, Chao Qing sat at the table without speaking. "Master, what are you waiting for? The food will get cold if you wait any longer." "Master, Master? Master's eyes are closed. He can't be asleep. Why don't we eat first? Wait a little longer. Master must be counting things. Don't talk. Wait." An hour later, Chao Qing was still motionless. 2 hours later, Chao Qing was still motionless. "Eldest brother, why don't you ask?" "Why me?" "Because you're the biggest. There's nothing wrong with that." "I'll do it then." Eldest senior brother was about to gently pat Chao Qing down when he didn't expect Chao Qing to slowly open his eyes himself and said, "Sorry, just fell asleep." "What time is it?" "Master, it's almost 9 o'clock. "Ah, so late. Hurry up." After Chao Qing finished speaking, he picked up his own chopsticks and picked up the chicken leg in front of him and brought it to his mouth. "And don't you guys just stand there. Eat, it'll get cold later." The little Taoist priests then reacted and picked up their chopsticks to eat as well. A table of dishes was eaten up by Chao Chang and the little Taoist priests in a whirlwind. "Hiccup," Chao Chang said as he burped contentedly. "Have Mr. Gao serve another table of the same?" Eldest brother asked. "Master hasn't had enough? Packing so delicious must not bring back for everyone to taste." After a flurry of activity, it was midnight. Chang said as he stood next to Mr. Gao, "Mr. Gao, this kid wouldn't be cheating on his food." "Humph, we'll find out tomorrow anyway. You keep an eye on it here. I'm all sleepy. I'm going to bed first." Gao Tianqi turned around and walked back to his room. After seeing Mr. Gao leave, Brother Chang had one of his men in the back come over and said, "Keep an eye on things here. I'm going to bed. Call me if anything happens." Django also turned and walked back to his room. The henchman shouted for another minion to come over and said, "You keep an eye on it here. I'm going to bed. If something happens you must call out to me first. Don't just call out to Kung. Got it?" The little brother nodded. The little brother waited for Kung's men to leave, then called a little brother over himself and said, "Keep an eye on things here. I'm going to bed. Make sure you yell at me first if something happens or you know what." The little brother nodded. In this way, one shouted one, and at last there was one man left, who, seeing that everyone had gone to bed, called one of the little Taoist priests over to him, and said, "Keep an eye on yourselves. I'm going to get some rest. Call me if you need anything." Chao Chang and the little Taoists were the only ones left in the courtyard that was originally full of a group of people. Chao Qing looked at the time. It was already 1 in the morning and said, "It's about time. Let's get started." The little Taoist priests asked with anticipation, "Master, what are you doing?" "I'll let you all open your eyes today and show you the 5 ghosts carrying technique." With that, Chao Qing picked up the talisman paper and recited with his mouth, "Take back the order to seal the mountain. transport away the 5 elements of the mountain, dig up the water of the great river, and trap the dragon from the beach. Give it to me, move. With that, Chao Qing pointed at the stone. Unexpectedly, there was no response. Master, this? Don't worry, let the spell fly a little longer. After 5 minutes, there was still no response. Chao Cheng said, I'll try again. Take back the order to seal the mountain. Transport away the 5 elements of the mountain. Dig up the water of the great river, and trap the dragon from the beach. Give it to me, move. Take back the order to seal the mountain. Transport away the 5 elements of the mountain. Dig up the water of the great river, and trap the dragon from the beach. Give it to me, move it again. Take back the order to seal the mountain. Transport away the 5 elements mountain. Dig up the water of the great river, and trap the dragon from the beach. Give it to me, move it hard. Chao Chang recited the incantation 10 more times. I was about to read it for the umpteenth time when my cell phone rang. If I were at home among men, I would have been a free immortal in heaven. Who doesn't sleep at this hour and call me back? Chao Ching took a look at the number. A string of garbled codes, and the location didn't show up. Hello, Chao Ching picked up. Stop yelling, we're bursting at the seams with orders. This phone is your prestige? No. I'll add your prestige and you send me the location. After that, the opposite party hung up. Chao Ching opened his cell phone. A friend request, 5 Ghosts Moving Company Xinliang. Chao Ching passed the friend request and sent the location over. Not long after, the sky downer wearing a gray coat, written on the back of the 5 Ghosts Moving Company 6 big words, with a red hat, said, Who called the carry? It's me, Chao Ching said. You child, nothing to shout about. Hey, this order is ruined. Next time, promise uncle not to shout, okay? Or else uncle will ask you to have nightmares. Chao Cheng said, I do have things to move. The man said with disbelief. So tell me, what are you moving? Is it moving your math teacher or your language teacher? Can you help me move this rock? Xinliang looked at the stones in the courtyard and took out a ruler from his clothes to measure the size, saying, a total of 5,295 kilograms, and judging by the size, it's going to be an oversized shipment. Where to send it? Chao Cheng said. Chou Village. Let me count. It's $500,000, cash or paybe. So expensive. Seeing as it's your first time, I'll give you a discount. $400,000. Chao Cheng took out $400,000 from the box and gave it to Xinliang and asked, how come this 5 ghosts carrying technique isn't the same as what the internet says? Xinliang said as he counted the money. That was thousands of years ago. It's hard to believe that there are still 5 people coming, all wearing ghost masks. It's the information age now, and we've moved with the times. What about the backlash and loss of life that the internet says? That's all a lie. Otherwise everyone would read it and then we wouldn't be busy. As he spoke, a cry rang out from Xinliang's waist. You have a new removal order. Please process it promptly. Xinliang quickly finished counting the money, shook Chao Qing's hand, and said, Big brother, I finished counting. No problem. Thank you, big brother. I'll go first. In the future there is business or find me ha. Let's prestige contact. When he finished speaking, the man flew away with the boulder. Chapter 17, Sister's Arrival. In the Chao Village compound, 8 p.m. Because Chao Cheng went to the city, today there is no Chao Qing's figure in the live broadcast. The heat is instantly less, and many people look at the absence of that 10-year-old child and all go away. Where's the Grandmaster? I want to see the Grandmaster. It's hard not to see the ancestor for a day. Missing the first day of the Grandmaster. Lu Yuer opened the broadcast and chatted for an hour, and seeing that there was not much popularity, she also went off the air early. After going off the air, the cameraman and Lu Yuer were sitting in the courtyard chatting. Don't look at this Chao Chang who is only 10 years old. He is really powerful. Lu Yuer agreed. Much better than when I was 10. And none of them know what makes a 10-year-old so powerful. They also just occasionally heard Chao Qing reading in his room. Could it be that Chao Qing is gifted? How could they not have guessed that Chao Qing's past life was a 200-year-old celestial master? After all, I haven't heard of anyone in this world who can live this long. Therefore, they were more inclined towards Chao Qing being a supreme genius. We are so lucky to have this opportunity, the photographer said. Lu Yuer, however, sighed and said, yeah, but the problem is that now that there's no Chao Qing, people aren't watching. How hard can it be? Then just broadcast more live when he's around. The current Lu Yuer live broadcast has been on the front page several times, and several times it has been ranked first. This succession of events in Chao Village, from the beginning of praying for rain, to the investment company, and the fight at the entrance of the village, each event has refreshed everyone's worldview, and the live broadcast has gained huge traffic. In addition to this, live room heat is only increasing. Really let a lot of people red-eyed. All want to come to rub a little bit of heat. Right now, This livestream is the hottest live content of the year. Lu Yuer also became a slightly famous anchor. It's not an exaggeration to say that no-name anchors can reap a lot of traffic if they show up. Not to mention the fact that anchors who were already famous came to boost their live room heat even more. In a short period of time, many companies of head anchors contacted them, and there are more than just the anchor circle. Other circles want to make a link. For a while, Lu Yuer invitations continue, but she knows in her own heart, this is all rushing to Chao Chang. She can only be considered a companion. Watching the live broadcasting room getting hotter and hotter. This problem has also been plaguing Lu Yuer, who has not been sleeping well lately. Don't think too much. Lu Yuer. The photographer also saw Lu Yuer's worry. Lu Yuer nodded and said, "Aha." The photographer added, "I'll put together a list of people who want to come later, so take a look at them when you have time and pick a few for me. I'll report them to the company." Lu Yuer's eyes lit up and said, "Can I really choose for myself?" Lu Yuer knew that this kind of thing was all arranged by the company, and she just had to accept and execute it. The photographer laughed. "It's okay, after all, it's the person you're going to be doing the live broadcast with, and you wouldn't be happy doing something with someone you don't like, would you?" Lu Yuer said excitedly. "Thanks, that's great." Lu Yuer felt it was great to be able to make her own decisions. After that, the photographer talked to Lu Yuer about live broadcasting some more. Without realizing it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The photographer looked at his cell phone and said, "It's getting late. You should rest early too." Lu Yuer promised. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then." Both left the courtyard. Both went back to their rooms. Lu Yuer had just finished her bath and was lying on her bed when a message was received on her cell phone with a drop sound. "Sis, are there any fun places to recommend near Dragon City?" The other party was none other than Lu Yuer's sister, Lu Yu. Lu Yuer immediately replied, "Yes, do you want to tour the mountains or eat and drink? I just wanted to find a casual place to rest." "What's wrong? Sis, this is not your style. You're a strong woman who doesn't rest for 365 days. 007 isn't even as hardworking as you are. Have you fallen in love recently? Bring it out to meet me someday?" "No, it's not. Don't talk nonsense. It's just that I've been feeling a little tired lately, and I don't know if I've been working too hard. That's gotta be a good rest." "Yeah, how tiring to go out when you can just rest at home." "No, I'm distracted by being at home. Why don't we go to Tianchang Mountain and have some fun? The scenery up there is quite nice. Went there for a very early reunion." "Where's the long and short building sub? There's a lot of good food over there. It's not much fun for me to go alone. So when you get back, we'll go together." "Sister, you're so hard to serve. This can't be done. That can't be done. Why don't you come to my place? I'm not far away from the Dragon City either. I feel it's quite interesting." "Really?" "Yeah, it's been an interesting few days of my stay. And I'm telling you, the Grandmaster of this village is amazing. Have you seen the video? He's been on fire lately." "I don't watch those kinds of videos. It's all hype. I saw it with my own eyes. It's true. Don't believe me. He can also beg for rain and fight. And this village has a nice view. You'll definitely like it." Hearing Lu Yuer say this, Lu Yu was somewhat moved. "Miso." Lu Yuer posted a few more pictures of the scenery she had taken. "Sis, how was it? Wasn't it beautiful?" Liu clicked on the picture and saw green mountains and flowing water as well as blue sky and white clouds. "Beautiful indeed. The last picture is of a straw hat. All green grass with only a few yellow flowers interspersed. Is this the straw hat you made up?" "Yeah, I'll give you one too if you like it. They all say it's pretty." "Who have you been sending it to?" "Miso." Lu Yuer sent a picture of the village head and Xiao Qing together. "See?" Liu looked at the helpless expressions of the two in the photo. "This is too amusing. Ha ha ha, it does look good. It goes so well together." Looking at this look in the photo, Lu Yu thought to himself, these two should be grandparents and grandchildren, but they just don't look much like each other. "Come on sis, I've got your ticket. Is this okay? Should I talk to the Grandmaster you said?" "It's okay, you go ahead. I'll talk to them in the morning. I just happen to have the big bed here. We'll stay together for the night." "Okay, then I'll come over tomorrow." "Okay Lu." "Sis, how are you recently? Live do smooth not if you cannot come to sister. This give you a good job is not difficult to arrange. It's pretty good. Sis, I kind of like being on the air." "Well then, take care of yourself out there." Lu Yuer and her sister chatted again until 12 o'clock, felt a little sleepy, and said good night to her sister, and fell asleep in no time. In her sleep, Lu Yuer vaguely heard a loud bang coming from outside, barely opened her eyes and looked out the window. The window was dark and nothing was shining. Maybe she was hallucinating. Lu Yuer looked at the time. It was just after 1 o'clock, and went back to bed to continue sleeping. and the village headman couldn't help but exclaim as he heard the sound and walked out into the courtyard. Asterisk 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 where did the boulder come from? Chapter 18, Scoring Rewards. Early the next morning, Gao Tianqi came to the courtyard and found that the large stone was no longer there. The stone literally disappeared overnight. No wonder I feel in an unusually relaxed state today. Gao Tianqi was as relieved as ever, holding Chao Qing's hand and saying excitedly, it's also Tianshi Chao. Such a big rock can be moved overnight. Truly an immortal in the world. Chao Chang laughed. Which is not a show of hands. Heavenly Master Chao worked hard last night. This time it's a rare visit. Stay with me for a few days, just so I can show you around. Gao Tianqi invited. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for your kind words. This morning the village headman said there was an emergency and told me to make sure to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise I would have wanted to stay for a few days. What's the emergency? Can I help you? He didn't say. So I guess it's not a big deal. Well then, it can only happen next time. I'll send someone to send Tianshi Chao back. Xiao Chang, prepare the car. This is the gold card from last time. You take it as well. Okay, Mr. Gao. I'll take it. Chang personally drove Chao Ching back to Chao village, while the little Taoist priests reluctantly bid farewell to Chao Ching and returned to the Taoist temple. Master, feel free to call out to us if anything happens. Master, come over and play sometime. Master. The experience of these few days also let the little Taoists know what it means that there is a sky beyond the sky and people beyond the people, and they decided to go back to practicing hard. Chao Chang had just gotten out of the car when he saw a man not far from the village entrance dragging a large suitcase half a man high. The man was slender, wearing jeans underneath and a white short-sleeved top, with short hair and a very competent look. That person was none other than Lu Yuer's sister, Lu Yu. The wheels of her suitcase were stuck in a crack in the floor, and no amount of effort could pull them out. Lu Yu looked around and there was no one. She went out of the high-speed railway station and took a taxi at the address Lu Yuer gave her, only to have the driver drop her off at the road and leave. He is now unfamiliar with the world, and took out his cell phone to see that there is still no signal. What can be done? That's when a child came into her view. Why does this look so familiar? Lu Yu took a closer look. Isn't that the grandson in the photo? Lu Yu waved at Chao Chang. Chao Ching also saw Lu Yu. What is it? Sister, Chao Chang asked. Lu Yu was trying to speak, but for some reason he could only make a hoarse sound. Unable to make a sound as if there was something stuck in his throat, so he had to point to the stuck box. Chao Chang looked at it and understood, gave an okay gesture, held the suitcase with both hands and lifted it with force, pulling it out. Lu Yu originally wanted him to help find someone. The results of this child himself to pull out the suitcase. The suitcase is less than a dozen kilograms. A child has so much strength? Lu Yu remembered that she had brought lollipops in her suitcase, so she took out a pack of lollipops and handed them to Chao Chang. I didn't expect to be rejected by Chao Chang, saying, too much sugar is bad for you, and you get cavities. Lu Yu how cannot believe that this is a 10-year-old child said. A small age so health? Chao Chang asked. What are you doing here? Lu Yu tried to speak, but could only make an ABA sound. Chao Ching saw that she was struggling to speak, so she should be mute, and said, then you can type for me on your cell phone. Lu Yu took out his cell phone and typed a few words on the desktop. I'm here to play with Lu Yuer. Do you know where Lu Yuer is? Chao Chang nodded and gave an okay sign, saying, then you come with me. Lu Yu dragged his suitcase and followed Chao Chang towards the courtyard. Before he could walk to the courtyard, the village chief was already waiting at the entrance of the courtyard. Just seeing Chao Ching appear, the village chief rushed over with a shout and hugged Chao Chang. This grandparent-grandson relationship is really good. Looking at Lu Yu for a while touched, the village chief said, it can wait. Chao Chang asked when he saw the village head's two huge black circles and bloodshot eyes. What's the matter? What's the hurry? To tell you something amazing. Last night I was eating some unhygienic food and was about to go to bed when my stomach suddenly got upset, so I thought of going to the toilet, and, as a result, when I got to the toilet, I realized that there was no paper left, so I had to get to the point. Okay, last night a big rock appeared out of nowhere in the yard. Let's see. This is the piece. The large stone in the yard is the one that was originally in the High Chief's courtyard. That's pretty efficient. There was also a note on the huge rock that said, remember to give 5 stars. Pro. Could it be some kind of alien ship? Or maybe some alien creature? It looks like an extraterrestrial meteorite to me. Oh, none of that. I had it couriered. What? The village chief said with a surprised look on his face. Then you told me ahead of time, too, causing me to stand guard here all night, thinking it was some kind of alien attack. Chao Chang was embarrassed. I'm the one who forgot. At this time, the village chief noticed Lu Yu who was following Chao Chang and asked, and this man is? Chao Qing just remembered that there was another person on the side and said, "This is the girl I met on the road. Said to come to find Lu Yuer, and you say, can be miserable, is a mute." Hearing Chao Qing talking nonsense, Lu Yu went up and pinched Chao Qing's cheeks, her eyes glaring at Chao Qing as she shook her head vigorously. Seeing Lu Yu's actions, the village chief sucked in a breath of cool air. How dare he do this to the ancestor master? Chao Qing laughed. It's fine. It's fine. She is probably more bothered by the fact that I said she is dumb. No more. No more. Where is Lu Yuer? Upstairs. I guess I just got up. You go and tell her to come down. Okay. After a few minutes, Lu Yuer walked downstairs and saw Lu Yu in the yard. Sis. Lu Yuer rushed over excitedly. Mute sister and lovely sister. What a touching sisterhood. The village head was moved for a moment, almost to the point of applauding. So this is your sister, Chao Qing said. Yeah, I was just about to tell you guys, Lu Yuer said. It's so hard for you to take care of your sister. It's even harder for my sister. She's usually the one who takes care of me. It is indeed more difficult for her to be like this than for us. Village chief, so help out and see what needs you can try to fulfill. Okay. The village chief and Chao Qing looked at each other and nodded silently. Lu Yuer said with a puzzled look on her face. What are you two? No. No. You hurry up and take your sister up. Chao Qing also returned to his room and was about to lie down and rest for a while. Ding! Came a familiar system sound. Prepare for the first village-wide rating of the Grandmaster. Ongoing. Scoring complete. The rating the host has received is 9.5. It falls into the high rating category. Get the corresponding reward. Chapter 19, A Bowl of Egg Noodles. Gain the corresponding reward. Compulsion. The next moment, the table flashed a light. A book with a blue leather cover appeared on the table. The cover reads, 1,000 Compasses. In 2 words. Chao Qing had also heard a little about compulsion. Compulsions are usually made by first putting all kinds of bugs with strong poison, such as poisonous snakes, scorpions, lizards, etc., into a jar and letting them kill each other. And what is left at the end is the compulsion. There are many different classifications of compotes, and different materials are used to make compotes. Chao Qing picked up the book and flipped through it carefully. The beginning of the introduction, although the compulsion is a tangible thing, but it is very mysterious. Under the compulsion of the technique like a ghost of nothingness to come without a shadow to go. Some people unknowingly in the compulsion. The book is divided into 3 parts. The first part explains what compulsion means. The second part describes how to make compulsion. And the third part says how to solve compulsion. In earlier times, the person who placed the parasites could kill the other person invisibly. And when they died, they thought it was due to disease and did not think they were being parasitized. The book also specifically talks about a type of compulsion called worms in the belly. Compost from a person's lunchbox, bowl, or utensil for other food and beverages. After that the worms enter the person's abdomen and cause death. This book of 1,000 Compulsion recorded thousands of compulsion techniques, which could be described as a great collection of compulsion techniques. I heard that the elders of the Miao tribe only had the mutilated 1,000 compasses in their hands as well, and this complete version was now in their own hands. It looks like the rewards for the high total mission will be even better than that. Chao Qing looked at the completion level of Mr. Gao's mission and was surprised that it was only 10%. He thought it was already over. Do we still have to get rid of that rock? Or maybe there's unfinished business on Gao Tianqi's side? It seemed like this really wasn't that simple, and Chao Qing couldn't help but have a headache when he thought about what he had encountered earlier. It took so much time to get to 10%. How long will it take to get to 100%? Let's check out that rock first some other time. The most important part of Mr. Gao's mission was the last mystery gift, which was what Chao Qing wanted the most. But now there are no clues and it looks like it's done. Take one step at a time. At least it doesn't show the end of the mission yet. Chao Qing read a few pages and felt that this compulsion was really interesting. Why didn't he realize it before? The deeper and more complex this knowledge of compulsion was, the more Chao Qing looked at it, the more energized he became. After spending half a day, Chao Qing finally finished reading through it, and much of it was still obscure. As the saying goes, read 100 times and you will see the meaning. Chao Qing watched it once and felt it was not enjoyable, so he started a second time. After 2 viewings, it's already 10 p.m. That's when I realized I hadn't eaten dinner yet. Guh, his stomach let out a growl. A hunger pang coming from the pit of his stomach. I don't know if there's any food left now, asked the village headman. The village headman, the elderly, won't be sleeping now. Chao Qing sent a message to the village chief. Mayor, is there any food left in the refrigerator? I didn't expect a second reply from the opposite side. Ancestor, you haven't eaten yet? Aha. There are still a couple packages of instant noodles in the fridge. Why don't I cook you a bowl of noodles? Don't bother. I'll do it myself. Chao Cheng walked out of the room and into the hall. Lu Yuer was found to be there, holding a torn open bag of instant noodles in her hand. Chao Cheng asked, Lu Yuer, what are you doing? Lu Yuer shivered and said, Chao Cheng scared me. I didn't eat dinner, and now I'm hungry, so I wanted to see if there was anything to eat, and there were a few bags of instant noodles in the refrigerator just now. Why haven't you had dinner? Hey, my sister hasn't been feeling well since she got here. It's been hard all afternoon, and it's only now that we're getting her to sleep. I wonder what's wrong. Is it watery? I don't know. I have to go back after I finish this bag of instant noodles. After saying that, Lu Yuer tore open the bag and was about to go eat the instant noodles inside. Chao Cheng said, You're a dry noodle eater? Lu Yuer said, Yeah, why? That's how I always eat. How dry that is. I'll cook it down for you. Forget it. What a pain in the ass that would be. It's okay. I happen to have not eaten either. I'll cook it. Chao Cheng skillfully put 2 bags of instant noodles into the pot. Eat eggs or not? Chao Cheng asked. Lu Yuer nodded. Chao Cheng cracked 2 more eggs and made an omelette. Lu Yuer saw Chao Cheng, who was busy in front of the stove, in a trance, giving the impression of an adult, not like a 10-year-old child. After working for 10 minutes, Chao Cheng finally finished cooking the instant noodles, covered with a fried egg. Come on, watch out for the heat. Chao Cheng brought out 2 bowls of noodles from the kitchen, a burst of aroma that leaves the taste buds open and the mouth watering. Chao Cheng had just sat down when Lu Yuer stood up and said, Just a moment. Chao Cheng asked, What's wrong? Lu Yuer took another bowl from the kitchen. Chao Cheng said, Isn't this a bowl? Lu Yuer replied, Serve some to my sister. I'm worried she'll be up and hungry later. Chao Cheng said enviously, You're so good to your sister. Lu Yuer laughed. That's a must. She's the closest thing I have to family. Looking at Lu Yuer, who had almost finished fishing out half a bowl of noodles, Chao Cheng said, You only have half a bowl of pasta left. Not enough for me to cook more. That's enough. I'm on a diet. Hurry up and eat. Lu Yuer couldn't help but praise as a mouthful of noodles went down. It's so good. I didn't realize you knew how to make this. Chao Cheng said, Just as long as it tastes good. I was worried it wouldn't. Lu Yuer inhaled the noodles wolfishly. Chao Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Slow down. Slow down. No one is taking it from you. Both were hungry by this time and finished their noodles in 3 tries. Lu Yuer also drank all the soup as well. Looking at the 2 clean empty bowls on the table, Lu Yuer said, Keep your bowl. I'll come and wash it later. Chao Cheng laughed. No, I'll wash it myself. Lu Yuer said. Well then, I'll go up first. Chao Cheng nodded and said, Aha. Ask the village chief if you need medicine. Okay. When Lu Yuer left, Chao Cheng took both bowls on the table to the kitchen. After washing the 2 bowls, probably because he had just eaten too quickly, Chao Cheng felt his stomach was a bit propped up. As soon as he saw that it was still early, Chao Cheng went out of the courtyard, intending to take a walk in the village to get rid of the food. Chao Cheng walked along the country road with a few shining stars hanging in the sky. The countryside was quiet at night, with only a few insects chirping. How cozy, Chao Cheng lamented. In his previous life, he spent most of his time in total seclusion and cultivation. Getting involved in the world was rare, and the worldly mundane world had nothing to do with him in his eyes. At that time, he was already proud of himself, but many people also said that he was too arrogant and aloof. Now that I think about it, it's nice to stop and look around. Chao Cheng returned to the courtyard after strolling outside for more than 2 hours, and the light was still on in Lu Yuer's room. At that moment there was a sudden yell from upstairs. Chapter 20, The Living Divine Doctor. The sound came from Lu Yuer's room. Chao Cheng ran to the door of Lu Yuer's room and knocked. Lu Yuer opened the door and Chao Cheng found Liu lying on the bed screaming in pain. The originally rosy face turned white at this point. Chao Cheng asked, Lu Yuer, what's going on? Lu Yuer was also frightened and panicked, crying, I don't know. It was fine a moment ago, and suddenly she's like this. Chao Cheng said, Hold your horses. Did you call the village chief? Lu Yuer said, Called. As he spoke, the village chief also rushed to Lu Yuer's room, but was also at a loss for words. Seeing Lu Yu like this, Chao Cheng said, Why don't we rush to the hospital? The village chief sighed and said, There is only one health center in the village, and the nearest hospital is a couple of hours' drive from us. Then what about this? Lu Yuer said anxiously, It's an emergency situation. Time is of the essence. Chao Cheng arranged. Mayor, call the hospital and tell them to come as soon as possible. Okay, Grandmaster. The village chief immediately ran out. Lu Yuer said, So what now? Can we just wait? Chao Cheng said, Don't panic. I'll take a look first. Chao Cheng observed Lu Yu again, and a small purple spot appeared on the frail white face at this point, touching Lu Yu's forehead again. There was no fever. Lu Yuer asked from the side. Is it a cold? Chao Cheng said. Doesn't look like it. The forehead isn't hot. Chao Cheng took Lu Yu's hand again, and a small purple dot also appeared on his palm. Seeing this, Chao Cheng's mind suddenly remembered what was written in that book. A white face with small purple spots is a worm parasite. Chao Cheng said. She's been bewitched. Lu Yuer couldn't believe it and said. What? Being poisoned? I've only heard of poisoning. Is there a solution then? Chao Cheng said. You wait a minute. Let me think. At that moment, Chao Cheng's mind went through the 1,000 compasses like a projector. Found. Need. Chao Cheng had written down the things he needed for the things he needed. But what about these herbs? Not long after, the village chief returned to Lu Yuer's room with several large bags. The village chief said, Ancestor, I've brought all the medicines from the health center, so you can take a look at them first, and I don't know if they'll help. Chao Cheng quipped. Mayor, you're so smart. Chao Cheng put all the medicine on the table. A table full of them. Chao Cheng said. You guys help me find Shirong. Gomar. Chao Cheng said a bunch of unintelligible names of medicines. The two men took notes on their cell phones and started looking. Chao Cheng also kept picking up one medicine and putting down another. Fortunately, the medicine was finally found. 100 flavors in all. This won't kill people, right? The village chief thought to himself when he saw so many medicines. Chao Cheng put the medicine together and said, Mayor, is there a pot of medicine? The village chief scratched his head and said, No, it's not something you'd normally use. There's no medicine pot. So how do you cook medicine? Chao Cheng suddenly saw the electric kettle sitting on the cabinet. You go and get 100 electric kettles now. Where are you going to find that much at this time of night? But the grandmaster gave the word, so he could only do as he was told. The village chief asked from door to door, but he was able to get it together. Chao Cheng lined up 100 electric kettles in a row and said, Here, plug it all in. One by one, the three men plugged the kettle in. The mayor just plugged it in. A light at home in the village went out with a snap. Did it trip the breaker? The family's daughter-in-law asked. Yeah, right. The family husband said. So you're not going to check it out? It's not like it's collapsing. Just jump. Whatever. We'll talk about it tomorrow when we get up. In this way, for everyone inserted, a household in the village has tripped a circuit breaker in their home. After having a hard time plugging in all 100 electric kettles, Chao Cheng added the medicines into them one by one as the water boiled. Lu Yu was still screaming in pain in the room. Seeing this, Lu Yuer asked suspiciously, Chao Cheng, will this work? Chao Cheng said, it'll have to do for now. After another 10 minutes, all the medicines were cooked, and Chao Cheng poured 100 medicines into a bowl. Chao Cheng said, it's ready, take it to Lu Yu and drink it. Lu Yuer carried a bowl of black medicine to the side of Lu Yu, helped Lu Yu up and made her drink the medicine. After Lu Yu drank the medicine, she was surprisingly quiet, her eyes closed as if she was asleep. The mayor read it in his mind. This won't be sent away. Lu Yuer said, what's going on here? Chao Cheng said, maybe the medicine is working, just wait a little longer. The three waited for another 10 minutes before Lu Yu coughed violently and spat out a bunch of black liquid. Lu Yuer asked with concern when she saw her sister waking up, how do you feel, sis? Lu Yu opened his mouth. It feels much more comfortable. Lu Yu actually spoke. Chao Cheng and the village chief were stunned. The village chief exclaimed, Ancestor, you're a miracle healer. Not only can you cure the sick, but you can also cure the mute. Chao Cheng himself didn't expect this effect. You can be too good yourself. Lu Yuer said strangely as she watched these two talk. What are you talking about? My sister wasn't supposed to be dumb. Ha? Chao Cheng and the village chief froze. Hopefully, I misunderstood. After drinking the medicine, Lu Yu's face gradually regained its blood color, and the previous discomfort disappeared. So it seems that the medicine is still effective. Chao Cheng said as he saw the village chief on the side nodding his head as sleepy as a chicken pecking at rice. Village chief, why don't you go rest first? The village chief said, that's no good. Working with the ancestor. Chao Cheng said, go rest, I'll just be here. Okay then, yell at me if you need anything. The village chief left the room, and Chao Cheng stayed for another half an hour to see that Lu Yu was no longer in any serious trouble, saying, I'll be off then, yell at me if anything happens. Lu Yuer said as she watched Chao Cheng busy himself this night. Thank you, it's been a hard night, go home early and get some rest. It was almost 4 o'clock when Chao Cheng returned to his room, and after a brief wash, he went to bed. Chao Cheng's room has a simple layout and looks neat and bright. The room was not big. It had everything that should be there, like what table, chairs, air conditioning etc. Nowadays, the economy is so good that there is not much difference between a rural house and a house in the city. Many city dwellers also enjoy living in the countryside, because it's loud and noisy downtown, and the pace is on the fast side. And the countryside leisure at ease, the pace is on the slow side. When you have time you can climb mountains, running, fishing, barbecue. Chao Ching lay on the bed and thought in his heart, I hope Lu Yu is alright. A wave of sleepiness hit him and he fell asleep until he was woken up. The village headman was not so lucky, and at 6 o'clock in the morning there was a rush to the village headman's house, knocking hard on the door and shouting, Mayor, it's bad, it's bad. Something big has happened. Come out and take a look at that. Chapter 21 Spring Plowing Ceremony Session 2. The village chief opened the door and it turned out to be Dr. Wang from the health center, whose expression looked particularly anxious. The mayor asked, What is it? Dr. Wang? Dr. Wang said, Village chief, the health center has been burglarized, and all the medicine has been stolen. The village chief then remembered that he had forgotten to take the medicine back last night. The village headman said with embarrassment, Dr. Wang, I forgot to tell you. The ancestor told me to take it away last night. Dr. Wang said in disbelief. Really? What does the ancestor need so much medicine for? That's all the medicine. The village chief said. I don't know. The ancestor is secretive. Why don't you go to the ancestor and ask him? Dr. Wang was afraid of offending the grandmaster and said. Forget it. There are still some reserved medicines in the village. I'll use them first. After I attend the spring plowing ceremony in a while, I'll come back and I'll apply for another batch. Spring plowing ceremony? What? Did you forget? Village chief? Today is the second session. After Dr. Wang talked about it, the village chief then remembered this. No wonder he always felt something in his heart. Last night was busy. Almost forgot. The village chief said. No. How could that be? I was just about to get up to go shout at the grandmaster. After the village chief sent Dr. Wang away, he came to Chao Ching's courtyard. Chao Ching was sleeping really soundly when he was woken up by a knock on the door and shouted, Ancestor, are you awake? It's the second session of spring plowing today, and the guys are waiting for you. Chao Ching knew it was the village chief as soon as he heard it and opened the door and said, I know, go ahead and I'll be right there. At this moment, Chao Ching's mind dinged and a familiar system tone sounded. A new mission has arisen. Release task, complete the second session of the spring plowing ceremony. Task content. The spring plowing ceremony has officially entered the second session. Please lead the host to complete the second session of the spring plowing ceremony. The higher everyone's satisfaction, the better the rewards. Chao Cheng then washed up and opened the door, and was taken aback. There were two people standing in the doorway, and it turned out to be the two sisters, Lu Yuer and Lu Yu. Chao Cheng said, What are you guys doing? It's weirdly scary in the morning. Lu Yuer said first, We just heard the village chief calling for you, so we waited at the gate. Chao Cheng said, What's it to me? Lu Yuer said, My sister said to be sure to thank you. Chao Cheng laughed. I thought it was something. No need to be so polite. How do you feel now? Lu Yu said, It feels better. That's good. Get some rest. Lu Yu added, Thank you and your grandfather for last night. What grandpa? What's with the grandpa all of a sudden? Who's my grandpa? How did I become a grandson? Lu Yu continued, Aren't you and the village chief grandparents? As soon as these words came out, Lu Yuer let out a pft and laughed. Sister, you've got it wrong. He's even higher in seniority than the village chief. The highest in this village. Lu Yu said. What? Lu Yuer said. He's the grandmaster I was telling you about. This. Lu Yu thought that the ancestor master was an old man. How could it be this 10-year-old child in front of him? Sister, don't joke. Lu Yuer said. It's true. I'm not lying. At that moment, the village chief trotted over. Walking up to Chao Cheng, he said, Ancestor, what are you still doing? Hurry up. The second part of the spring plowing ceremony is about to begin. It really is an ancestor. Lu Yu really believes it now. However, as Lu Yuer had to stay in her room with her sister, she was unable to attend the event and could not go live. The photographer on the side did not want to miss this content, and after Lu Yuer's consent, took Lu Yuer's live broadcast and opened the live broadcast. All of a sudden millions of people flooded in on the live stream. It's finally on, but I've been waiting for it. It's time to see the lovely grandmaster again. I wonder what the ancestor is going to show today. Where's my Yuer? How come it's turned into a male? Give me back my Yuer. Woohoo! The photographer explained. Lu Yuer's sister is sick, and she has to accompany her sister today, so I'm subbing for a day. So it turns out, does Sister Yuer look good? I'll stay with them too. The photographer followed Chao Cheng and the village chief. I ran into Dr. Wang on the way. Dr. Wang took a look at the ancestor and said, Ancestor, you can just talk to me next time. There's no need for this. Chao Cheng looked puzzled. How am I doing? Was about to ask. The mayor interrupted. Ancestor, hurry up. It's going to be too late. The village chief pulled Chao Chang and darted forward, leaving Dr. Wang far behind. The second part of the spring ceremony is also very important. In some places, crops will begin to be sown in thanksgiving for nature's gifts. Every place has different customs. I wonder how different it would be here. When Chao Chang arrived at the field, the edge of the field was already full of villagers. There are also nearly several hundred people, large and small. When everyone saw that Chao Ching had arrived, they all ended their chats and shouted in unison at Chao Ching, "Greetings, ancestor!" Hundreds of people surrounded the edge of the field, looking black and spectacular. The formerly noisy environment quieted down for a moment. Everyone was waiting for Chao Ching to speak. Only Chao Ching was heard saying, "Good, then let's get started." Only in the next moment, the villagers standing at the edge of the field all jumped into the field, and for a while, the mud splashed. Some splattered on people's faces and some landed on their clothes, but everyone was unapologetic. Instead, they were happy and didn't care. The next people standing in the field began splashing mud on each other and letting out shouts of joy, all enjoying the moment. The photographer stood frozen at the edge as he looked at this field of mud men. These people were crazy. The live feeds are bristling with madness as well. This is too exciting. It scared me just now. This is pure mud fighting. One by one, they're turning into little clay figures. Ha 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 ha. Too funny. So this is the second link. I've learned that, like the water festival, the more he is hit, the more blessed he will be this year. It's so much fun. I'd like to have a go at it. Hearing the sound of laughter coming from behind the village from time to time, Lu Yuer was originally a bit bored staying in her room, but now she was even more unable to sit still, and wanted to take a look as well, her eyes glancing out from time to time. Lu Yu saw through her sister's mind and said first, "Sister, by the sound of it, this spring plowing ceremony is quite lively. Why don't we go and take a look too?" Lu Yuer also had this idea in her heart, but worried about her sister's body, said, "Forget it, sister. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Rest first." "It's fine," Lu Yu said. "It's okay. I'm feeling much better. And it's a rare visit," Lu Yuer said happily. "Really? That's great. I'll simply pack up and go." Lu Yu nodded. Chapter 22, Grandmaster leads everyone in a mud battle. The two men followed the sound to the edge of the field. I did not expect to see the scene. The two are surprised beyond measure. A pair of eyes staring greatly. Who are these? I just saw the field. Big and small. And everyone fell in the mud puddle? What's even weirder is that people don't want to walk out. They're all playing with each other in the mud. Good lord. A field of mud people. It's hard to tell who's who. At this time, Chao Ching saw the two people, Lu Yuer and Lu Yu, who appeared in the distance and greeted them. "Hey, Lu Yuer, Lu Yu." The two then saw a small clay figure waving at them. It was impossible to see who it was. Lu Yuer asked, "Who are you?" Chao Cheng said as he felt away the mud from his face. "It's me, Chao Cheng." The two men then saw who it was and said, "Oh, so it's you," Chao Cheng said. "What brings you guys here? Are you looking to join down?" Chao Cheng asked this question. Two people look very embarrassed. No is so no not come, but now go and not too good. Both looked at each other. After all, both were city-born, and had played in the mud as children, but that was when they were kids, and now they were so old who still played with this, and not just to get their hands dirty. This mud fight is completely covered in mud. The leap is absolutely huge. Besides, how can I take a bath when I get back? Can I scrub clean? But both of them were so happy to see the villagers having a mud fight that they didn't care at all about being covered in mud. Chao Cheng said, "Try it. It's really fun." A mudblood on the side chimed in. Yeah, it can be fun." A mudblood in front of him chimed in. "It's addictive to play and you just can't stop." Hearing everyone say that, the two women wanted to try it too. Lu Yuer said first, "Why don't you try it, sis?" Lu Yu is a bold person, and curious about things that have not been touched. And again, come all the way here. Would it not be a pity not to try? Since my sister suggested it, my sister will be an example. Lu Yu said, "Okay, then I'll go ahead and try it. I haven't experienced this kind yet." After saying that, Lu Yu walked in first. "It's kinda warm with your feet in the mud." Lu Yu felt pretty good and said, "Sister, come on." Lu Yuer thought that she would just be polite, but it turned out that her sister really went. She also had to grit her teeth and stomp down the field after her. The two clean sisters immediately contrasted with the mudbloods on the side. Chao Cheng saw the two men go down to the field and flung a stream of mud at them. All at once both had mud on their faces. "Ah!" Lu Yuer called out. Chao Cheng laughed. "Ha ha ha. It's turning into a big fancy cat." Seeing this, Lu Yuer also grabbed a handful of mud and flung it at Chao Cheng, and ended up accidentally flinging her sister beside her halfway through the mud. "Good for you. Lu Yue. Lu Yu also flung back unwillingly. After that everyone started throwing mud at them, and all of a sudden the two became part of the mud people. I'm going. This is a big change of mud man. Ah, beautiful women into mud man. Is this really that much fun? I'm a clean freak, and this won't play at all. These two sisters are so strong and not afraid. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to take it in a long time ago. It's a tough guy. Now, the favorability of the people in the live broadcast room towards Lu Yue skyrocketed. The photographer also didn't want to miss a single detail or image, and was snapping away with gusto. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a group of people in the field were happily playing, laughing and carefree. Suddenly, Dog Egg suggested that the two of them should play one-on-one to throw mud balls to see who gets hit less, and the one who gets hit less will be considered the winner. The proposal was met with strong support. Everyone has given up the open space in the center as the playing field. Dogman was the first to enter the contest as a proposer. Doggy said, "Who's coming?" Chao Chang wanted to avenge his last rice planting and said, "I'll do it." The Dog Egg took a look at the ancestor again, remembering the last time, and said, "Ancestor master, I was wrong last time, and I apologize to you." Chao Chang said, "It's okay, I've forgotten about that incident. It's totally nothing personal this time. I'm trying to give everyone a head start." Seeing the Grandmaster say this, the Dog Egg was relieved and said, "That's good. Then ancestor, you first or me?" Chao Chang said, "I'll go first. You get ready." Chao Chang bent down and grabbed a handful of mud from the muddy ground and rubbed it in his hands, rubbed it for a while, and then bent down and grabbed another handful. Seeing that the ball of mud is getting bigger and bigger, it's almost catching up to half a basketball. Doggy gulped at the sight of such a large ball of mud, which still said there was no personal grudge. Chao Chang said, "Ready?" Dogman nodded. Chao Chang said, "I'm going to call out to 3 to start. Ready, 1, 3, pa!" With a bang, the ball of clay hit Doggy right in the face, and the entire face was exposed with 2 eyes. Doggy said, "Ancestor, you." Chao Chang laughed. Hey, you didn't say how big a mud ball it was. It's your turn," Dogman said as he rolled a larger ball of mud. "Ancestor, just watch." Unexpectedly, the mud ball was too big and landed before it touched Chao Chang. Chao Chang said, "Pity, it's my turn again." Chao Chang rolled another ball of clay and put it in his hand. This time Doggy learned, said, "Let the village chief shout this time. Village chief, village chief." At that moment a clay man came out of the crowd of clay, who would not have been recognizable if he had not spoken. The village chief said, "Here it is." Doggy said, "Mayor, you shout. On 3. The village chief said, "Okay, ready, 3, pop." Doggy wasn't even ready for it, and once again the mud ball hit Doggy in the face with pinpoint accuracy. Doggy said, "Are you two in cahoots?" Chao Chang laughed. No, not at all." Seeing this scene, the live stream also brushed too. "You've offended the Grandmaster and still want to run?" The Grandmaster is careful. I've heard that the Grandmaster has a little book of all the bullies who have bullied him. Doggy was bullied badly. Next, a few more groups came up to compete, all losing and winning. Those standing on the sidelines were tickled to see it. It ended up being a big mix-up again. Doggy weaved his way through the crowd and was about to throw a mud ball. Pa! There was a sound, and a mud ball hit Doggy in the face. Dogman said with a black eye, "Whoever threw it accurately, threw it all at me." Everyone was having so much fun that no one paid any attention to Doggy. Doggy had no choice but to concede the point and turn his head to continue looking for his next target. Pa! There was a sound, and another mud ball hit Doggy in the face. "This can't be tolerated." Dogman cursed. "Who the threw that? So accurate." Chao Chang snickered as he hid behind the crowd. At this time, Lu Yue saw Chao Chang not far away and was about to grab a mud ball and throw it at Chao Chang. Suddenly her face was hit by a mud ball. Lu Yue only felt a pain on her face, and when she took her hand to touch it, it was swollen. This scared Lu Yue and she screamed. Chapter 23, Who did this? What a ball! So hard. Lu Yue picked up the ball of mud and ruffled the mud on it. Although Lu Yue hadn't been in the village for a long time, everyone was particularly pleased with the little girl. Surprisingly, she was able to have a mud fight with everyone today, which added to their favorable opinion of her. Everyone thought that children from the city didn't like to play with these, and this time it was also a refreshing experience for them. At this time, the villagers heard Lu Yue's screams and all looked over, only to see that there was a hard object placed in the ball of mud that Lu Yue had set aside. The village headman said angrily at the sight, "Who shoved a rock into a mud ball? This is going to kill someone. Who did it? Hurry up." At that moment a child timidly reached out his hand in the crowd. The village chief recognized the child as Wang Yi and his father as Wang Tian, both from this village. When Wang Tian saw it, He hurriedly said, sorry, my kids threw it. He said and added to Wangi, how can you put a stone in a mud ball? How do you usually educate you? I think you have itchy skin. 3 days without a fight. Hurry up and put out your hand. But Wangi cried out, I didn't put the stone there. I didn't even know there was a rock in there. Wang Tian said, I can't believe you've learned to lie. You don't dare to admit it, do you? Well, I'll see that you won't tell the truth until you've been beaten. Wang Tian grabbed Wang Yi's hand and tried to hit it, but it was caught in the air by a small hand that suddenly appeared. Chao Cheng said, wait. Wang Tian said, ancestor master, you don't need to plead for mercy. This child has learned to lie at a young age. It's going to be great when he grows up. This time I have to let him learn a lesson. Chao Cheng, however, said, I don't think Wang Yi is lying. Wait for me to take a look first. Chao Cheng took the clay ball from Lu Yuer's hand, picked up the stone inside and looked at it in pairs, and said, it's not stone, it's bone. This statement was made. Frightened, Lu Yuer screamed again. It can't be human bones. The villagers were also wide-eyed and couldn't believe it. Then, Chao Cheng cleaned the thing in the water again and put it in his hand. It was indeed a small bone, but it was indistinguishable. Lu Yu was also in half disbelief when he saw it. The live feed exploded even more. What's going on? It can't be someone burying a body here. Bones this small can't be babies. This nice event has now turned into a horror movie. Hurry up and call the police. Find the police, uncle. Is this a martyr's pit? The photographer also boldly walked up in order to give a close-up. Just as everyone was wondering what to do about it, Chao Cheng said, Wang Yi, take me to the place where you rubbed this mud ball. Wang Yi nodded and led Chao Cheng to a muddy field and pointed. Ancestor, this is it. Chao Cheng bent down and dug into the mud a few times, surprisingly pulling out another bone. Asterisk serial body burials? Is there more than one? What's with the bones? It's been shredded? It's horrible. Why isn't the Grandmaster scared? It's too scary. I don't dare to watch it. I'll leave now. Call me when you have the results. The village chief saw this and said in fear, Ancestor, why don't we call the police? Chao Cheng said with a calm face. No, the results will be ready soon. When the villagers heard the ancestor say this, they had to wait anxiously on the side. Gradually, the ancestor pulled out more and more bones, large and small, and set them in a pile on the side. Somehow the more you look at it, the creepier it gets. Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Chao Cheng pulled out a few minutes and said, finally pulled it out. What did you get? The villagers were craning their necks to see what it was. Chao Cheng opened his hand. An uneaten chicken claw bone in it. So this is all chicken bones, Chao Cheng said. It's someone who ate chicken here earlier and threw the bones here. The villagers were relieved to learn that it was chicken bones, which turned out to be a false alarm. It seems that Wang Yi didn't lie. People thought that was the end of it. Only to see, Chao Cheng walked over to Wang Tian and said, Wang Tian, this time it's you who misjudged your child. Apologize to him. Wang Tian said in disbelief. Ancestor, what did you say? Chao Cheng said, apologize to your child. Wang Tian said, Ancestor, there's no need. How embarrassing. What does a kid know? It's me who did it wrong. Forget it. Chao Cheng said seriously. Parents are their children's teachers. Admit when you're wrong. There are no dads or children before right and wrong. And dads apologize when they do wrong. The live stream was abuzz again at those words. Asterisk the Grandmaster is too fierce. The Grandmaster is too righteous. Gives a thumbs up to the Grandmaster. Wang Tian said, okay, Grandmaster. I'll do as you say, said Wang Tian as he turned around and squatted in front of Wang Yi. Wang Yi, it was Dad's fault just now. Dad apologizes to you. After hearing this, Wang Yi's face, which was originally crying, smiled at once and said, it's okay, Dad. Son, Dad. The two hugged each other and felt a deeper bond between father and son. The surrounding villagers saw it and admired the Grandmaster even more. After it was over, everyone went back to having fun with the mud fights. Lu Yuer and Lu Yu after the shock, surprisingly more open. The two hard to a few people splashing mud, splashing and shouting, come on, let's give you all a taste of what my old lady is capable of. Looking at the village chief, he sucked in a breath of cold air and wouldn't dare to mess with them next time. The live chat also resumed its original chat. I thought it was going to turn into a suspenseful blockbuster. A live broadcast can be so exciting. The Grandmaster is so good that he can tell it's a chicken bone. All but the Grandmaster were in a daze just now. Did you just see the Grandmaster's expression? Too calm. This Grandmaster can't be Conan reincarnated. Can this even work? I'm back. How did it go? Did the police come? Everyone had been fighting mud all morning and were finally leaning against the edge of the field exhausted. Everyone was covered in mud from top to bottom without a clean spot. Especially Doggy. His face was a whole lot darker. Lu Yuer was covered in sweat and couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lu Yu, who was also covered in mud. Ha ha ha, sis, you're doing a mud mask all over your body. Lu Yu laughed. You're not the same. This mud fight ended perfectly, but it was just one part of the process. The village chief said, everyone go back and have a good shower, and let's all meet together on the village center in the evening. Lu Yuer couldn't help but ask, assemble for what? The village chief said mysteriously, you'll see when you get here. Chapter 24 Auspicious Feng Shui Club. Lu Yuer and Lu Yu returned to the courtyard and spent a full 2 hours finally taking a bath, then half a bottle of perfume. Each sniffed his body to make sure he had washed the smell of mud from his body and changed into a fresh outfit. Lu Yuer changed into jean shorts and a short-sleeved sailor suit. Lu Yu changed into dark blue pants and a purple top. Both are each indescribably beautiful. Lu Yuer gives off a cute girl next door vibe and looks very friendly. Lu Yu is as cold and stunning as an iceberg beauty. The two of them changed and then looked at the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon, 2 hours before the scheduled mealtime. Since they had worked so hard in the morning fighting mud, both of them were feeling a little tired at this point and lay down on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. And at this time in a restaurant box in Dragon City, a large round table with mahogany chairs on either side of it, 4 on one side, all waiting for a man in the middle to speak. The one in the center was called Lu Xian, the president of the Dragon City Auspicious Feng Shui Society. The Dragon City Auspicious Feng Shui Society is one of the top event associations in Dragon City. The other 8 were also famous Feng Shui masters in Dragon City. Lu Xian opened his mouth. I've called everyone here for a meeting today to say 2 things. The first thing is that Zhang Wei has quit our association. Lu Xian just finished. The left-hand side of a ha 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 laughed out. Said, it's good to retreat. It should have been retired long ago. For him to stay here at that level. Wang Duong, looked down on him. One by Wang Duong also said, yeah, must be too scared of being embarrassed to come. Lu Xian also said with a face full of disdain. That's right, it's really a disgrace. This heavenly master Zhan was even compared to a child. Saying that with that child around, he has no face to be the 10th brother of this association. And finding some kind of excuse, saying that he went back to concentrate on his enlightenment. The people around him chimed in. I think so. So simply hide. Wang Duong asked, President Lu, what do you think about this? Lu Xian laughed. How powerful can a kid be? He, Zhang Tianshi, doesn't have much ability in the first place. Staying here is giving him face. It's all a hype show in my opinion. Indeed, I also think it's a show-off. If a 10-year-old child can be proficient in feng shui, then aren't those of us who have lived for 70 or 80 years a joke? Lu Xian continued. The second thing is that I'm going to call that kid in and personally show him what a true feng shui master is. A man down the line backed it up. President Lu is right. This kid doesn't know the heights of heaven. Wang Duong also said, let him know what it means to be a ginger. Having received everyone's support, Lu Xian said, any of you guys have the kid's WeChat? I'll set up an appointment with him. One of them said, previously, Tianshi Zhang was pushing me. I'll look for it, and when I find it, I'll send it to the group. The man tweeted Chao Ching to the group. Lu Xian took out his cell phone, tapped add friend, and sent a friend request. Ding dong, Chao Ching's cell phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up to see that Lu Xian of the Auspicious Feng Shui Society has requested to add a friend. What kind of association is this? I've never heard of it. Chao Ching tapped the village chief on the side and asked, Village chief, have you heard of the Auspicious Feng Shui Society? The mayor shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. It's probably some kind of scam ad. There's a lot of those lately, asking you to pay to have your fortune told or something. Chao Cheng said, oh, so that's it. So the friend request was rejected. On the other side, Wang Duong asked, President Lu, how's it going? Lu Xian picked up the teacup in front of the table, blew on it and said, there's no hurry. Surely I agree. I'll leave him hanging for a while. It's still President Lu who's great. President Lu came up with a downward spiral. After 5 minutes, Lu Xian picked up his cell phone and looked at it. A mouthful of tea did not hold back and sprayed out. Said, asterisk 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 I can't believe I got rejected. Lu Xian tried to apply again, but the result showed that the other party had added you to the blacklist. Cursing, this little kid, so wild. Seeing that President Lu was defeated, Wang Duong said, I'll do it. Ding dong, Chao Ching's cell phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up to see that Auspicious Feng Shui Club Wang Duong requested to add a friend. Why another one? Denied. President Lu asked, Duan, how's it going? Duan said, I was rejected too. One of the men on the side said, outrageous, how can 8 of us in this hall be held by a child? Auspicious Feng Shui Club Li Wang requested to add a friend. Denied. This is a pyramid scheme, isn't it? So many people applying at once. Not surprisingly, the last 8 were rejected. Lu Xian cursed. This kid is also too much to put us in his eyes. The auspicious Feng Shui society has never been so insulted. Wang Duong asked. President Lu, so what now? Lu Xian said. Now I can only make a trip there myself to let him see how powerful we are, and directly make him resign himself to admitting his mistakes and begging for forgiveness. Lu Xian's skill in Feng Shui is quite a bit higher than Zhang Tianchu's. He is extremely gifted and has always had a sense of pride since he was a child. And at a young age he is already proficient in the secret art of Feng Shui, and now he is even more perfect. For Zhang Tianchu, in fact, he had always looked down on him. If not for the lack of people, he would have wanted to fire him a long time ago. Now it's good that Tianchu Zhang even lost the face of the association when he left, and he was even more angry. This time, it was decided to personally expose the scam and raise the association's profile. At this time Lu Yuer, who was resting, received a message. Lu Xian, the president of the Dragon City Auspicious Feng Shui Association, will personally travel to Chao Village to compete with Chao Chang, so remember to broadcast it live then. This Lu Xian she knew, and had seen his live broadcast before, and had always been very prestigious in the Feng Shui community. Doesn't feel like a good person to deal with. I've heard that I've been studying Feng Shui for decades, which is much more powerful than Master Zhang Tianchu, and Chao Ching is only 10 years old, still a child. Can he compare to him? While Lu Yuer was fretting. Drop. Another message. You must not tell Chao Cheng about this. Is it really good not to tell Chao Cheng? Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Lu Yuer asked. Who? A pale voice came. It's me, village chief. Lu Yuer, Lu Yu. The ancestor master is calling you to gather at the village center. Lu Yuer heard. This does not say that you cannot tell the village chief. Lu Yuer suddenly said aloud to herself. Oops. There's a Feng Shui master from Dragon City coming to the village to challenge Chao Ching. This has to be broadcast live. The village headman, who had heard it really well outside, understood it at once, and ran all the way back to the village center, saying, Ancestor, something big is wrong. It's not good. Chao Ching looked at the village chief's anxious look and asked, What is it? The village chief said, There's a Feng Shui master in Dragon City. I heard he's very powerful, and he's naming you to challenge you. When Chao Ching heard this, he wondered in his heart. Really? He remembered the earlier friend request and understood at once. No wonder you had to friend me earlier. Thinking of this, Chao Chang laughed. It's okay, just come. Chapter 25. Can stones also expand and contract thermally? Lu Yuer came to the village center and saw Chao Ching's calm appearance and thought, Did the village chief not understand what I meant? She asked as she walked herself over to Chao Chang. Chao Chang, did the village chief talk to you? Chao Chang said. Are you talking about the challenge? Lu Yuer nodded. Chao Chang laughed. Said, What's going on? Lu Yuer said, Then you're still not worried. I've heard that he can't be on the same level as Tianchu Zhang. He's the president of the association. Chao Ching said with a smile. It's okay, don't worry. Chao Ching said so on his lips, but in his heart, he knew how difficult it was to set up an association, and even more difficult to become the president of the association, which is all about real ability. Step by step. People who become the president of the Feng Shui Association have their own unique insights and knowledge of Feng Shui. But, they met Chao Chang. In his previous life, it was no exaggeration to say that his understanding of Feng Shui was already unrivaled, and no one could be out of his league. After all, in his previous life, he had lived for more than 200 years. What big storms hadn't been seen, and they hadn't all been smoothed over. Now that he had the falling treasure money, it could be said that he was not afraid of anyone now, not to mention one president. Even a carload of presidents are not to be feared. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. By now, the village center was filled with people. Right in the center sits a large dragon head woven from bamboo strips and colored paper. Behind the dragon's head followed a bench, which was lit up with colorful lights and had various decorations hanging from it, from flowers to cloth. The village chief handed Chao Chang a brush and said, Grandmaster, please. Chao Chang nodded and took the brush, pointing it at the dragon head's eyes. The dragon's head, which had looked dull and lifeless, all of a sudden came to life and was lifelike. After Chao Ching finished pointing his eyes, a group of people on the side began to beat the gong and drums. At that moment some villagers came out from the crowd, each changing into an undershirt with a dragon print on it. Line up the benches in order to carry them on your shoulders. One of the villagers at the forefront held a dragon ball like lamp ball in the air. The back of the group followed the dragon beads as they bobbed up and down the dragon's body. Under the dance of the villagers, one moment the dragon's head bites the dragon's tail, and the other moment the dragon's tail follows the dragon's head. Hulkied up and disked a few times. At night, it's all a world of lights, purples and reds, very colorful. accompanied by the lively sound of gongs, drums and firecrackers, attracted a burst of applause from the villagers. Yes, nice dance. Lu Yuer, who had seen this scene, looked at it with wide eyes and asked, "That's too good to look at. What is it?" Lu Yu was also filming with her cell phone on the side and said, "Very nice indeed." The mayor explained, "It's called the Dragon Lantern Dance, and it's a way to ask the dragon for good weather and a good harvest." Chao Chang also said, "How about that? It's pretty interesting. This is a custom that has been passed down. Look at the villagers who have been dancing dragon lanterns for generations." The people in the live room hadn't seen these either and were excited to send out the word. "This is too much fun, isn't it? This dragon dances like it's real. What an interesting custom." I was shocked in front of the screen. Wouldn't this be even more memorable live? I wanted to write a poem in praise of the dragon lanterns. I have no culture, so I'm going to write a poem on. Everyone followed the dragon lanterns around the village and ended up back in the village center. After the dragon lantern dance, the next step was the dinner session. The villagers moved a large table and placed it in the center of the village, and after they all sat down, a bowl of 3 layers of meat and a pot of steamed buns were brought up. The villagers praised it. "This meat smells so good." Chao Ching ripped the steamed bun from the center, picked up a piece of triple-layered meat and stuffed it in, taking a bite and eating half of it straight away. Lu Yuer had never seen such a way of eating, like a burger, and followed Chao Ching's example of wrapping a piece of meat. One bite down, Lu Yuer couldn't help but say with her mouth full of meat flavor, "It's delicious." Then a steady stream of dishes were brought up, with salami, beef, chicken thighs, ribs, potatoes, eggs. So many dishes can make the people in the live room cry. So many dishes. I just ate and I'm hungry again. It's too tempting. Night cafeteria. Today is the first day of the diet, and I can't hold out any longer. Lu Yuer saw a bowl of cold dishes that looked like jelly with some cilantro sprinkled on top, but since I haven't seen it before and it looks strange, I wonder how it tastes. Lu Yuer asked as she saw Chao Cheng on the side pick up a piece and stuff it into his mouth. "Chao Cheng, how is it? Is it good?" Chao Cheng frowned and said, "Didn't taste it. I'll try again," he said, taking another piece and shoving it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Lu Yuer asked somewhat eagerly, "Well, no, this one's a little hard. Get a soft one," he said as he took another piece and stuffed it in his mouth. There weren't a few pieces left, and they were even less when Chao Cheng clamped them, and if it continued like this, they would be gone before he could even taste them. Lu Yuer hurriedly picked up a piece herself and put it in her mouth. A sweet and sour crispness spread through the mouth, and it was too good to be true. Lu Yuer was not satisfied and clamped another piece. This dish was so delicious that one simply could not stop. "Sis, you have a piece to try." Lu Yuer chucked a piece to Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at the strange-looking dish and said, "Can this be good?" Lu Yuer said, "It's delicious. Try it." Lu Yu slowly ate the dish into his mouth, and after some tasting, he nodded with satisfaction as well. Frequent travelers, she also went to many places to eat local food, but the real authentic delicious or have to go to the local people's homes. That is the most living flavor. This time, Lu Yu felt that Chao Village's food was also particularly delicious, with a flavor that was different from other places. In the center of the village, the villagers were all openly paring their stomachs with fine wine at this time and gorging themselves on meat. There was also a game of paddleboarding when the drinking got to be a bit too much. After a full meal, a village of people sat in the center of the village, chatting and bragging to each other. The breezes were gusty and the images were especially beautiful. The dinner lasted all of 3 hours. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that everyone reluctantly headed for their homes. The village head kept drinking with people all night, and in the end, it was Chao Cheng who helped the village head towards the courtyard. Chao Cheng made the village head sit in the hall and fetched himself a bowl of water for the village head to drink. The village chief finished the water in one gulp and said, "Ancestor master, I'm going back. You should also rest early." Chao Cheng said, "Good, then be safe." The mayor turned and headed out of the yard, glancing at the stone as he passed it, rubbing his own eyes again, and calling out, "Ancestor?" Chao Cheng returned. The village chief said, "Am I drunk and blind?" Chao Cheng said, "What happened?" The village chief said in a confused voice, "How do I look at it? Do I think that rock has gotten bigger? Ancestor, come over here and see if it's doing that?" When Chao Cheng heard that, a rock can still get bigger? Did the stone heat up and shrink? Chapter 26, The Secret in the Stone. When Chao Cheng heard the village headman say this, he also went up to scrutinize the stone. It seems to have gotten a little bigger. Chao Cheng took another closer look at the lower edge, and the original marks had been completely covered. "Hey, it's really gotten big. Could there be something inside this rock?" Chao Cheng knocked on the stone and couldn't hear what was inside, but it was too dark now, so Chao Cheng had to wait until tomorrow when it was light. Chao Qing lay down on the bed after washing up, thinking in his mind how to use something to take this stone apart. He must see what was inside. It's about the fulfillment of the High Chief's mission. Even 5 million in cash, plus doubling your profits is no small reward. There's also 5 years added to the lifespan of the entire village, which is a huge benefit to the entire village, especially the mysterious prize at the end. Chao Qing had always felt that there must be something really good in there. The only clue now is this big rock sitting in the yard. Unfortunately, it's too late in the day, so I'll have to take care of it in the morning at the earliest. Wanted but not available. This torment made Chao Qing a bit uncomfortable, and he couldn't wait to take a hammer and crack the stone open. But, in his previous life, he had already lived for more than 200 years, and knew that everything had a certainty, that there must be a time for everything, and that there is no time for everything, and that nothing can be rushed, and as the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Chao Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath to remove the thought from his mind. Turning his head back on the pillow, he mentally read, "It's already so late. It's better to rest first. We'll talk about something tomorrow." At this time, inside a room in Dragon City, there were 2 people standing, a white-haired old man and a young man. The old man opened his mouth. "Little Li Ah, how did you take away our family's feng shui seal? I heard that it was even lost?" "This feng shui seal is left by the old ancestors, has been from the first generation of the family, and then now to me this has been 10 generations. The young man in front of the old man, Shaoli, said, "Yes, I know this is important, and I'm not thinking of bringing down Gao Tianqi." "Humph, if you don't learn something good, as much as you like to engage in all this nonsense, I shouldn't have lent you the feng shui seal in the first place. Protecting the feng shui seal is the mission of every generation of clan leaders. What do you think we'll do now that it's gone?" "You're right, old patriarch. The feng shui seal contains too much of the clansman's hard work, and it's my fault that the feng shui seal is gone now. What's the use of you talking about this now? Without this feng shui seal, our family will soon fall out of favor. You're still not going to find it, old patriarch. Don't worry, I'm not boasting myself. I've already sent people ahead to look for it in the first place, and after spending all the manpower and resources, it finally made me already know where it is." "Oh, where?" "In a place called Chao Village. So what are you going to do next?" "Don't worry, old patriarch. I promise to get that feng shui seal back." Hearing Shaoli say this, the old patriarch sighed and said, "Hey, as soon as you can then. I don't want anything to go wrong in my generation. If others find out about the feng shui seal, this will cause big trouble." "It won't be, old patriarch. It's not that I'm saying, our family is really powerful. It's been so many years, but we haven't even revealed a single bit of news about the feng shui seal. That's for sure. No one knows the news, so they won't spread the news. This feng shui seal can't be known at all, old patriarch. I've also heard that there are a lot of feng shui seals circulating in the market lately. Do you need me to take care of them?" "No need. They're all fake. They're all imitations. So it's good, and no one will care about the real feng shui seal. Still, the old patriarch is great. The priority now is to get the feng shui seal back," Li said, clenching his hands into fists. "Old patriarch, look at me. It's wrapped up in me. I'll make sure that the feng shui seal comes back quietly and intact." "That's fine. Get on with it." "Yes. The awesome thing about feng shui seals is that they can change the feng shui pattern of a place, and the feng shui pattern affects every aspect of that place. In fact, there were many things that the old patriarch hadn't said about the feng shui seal. This feng shui seal has been around for nearly 500 years and was lost for a while during the Qing dynasty. At that time, the community was in an uproar over this feng shui mark. Luckily it was eventually recovered, but until now the community thought that the feng shui mark had disappeared. The old patriarch remembered when the previous patriarch gave him the feng shui seal. It was in a place just known to the matriarch. There were only 2 of them, the old patriarch and the former patriarch. The former patriarch said as he pulled out the feng shui seal, "In the future, this feng shui seal will be given to you, and the burden of protecting it will also be given to you." The old patriarch nodded. The former patriarch continued, "It's going to be a rough ride, and you need to remember that this thing is more important than your life." The old patriarch also agreed. "Be sure to guard the feng shui seal for the rest of your life." The former patriarch handed the feng shui seal to the old patriarch and left. The old patriarch looked at the former patriarch's back as if he sought his future. The former patriarch is also considered to have completed a generation. The old patriarch held the feng shui seal in his hand and felt heavy. The name of every generation of patriarchs would remain on this feng shui seal, and he knew that this was still the chronological history of a family. The second part of the spring ceremony has ended. The next day, Chao Cheng woke up from his sleep and went to the stone with a hammer. Dang! A thud. Chao Cheng slammed the hammer down on the stone. As a result, That stone lost a layer of dust. Is this still a rock? Chao Ching smashed a few more times. Exhausted himself enough. The stone is not smashed down much. How about trying a power drill? Chao Ching turned on the electric drill and stuck it into the stone. All I heard was ding, 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 ding. Chao Ching took out the electric drill and realized that the drill head was all crooked. Hammers and drills don't work. This rock is too hard. Just when Chao Ching was planning what to do, inside Lu Yuer's room, it's a rare day off, and Lu Yuer doesn't have to go live. Ever since Chao Ching bought Qihang, Lu Yuer had been keeping an eye on Qihang, wanting to see how Qihang was doing. But Qihang has been a non-starter since its acquisition by Chao Ching. There are also rumors on the internet that this company is about to be bought out and that a new company will be coming in soon to take their place. Lu Yuer is not used to seeing people who talk nonsense. Just have a keyboard for typing on the internet, and you're not responsible for talking. Lu Yuer commented. Isn't Qihang open and well? It's just an average performance. I didn't expect that. Just after Lu Yuer posted her comment, there was a person at the bottom who said, "Look at your comment. You're not a Grandmaster Trumpet, are you? If you ask me, Qihang won't be able to hold it for long." That's when a message pushed out. Sharp review Chao Village Ancestors Qihang Company. Lu Yuer was very curious to see how it was evaluated. Chapter 27 Qihang Company went out of business? The guy in the message gave Qihang a review. Out of a possible 10 points, Qihang measured the following. Company outlook, 1 point. Company financial strength, 1 point. Company competitiveness, 1 point. Company personnel, 1 point. Current status of the company, 1 point. Total points, 5. In summary, Qihang has no prospects, is on the verge of collapse, and is a 99-cent investment risk. Lu Yuer took a look and all of them were 1 point. Others follow the comments below. That's a high rating for a 1. It's a 0 if I come to play. This Grandmaster is a great benefactor. What does he know about a 10-year-old kid, dragging the whole village with him? The villagers also don't know any better and invest after this kid. When the company goes under, I'll see where those people go to cry. The comments are clear and unimpressed with Qihang. The more Lu Yuer saw these comments, the more she brushed them off, the angrier she became. The person who sent this review is called Hootenanny on investing and is an investment expert. The comments are full of people who stand by Hootenanny. It meant that Lu Yuer was talking to dozens of people by herself. Lu Yuer sent, "I think you're all too idle. What do you care what happens in other people's villages? People dare to invest when they are 10 years old. Do you dare?" However, after Lu Yuer sent out one, she was the one who received dozens of messages. How many favors did Chao Ching give you to put in a good word here? He can be trusted to do things as a 10-year-old? I'll be right here waiting to see his joke. We're telling the truth. Can't we tell the truth these days? He's not even 10 years old and he can make money investing? I'll eat my cell phone if he makes money. This one reply directly made Lu Yuer's blood pressure pull full, and she was trying to dislike back one by one. Anyway, people don't know who she is. If it was her live number, then she really wouldn't dare to say that. Lu Yuer's fingers typed quickly on her cell phone. That's when a message popped up. Station Z, is this finally happening? It's been a long time coming. It's a big news. Certain sounds, live on fire. Never miss it in this life. Somehow, I just got off the plane. And sure enough, the expert analysis is correct. Listen to the expert's quasi-right. Lu Yuer hurriedly clicked on it to take a look. In the next second, she frowned and deleted the message she was just about to send. One of the anchors in the video was right in front of Qihang. The anchor said, "Hello everyone. I'm here in front of Qihang and I'm going to show you that the doors of Qihang are locked and you can't get in. I'm going to give you another zoomed in look inside." The camera zooms in to see that Qihang is empty and the tables are dusty. The anchor said, "The company is empty, but there are still some tables and chairs in there that haven't been moved. I think it should have been a couple days." The anchor walked to the edge again and pointed to a wall. There was originally a Qihang sign here, but the listing has been removed today. It seems that what the internet said about Qihang going out of business is already true. When Lu Yuer saw this live broadcast, how could she not believe that this was true? Qihang went out of business? Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Lu Yuer opened the door. It was the photographer. The photographer said as he entered, "Lu Yuer, look at the news on the internet." Photographer just rested in the room, cell phone rubbing a dozen messages, so that he did not rest well. "Get up and look at all the Qihang company's business." Lu Yuer said, "Well, it's the collapse of Qihang. I see." The photographer said, "It's over. It's planted." Lu Yuer was still a bit unconvinced and said, "Qihang went out of business? That can't be right." The photographer said, "You still don't believe me? Now the video photos are available and someone even went to the scene to see it." "Really? Ding dong. Lu Yuer received a message on her cell phone. When Lu Yuer clicked on it, it was a message from her company's boss. Don't go on the air for a few days until this wind blows over. Followed by another message. You let the camera with you take some time off as well. Lu Yuer's expression became more serious when she saw it. Seeing Lu Yuer like this, the photographer asked from the side. What? Whose message is it? Lu Yuer said. It's the boss's. The photographer asked. What did the boss say? Let's pause for a while before we go on the air. The boss is right. This opening is all about rhythm. These messages are all over the photographer's cell phone now. 2. Looks like there's more to this than meets the eye. Someone online said. As expected from the experts, Key Air went out of business. I thought it would last a few more days. Ha ha ha. There's someone in front of us who supports Chao Chang. What a tease. See these messages. Lu Yuer had a pang of heartache for Chao Chang. And the internet was a bunch of gloating people. There was even more online abuse when this came out. It was just overwhelming, like a tidal wave. In addition, the villagers have followed with so much money down the drain. Lu Yuer estimated that the villagers were going to come looking for Chao Ching immediately after they saw the news. The photographer was originally on Chao Ching's side as well, but now he also thought that Chao Ching had done something wrong. When I first saw Chao Ching speak so decisively, I thought that Chao Ching was capable of something, and I almost believed him. Originally, he had wanted Chao Ching to bring him along to invest. Now think about it, fortunately did not join Chao Chang at that time. Otherwise I think I lost all this money. That's a lot of money you've been saving for a long time. It's better to be a photographer in peace. The photographer said. I think it's better to keep a distance from Chao Ching in the future. After all, he's a little kid and doesn't do things too much early. Lu Yuer said. I'll ask Chao Chang. I still don't believe it's true. Lu Yuer finished running out of the room and saw Chao Chang, who was in the courtyard with a hammer and drill on the side, and was furious and said, and you have this idol sculpture? Chao Chang asked. What's wrong? Lu Yuer said. This is a big loss for you, he said, and showed the video to Chao Chang. Chao Chang finished watching the video and said with a smile, I can't imagine, it's quite fast. Lu Yuer said. What a time to be laughing. Your company is out of business. Chao Chang said. Who said that? Lu Yuer said. It's all over the internet now talking about it, and they even went to your office and took pictures, so you can see for yourself. Chao Chang said. They say they do. Don't you want to explain? How do I have time to waste with them? I have something on my hands right now. Lu Yuer said anxiously. Now what could be more urgent than that? Chao Chang said. It's okay, just be patient for a few days. We'll have the results in a few days. Lu Yuer shook her head and said. No, why don't you use my live feed to open up and talk to everyone about what's going on? Chao Chang refused, saying, that's something we can't talk about right now. Chapter 28, it's over. The company's gone. Now the internet is even more full of opinion. There was also a visit to the Key Air office building during the afternoon, and the tables and chairs that were still in the building in the morning had been emptied. The company side was also fenced off. As more and more of this kind of news came out, Lu Yuer began to wonder if she had been cheated as well. I saw the Hudian talk about investment experts swish, 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 swish a dozen videos. The video is full of examples of his previous evaluations of various investment projects, and without exception they were all 100% correctly judged. Ding Dong is the latest video from Hootenanny on investing. Hudian on investing, a month in advance of the bankruptcy of Qihong. I have been investing for 50 years and have quintupled my investment capital. Lu Yuer couldn't help but click in as well when she saw the title. The video that called Hutian investment expert Sunshine his rate of return and the value of the return, and finally said, he concluded that Qihong company will be like this, as long as people follow him to invest in money, to ensure that the end of the year at least doubled. Lu Yuer couldn't imagine that he was really right. She thought this expert was just trying to rub it in. The comments below Hooten's video followed suit. Expert who is so great. I've already earned a house by investing with him last year. It's more money than I make at work. 20,000 a month at random. As long as you follow the operation of Who experts. This money comes too easily. Hurry up and get in the group. It's all first-hand inside information. Definitely not a bad idea to get into the podcast investment group. Lu Yuer read all the comments in one breath, and 20% of them were touting that Who expert. The remaining 80% are asking how to add a group. Lu Yuer herself is also a bit moved. This month 20,000 can be too much, or not into the group to try? Lu Yuer clicked on the avatar of Huddy and talk about investment and sent a private message. Hello, Mr. Who. I'd like to get in the group. The other party immediately sent over a group code. Lu Yuer scanned and found that there was a $50 entry fee to enter the group. You'll have 20,000 in a month when you join the group. Isn't this $50 a sprinkle? Lu Yuer immediately transferred $50. After the account was pulled into a group called Huddian Investment 9 Group. At this point there's a 500 people in the group. Just after entering the group a group announcement popped up that said, 1. In order to avoid too many messages, this group is banned. Only the group leader can speak. 2. Invite others into the group can get a dividend of $10 for one person. 3. Investment is risky. The news in the group is for reference only. The thought of earning so much money in a month. Lu Yuer is very happy. So much money, how should I spend it? At that moment, Chao Qing's room happened to open. Chao Qing had spent a few hours in his room by himself studying the falling treasure money, so it was a good time to come out and move around. These few hours have passed so quickly. I can't imagine that the things on this fallen treasure money are so profound. Lu Yuer, why are you so happy? Chao Qing said. Chao Qing, tell you what, I got into an investment group. I can make $20,000 a month. Are you interested? I'll pull you into the group. Lu Yuer said happily. As soon as Chao Qing heard this, he said with a smile, there's such a thing as a good thing? Lu Yuer said, really, you don't believe me? Don't be jealous when I make money. Chao Qing laughed. Okay, let me know when you make some money. Chao Qing had just finished. There was loud shouting coming from outside the yard, like a lot of people were heading this way. Lu Yuer, look, is the dog egg? 2 laughed and so on. Chao villagers have come up to question Chao Qing. Ancestor, give us back our money. That's the money for my wedding. Grandmaster, ancestor, thanks to the fact that we believed in you at the time. Now you don't tell us about something so big? Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. In this information age, news travels fast. As soon as word spreads, the whole village knows about the news in the afternoon after it was just said in the morning. Although the Grandmaster paid the big head, but this company invested all the money of the whole village. The villagers were talking about it before they came. Villager A said, did you hear about Key Air? Villager B said, I heard about it. I read about it on Hootenanny Investments. You watch Expert Who videos too? That Who expert is awesome. Yeah, if I had known that, I would have never invested any money. Are you in the group? What group? Expert Who's investment group. He still has the group? Yes, I'll pull you in. We'll make money together. One by one. The villagers stood the courtyard full. The village headman said from the sidelines, everyone calm down. Take it easy for a moment. The ancestor master also has a hard time. The villagers turned on the village head again. You too, village chief. You're the village chief. Why are you like the grandmaster? Ancestors are children. Are you still a child? You're that old. Chao Qing said when he saw so many angry villagers. Quiet everyone. I know you're all in a hurry right now, but hold your horses. I'm here to make sure you don't lose your money. You guys just wait a few more days. What if you run away after waiting a few days? A villager at the bottom said. Yeah, right. The others agreed. Chao Qing said. Then I'll make a note, and if I lose money, I'll pay everyone back. Okay. The villagers agreed. With that, Chao Qing wrote the contents and pressed his handprint on it. Then we'll wait a few more days. The villagers turned their heads and left when they saw Chao Qing sign the note. After the villagers left, the village chief said, Ancestor, why don't you tell them what happened? Chao Qing waved his hand and refused, saying, no, it would be a bad thing to tell, and all the effort of the last few days would be wasted. The village chief sighed and said, then how suffocating this is for you, ancestor. Chao Qing laughed. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me aggravating myself for the good of all? When these words came out, even though Chao Qing was only 10 years old, he felt an adult-like responsibility from the words. The village chief looked at the Chao Qing in front of him and was so moved that his eyes became a little moist. Chao Qing said, Mayor, why are you crying? The village chief hurriedly wiped his tears and said, fascinated by the wind. Chao Qing laughed. Don't worry, village chief. I won't do anything bad to the village and you don't have to worry about me. The mayor nodded seriously. Ancestor, I support you. And at this time, Lu Yuer live broadcast room. Although Lu Yuer wasn't on the air, there were still a lot of pop-ups in the live room. All of them are saying that she and Chao Qing are tampering with each other. From the time she started to enter the village until now. She was also very trusting towards Chao Qing, but she didn't expect this to happen, and now she didn't know what she was supposed to do to Chao Qing. Is Chao Qing really a big liar? Forget about it for now. If he made money, he might even be able to help Chao Qing. Ding dong. At this time, a message was sent from the Huddian Investment Group. Chapter 29. The villagers hesitate. To listen or not to listen? Putin's latest investment program, the latest program. 7% return. Buy today. You can withdraw cash tomorrow. The number of remaining people is not large. Private chat group owner can participate. Lu Yuer took a look. This was a good opportunity. Yesterday, Lu Yuer also and sister Lu Yu said this matter. But Lu Yu said it must be a scam. When you put the money in, the money cannot come out. Lu Yu's words make Lu Yuer also a little skeptical. But this money is not earned for nothing. The big deal is that at first a little less. So Lu Yuer private chat with the group first invested 500 into it, waiting to see how much gain tomorrow. At this moment, Chao Qing had just returned to his room after sending all the villagers away. Ding sounded a system sound. Mission issued, the joys of picking. It is the time when strawberries are ripening. Please ask the host to bring the villagers to pick strawberries and enjoy the fun of picking. And you will be rewarded when you finish. Strawberry picking. Chao Qing read. Strawberries are one of the delicious spring fruits that are usually chosen to be picked from March to May. Strawberries in every place are related to the growing environment. Under the natural conditions of Chao village, the strawberries grown there are large and sweet. These strawberries, which are more popular than those on the market, are highly sought after. Chao Qing had seen a large shed not far away when he passed by the field earlier. I didn't realize it was full of strawberries. And strawberries can be made into jam, which is also delicious with milkshakes. Chao Qing couldn't help but gulp. I guess it will be ready for picking in a few days. It's just right to take a break and rest for the past few days, and continue to study that falling treasure money. Chao Qing was about to lie down for a while when another system tone rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the second part of the spring plowing. Villagers' satisfaction is being assessed. Assessment complete. This session's satisfaction is 100%. Congratulations to the host on his reward. Future Long City real estate planning. Then, follow a paragraph of instructions. Future Long City real estate planning contains property planning arrangements for Long City for the next 2 months, with 100% accuracy, and automatically expires after 2 months. Just in time. Chao Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This is a great way to see what real estate sector in Long City will be the most profitable in the next 2 months. Chao Qing opened the Long City real estate plan, and the top entry read, the Long City Building Authority will be planning the demolition and construction of a water park in the Long City Triangle. Projected return, 120%. 120%. That's another doubling. Chao Qing took a look at the time. It's June 13th. June 13th? Chao Qing thought that would be the day after tomorrow. I don't know if it's too late now. Chao Qing picked up his cell phone and immediately dialed Zhao Ren's number. Hey, Zhao Ren, bring the company seal and go out with me. Opposite Zhao Ren said. What's up, boss? Chao Qing said. There's a place for the company site. What place? Triangle in the outskirts of Long City. Ha, isn't that a wasteland? We have so much money now. There's no need to go there. I'm looking at downtown office buildings right now. It's too late to explain. So when do we leave? Now. Chao Qing had just opened his room, and the villagers who had gone back earlier had already surrounded Chao Qing's yard. Just a moment ago, a message reached the village, and the villagers rushed back again in excitement. That message was, demolition completed in Long City Area 3. And the villagers know that this Kihon company is exactly in this area. The villagers were all talking vehemently at the door. I wonder if Kier had anything to do with this time. Don't you know if you ask the ancestor when he comes later? Seeing Chao Qing come out, Dogman was the first to come up and ask impatiently. Ancestor, I've heard that the third area of Dragon City has been demolished. Does it have anything to do with our Kihon company? Chao Qing laughed. I was looking for a chance to talk to you guys about this, and it looks like you all know about it. This time Kier relocated and paid out $15 million. When the villagers heard this, they couldn't believe it was true. It's only been a few days and the money invested has nearly doubled. Daughter-in-law, pinch me, am I dreaming? So much money. It's a fortune. That works out to nearly double each. Ancestor, please accept my knee. Someone else said. Ancestor master, I apologized for wrongly blaming you just now. Ancestor, you are too divine. Make a small person and put it in my house for you. The villagers were happy discussing with each other. Chao Qing was happy himself as he watched everyone happy. But there were more important things to do right now. Chao Qing waited for a few minutes and said, now that it so happens that everyone is here, I have a decision to make. The villagers quieted down and all listened intently. Chao Qing continued. I'm going to buy the house in the triangle on the outskirts of Dragon City. You guys can join me if you want. When this was said, the villagers started to get tangled up. It's because we all know this triangle in the suburbs of Dragon City. It is one of the 3 major wastelands in Long City, a place where birds don't, surrounded by wasteland and weeds, and no one wants to pay the price of a flat 2,000. The location is also particularly poor. To what nothing. The nearest supermarket is still a few kilometers away. Order a takeaway, no one to send. Send over also cold. The houses on the triangle of land on the outskirts of Long City were actually built a long time ago, but none of them were sold, and all of them ended up as a block of empty buildings. Others say the area was originally a cemetery. Now even less people will dare to buy it. The otherwise happy villagers wore puzzled expressions. How come the ancestor master wants to buy a house in this place? The ancestor master wouldn't be unaware of this place. Is the ancestor overjoyed? Self-confidence inflated? Ancestor is going to take over the market? Save the price of the triangle of land on the outskirts of Dragon City? Ancestors aren't realtors, are they? Chao Ching continued. Everyone think for yourself. I'll be ready to leave in a few minutes. If you want to take the demolition money back, just talk to the village chief. I'll leave first. Is the Grandmaster for real? I thought it was a joke. So is it time to listen or not to listen? The villagers were also a bit hesitant to see double the money they had earned. After all, whoever buys a house in the triangle on the outskirts of Long City loses money. That's too risky an investment, isn't it? No one dared to speak first even if the villagers were gabbing. Suddenly a man stepped forward and said, I listened to the ancestor. Turns out it was the village chief. Not bad for the #1 fan of the Grandmaster. With the village chief taking the lead, the villagers also said, count me in. Then we listened to the ancestor as well. The ancestor can do no wrong. Believe in the ancestors and make a lot of money. Ancestor, we'll buy it if you say so. We were wrong last time. All the villagers of Chao Village agreed to take this money to buy a house. There was not a single objection. Chapter 30. What are you doing here as a wholesale market? Deshang was sitting bored in the office of Successful Real Estate, playing with the black pen in his hand. He was the top seller of Successful Real Estate the year before. At the end of the previous year, the leader asked him where he wanted to go and he said wherever was the hardest. And it led to this Thai triangle. It's not a normal fall from grace. He's been supporting himself on a base paycheck every month since he came to this Thai triangle. Because not a single house sold. Not a single commission. Deshang asks when the leader will transfer him back. The leader says you can go back when you become a sales champion again. I later learned that the original salesperson here was a relative of the owner. I came to realize that there is no one in this place, and I'll be damned if I can really sell it. Deshang sighed. It looked like he was going to stay here for the rest of his life. Working here is the same as resting. Deshang wondered if it was his bad fate. There were 2 other brothers who came out to struggle with him, and the 3 of them happened to be divided among the 3 wastelands of Dragon City. Yesterday they went to the city together to have a fortune told, and the man said that he has had fortune lately. Deshang looked at this deserted place, where there is no fortune. He has not seen a living person for almost a week. If there is a response at night, it will really scare him to death. At that moment a figure appeared not far away. With a burst of excitement, like seeing an oasis in the desert, Deshang stood up with a carp. By the way, he straightened his clothes and walked out quickly. It turned out to be a child. The person who came was none other than Chao Chang. After Chao Chang left Chao Village, he took a car and arrived at the triangle in the suburbs of Long City. When I got off the bus, I saw the only store Successful Real Estate and walked straight to it. After seeing that it was a child, Deshang was a bit reluctant, but in the spirit of professionalism, he smiled and walked over. Deshang squatted down and held Chao Chang's hand and said, hello, hello, hello? Honored guest, honored guest. Chao Chang said, hello, are you a salesperson here? Deshang nodded and said, right, just call me Daejin. Are you looking to buy a house? Chao Chang said, right. Deshang thought to himself, what kind of house would a kid buy? But in the spirit of professionalism, Deshang still smiled. Well then, let me introduce you. What is your name? Sir? Chao Chang said. Last name Chao. Alright, Mr. Chao. We are in a top-stream neighborhood here. The house is surrounded by a wide view and excellent scenery, known as the lifetime pursuit of people in Dragon City. So how much does this cost per square foot? Good question, Mr. Chao. At the average price of only 2 renminbi, 000 per SQ foot. This is a once-in-a-lifetime price. A few days ago it was still 4,000, and now there is an event to cut the price in half. It does seem quite a bit lower than downtown. You look again. TV, cell phone. The city's housing prices are rising. There is no. Here is far below the market price. That later rise is exponential. Absolutely worth money, I tell you. You come here is the right choice. Here the price is low. The environment is good. What type of household have? Look this way. Chao Chang followed Deshang's hand and looked. It's all detached luxury view large homes. 5,000 square feet of large flat. And you have to drive from the door to your room. Where can you get a house that big in the city? Chao Chang said. Is there any development here? Daesung said. You've hit the nail on the head. I'm talking to you. There will be big plans here in the future. old hospitals, and 100-year-old schools will be there. By then this house price will have to double a few times. I work here every day, and I can't wait to get a set for myself. On top of that, you get something free when you buy a house. Chao Chang asked. Send what? Dae-sung said. Free renovation, hard and soft furnishings all taken care of, and free appliances. Chao Chang nodded and said, nice nice. At that moment, Zhao Ren also arrived. Deshang let Chao Ching take a look for himself first, while hurrying up to ask, this lady, buying a house? Zhao Ren said, have you seen a child? Dae-sung said, it's in there. Are you her parent? Zhao Ren froze, shook his head, and said, no, that's my boss. Just in time, Chao Chang walked out and said, I've seen it, it's nice here, buy it. As soon as Zhao Ren heard this, he said, boss, I have to advise you, the conditions here are so bad, what are you buying this for? Deshang saw that the duck in his hand was going to fly and hurriedly said, where's the worse here? Figure a quiet place with no one to bother you. Zhao Ren said, boss, that's not how money is spent. An office building downtown isn't hundreds of times better. Chao Chang said, it's okay, I have plans of my own. Deshang looked into it and immediately said, boss Chao, which set do you fancy? The next words Chao Ching uttered stunned Zhao Ren and Deshang. Every set. Zhao Ren said, boss, you're not kidding. Deshang couldn't believe it either. Isn't this nonsense? There's at least 1,000 houses here, and it's going to cost $20 million to buy them all. And that doesn't even include the taxed parking spaces. Are these two guys kidding me? You think I'm a wholesale market? Chao Ching continued. I'm not kidding. Deshang, bring all the listings you have here and do the paperwork today. Whatever. I'll believe it, replied Deshang. Holler. Then he twisted his head and ran into his office, carrying out several stacks of real estate contracts, all covered in dust. There are 1,000 copies, and they're all here. Chao Chang said. How long will it take to get a real estate license? Dae-sung said. Soon. I guess tomorrow. After seeing Chao Chang stamp each contract, Deshang's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. This is a rich second generation. Dae-sung said with some trembling. Boss Chao, is it full payment or installment? Chao Chang said. Full payment. Saying that, he pulled out the gold card that Gao Tianqi had given him earlier and handed it to Deshang. Seeing the gold card that Chao Chang took out, Deshang had heard people talk about the Dragon City gold card before, but had never seen it before and couldn't help but ask, Boss Chao, is this the Dragon City gold card? Chao Chang said. Right. Deshang's hands are a little trembling. Today is really open eyes, thinking to go back to thank that master. In one afternoon, all the houses in the triangle were bought. On the other hand, Boss Dae-sung is taking a break in his office. An aide hurried over and said, Boss, the triangle house is sold. The boss didn't even open his eyes and said, it's nothing, I guess it's some guy who got fooled. Selling a set is nothing. The aide said sharply. No boss, not one set, all of them. The boss opened his eyes, sat up, and opened his computer to take a look. Deshang sold 1,000 units of triangle properties. Performance, $20 million. Second place just dried up to $1 million yesterday. Deshang, this performance is a proper sales champion. The boss slumped his entire body into the chair and mouthed the words, the man is coming back. Chapter 31, this company is not doing its job. The news that all the houses in the triangle had been sold immediately went viral on the internet, and everyone was speculating about which receiver was behind this. Did some stupid son of a landowner buy it? That's right. It's just a lot of money with no place to spend it. Otherwise, who would buy the land? What's the point of buying that place? Isn't it a sure money loser? He's doing it as a public service, or the houses in the triangle wouldn't sell for 100 years. If he runs for the top 10 moving figures of Dragon City this year, I will definitely vote for him. The next morning, Lu Yuer just woke up and immediately took out her cell phone to see how much money she had invested yesterday. Displayed on the phone, the $500 invested yesterday has turned into $1,100, a profit of $600. It's doubled in one night. And that's too soon. It takes a little more effort to rob a bank. This sleep and lie down and make money. This can't be a trick. Lu Yuer didn't forget her sister's reminder, and hurriedly clicked on the cash withdrawal button and entered the cash withdrawal password. Within moments, the bank sent a message. Your bank card with tail number 7828 has a deposit of $1,100 and a current balance of $21,100. It's true. Surprisingly, you can actually withdraw cash. Lu Yuer was very excited to see this extra $1,100. So wouldn't you make more if you put more into it yourself? Lu Yuer, without saying a word, wanted to put all the money she had saved, a total of $20,000 all in. Turns out it's no longer available for purchase. What's going on here? Lu Yuer in private chat the group owner. The group owner replied to the message that the project on this is now gone, but there is still some on the other software. Do you want to try? The group leader sent a link to the software. Lu Yuer asked, are they all the same? The group leader replies, same, you'll see when you get in. Lu Yuer will be installed on the software, found that it really is the same as the original, and immediately bought the previous project, once invested 20,000 into it. After seeing that the transaction was successful, Lu Yuer was also relieved. Now just wait for your earnings to grow every day and wait until you get to $500,000 before withdrawing it all at once. It's better than doing anything. That's when a message popped up. Key Air expects to hold its monthly briefing in half an hour. The next minute this message was on the hot seat. The comments are all under the message. Is this about to declare the company bankrupt? I'd like to see what he can say. It's time for this farce to end. Key Air has broken 1 million subscribers for its monthly launch. Lu Yuer also made an appointment for the monthly launch of Kihang. Half an hour later, the live feed opened up. Hurrah for the millions of people coming in. Chao Cheng was in a room in the live feed, with the sound of renovation coming from behind him, a bit noisy, and every now and then there were renovators walking by. Chao Ren stood by Chao Cheng. The audience asked, where is this? Has it fled abroad? Look at the decor. It's properly Italian. These two are empty-handed. Unprepared? What do you need to prepare for? Say something about the company going out of business. Take a bow and be done with it. And give you a whole little program? Chao Cheng spoke first. A while ago, everyone was very concerned about Qihang Company. Now that things are busy, I'll give you a report on the company's income for the month. Chao Ren continued. The company's income from operations last month, $0. Just after Chao Ren finished speaking, the live broadcast room was swiping. It's true what I said. No income, surely bankrupt. That's too bad. Not a penny. No wonder it's going out of business. It's also awesome to be able to do a good job without a penny coming in. I'm relieved to see this. There's no point in going back there. Pull out. I'm leaving too. It's good to go, guys. Unexpectedly, Chao Ren continued. The company's other income last month, more than $10 million. How is there any other income? What is this other income? It's not going to be an unseemly business. This can't be a skin company, selling sheep's heads and hanging dog meat. What can you do to make over $10 million a month? Where's the report button? Can I report someone for faking it? Could it be a loan shark? Chao Cheng said. Someone asked a good question. What is this other income? Who asked? I didn't ask. Don't look at me. It's not me, Chao Cheng said. Wasn't it rumored on the internet a few days ago that Qihang was going bankrupt? But it was actually the company that relocated. And this other income is the demolition fee, the exact amount of which is not convenient to disclose. Ha! So that's it. This is the first time I've seen that demolition charges are still counted as income? This company is out of business. Chao Cheng added. The question has been asked. Does the company continue to be open? My answer is to keep it open. Originally, people thought that Chao Cheng would just let it go. After all, he hadn't made any money at all. But the result was unexpected. No income and still open. This open is not a company. It is a charity. Boss Chao is a great benefactor. Are there still fewer employees? I'll do it. I don't ask for much in the way of pay. Chao Cheng said. Someone asked again. Where did the company move to? Who asked again? I didn't ask. Don't look at me. It's not me. The address of the company has already been chosen. It's in the triangle on the outskirts of Dragon City. What? So it was Chao Cheng who bought the land. It turns out that the big man behind the curtain is Chao Cheng. Who did I think it was? It's Chao Cheng. That's not surprising. A company that has no business income of its own and chose a site and bought such a poor place. I don't think it's far from bankruptcy. After Chao Cheng finished speaking, he had Chao Ren shut down the live broadcast, but the heat in the live room has continued unabated. The audience was buzzing about what would happen to Key Air afterward. Without exception, they all agree that they still can't get out of bankruptcy. At this time, Hootenanny Investment also sent out a video. The title is called, Luck Companies Don't Go Far, Talk About the Evolution of Key Air. The video said, Chao Cheng Chao's boss made 2 mistakes. The first was the acquisition of Key Air. Key Air is definitely lucky they didn't go bankrupt this time. Looking at the company's lack of revenue for a month, he could have seen it coming, but he made a second mistake, purchasing a triangle of land for the company. This site selection was honestly a complete failure. Kia Airways was never that lucky again after this. Everyone wait until Kia Air goes bankrupt. The video ends with, interested in making a little money, people can private chat me into the group. Every day there are first-hand news. As soon as the video was sent out, people started following along below. Expert who was right. If it weren't for this demolition, Qihang would have closed down ages ago. That's just luck. It's a pity that Chao Ching didn't grasp it and continued to fool around. Did he go through the villagers? How dare he? Expert who was right. Everyone rush into the group. I just joined the group yesterday and I've doubled my money today. Lu Yuer was also about to send a message, but as a result, she saw that a person in front of her had just sent a message, and immediately that message was deleted. Chapter 32. Did Chao Ching give the villagers ecstasy? Hooten's comments, moreover, all but convinced people online. A barrage of support, all of a sudden, made Hooten's video a hit as well. The first time you fall into a pit is called bad luck, but the second time you fall into it, you can only say it's stupid. It's like being bitten by a snake once, being bitten by a snake always. I don't believe you when you say that this Chao Ching is not a pyramid scheme worker, but how come the villagers are so convinced? I think 80% of the villagers have been mesmerized, otherwise why are they so supportive? It's a good thing that you were lucky to meet the demolition, but now you're still obsessed with it. You're going to lose money to your grandma's house. It's a program effect, I guess, but it's quite a bloodbath. The houses in this triangle won't be unloaded for a year and a half. People online are speaking their minds under Hooten's video. Everyone was already jealous that Chao Ching could make money even like this, and now after seeing this failed operation, they immediately jumped out and mocked it. The imbalance in my mind was finally balanced. It wasn't that they supported Hu Tian, it was just that this opportunity to gloat couldn't be let go easily. At this point, inside the village of Chao, the photographer was sitting in his room in a very depressed mood with unhappiness written all over his face. Originally, he thought that Chao Ching had made money this time and closed his hands to put an end to the storm, and he would be able to follow the broadcast normally. He didn't expect Chao Ching to surprise him once again. Instead, it made a bigger fuss. Now this heel airtime is far away. Looks like we won't be able to get on the air for a while again, the cameraman said. At this time, Chao Ching had already returned to the village. Having dealt with the company, he now finally had time to move on to the matter of the stone. The cameraman saw Chao Ching in the yard clanking the stone again. It didn't look like it was affecting him. I really can't figure out what Chao Ching is doing. After spending so many days with Chao Ching, the photographer realized that Chao Ching was not as simple and childish as he appeared to be. Sometimes inscrutable and not at all like a 10-year-old. Without looking at the age, it is really like the villagers shouted in the mouth of the ancestor like that. How did he buy a triangle house? Something that any random person could think was impossible? What's Chao Ching up to? If this can make money, then he'll have to call Chao Ching Grandmaster too. While the photographer was staring, the sound of an engine hummed in the distance. A black car drove in a long line to the entrance of Chao village. Isn't that Kung's car? The photographer recognized it at once. The lead car stopped at the entrance to the village. The door pulled open and Kung, dressed in a black suit, stepped out of the car. He got out of the car and the car behind him stepped down with large and small men in black suits, each holding various gifts. Django straightened his shirt, smoothed his hair and coughed loudly. Brother Chao, Chao Chang is here to see you. The villagers recognized Kung after his last visit, and his boss is none other than Dragon City bigwig Gao Tianqi. Behind him, his little brother followed with a gift box in his hand, fruits in his hand, pastries in his hand, and a leg of lamb on his shoulder. I don't know, I thought it was a marriage proposal. The villagers couldn't help but wonder, what's Kung doing here again? Chang followed the road and found Chao Ching's yard. Chao Ching was fiddling with the stones in the yard and didn't notice Chang. Chang slowly approached Chao Chang and said softly, Brother Chao, I'm coming. Chao Chang took a look at the fact that it was Chang, put down the tools in his hands and said, What are you doing here? Django said, Mr. Gao asked me to come and see you. These are all small gifts. With that, Chang had his men bring in the gifts, piling up a small mountain of them all at once. It had everything in it and looked very expensive. Django said, A small gift. No honor. There is nothing to do. Chao Ching knew that there would be something to find him, and deliberately said, Gift received. Tell Mr. Gao I'm fine. Go back. Django said with an awkward smile. Brother Chao, it's been a long time. Let's catch up. Chao Ching tilted his head and said, How tall are you? When Chang heard this, he immediately understood the meaning and moved a small bench to sit in front of Chao Ching. Now, Chao Ching stood, and Chang sat a head lower in front of him. The little brother behind him took a look at the scene, which was rare. Brother Chang is a little brother in front of this 10-year-old kid, and this kid is the big brother, and the two of them have swapped identities. Isn't this the most adorable height difference? What is this little friend's origin that he can make Kung like this? Don't you know? This little friend is very powerful. Go back and I'll tell you about it. It's an amazing story. I won't even dare to bully kids from now on. Maybe it's some big brother? This scene is once in 100 years. Hurry up and shoot it. Yard, Chao Chang said. Okay, straight up. What is it that you want from me? Django said. worthy of Chow. There's really something I need your help with, Chow Chang said. Is it about Mr. Hi? Django tilted his head and smiled. Yes, after the last time, Mr. Gao's business is much better, but it still feels almost interesting. Mr. Gao would like you to help again to see if there is still a problem somewhere, Chow Chang said. That rock from last time has been resolved. There shouldn't be any more problems. What else does Mr. Gao want? Django said. No. Brother Chow, you misunderstood. Mr. Gao's business will always be quite cold at the end of every month. According to reason, the end of the month should be the best time for business. Do you think it's strange? Chow Chang listened and said. Oh, there's that. Later, said Chow Chang, took out the falling treasure money and counted a fortune, which realized that there is indeed a problem. And Chang did not lie. Said, okay, just a couple days. I'll have time to stop by. When Chang heard this, he clasped his fist at Chow Chang and thanked him. Thank you, Brother Chow. Thank you, Brother Chow. Chow Chang waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I wouldn't care if it wasn't still a matter. Django laughed. Okay, Brother Chow. Then let me know before you come and I'll pick you up. Say goodbye to Brother Chow. With that, Strong gave a big wave of his hand. The dozens of minions behind him bowed and shouted in unison. Bye Chow. Took Chow Chang by surprise. I'm not even leaving yet, making it look like a memorial service. When the villagers saw it, they all thought that this Grandmaster was so powerful that even the Triads respected him so much. If the villagers saw the Triads, they'd have to hide far away. Not bad for an ancestor. With the ancestor? Who dares to bully us? The ancestors hold them in their hands. The villagers are admiring. A shout came from the distance. Ancestor, something's wrong. Only to see Dog Egg hurriedly running over, his face filled with a horrified expression. Looking terrified, Chow Chang looked at Dog Egg in such a hurry and hurriedly asked, Doggy, what's wrong? Chapter 33, Deliberately Picking Fights? Dogman said, coming up for air. Hit someone, Chow Chang said. Who did you hit? Who hit who? Others in the room were at a loss for words. The villagers rushed outside the courtyard thinking that Chang had come looking for trouble. Did Kung's car hit someone? Chow Chang said. Speak clearly. Dogman pointed to the back of the village and said, it's bumping into Masterly from the next village. The villagers knew when this was said. Isn't the next village an evil village? It's that evil village again, coming to cause trouble every other day. Isn't that bullying? Chow Chang also heard from the villagers that this evil village was unwelcome. In fact, the evil village was called Hungry Village a long time ago. Hungry, because of the geographical location. The land is barren. Planting anything cannot. The village is basically full and hungry. As the saying goes, poor mountains produce unruly people. The people in the Hungry Village then used to go out and grab food and take over the land. The Hungry Village is also called the Evil Village. The evil of the evil. Chow Village and Wicked Village are neighboring villages. But Chow Village has fertile land and abundant crops, which makes Wicked Village jealous, so they come to harass them from time to time. Stealing food from the fields at night happens. What's more, it directly destroys crops. Occasionally there are small scuffles between the two villages, and in serious cases there are fights. When Chow Chang heard that, he said, Doggy, you show me. Doggy promised. Okay, ancestor, you're coming with me. The village headman said worriedly when he saw it. Ancestor master, you'd better forget about it. I'm worried about you getting hurt with your small body. I'll go. Chow Chang refused, saying, as the grandmaster of this village, I should go. You don't have to worry about me. Other villagers said, I think they've got an itchy skin again. So everyone bring your good guys along. Chow Chang said, everyone wait for me to see what happens first. Don't rush. The villagers agreed. The ancestor is right. Ancestor, when the time comes, if you say do it, we'll do it. We must show them what we're made of this time. At this time, Lu Yuer and Lu Yu, who were present, were a bit scared. The photographer hadn't seen this scene before either, and said seriously, I think we'd better not go. It's too dangerous. Lu Yu also said, Yuer, I also think we should just stay here. What are we going to do when we really fight later? Lu Yuer, however, disagreed and said, it's not a one-day problem, and it's not going to work like this, so I'll see what I can do to help out. The photographer said, then don't try to be brave when you go, and run when you see that things aren't right. How about I call someone to protect you? Lu Yuer said, it's okay, I'll see what I can do. A few minutes later, the villagers were back in the yard with their farm equipment. At the very front, Dog Egg led the way, followed by Chow Chang and the village chief, and finally followed by everyone in the village. Lu Yuer's appearance was a big surprise to Chow Chang. Chow Chang said, why are you here? I can't protect you in a fight later. Lu Yue said. You don't need to protect me. Sis is a 9th Dan Taekwondo. Don't worry. The group headed for the intersection between the two villages. When he was still a bit away from the intersection, Chao Cheng asked the children, the elderly and the women of the village to wait here. He himself continued on his way with the stout men. After 10 minutes of walking, he heard noisy voices not far away. Grandpa, your kid hit an old man in my village and ran away? Why don't I try hitting you too? If you dare to touch my grandfather, I'm not done with you. Li Wei, don't bull **** with them, just do it and be done with it. You guys dare. I'll fight you all. You little brat. You think we wouldn't dare? Chao Cheng saw a dozen or so people from the evil village surrounding a child and an old man. He cursed angrily. Nobody move. Whoever moves tries. When the kid and the old man heard this, they turned their heads and saw Chao Cheng standing in front of them, and they were relieved that their ancestor had finally come. Chao Cheng was followed by several hundred people from Chao village, and at once surrounded the dozen or so people from the evil village. The leader of the evil village called Li Wei laughed. Where is this little kid from? Your village is also amusing. Can listen to him and call him Grandmaster? You playhouse? Li Wei uttered these words. The young adults behind Chao Cheng were all very angry. Li Wei, show some respect to our Grandmaster. If you keep being so arrogant, believe it or not, we'll whip you. Hurry up and apologize to our ancestor master, or you'll have a good time. The situation was so tense that it was about to come to a head. Chao Cheng said nonchalantly as he raised his hand. Everyone take it easy. How bad it is to keep fighting and killing. Things are not even clear yet. The villagers quieted down after hearing Chao Cheng's words. This surprised the dozen or so people from the evil village across the street as well. They have always made it an anecdote that a 10-year-old is a grandmaster. This time, when I saw him, I realized that this Chao Cheng really had the model of a grandmaster. And just for the sentence just now, it proved that he wasn't a person who couldn't figure out what was right and what was wrong. Chao Cheng walked up to Li Wei and said, You are? Levi said. Evil village Levi. Chao Cheng said. What happened here? Levi said. The one called Dog Egg in your village hit the grandpa in my village. Still refuses to pay for it. Chao Cheng called Dog Egg over and asked, Doggy, is he right? Doggy said accusingly, Ancestor, I didn't hit him. I stopped when I was still a few meters away from him. I didn't expect the old man to fall straight to the ground, and I went up to get ready to check on him just as they arrived. Ancestor, we saw it too. The child and the old man by the dog's egg said. Chao Cheng said after listening. Li something or other. Look, they said they didn't hit it. Levi said. What Li what? My name is Levi. So how does that make sense when we still see the bump? Chao Cheng looked around. There was no surveillance here either, so there was really no way to prove who was right. Levi said. So now there's just no deal? Li Wei said as he was about to take out a small knife from his clothes. With a small hand, Chao Cheng pressed the knife back in one go and said, Take it easy. I'll look at the old man. The old man lying in front of the car at that moment was covering his knee and shouting, Ouch, that hurts. I can't move. Chao Cheng stepped forward and asked, How do you feel? Moncler? Moncler Outlet Online immediately fell to the ground, covering the right side of his chest, said, I'm aching all over, especially my heart. I feel like I can't breathe. Chao Cheng said, Grandpa, the heart is on the left. Moncler Outlet Store. He hurriedly switched sides and covered the left side of his chest. This is too fake. This look is a lie. Chao Cheng laughed. How much did you pay this grandpa to put on this show? Seeing that he was recognized, Li Wei stopped pretending and said, Today I'm just going to mess things up and show you how evil villages get their evil. Chapter 34, The whole village touches the porcelain collectively? Li Wei let out a whistle, and hundreds of villagers from the evil village walked out around the intersection at once, each holding a watermelon knife. This knife cuts a man like a watermelon, Li Wei said as he took out the spring-loaded knife from his clothes. I'll give you two choices today, either pay up or leave something behind and go. Li Wei stabbed the wheel of the car, and the wheel immediately deflated. A Chao village villager said, Levi, this isn't a joke. It's going to kill someone. Levi said, Is it your turn to talk? Saying that, he pointed his knife at Chao Cheng. When I say you're a brat, you're a brat. Hair hasn't even grown yet. What kind of patriarch are you pretending to be here? After saying that, he pointed at the village chief next to Chao Cheng. And you, the village chief, are a lapdog. Shame on you for being a junior to a kid. A man behind the village chief said angrily, Li Wei, we're all from the same place. Don't give your face away. Levi said, What's wrong with me being shameless? Try walking, one of you, if you can. Stop it. At that moment, an old man came from outside the crowd. The cane tapped in his hand. The hundreds of people from the evil village immediately made way for the old man. An old man in a flat hat, looking about 70 years old, stepped into the center. The one who came was no other than the village chief of the evil village, Li Tian. Li Tian looked around and said aloud, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are these many people up to?" "Triads," Li Wei said when he saw Li Tian coming. "Dad, you're here." Li Tian laughed softly and said, "Humph, rabbit boy, something so big has happened. I heard all about it in the village. Come a little later." "What if something happens later?" Levi hemmed and hawed. Li Tian walked up to Village Chief Chow and said, "Village Chief Chow, we've known each other for a long time. Why hasn't your 10-year-old ancestor come? Did he change his pants?" In fact, Li Tian had seen Chao Cheng a long time ago, but deliberately said so. Chao Cheng said, "Mayor Li's eyes need to be looked at. Old eyes can be a pain in the ass." Chao Cheng stood a head lower in front of Li Tian. Li Tian saw Chao Cheng and laughed. "Yo, Patriarch Chao, just didn't see. Sorry, so here it is," Chao Cheng said with a light hum. "Since Village Chief Li is here, let's make things clear." "I didn't expect Village Chief Li to say directly. What's there to say? Isn't this your village's dog egg who ran over one of our men?" Chao Cheng thought that Village Chief Li was a reasonable man, but it turned out that they were all the same. Chao Cheng said, "So you say we hit it, where's your proof?" Mayor Li said, "I knew you guys wouldn't admit it. I just went and pulled the surveillance. See for yourselves." With that, Village Chief Li took out his cell phone and played a video. The surrounding villagers were also curious and came up to get a better look. Lu Yuer also wanted to see it and laboriously squeezed her way to the front. "Just see the video of this intersection." Then a man came from below. Then all of a sudden there was a car coming across the street at very high speed. The video shows the car crashing directly into the man walking. With that, the man walking fell to the ground. Instead of getting out of the car, the people in the car backed it out of the frame a few steps back. That's the end of this video. But the video is so blurry that it's completely indistinguishable. Chao Cheng said, "You're so blurry on this video. You can't even see it. Who knows who it all is?" Mayor Li said, "The CCTV is here. I can't help it if you say so, but do you have a clear conscience? Are you going to cover up one of your own? It looks like he hit someone and backed up on purpose." Saying that, Village Chief Li unexpectedly burst into tears. At the sight of the dog, he rushed forward and said, "You liar, you slandered me. I'll fight you." Chao Cheng pulled back the angry dog egg and said, "Just take it easy. I'll figure it out." Mayor Li cried for a while and added, "Patriarch Chao, I think we should just pay some money and forget about this. I won't give this video to the police. How's that for an answer? Isn't this blackmail? If we lose the money, wouldn't that be an admission of our fault?" Chao Cheng said firmly, "No, I don't agree." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Li put away his expression from earlier and said fiercely, "Why don't you be reasonable? You little waif. Do you think you guys can leave now? Don't make a fish out of water. Give you steps and you'll step down." Chao Cheng said, "Village Chief Li, are you going to do this the hard way?" Mayor Li said, No, we're good to talk." After saying that, he gave Li Wei a quiet look in his eyes. Li Wei lifted his pocket knife and stabbed at Chao Cheng's face. Seeing that it was about to stab Chao Cheng in the face, Lu Yuer behind Chao Cheng shouted, "Chao Cheng, be careful." Saying that, Lu Yuer pushed Chao Cheng away and kicked the knife out of Li Wei's hand herself. Not bad for a 9th Dan Taekwondo competitor. This is also Thai pants hot. Then Lu Yuer backhanded Li Wei's hand and pressed him to the ground. Lu Yuer said, "That's mean, making a sneak attack." Chao Cheng hated this kind of behavior the most and said, "Village Chief Li, what do you mean by that? If they really want to come, then our Chao village isn't a soft target, and we're not afraid." "Yeah, asterisk him, Grandmaster. We'll go if you say so." Behind them, the young adults of Chao village shouted. Chao Cheng saw that Village Chief Li didn't say anything and said to Lu Yuer, "Harder." Lu Yuer pressed Li Wei's hand down a little bit more. If this went on, the hand would definitely be fractured. Mayor Li worried about his son's injury and said in surrender, All right, I admit defeat. Release Li Wei and we'll go back now." At that moment, for some reason, Li Wei, who was pressing, suddenly screamed, To be, Cheech and Chong? This Li Wei also knows rap? What about pacing us?" Li Tian saw Li Wei's expression of pain, as if he remembered something, began to rummage through his body, and as a result, he didn't find it, and said in a hurry, Wait a minute, I'll be right back to get the medicine." "So it's medicine," Chao Cheng said. "Village Chief Li, what's wrong with Li Wei?" Li Tian said, "I can't tell you at a moment's notice, so let's call it a day and we'll make another appointment another time." As he spoke, Li Wei had already begun to convulse all over his body, foaming from his mouth, startling Lu Yuer. "Is your hand too strong? I didn't force myself. Why did I foam and roll my eyes?" Lu Yuer hurriedly let go of Li Wei. Immediately after that, a few villagers from the surrounding evil villages similarly fell to the ground and convulsed, and began to spit out white foam from their mouths as well, with the same symptoms as Li Wei. The villagers of Chao village also froze? What's going on here? The whole village touched the porcelain en masse? What about this? Chao Cheng shouted. Dr. Wang, are you there? Dr. Wang answered and ran out quickly from the crowd, a white coat especially conspicuous. Chapter 35, Can this be cured? Dr. Wang looked around and didn't know how to start. I've never seen this disease before. It's really strange. Just when everyone was at a loss for words, Village Chief Li had rushed back from the village. Village Chief Li took out a bottle of medicine and gave one to each person. After taking the medicine, Li Wei regained consciousness and sat on the ground breathing heavily, already sweating profusely. Chao Cheng asked, Village Chief Li, what was this just now? Village Chief Li sighed and said, AI, an old disease. This strange disease has been around for a long time. People in the village get it at birth. I don't know if it's hereditary or not. At Village Chief Li's words, the people of Chao village showed skeptical eyes. After all, who knows if it's a scam? Why don't you leave while you still can? Don't rely on us again later. Ancestor, what are you still standing there looking at? Hurry up. Chao Cheng, however, had no intention of leaving, himself in his head as he recalled what had just happened. The villagers behind Chao Cheng were talking. What's the Grandmaster doing? Why don't we hurry now? After this opportunity, when they slow down, can they still go? If the Ancestor Master doesn't leave, we don't dare to leave either. Why don't someone go up and ask? Doggy, you're close to the Ancestor. You're the one. Unexpectedly, at this time, Chao Cheng said something that shocked the whole audience. Only Chao Cheng said flatly, this disease, I can cure. The words came out. Village Chief Li was also surprised for a moment. This couldn't be a joke. He just did this to him and he can still say that? This disease has been around for generations. Can this be cured? Village Chief Li didn't dare to ask again with certainty. Patriarch Chao, are you telling the truth? Chao Cheng nodded and said, really? The villagers behind Chao Cheng heard this and talked even more intensely. Has the Ancestor thought this through? The other party is our enemy. Ancestors can't be childish. That's a god if it can be cured. It's the root of a disease that's been around for generations. And you're saying it can be cured? If it doesn't heal, this won't be on us. They can't be bitter. Ancestor is still too loving to know the dangers of the jungle. It's okay, don't panic. I've already called the police. Just hold on a little longer and the police uncle will come to save us. Chao Cheng had a serious expression on his face. Not like he was joking. Village Chief Li couldn't help but feel grateful to Chao Cheng. After all, it did seem like they did something wrong with this at first. Now the other party did not care about the past, which made Village Chief Li feel very ashamed. Mayor Li said, Patriarch Chao, if you can cure it, then you are a great benefactor to our village. We won't harass you anymore in the future. Levi chimed in. Yes, and I won't cause trouble for your village in the future. I'll be the Li Wei of Chao village from now on too. Just then, Chao Cheng said something that scared everyone again. Chao Cheng said, who said anything about treating you? Mayor Li asked. What does Patriarch Chao mean? Just now he said he could be cured, but now he's flipping out? Isn't this a joke? This up and down is so exciting. The villagers of the evil village all slowed down and picked up their knives again when they heard this. The villagers of Chao village panicked at once. Ancestor is joking at this time. You think it's all size and cuteness. It's over. It's over. If I didn't run just now, it's too late now. What to do? It's too late to run. Chao Cheng, however, said lightly, the source of your illness is the village, and it is the village that I will cure, and your illness will naturally be cured. This statement was unexpected by all. I've heard of ruling people, but I've never heard of ruling a village. This is so fresh. Is the village like people? You can't take medicine like people either. The Grandmaster can't be child-year demented. Flip-flop. Then flip-flop. Chao Cheng said. Village Chief Li, take me to your village. Mayor Li said. Holler holler. Chao Cheng was the first to move forward. The villagers behind him were a bit hesitant. That's sending yourself to the tiger's mouth, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. I will go to the tiger's mountain. Should we go? Don't worry. Let's see what happens first. Go if you do not go. Later by the ancestor of the small book on the record. There will be good fruit to eat later. Specific reference to the dog egg. And this time the ancestor didn't back down. Instead he rushed to the front, which made the villagers admire him a lot. While the villagers were hesitating, a figure followed first. It's none other than the Grandmaster's #1 fan, the village chief. Without saying a word, the village chief followed without hesitation, saying, Ancestor, wait for me. Dogman followed close behind. As soon as they saw that the village chief and Dog Egg were on board, if they fought later, they could at least help. And the villagers hurriedly followed them. The group walked for less than 10 minutes before arriving at Wicked Village. Wicked Village is simply a world away from Chow Village. The Wicked Village is full of small stone cottages and the roads are gravel, with no fields in sight, giving it a desolate feel. Chow Chang looked around and took out his falling treasure money. Sprinkle the 4 falling treasure money on your hand. With that, he closed his eyes and rattled the falling treasure money in the palm of his left hand with his right hand, drawing something in his palm again. And he whispered, nodding his head every now and then. Chow Ching's operation was a sight to behold for all to see. It's kinda decent. In their eyes, the Chow Chang at this time was not a 10-year-old child, but more like a cowhide feng shui master. Looking at Chow Ching's immersed appearance, the people around him didn't dare to speak for fear of disturbing him. Village chiefly also looked at Chow Ching seriously, placing all his hopes on him in his own heart. This village was like his child, and now that this child was saved, village chiefly couldn't help but clench his palms, very nervous. Then Chow Ching faced east, south, west, north, and 4 directions. The falling treasure money in his hand rattled more frequently. Ding dash, ding dash. Suddenly the sky, which had been clear, clouded over and a large cloud covered the sky. Surprisingly, a demonic wind was blowing on the ground. It's cold. A villager couldn't help but sneeze. Chow Ching was still counting to himself. It's like it's all so normal. I've seen this image before. When praying for rain, that's the way it's done. How else could it be? Don't blink. The Grandmaster is about to show his power. After the 4 directions were divined, Chow Ching slowly opened his eyes. An array of sunlight appeared in the gloomy sky, showering over Chow Chang. Chow Ching glowed in the sunlight. Quick look nah. Quick look at the gods. At the same time the wind was still. Village chiefly couldn't wait. Patriarch Chow, is this finished? Chow Chang said. Not yet. You take me around the village. Is this an addiction? Traveling here? There's only one road from the beginning to the end of this village. What's there to wander around? Village chiefly didn't dare to slack off and said, Patriarch Chow, please. Chapter 36, An Old Man and a Young Woman in the Woods? The two of them, Chow Chang and Village chiefly, walked at the front, followed by nearly 1,000 people from the 2 villages in great numbers. When Chow Chang left, his hands were not idle. Every few steps, the falling treasure money in his hand was taken out to tell his fortune. Soon the group arrived at the back of the village. It was a small forest. That's where the problem with the falling treasure money display comes in. Chow Chang said. What's in these woods? Mayor Li said. This forest was originally the source of the village's water supply, but for some reason the water flow became smaller and smaller, and by now it's been drying up for decades. Chow Chang said. I'll go inside. The villagers at the back also wanted to follow them in, only to be stopped by village chiefly. Mayor Li said. To the side is the clan shrine. It's not good to have too many people, so just Patriarch Chow and I will go in. Don't come in without my order, said village chief Li, who also walked in. Chow village villagers are worried. This is the middle of nowhere. The ancestor won't be harmed. Can a kid beat an old man? If the mayor of Li village comes out first, then I'll be the first to rush up and avenge the ancestor. On one side, the villagers of Li village were also worried. What if that child harms the mayor? Can an old man beat a child? If that kid comes out first, then I'll be the first to rush up and avenge the village chief. Chow Chang and village chief Li walked into the woods and at the end was a stone wall. The rock wall was high and looked like it was attached to the top of the mountain, which was covered by a patch of trees at the top. A lion's mouth was carved into the base of the stone wall, and there was a shallow channel of water under it, but it was all dried up now, and all that could be seen on either side was an imprint that had been left there a long time ago. This should be the source of the water source that village chief Li was talking about. Chow Chang looked at the lion's mouth and said, Can this lion's mouth be smashed open? It's made of stone. It's not that easy. Mayor Li said. Patriarch Chow, there's no tools here either. Is it hard to smash? Only Chow Chang took out a hammer and chisel from his clothes. Chow Chang said, I have it here. Try it. Village chief Li saw the tools Chow Chang took out. Where did this come from? Serious people who carry these around. Luckily, there was no conflict on the road. Or this is not a proper way to find death? Mayor Li took the hammer and chisel and began to work on the lion's mouth. But it's an old man, after all. Definitely not as physically fit as the youngsters. At the back of the room, there's an ah. The villagers just outside the woods heard the sound that kept coming. Ah, 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 ah. Is that the mayor's voice? What's this about? Why does that voice sound so soulful? It's kinda rhythmic. These two can't be? An old man and a young woman drilling in the woods. That's exciting. Don't get any ideas. How can that be? Village chief Li screamed like this for more than 10 minutes, and eventually became so tired that he collapsed on the ground at once. The mayor is so persistent. It's been 10 minutes. It's called old age. If only I could be like this in my old age. Chao Chang looked at village chief Li, who had fallen to the ground, and said, "Can you do it? Hurry up. If not, I'll do it instead. It's all about the line, isn't it? A man can't say he can't do it." The village chief flushed me, and changing positions, Chao Chang took the tool and gave it a chisel, finally about to smash it open. Village chief Li couldn't help but say, "Or you're good. You look like a pro. You do it. I can't move. Is there a professional or not in this stuff? Come up and move yourself. Let me in. I must see it." Chao Chang smashed it for a while longer. Clatter. The lion's beak finally shattered, dropping a trail of gravel. What was revealed inside startled both men. Mayor Li said, "Asterisk asterisk 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 is finally out." Chao Chang said, "Lots of water. Is this the end? Shipment? Where's the water coming from?" This conversation between the two also made the villagers a bit embarrassed. At this time, village chief Li walked out of the grove. His clothes were disheveled, dirty and torn because of his work. The villagers were shocked to see it. So intense. The clothes are all messed up. How can I not believe you when you say it's not? Village chief Li walked to the side, waved his hand and smiled. "Why? Come." Li Wei took a look at his father as letting himself over. Thinking of the voice just now, full of refusal, said, "Dad, I'm not going. I don't like messing with this." Mayor Li said, "What are you talking about? Hurry up. It'll be quick. You try it first. If it doesn't work." "Try what? I don't want to try it at all." Levi cried. "I'm not going. I don't want to." Mayor Li said, "Listen to me or not. Now." Levi had to follow his dad into the grove. The two walked up to the stone wall, and under the lion's mouth was a large green-haired turtle that looked to be as big as a faceplate. It must have been washed up by the water a long time ago when it was a baby turtle, and as it kept getting bigger, it just happened to clog up the water, which is what caused no more water to come out of the lion's mouth. Li Wei had never seen such a big turtle and called out, "Asterisk asterisk 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 is so big." The words were clearly heard outside as well. "What's big? Where's the big one? Who's bigger? Who's bigger than who?" Chao Chang said, "We'll carry it out together." Mayor Li said, "Good." The three men lifted the turtle hard on one side. Ah, ah, ah. The sound was loud and clear, outside the woods. "That's it? No preparation? Three of them together. That's too exciting. That's all the young and old." The three men screamed like this for 10 minutes, and finally lifted out the big green-haired turtle. The water flowed through the mountain at once. Li Wei exclaimed excitedly, "Out of the water. Out of the water again? How many times has this happened? Who's out of the water?" In this way the problem of the water source of the evil village can be considered to be solved. Mayor Li said, "Patriarch Chao, what about this big green-haired turtle?" Chao Chang said, "This turtle has lived for so long. It's a treasure, so keep it and put it in the village pond." Mayor Li said, "Okay, listen to Patriarch Chao." All three were exhausted and sat down on the ground intending to rest for a while. Why is there no sound? The first half has just ended and immediately the second half. Can't someone else take a break? It's sage time. The three of them rested for 10 minutes before carrying the large green-haired turtle out of the grove. Chao Chang was covered in sludge. His hair was messy, and he had a smile on his face. Mayor Li was disheveled and full of smiles. Li Wei was full of water and happy. Looks like all three are happy with it. Seeing the big green-haired turtle in the hands of the three. Why there's a big green-haired turtle? Isn't that an animal? Why is there an animal? It's not going to be a man-beast. The two villagers looked at the three people in front of them with a strange look. Mayor Li began. The village's water problem has finally been solved. It turned out to be this big green-haired turtle blocking the waterway. Levi chimed in. Right. Now the village has water again. Chao Chang also nodded. But look at the villagers' expressions. Why do they feel they don't believe it? Chapter 37 Feng Shui? Planting Science. The water from the lion's mouth flowed to all corners of the evil village. The villagers of Wicked Village could not have imagined the day when they would still see water coming to their village. Patriarch Chao. This is too godly. Even more godly than Xiao Jingpain. Patriarch Chao, please accept my knee. Patriarch Chao, why don't you come to our village? Our village is also missing an ancestor. I can't imagine that this Patriarch Chao is so powerful. I won't dare to laugh at him anymore. I'm afraid he'll stop the water in my house. Just then, a man came hurrying in the distance. The man was dark-skinned, thick-browed, and of small stature. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd fallen into a coal pile. The man shouted as he ran. Village chief, good news, great news. What's the good news? Which grocery store is having a sale? Or which house has dropped in price? The villagers pricked up their ears to hear what the good news was. Chao Chang saw a black cinder block rushing toward him from a distance. This cinder block is so big and alive. Village chief Li introduced Chao Chang. Patriarch Chao, this is Li Wei from our village. We used to call him Black Fattywa because he was dark and fat. Black Fattywa ran around a corner to the side of village chiefly. Mayor Lee said, "What's the good news, fat black boy?" The fat black waif said with a hefty grin, "Mayor, water is coming to the village, so the fields can be irrigated." Village chiefly thought it was some kind of good news and said with disappointment, "Hey, Black Fatty, I've told you before, we can't grow crops on that land in our village. It's useless to have water." The fat black baby said doggedly, "Mayor, try again for me. This time there is water, so I will be able to plant crops for the village, so that I don't have to go borrow from other villages." Village chiefly nodded and said, Okay, I believe you. Black fat baby, you do some more research on your own." The fat black waif said with a smile, Yes, Mayor, I will try." Village chiefly said when he saw Black Fatty baby leave, "Patriarch Chow, I'm sorry to make you laugh. This black fat boy is like this, stubborn as hell. He told him a long time ago that he couldn't plant, but he just didn't believe me. Now that the water is coming, he's probably going to stay in the fields even more. He's all black from the sun." Chao Ching looked at the back of the black fat baby and said thoughtfully, "Mayor, show me the way." Village chiefly nodded and led Chao Ching towards the field. It didn't take long to walk to the field. "Chao village villagers, take a look. This is not a field. It is simply a stone field. The fields are full of small rocks, which would be a hell of a way to grow a crop. No fields at all. Not a blade of grass. It's bare. It's like a bunch of little rocks sprinkled in a field of sand." At this time, the black fat boy was holding a hose to water the field. The water ended up leaking right away just as it hit the field. "Can't keep a drop of water." Seeing this, Chao village villagers also exclaimed, "Hey, that's too hard. This ground is cleaner than my pockets." I can't believe I have some sympathy for their village. Inherent Jingwei reclaimed the sea. Now there is a black fat baby planting the land. Chao Ching walked to the edge of the field, squatted down, and picked up a handful of stones and rubbed them. Village chiefly stood on the edge and said, "Patriarch Chow, see, this is totally unplantable." Chao Cheng said, "Tell the fat black boy to come down here." Village chiefly didn't know what Chao Ching was going to do, but he still shouted at the distant Black Fatty Wah, "Black fat boy, come down here." Seeing the village chief shouting at him, Black Fatty Wah walked over, saw Chao Ching on the side of the village chief, and said, "Village chief, is this child from our village? Why haven't I seen him before?" Village chiefly frowned and gave Black Fatty baby's head a smack and said, What child? Is child what you call it? Call Patriarch Chow. This kid is the Chow Patriarch?" The black fat baby immediately changed his words and said, "Excuse me, Patriarch Chow, what do you want to see me about?" Chao Cheng said, "Have you ever heard of a crop called rockweed?" The fat black child shook his head. Chao Cheng said, "This seed is planted and grows in the stone so that over time it acts as a water retainer, and then you should be able to plant other crops on top of it." As soon as this was said, the black fat waif's two eyes glared as if they were glowing, and said, "Really?" Chao Cheng nodded. The fat black waif said, "So where do you buy this kind?" Chao Cheng said, "You can find it if you search online. It's just..." Black fat baby took out his cell phone and searched. "It does not matter if you do not search. A search shock. A bag of $1,000, which is too expensive. This field must be at least a couple hundred bags, totaling nearly $1 million. Where's the money in the village now?" Village chief Lee also said, "Forget it, it's too expensive." Chao Cheng pulled a phone out of his pocket when he heard that. The villagers of Chao village behind him, at the sight of it, murmured, No. Could it be that the ancestor is going to make a move?" Chao Cheng said flatly, "It's okay, I got it." With that, Chao Cheng dialed Zhao Ren's phone. The phone had only rung once when Zhao Ren picked up the phone on the other side and said, "Boss, what's up? This work ethic, that's strapping a cell phone to your hand. You're wrong. It's a real long cell phone." Chao Cheng said, "Zhao Ren, buy something for me. I'm sending you the link to your phone, and you can fill in our village for the address." Zhao Ren said, "Okay, boss." Zhao Ren hung up the phone and took out his cell phone to take a look. Stone grass seeds? Order quantity 1,000 bags. Total price $1 million. What's the boss up to? Just spent $20 million and now $1 million. I don't remember the boss having a field that big myself. You're not going to eat in the future. And you're going to eat seeds for dinner? Is it for the village? This company doesn't do its own business properly. One time it buys houses. The next time it buys seeds. Next time it just buys airplanes. Zhao Ren placed an order for stone grass seeds as Chao Ching requested. Chao Ching said to village chief Lee, "The seeds are bought and will arrive in a few days. This is too good. A one-stop shop. From irrigation to planting, with seeds provided. Is this the life of a rich man? The Grandmaster even knows this? What kind of feng shui is this? It's pure planting science." the Grandmaster is really not doing his job in this company. Li Village is now asking for water and seeds. It's like a dream, almost like giving Chao Village a favorable review. Mayor Li said, Patriarch Chao, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have looked down on you. Now that you've helped our village solve a big problem, I admire you for being an ancestor. Levi chimed in, Patriarch Chao, I won't say anything more, so if you need me in the future, just order me. The other villagers of the evil village were also very grateful to Chao Cheng and said, thanks to Patriarch Chao, if it wasn't for you today, I guess this wouldn't be finished. Yeah, or this would be another big battle today. I'm kind of having surgery on my ass today. Opening up eye after eye. Chapter 38, Go to Chao Village and invite the Chao God. Chao Cheng handled this today to perfection. 100 points out of 100. I'll score 101, and giving one more point will make the ancestor proud. Ancestor's handling today was textbook. It's like rubbing the perceptions of the evil village people on the ground. See that dude across the street, his mouth never closed. I can see it's all starting to get skeptical. Having this kind of ancestor is truly a blessing that this village has cultivated for several lifetimes, and the clan house has to keep smoking. It would be good for both villages if Chao and Wicked Village could eventually reconcile. This also made the villagers of Chao Village finally relieved. Their admiration for Chao Cheng increased quite a bit. Chao Cheng laughed. We're all from the next village. We should help each other. So we'll go back today, and I'll have the seeds sent over when they arrive. Village Chief Li said enthusiastically. Alright, thank you Patriarch Chao. You take your time. Li Wei also put away his previous arrogance and said, Patriarch Chao, come over to play sometime. We still have a lot of single little girls here. The other villagers of the evil village did the same, bidding farewell to Patriarch Chao with enthusiasm. Patriarch Chao, go well. Patriarch Chao, you have worked hard. Patriarch Chao, we won't forget you. There are still people crying in the depths of emotion. Good Lord, why does it feel like a memorial service? Just short of a black and white photo in the front. After settling the matter, Chao Cheng led the villagers of Chao Village back to the village. This time it can be considered a fundamental solution to the problem between the two villages. In the future, there will be no need to worry about the matter of another conflict between the two villages. It was already noontime when everyone returned to the village. The villagers invited the ancestor to their homes for dinner, but Chao Cheng refused them all. For one thing, he was tired himself and wanted to hurry back to rest. Secondly, Sister Lu Yuer is still worried in the courtyard. The villagers had to say goodbye to Chao Cheng and go back to their homes. Before he could walk to the courtyard, Lu Yu was already waiting at the door. Lu Yuer saw her sister and hurriedly ran up. Sister, I'm back. Lu Yu's hanging heart fell to the ground when she saw that her sister had returned. Afterwards the village headman cooked some dishes in the courtyard himself. There's braised pork, eggplant in sauce, tofu boiled cabbage. Chao Cheng was also hungry, and without stopping for a bite, he dried 2 bowls of rice at once. Lu Yuer couldn't wait to tell Lu Yu what had happened, and Lu Yu was very surprised. Don't look at Chao Cheng's young age, but he still understands this and handles things calmly. Lu Yuer said, Sister, it's a shame you weren't there. Lu Yu complimented, Chao Cheng, I can't believe you know all this. Where did you learn it all from? Chao Cheng, however, laughed. These certainly have nothing to do with feng shui, and I didn't do the math myself. Lu Yuer asked, and where did you see it? Chao Cheng said, read it in a book once. Lu Yuer said, what books, and write about that? Chao Cheng made up a random book title and said, 100 Questions on Planting. Of course Chao Cheng couldn't tell the truth. All of this knowledge was actually learned in his previous life, because he had a vegetable garden in his previous life, in which he had conducted scientific research from time to time. He had learned a lot of ways to deal with all kinds of strange problems, and he had also recognized a lot of new and strange ways of planting. This time, it happened to be an evil village situation, and it was a piece of cake for him. At that moment, a progress bar unexpectedly appeared before Chao Cheng's eyes. It was Gao Tianqi's mission progress bar. At this moment, the progress of Gao Tianqi's mission was surprisingly changing by 1%. 1% upwards. What's the situation? I didn't do anything myself. How did he move on his own? Did something happen on Mr. Gao's side? Why don't we hurry up tomorrow and settle the matter with Mr. Gao? I'm done eating. I'm going back to nap. You guys take your time. Last one to do the dishes. Oh. After Chao Cheng set up his own dishes, he returned to his room. Lu Yuer looked at Chao Cheng's back and said, Hey, this Chao Cheng is really puzzling. One moment so mature, one moment quite childish. What's the situation? Lu Yu chucked a mouthful of rice and laughed. What's wrong? So concerned about him. Lu Yuer said, No way. This guy is so mysterious, I wonder if he's faking it. Lu Yu said, People are curious, and the more mysterious they are, the more they want people to know. Lu Yue'er said. Yeah, I don't want to get to know him. I'm just curious. At this time, in the Gao Tianqi courtyard, there was a crowd of people standing all over the place. In the very center was a man with a red hat and red clothes, holding a small tabletop in his hand, standing respectfully in front of Gao Tianqi. On the countertop rested a god of wealth, his whole body glittering with gold. Dude, did you hear? This thing is made of gold all over and cost Kung a lot of money. Don't look small. Pure gold is worth a sweet. Kung really spends money. That's true. Brother Chang has been busy for a long time with this matter of Mr. Gao. See over there? It's all on Brother Chang's invitation. Stop talking. It's about to start. The man with the tabletop shouted. The god of fortune arrives at your home, and your wealth continues. Here's the god of fortune doll. A festive-looking beauty with pigtails walked out, singing as she walked. The god of fortune comes knocking at your door. My child comes to light the lamp. Red packets accompanied by the sound of firecrackers. Wealth comes to the door. I wish Mr. Gao much wealth and happiness. God of fortune doll. Wishing Mr. Gao a big fortune every month. Good luck. Roll on, and congratulations on your fortune. Guests come. Hearts blossom. Songs and dances get crazy high. It's such a festive song and well sung. I'm tempted to applaud. Isn't that the god of fortune doll? I've heard her songs a lot over the new year. Let's see if we can get an autograph when it's over. Django said from the side. Mr. Gao, how about inviting the god of fortune this time? Gao Tianqi said. Where did you find all this? Django said. Hey Mr. Gao, it's all small money, as long as Mr. Gao is satisfied it's all worth it. Gao Tianqi said. All right, it's a token of your appreciation. So bring it. Chang immediately handed Gao Tianqi the god of fortune on the countertop. Gao Tianqi placed the god of fortune on a table in the courtyard, with 13 more or less small figures on the side. Django said. Mr. Gao, there's definitely no problem this time. When the time comes, you'll see at the end of the month. Guaranteed to make a lot of money. If it doesn't work, I'll hire another one next month. Gao Tianqi looked at the row of villains. From left to right, Erlangshan, Rain God, Thor, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Flash, Hulk. There was also the recent god of fortune. At this rate you could put together several tables of Chinese and Western mahjong. Has Kung gotten into hand-me-downs lately? What's with all the villainy? Gao Tianqi said. Will any of this work for you? You don't have to think with your head either. Django said. And what does Mr. Gao mean? Gao Tianqi said. Go to Chao village and invite the Chao god. Chapter 39. Who told you to do this? Alright, Mr. Gao. I'll be right there. Django rushed out the door in one swift motion. Swish 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 followed by dozens of men in black. The group got into the car and drove toward Chao village. 1. Where are we going with Kung? This direction is Chao village at a glance. What are we doing in Chao village? What else can I do? I must be going to find Brother Chao. Who is Brother Chao? And you can let Brother Chang go and invite him like this? What do you know? This Chao is awesome. What's so great about it? Still more powerful than Kung? Don't say that. There's still a big difference between Brother Chao and Brother Chang. What's the difference? Our strong brother that is invincible under immortals and 1-for-1 above immortals. What about Chao? Brother Chao that's invincible above the immortals. Is Chao still human then? Didn't you hear the boss say it's called Chao Shen? Brother Li, you're early. Tell me, where is this Chao Shen divine? This I can tell you well. It was a dark and windy night. Chao Shen was sitting alone on the yard. Suddenly the wind rose up. The electricity flashed and thunder roared. You see that empty position in the boss's yard. Before that there was a big stone. That night a group of celestial soldiers and generals came down from the sky and took the big stone with them, and swooshed it away. Where did that rock go? I saw it last time I was in Chao village, so I'll have a chance to show it to you this trip. Okay Thanks Rico. After half an hour, a line of black cars pulled up at the entrance to the village. Kung got out of the car first, trot all the way to the yard door. He was still wearing a black suit, followed by a group of minions. Brother Li, are you talking about this stone? Yeah, that's the piece. So big. How else to say magical? What's down here? And some small rocks. Oh, the brothers who came earlier left prayer stones. You can keep one too if you want. But I don't have it here? It's okay. I have them here. $5 a piece. See what kind you want? Said Li, taking out a large bag from his pocket and dumping it on the ground with a clatter. All various kinds of stones. Rico, this is? Oh, the brothers who didn't come asked me to bring it. You choose the one without engraving on it. The engraved ones are already chosen. Okay, Rico. Chang waited at the door for fear of waking Chao Cheng from his rest. Half an hour had passed without the slightest movement in the room. A little brother on the side of Kung asked. Kung, is this Chow at home? It can't be out. Django said. What's the hurry? What's wrong with waiting a little longer? The little brother said. Why don't you go up and knock on the door and ask? Django said. You're teaching me things? No, Django. We'll wait a little longer then. After waiting another half hour, the little brother added. This Chow is doing it on purpose, isn't he? Or should I light a fire to drive him out? Django said. You are usually told to be more patient, to use a little wisdom and use your head when things go wrong. The little brother said. Django, what do you say then? Django said. So be it. Junior was kicked into the room by Strong, just in time for Chao Ching to wake up. Django said, pointing at his little brother. What's wrong with you, little brother? I told you to wait outside. Why did you rush in? Brother Chao, it didn't bother you, did it? Chao Chang said. I was about to message you about coming over tomorrow. Why are you here today? Django said. It's not the end of the month again soon, and Mr. Gao is in a hurry. Chao Chang said. Just as well. Then when we'll set out. Kung said respectfully. Okay Lu, I'll meet you at the door. Many of the juniors who came here this time were here for the first time, and they all wanted to see what kind of god Chow in the mouth of this Mr. Gao and the Chow in the mouth of Brother Chang were like. Chao Chang changed his clothes and walked out of the room. How is a child? You have the exact same look on your face as when I first saw it. What do you know? Chow is returning to his old age. Don't look like you've never seen the world. Quickly put away your surprised expression. We are the triads. Even when your heart is raging inside, your expression should be calm and self-possessed. Chao Ching passed by the boulder in the doorway, saw the rocks piled up underneath and thought to himself. Didn't I clean it up once last time? Why are there so many rocks again? Could this stone be able to give birth? The village chief saw Chao Ching going out and said. Ancestor, you're going out? Chao Chang said. Yeah, why? The village chief said. It's fine. I just cooked a fish up and said we'd eat together for dinner. Since you have something to do, Ancestor Master, you go and get busy. Chao Ching said with a slight smile. I'll be right back. Wait for me when dinner is cooked. I'll go. Worthy of a grandmaster, so confident. The village chief said. Then I'll wait for you. Chao Ching gave an okay sign and got into the car. After a half-hour ride to the entrance of the High General, Chao Ching was the first to step out of the car, and Chang followed Chao Chang. The man in black at the door saw that Chang had brought a child with him and stepped forward. Hello Kung, is this your kid? He's so cute. Chao Chang glanced at the man and walked in without saying a word. Django said as he patted the man's head. Open your mouth kid. Close your mouth kid. Kid is what you call it. This is Chow. Call Chow. The man in black cried. Kung, you hit someone. Why did you hit someone? A junior in the back said. From the day you became a little brother. We only have one brother Chow. And that's him, remember? The man in black said. Remember. By now, Gao Tianqi was already waiting in the hall. Seeing Chao Ching coming, Gao Tianqi immediately walked out and said with a smile. Tianshi Chow. It's been a long time. You've grown taller again. Welcome. Chao Chang responded. Mr. Gao. It's also been a long time since I've seen you. And you've become handsome again. Gao Tianqi waved his hand and said. No. Heavenly Master Chow has worked hard all the way. Why don't you take a rest first? Chao Chang refused, saying, let's get straight to the point. And by the way, you have the back kitchen make the table food. Gao Tianqi said with satisfaction. Worthy of being Celestial Master Chow. Even the celebration banquet is prepared. If we want to eat well, I'll book a hotel and we'll just go straight to the hotel after we're busy. Chao Ching shook his head and said. You thought wrong. I want to pack up this table and take it back for dinner. It's only an hour to do table food, which is way too short. Gao Tianqi said in disbelief. Tianshi Chow. Is this too late? Chao Chang said. Don't you trust me yet? Believe. Chao Chang added. You draw me a diagram of the current layout of the house. Gao Tianqi said. No problem. It just so happens I had one prepared in advance. Gao Tianqi took the room layout map to Chao Chang. Chao Chang took a look and frowned, saying, who told you to do that? Chapter 40, in ancient times, there was warm wine beheading Hua Xiong, but now there is Chow setting up tables and chairs. Chow dares to talk to Mr. Gao like that. Don't stop me. I'm going up there to teach this kid a lesson. What are you pulling me for? I didn't pull you. Don't push it if you can. Hurry up. I'm not going to get on it. I'm going to push it. Gao Tianqi said. Tianshi Chow. What does that mean? Chao Chang said. Mr. Gao. What do you think this table and chairs look like? Gao Tianqi usually didn't pay attention to it, and after Chao Ching reminded him so, he looked carefully and called out. It's lock. It's the word lock. Chao Chang nodded and said, right. Gao Tianqi said, is this someone who wants me dead? Chao Chang said, who gave you this table and chairs? Gao Tianqi said after a moment's thought, it's a guy named Li Jun, but it shouldn't be. He and I have been partners for years. Chao Chang said, what about setting up tables and chairs? Gao Tianqi said, it was him too. He gave me a diagram at the time and said to set it up like this, and I didn't pay attention and let someone else do it. Chao Chang said, this arrangement is called the wealth locking formation in feng shui, using 18 chairs to trap wealth. Gao Tianqi said, so can this be cracked? Chao Chang laughed. Easy, watch me, said Chao Chang 3 times and set up the table and chairs. Chao Chang said, Mr. Gao, what does it look like again? Gao Tianqi took a look and said, it's raw. It's a raw word. Chao Chang said, yes, what I'm setting up now is called the Shanghai formation. That's settled? That's too soon. That easy? I'll go on my own. Hurry up and learn. Go back to the gourd. That is not the future wealth rolling in. Why am I so unconvinced? It can't be fooling Mr. Gao. At that moment a man at the door ran in with a stack of papers. Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao. It turned out to be Wang Fuguei, the financial director of the high head office. Gao Tianqi asked, Fortune, what's wrong? Wang Fuguei ran to the side of Mr. Gao and looked around. Chang understood what Wang Fuguei meant and said, extraneous people out first. So the people in black all lined up and walked out of the high chief's house. Wang Fuguei took a look at Chao Chang. Why is there a kid? What's his relationship? Why isn't he leaving? I've never seen this kid before. Where did he come from? Wang Fuguei said, this child. We adults are going to say something, so go ahead and play aside. Chao Chang said, okay, I'll go then. Gao Tianqi hurriedly pulled Chao Chang back and said, let me introduce to you our company's financial director Wang Fuguei. Fuguei, this is Tianshi Chao. Wang Fuguei laughed lightly. Humph, you're the Chao Tianshi that Mr. Gao talked about. You've cheated a lot of money by this, right? Chao Chang said, it's all about real talent. So what's the point of cheating? Wang Fuguei said, I've seen many of your kind of charlatans. Wasn't there a Zhao Tianshi before? But in the end, he still fled. For decades, I believe in myself, not feng shui. Gao Tianqi took a look at these two people to go on like this designated to dry up. Said, Fortune, what do you want with me? Wang Fuguei said, Mr. Gao, just now the company came in with a large sum of money. It's been a long time since money came in at the end of the month. It looks like the company is finally doing well. No. Did it really work? This can't be a coincidence. This formation works so fast. It's an immediate effect. Gao Tianqi thanked. Thank you, Heavenly Master Chao. Django chimed in. Thank you Chao. Wang Fuguei wondered why he didn't thank himself and went to thank a child. Wang Fuguei said, Mr. Gao, is there a mistake? Gao Tianqi said, it won't be. Tianshi Chao just modified the feng shui of the house. That must be the reason. When Wang Fuguei heard it, it must be a coincidence, designated as a mask. Said, Tianshi Chao, I don't believe in such a coincidence. Prove it to me if you can. Chao Chang said, okay, here's the moment to witness the miracle. With that, Chao Chang set the chair back to its original position. A short while later, a man in formal attire came running from outside and shouted, Mr. Wang, Mr. Gao, it's not good. Wang Fuguei said, what's wrong? The man said, just now a company offered a lower price than us, and now those businessmen who cooperated are going to the other company. Ha, how did this happen? Could that really be the reason? Seeing this, Gao Tianqi said, Tianshi Chao, hurry up and swing back. Chao Chang said, there's no rush. Let's show you what real feng shui means. With that, Chao Chang changed the table and chairs again. A short while later, another man in formal attire came running from outside and shouted, Mr. Wang, Mr. Gao, it's not good. Wang Fuguei said, what's wrong? The man said, the Department of Public Information just released to the public that it's going to donate all of the company's money to the foundation. Chao Chang said, it's called a wealth dispersal formation. With that, Chao Chang changed the table and chairs again. Not long after, Gao Tianqi's cell phone rang with a text message sound. Gao Tianqi picked up his cell phone and took a look. Wang Fuguei asked, Mr. Gao, what's wrong? Gao Tianqi said, $10 million was transferred out of my account. Chao Chang said, it's called a money-breaking formation. Saying that, Chao Chang wanted to change the position of the table and chairs again, but was pressed by Wang Fuguei. Wang Fuguei said, Tianshi Chao, don't change. I'm convinced. Chao Chang said, it's not over yet. It's just where it's at. Gao Tianqi took a look and also said, Heavenly Master Chow, we are convinced. At this rate the company will go bankrupt. Wang Fugue said, Heavenly Master Chow, it's better to swing back. Saying that, Wang Fugue picked up a table and chair intending to set it back up. I do not know if it is too many times, or Wang Fugue too hard. The table and chairs click sound. Chair a foot broken. You pay for my table and chairs. Gao Tianqi's eyes seemed to want to eat Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue awkwardly looked at the broken tables and chairs and said, Tianshi Chow, what about this? Chao Cheng said, good idea. You saw your legs off and put them on. Wang Fugue said, ha, Heavenly Master Chow is joking. Chao Cheng said, just kidding. Take any table or chair. Wang Fugue said with a sigh of relief. Thank you, Heavenly Master Chow. An hour had passed, and the back kitchen had made a good meal. Gao Tianqi said as he packed the meal and gave it to Chang. Ah Chang, send Tianshi Chow back properly. Django said, okay, Mr. Gao. Chao Cheng left Mr. Gao's house and returned to the village. The village headman happened to bring the freshly cooked fish to the table. Chao Cheng had then returned. That's too fast. Grandmaster is such a fast guy. Chao Cheng smelled the fish and praised it. It smells really good. Kung, do you want to stay for dinner before you go? Chang looked at the table full of food and couldn't bear to refuse, saying, okay, thanks Chow. Then Lu Yu and Lu Yuer both went downstairs to eat dinner together. While eating, Lu Yu suddenly said, do you guys know Kung from Dragon City? Chapter 41, Leading the Village in Strawberry Picking. The village chief, Chao Cheng, and Lu Yuer looked at Lu Yu and frantically made eyes, telling Lu Yu to stop talking. Lu Yu didn't read everyone's meaning and continued, what's going on? What are you guys blinking for? Have you heard? This Kung is a triad. If he doesn't pay back the money he'll drag people to donate blood. Chao Cheng coughed and said, ahem, hurry up and eat. We'll talk afterward. Lu Yu looked at the new one on the table and said, and this new one is? Django said with a smile, just call John. Lu Yu said, do you live in Dragon City? Django nodded. Lu Yu said, so do you know Django? Django shook his head and said, not recognizable. Lu Yuer looked at this chat going on. Her sister may have to pull to donate blood. Clip a piece of meat to Lu Yu. Said, sis, hurry up and eat. The food won't be good if it gets cold. At that moment, a junior ran in at the door and shouted, Kung, let me borrow your keys to move the car. Kung glared at the junior and reluctantly gave the key to the junior. With a shocked face, Lu Yu sucked in a breath and leaned his seat towards Chao Cheng's side. Django said, I hang out with Chow. As soon as Lu Yu heard this, he looked at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng hemmed and hawed. Let's not talk about that. Let's eat and eat. Lu Yu took a look at the left and right sides are all big shots. Can still eat the meal? Dragon City. Gao Tianqi's home. Sure enough it's much more comfortable. Or Chao Tianshi is powerful. This has solved the problem that has been bothering me for a long time. Now I can see everything with vigor. Gao Tianqi sighed as he sat in the courtyard. Django said as he stood on the sidelines as well. Mr. Gao Yu said don't look at Chao Tianshi looks like a child. His ability is really great. A light hand and solved it. Gao Tianqi said, well, I asked you to investigate Li Jun. Any news from Li Jun's side? Django said, not yet. He hasn't been home since yesterday. I don't know where he went. Gao Tianqi said, let him come over when he gets back. Django said, going to drag him to donate blood? I'm familiar with that. Gao Tianqi said, what blood donation? Why don't you become a blood donation ambassador if you like it so much? Good idea. At this moment, Gao Tianqi could feel a steady stream of fortune gathering towards him. Was this the power of the fortune-generating array? The merchants of Dragon City more or less believe in feng shui. Feng shui is very important to them. Good feng shui can benefit you in every way. Some businessmen will spend a lot of money to hire a feng shui master to set up in their homes. And, of course, the pendulum needed is ridiculously expensive. Each one is hundreds or even tens of millions of dollars. What celadone? What mahogany table? One is in a good mood when one is in it. With the wealth-generating formation set up by Chao Cheng, toward the end of the month, the high head office of the income of a change in the usual, into the rubbing to rise. Looking at the growing wealth, Gao Tianqi's eyes bent with joy. This Chao Tianshi was so much stronger than the feng shui masters he had met before. Congratulations to Mr. Gao for making $10 million a month. Congrats to the high head office for picking up the slack. Congratulations to Mr. Gao for standing up again. Congratulations to Mr. Gao on his reorganization. Mr. Gao kept receiving similar text messages from his friends in the business world. Texts of congratulations have been sent knowing that he is out of the woods. Everyone is curious as to how Mr. Gao is going to solve this problem. Mr. Gao, however, said very mysteriously. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. It drew jealousy from everyone. Which high-ranking person is this? Still refusing to reveal it to us. Yes, to have such a good thing and not share it with everyone. Mr. Gao, this is too much of a lack of interest. Mr. Gao clicked on the WeChat group and sent red envelopes 200 each. It was snatched up in a second. Thank you Mr. Gao for the red packet. Mr. Gao's atmosphere. Hi Chief 666. I wish Mr. Gao a great fortune. There was no more discussion about it after that. Gao Tianqi smiled gently. Humph. You're all a bit too young to fight with me, little man. Gao Tianqi thought in his heart that if he told others about Tianshi Chao, then he would have fewer chances to get guidance in the future. He still wanted to lean on the big tree of Tianshi Chao. Gao Tianqi also instructed his men not to tell anyone about this. With this relationship with Tianshi Chao, wouldn't one's future life be smooth sailing and smooth sailing? That's a little exciting to think about. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Whoops. Chang opened the door to see that it was Lu Xian, the president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society. Django said, Yo, it's Lu Xian. President Lu. Gao Tianqi was in the room when he heard it. Why is President Lu here at this time? What's the point of coming to see me? Right, I remember. Before Chao Qing came, Gao Tianqi had also invited Lu Xian, but Lu Xian had been unavailable, and the matter was put off again and again. As Lu Xian was packing up, he suddenly remembered this and planned to settle this before leaving the house. Gao Tianqi immediately welcomed him out. President Lu, a great visit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lu Xian tilted his head, glanced at Gao Tianqi and said arrogantly, What you came to me about before? I'm here now. Let me see what's wrong. Gao Tianqi said with a slight smile. Okay, you come in and we'll talk slowly. Lu Xian walked into the courtyard and saw the 18 chairs placed in the house. The heart could not help but be very shocked. Who set up this fortune-making formation? Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. Mr. Gao, this formation is? Gao Tianqi said. To be honest with you, just before you, I asked someone to come to my home, and that person set up this wealth-generating formation, which just solved my problem. Lu Xian was very surprised and said, This formation is only known to the older generation. Could it be the old patriarch of the Li family? Gao Tianqi didn't know what Lu Xian was talking about and said, What old patriarch of the Li family? What patriarch of the Li family? Lu Xian said as he saw Mr. Gao's dumbfounded expression. Isn't it? Then who else is there? He's the only one I remember. Gao Tianqi said. I'm sorry, this is someone I'm not at liberty to disclose. Lu Xian said with disappointment. That's good. Since Mr. Gao's matter is settled, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Gao Tianqi said. You've come all this way, won't you stay for a cup of tea? Lu Xian said. Thank you Mr. Gao. No need. Okay, thank you President Lu. Then let's contact each other often. The next day, everyone in Chao's village got up early. The villagers were waiting in the center of the village for the appearance of the ancestor. Today, Chao Qing is going to take everyone to pick strawberries. Before leaving, Doggy suggested taking a picture together. Chao Qing stood in the very center. On the side was the village chief, and Lu Yuer and Lu Yu. Behind them stood the villagers of Chao village. The guys stand back. Doggy said, Come on. Ready, look at the camera. Is the Grandmaster handsome? Cool. Just then, a message popped up. See the headline of the message. Dogman's eyes widened at once. Chapter 42 Chao Village Raises Monkeys? Doggy barked excitedly. It startled the villagers on the side. What's wrong with Doggy? Taking a picture and having an orgasm? The dog's egg has returned to its ancestor? Why is this barking like the monkey barking I saw at the zoo? Go get Dr. 1. No, he's not a veterinarian. Doggy called out. The triangle is demolished. Everyone look at the hot search. The villagers all took out their cell phones, and sure enough, the first few hot searches were all about this news. Demolition plans for the triangle in suburban #Long City are finalized. The triangle, a suburb of #Long City, is slated to be transformed into a water park. #Long City's first water park will break ground early next month on a site in the triangle, a suburb of Long City. Home prices around the triangle in the suburbs of #Dragon City have skyrocketed overnight to nearly $4,000 a square foot. And they're still rising. When the villagers saw it, they all let out the same screams as dog egg. The villagers from the wicked village next door heard the noise. A man and woman in the field said, What's going on with Chao Village? The screaming is a bit soulful, and it sounds quite rhythmic. Why do you like the sound of that? Why don't we try it tonight? Holy, I didn't realize you could mimic? Another pair in the field said, Look at people, and then look at you. If you were that hard, I'd scream so soulfully. It must be that their ancestor has something new. I'll ask when I get a chance. Others in the field said, Chow Village keeps monkeys? Sounds like a bunch of monkeys. Chow Village is so great that they can still raise monkeys. After the last company demolition, Chow Village villagers know that this demolition will be able to share a large sum of money again. And picking strawberries. It's good to lay back and wait for the demolition. The villagers cheered. Get rich again. Ancestral cowhide. I'm about to become a generation splitter. When is the contract going to be signed? I can't wait. Not long after, Chao Ching's cell phone rang. Chao Cheng picked up and said, Hello, Zhou Ren. What's up? Opposite Zhao Ren said, Boss, someone came to talk to us about tearing down the company. Chao Cheng said, I'll pass. Just operate as you did last time. Zhao Ren said, Good. Chao Cheng hung up the phone after saying that. No more waiting? It looks like prices will go up again. Why don't we ask the others what the price is? What are you asking? We're the only ones on that land. You're asking a ghost. Lu Yuer also saw the news and thought that she had advised Chao Ching in the beginning. I didn't realize that it was all within Chao Ching's grasp. This Chao Cheng is too godlike. At that moment, a push of a message popped up. The title is, Hudian talks about investing. Teenage investor Ching Chao's investment experience on how to achieve 100% investment correctness. Lu Yuer clicked on it. The message reads, Chao Cheng was born in Dragon City in an investment family. His father is a big man in the investment world. Chao Ching has been very interested in investments since childhood. At the age of 7 and his father borrowed money to complete his first investment. At the age of 8, Chao Ching started an investment club at his school, taking charge of the club's capital of $100,000, which had risen to $500,000 by the end of the year. At the age of 9, he started a company in his father's name. At the age of 10, Chao Ching's personal wealth reached $4 million. At the age of 11, the funds amounted to $10 million. When he was 12 years old, stock prices fell and Chao Ching managed to escape the crash and avoided millions of dollars in losses. At the age of 13, Chao Ching purchased the Long City Daily News, and his wealth has grown an average of 35% per year since then. At the age of 14, he bought a 7% stake in Sweet Mouth for $120 million and at a unit price of $10.96 per share. Its stock unit price has now risen to $51.50, a five-fold increase. As for how much it earned, only Chao Ching himself knew. Lu Yuer took a look. Why is this experience a bit familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere. Good lord. Chao Ching is only 10 years old and this is written 4 years after him. That's a lot of bragging. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's really cutting leaks without a scythe. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a deaf man playing the hokey pokey. That's really cutting cloth without scissors. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a mouthful of hysteria. I have to study for my exams. Why are you suddenly touting Chao Ching? This video posted the exact opposite of what it was before. Didn't you say before that Chao Ching was pure luck? Lu Yuer flipped to the main business of Huddy and talk about investment. It's amazing that all those videos posted earlier have been deleted. This man is too shameless. Lu Yuer angrily left a message below the video she had just seen. Why did you delete the video you posted earlier? Turns out that message was deleted a second after it was sent. That's too hateful. Lu posted a few more but they were all deleted in seconds. On top of that, Lu Yuer also saw many of the same messages as hers being deleted. But there are still some messages that I haven't gotten around to deleting. Hootenanny. What an investment expert. You call bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hootian. You're out to cheat people again. Everyone hurry up and report him. It's a fraud. Don't believe it. People. He deleted all his previous videos. Luckily I saved them. So go to my page and watch them. Yeah, you can report it. After the video under the message reminder, Lu Yuer found the report button. The Hudian talk about investment reported. Lu Yuer saw that the messages under the video all changed their attitudes and began to accuse Hudian of talking about investment. Even if there were messages in favor of Hu Tian, they were immediately drowned under other messages. Lu Yuer edited the good news again and prepared to send it out. But the result showed a send failure. Failure reason, this account does not exist. Looks like too many people reported it and just shut the account down. The netizens are still powerful. The netizens' eyes are still shining. Netflix still has a great pattern. I love the Unity network. Seeing such a result, Lu Yuer was in a surprisingly good mood. Couldn't help but want to tell Chao Ching the news. Lu Yuer was about to walk over to Chao Ching's side when Dog Egg barked again. Scared the villagers on the side again. Didn't we already know? What's wrong with Doggy? Is it not going to be torn down? It can't be. I'll have to take a quick look. Is Doggy addicted to pretending to be a monkey? Couldn't have been possessed by a monkey. At that moment, the second leftover by the dog's egg also called out. This monkey call is still contagious? What is it with these two? One after the other. One after the other. In no time at all, more people joined the monkey call team. The villagers from the evil village next door heard it. Again? Screaming harder this time. Is it over yet? Can't you let people work in peace? Don't listen. It looks like this farm work won't be finished today. Elbow. Follow me into the house. Is there another batch of monkeys? Lu Yuer also wondered how suddenly the villagers became like this. Dog Egg cried and ran to Chao Cheng's side and said, "Ancestor, help me." Chao Cheng said, "Easy. What happened?" Chapter 43, Extraordinary News, the ancestor is arrested. Dogman said sharply, "Ancestor, something big has happened. I can't get my money out." Two leftovers also said from the sidelines, "Ancestor, I can't get my money out either." Chao Cheng said, "What money?" Doggy said, "I followed a up owner online called Huddy and Talk Investment, then added the group and bought the investment program on the software he recommended. But now I can't get my money out." Chao Cheng said, "What about you? Second surplus?" Two leftovers nodded and said, "I'm just like him." Chao Cheng said, "Is it just the two of you? Is there anyone else?" Doggy said, "All those monkey calls should be." Village chief, count it. How many monkeys? No. How many people in total? The village chief said, "Okay, Grandmaster." Lu Yuer heard it clearly from the side. "This can't be talking about my software." Lu Yuer immediately took out her cell phone and opened her software, wanting to take out the money. Turns out the account is no longer logged in. It's over. I've been tricked myself. I've been saving up for a long time. Lu Yuer cried out, "Ancestor, you have to save me too." Chao Cheng said, "What's going on?" Lu Yuer said, "I also installed that software and I can't withdraw my own money." Chao Cheng asked, "How much?" Lu Yuer said, 20,000. Chao Cheng said, "Then you can get in line over there too." The long line was almost to the entrance of the village. After an hour, the village chief finally tallied up everyone's information. The village chief said, "Grandmaster, the stats are good." Chao Cheng said, "Bring it." The village chief held up the dozens of pages and handed them to Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng almost didn't catch it. "Holy, what a lot. Why is this so thick?" Chao Cheng flipped through the pages. The top counts 4 things: name, address, contact number, and amount. Turn to the last page of the paper and write the total number of people and the total amount. The total number of people cheated in Chao village is 896, and there is also a Lu Yuer from an outside village. Chao Cheng said, "Mayor, how many people are there in our village?" The village chief said, "There are 895 people in our village." Hearing this, Chao Cheng was stunned. Combined, the entire village but one has this software installed. Luckily, there was one other person who wasn't loaded, so it looks like this one is still scam aware. Otherwise it's really the whole village. That's kinda good news. Chao Cheng said, "Who's this other guy?" The village chief laughed. Hey, it's me, Grandmaster. It's me. After all, the village chief is the village chief, or he has seen a lot of things. Chao Cheng wanted to ask the village chief how he wasn't cheated, saying, "Mayor, how come you weren't cheated?" The village chief laughed. "Ancestor, to be honest, I faked it, but I'm too old to use these. And eventually the guy who taught me gave up." Nice guy. Hey, that's about as good as a whole village. Destroy it, hurry up. I'm a little tired. What's even more amazing from the stats is that everyone has a separate group, and no two people are in a group at the same time. 500 people in a group. That's almost 500,000 people. Chao Cheng took another look at the amount, and a mouthful of blood almost spewed out. The total was $200 million. Oh, an average of $200,000 a person. They are all rich people. Chao Cheng remembered that when he joined the stock, he thought that he had no money. That's the old man out in the open, isn't it? That's a pretty serious fraud in terms of the number of people and the amount of money being swindled. Chao Cheng said angrily. Usually how fraud prevention is popularized on the internet so that you don't get into this, and as a result, one by one, you jump in. Doggy said, "Ancestor, we were wrong, but they did give too much." Second surplus also said, "Yeah, double that a day. Tens of thousands of dollars a month. That's not a few times better than working." Chao Cheng said, "They are capitalizing on this mentality of yours of wanting to get rich. How can anything fall out of the sky? If you can really make money this way, then who's working?" Doggy said, "Ancestor, can we get this money back?" Chao Cheng said, "I don't know, but this kind I reckon hangs." Doggy cried even harder when he heard that. Chao Cheng said, "What's a big man crying for? He can only admit the mistakes he made. There is no medicine for regret in this world. How old is a man? Crying won't solve the problem." The villagers were dumbfounded by Chao Cheng's words and all lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. Chao Ching was like a parent lecturing his child. There's no other way to do it now, Chao Cheng said. Village chief, hurry up and go to the police. Let's talk to the police first and see if it can be resolved. The mayor nodded. In a short while, a police car drove to Chao village. The next village overheard the siren call of that police car. See, I said no monkeys. This must have been reported. It won't take Patriarch Chao away. I see a lot of police cars. Wouldn't put it. I think it's educational at best. Shouldn't be a problem. Why don't we talk to village chief Lee and go see if we can help? It looks okay to me. A sergeant in a police uniform got out of the police car and said, "Who is the village chief here?" Village chief Chao walked up and said, "Good day, sheriff. I am the mayor of this village. My last name is Chao." The sheriff said, "Mayor Chao. Hello, my last name is Sure. This is my police officer's license. I heard that someone in your area called the police for fraud." Village chief Chao said, "Sheriff Stone good." "Yeah," Officer Stone said. "So you're in charge?" Village chief Chao shook his head and said, "I'm not responsible for this." Sheriff Stone then wondered and said, "You're the village chief. If you're not in charge, who is?" Village chief Chao said, "Our village ancestor says so." Officer Stone said, "What about your village ancestor?" At that moment, Chao Cheng walked out. Officer Stone took one look at the kid and said, "Kids, stop it. Go call your grandmaster to come out under." Chao Cheng said, "I am the grandmaster." "What? This kid is the grandmaster? This look is a bit of a sham." Officer Sure looked at Village Chief Chao with a puzzled face. Village Chief Chao said, "That's right, Officer Stone." Officer Stone said, "This is no joke. You know what happens when you joke." Village Chief Chao said, "Officer Stone, we're really not kidding." Officer Stone had to say, "All right, then you'll come with us to the police station to make a registration and put things in perspective." Chao Ching nodded. The mayor of Li Village arrived just in time to see Chao Cheng walk onto the police car. "It's over. It's still a step too late. It really seems to have been taken. How could such a good man as Patriarch Chao be confused? I'm not even going to talk about raising monkeys." Village Chief Li walked over to Village Chief Chao and said, "Hey, it can't be helped when it happens. Let's hope he realizes the error of his ways sooner rather than later." Chapter 44. The car can't be stopped. Chao Ching went to the police station to give the statistics to the police. The police quickly began an investigation. Chao Ching sat in front of his office and waited. A female police officer who looked like she had just graduated approached. "Little friend, are you lost?" Chao Cheng said. "No, I'm not lost. I'm here to report a crime." The policewoman said, "Where are your parents? Why aren't they with you?" Chao Cheng didn't know what to say. The policewoman said as she picked up Chao Cheng, "It's okay, I have my sister." Look at a man next to him with a pang of envy. "Let go of the child in your hand and let me. I'm a kid too. I want a hug." It didn't take long for the investigation to bear fruit. Officer Stone said as he walked out of the office, "Chao Cheng, come in." "Ha, little flower. Why are you here too?" Hannah said. "I see that this little friend is quite lonely here alone, so I'll play with him for a while." Officer Stone said, "This isn't a child anymore. This is the ancestor of Chao village." "Nanny, this doesn't look like an old man, does it? Are all the grandmasters so young now? You've been rejuvenated?" Officer Stone said, "Just in time. Little flower, you come in with us." Chao Cheng and Xiaohua walked into the office. Officer Stone said, "Now we already know that this Hudian is actually a fraud gang. There are 3 people in it, called, respectively, Hu 81, Hu Erjiao, and Hu 80,000. Why does this name sound like it has something to do with Mahjong? Their mom and dad must really like playing Mahjong, so they named them that." With that, Officer Stone posted a picture of the 3 on the wall. Each one is well characterized. One has a large mole on the left side of his face. One has 2 scars on the right side of his face. One had a figure 8 beard on his mouth. "This looks all like the name." Officer Stone said, "We have traced the location of the 3 men, and now we intend to split into 3 groups to apprehend them." Officer Stone added, "Hui Dong is in Huihuan neighborhood in Long City. Hu Erjiao is in Huihuan neighborhood in Long City. Hu Bawan is in Jianshan neighborhood in Long City. All 3 of them bought plane tickets to go abroad at noon today. Let's hurry up while we're at it. It's best to catch them before they get on the plane." The setup is complete and the officers all head out to make the arrest. For security reasons, Chao Cheng and Officer Xiaohua stayed in the office and watched the surveillance. Chao Cheng said, "Officer Hannah, do you have the birth dates of these 3 men?" Hannah said, "There is," said Little Flower as she typed out a copy of the trio's birth years to Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng said, "Thank you, sister. This kid is too cute. That sis voice is adorable to me." Chao Cheng walked out of the office and went outside to the public restroom. Taking out 3 pieces of yellow paper from his clothes, "Write the names and birth years of the 3 men." Chao Cheng felt around his body. "Ah, no lighter. At that moment, there happened to be a man smoking in the restroom. Chow Chang walked up and said, "Dude, lend a hand." The dude took a look at Chow Chang. "Isn't that a kid? You learned to smoke at such a young age? Must have been an old smoker growing up." The dude said, "Kids, you're not allowed to smoke if you're underage, okay?" Chow Chang said, "It's not like I smoke." "That's good." The dude handed Chow Chang the lighter. Chow Chang snapped the lighter and burned the 3 pieces of yellow paper in his hand. "Oh, this kid is fierce. He doesn't smoke. He smokes yellow paper. Hey, that's fresh. Don't they smoke anymore? Is it popular to smoke yellow paper?" For a while the restroom was a pandemonium. The aunt who was cleaning said when she saw the rolling white smoke coming out of the men's restroom, "Who is it? Smoking in the restroom?" Said, "No smoking. Go inside." A child and an adult. The cleaning aunt criticized. "You adults don't learn. You smoke in front of children. What if you bring them down?" The man looked confused. "That's the kid who asked me for a lighter. I'm still just smoking. He's smoking yellow paper. Isn't it more important to control him?" Chow Chang awkwardly walked out of the restroom and returned to the office. "Officer Hannah, how's it going?" Hannah said, "Everything is going well, except that this Hui Kong has gotten weird from the very beginning." Chow Chang said, "Really? Let's see." Hui Kong packed his bags early in the morning and was ready to go. As a result, I just got to the door and realized that I forgot my cell phone. What a rush. Hui Cylinder returned to the room, left the car keys at the door, and went inside to put his cell phone on. Hui Ku lived in an old neighborhood, and his room was on the 8th floor. After taking the cell phone, Hui Dong hurriedly ran from the 8th floor to the 1st floor again, came to the front of the car, and touched his pocket. "Yikes, why don't you have your car keys?" That's when I remembered to leave my car keys in front of the house. Hui Dong ran up to the 8th floor and took the car keys. When he went back to the car again, Hui Ko went back again, to see if there was anything to pull down. After finding it all brought along, Hui Tube got in the car, fire it up, push in the clutch, pull the handbrake, and put it in gear. As a result, the car thumped and the tire blew out. Holy, how did this perfectly good tire blow out? Hui Duan got out of the car and saw that all 4 tires were flat. It's definitely too late for this drive. Hui Dong immediately went out and swept up a small yellow car. Estimated ride to the airport is 10 minutes from the airport. Through 10 traffic lights. Ride safely, please wear a helmet. Hui Dong straddled the small yellow car, directly screwed the handle to the end. Who rushed out? It wasn't long before we came to the first stoplight. Unfortunately, it was a red light. Hui Ku waited anxiously in the waiting area. The older woman on the side saw the scene. "What's wrong with this guy? Does this cushion burn your ass? Are you drunk? Why are you shaking?" After about a minute, the light turned green, and Hui Tone was the first to rush out. It turned out to be still red at the second stoplight. After waiting for another minute, Hui Tubes rushed out again. It turned out to be still red at the third stoplight. The traffic lights after that, and so on, are red. It's not a good day to go out. I really don't believe this. It's almost time to get to the airport. And when we get there, everything will be fine. Hey, what's with the police across the street? Why is he looking at me? It's not going to be discovered, is it? That's gotta run. Hui Tubes was again the first to rush out when the last stoplight turned green. A police officer on duty across the street saw a small yellow car drive past him quickly. Snap! A helmet fell off. The police picked it up and tried to call out to Hui Tong when he had already ridden out a long way. "I'll tell him." That police officer got on his motorcycle and drove off in the direction of Hui Dong. Hui Dong thought he had evaded the police and was just getting complacent when the sound of a police car rang out from behind. "Stop the little yellow car in front." Hui Dong heard that if he stopped and was found out, wouldn't he be hiccuped? "Can't stop. Can't stop." Hui Dong quickly twisted the little yellow car. It was almost smoking. That police car rode up to the side of Hui's barrel and told him to stop. Hui Kong shook his head, and died without stopping. Chapter 45. The medicine cannot be stopped, but a small yellow bike is nowhere near as fast as a motorcycle. The motorcycle quickly passed the little yellow bike. Hui do see this cannot hands do not stop, feet also vigorously stomping forward. Hard to drive a small yellow car to new heights. The police don't give up chasing after them either. The two chased each other for 10 minutes. Finally Huiku collapsed to the ground exhausted and said, "Don't chase me, don't chase me." The cop said, "What are you doing? Running so fast? You dropped your helmet." Hui Dong looked at the helmet handed over. It turned out that he had thought wrong, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Policeman." The cop said, "Aha, remember to bring your helmet. Let's go." Hui Tub was just about to leave. The cop's walkie-talkie went off behind him. "It's not about me, is it? Why else would it ring now? This isn't going to be a trick, is it?" The policeman said as he listened. "Aha, I know. He's right next to me. Now Hui Dong panicked. It must be me who is talking about this. What are you waiting for? Run! Hui Ku turned around and planned to sneak away. The policeman finished answering the walkie-talkie and called out to Hui Tong. Hey! When Hui Dong heard this, he felt bad and immediately dropped his helmet and ran towards the front. The cop was confused too. Just now the intercom said for him to tell Hui Tong to park the little yellow car and not to park it indiscriminately. He just wanted to talk to him, but he ran away. It doesn't matter if he ran away. The front is a dead end. It's useless to run away. The police officer had to walk over to the little yellow car himself, ready to park it in a safe place. That's when the intercom went off again. Now issue an urgent mission. See the person with a big mole on the left side of his face, named Hui Duan. Immediately carry out the arrest when you see him. That description seems to be the guy from earlier? The cop fought back again. That guy just now did have a big mole on the left side of his face. Others have a big chest. He has a big face. The policeman parked the little yellow car and walked down the alley. Hui Kong realized it was a dead end and was about to turn back when he saw the police walking in. The policeman said, "Are you Hui Kong?" Hu said as he shook his head. No. The policeman said, "Then show me your ID." Hui Du dropped his ID card on the floor in a panic. It says, Hua Tube. The policeman's eyes and hands were quick to hold Hui Tub on the ground. Be honest. At this time, Hu Erjiao and Hu Bawan, who were already at the airport, were sitting in their seats at the boarding gate. Hu Erjiang was very cautious and had Hu Bawan shave off his beard before he left the house, so that no one could recognize him unless he admitted it to himself. Hu Erjiang looked at the time and said, "Why hasn't Big Brother come yet?" Hu Bavan said, "I don't know. Big Brother should have been here a long time ago. Why don't I make a call and ask?" Hu Erjiang slapped Hu Bawan on the head once and said, "Make a phone call." "Make a phone call about what?" "Wait and expose us all." Hu Bavan said, "Right. Or Ergo is smart." Hojo said, "Let's just wait here. Big Brother will be here soon." Hu Bawan suddenly felt a little pain in his stomach and said, "Second brother, my stomach hurts a bit. It seems like I ate the meal earlier and spoiled it. I'll go to the restroom." Hojo said, "Can't you hold it in?" Hu Bavan said, "Can't hold it in." Hojo said, "Then go and come back quickly. You'll be boarding the plane later." Hu Bawan immediately rushed to the toilet. It felt so much more comfortable after a release. I was about to walk out of the restroom when my stomach flipped again. "I'm going, again." Huberman went back to the restroom to begin his release. The people next door couldn't help but praise it. "This guy is so fierce. Going to the bathroom crackles like a firecracker. Pulled really hard." Constipated me expressed great envy. Every time Hu Bawan tried to get up, his stomach would ache again. Just like that, Hu Bawan went to the restroom 18 times in half an hour. The whole thing was so deflated that even the hand holding the paper was shaking. Hu Bavan said, "Ergo, why don't I go get some medicine?" Hojo said, "Look at you. Go on." Hu 80,000 bought a laxative horse stop, ate one down. Felt much better, but not long after. The stomach hurt again. Hu Bawan went to the restroom again, came out and ate another one. It was barely renewed for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Hu Bawan went to the restroom again. Hu Bawan is finding out that the medicine can't be stopped, and when it is stopped, he gets a stomachache. The passengers on the side saw Hu Bawan eating diarrhea horse stopping like this, full of fear. This can still be eaten like this? How is it the same as snacking? Taking pills like a meal? This guy did almost half a bottle in half an hour? Every time Huban goes up to a pit he wipes out the paper in that pit. An hour later, the last paper in the toilet was used up. Someone has just finished going to the bathroom and realizes they are out of paper and shouts, "Who has paper?" A buddy on the side shouted back, "I'm out of paper too." The big man at the toilet door heard it. "How is that possible? One just put the paper in this morning. Every pit was full. How did it take only a moment to go away? Did someone steal the paper?" Seeing a guy come in and out just now couldn't have been him. Moncler Outlet Store. This was reported. Hu Bawan, who was still in the toilet, took a look at the lack of paper and took out his cell phone to send a message to his second brother. "Second brother, there's no paper. Send some." What a big ass, using so much paper. Hu Zhang just walked into the toilet. Oh, the smell, the stench almost made him vomit. Is this biochemical research in the toilet now? This stinks too much. Hu Erjiao covered his nose and shouted softly, 80,000? 80,000? Where are you?" Hu Bawan knocked on the door, and Hu Zhang came to the door, handed the paper to Hu Bawan, and said, "Hurry up. You'll be boarding soon. So hurry up." Hu Bavan said, "Holler holler." This conversation happened to be overheard by the inspection next door. 80,000? Boarding? Isn't this what the group was talking about just now? There's a suspected scammer named Hu Bawan, so if you come across him, please contact him as soon as possible. Patrol sent the message to the group. After 18 times in the toilet, Hu Bawan held the wall and stood up, opened the door to see that the doorway was already full of police. His legs went weak and he fell to the ground. A group of police dragged Hu Zhang out of the restroom. At this moment, inside the office, Sayana said, reporting to Sergeant Stone, Hui Dong and Hu Bawan have been captured. Sheriff Stone said, okay, that leaves Hu Zhao. He should be at the airport. So everyone looked carefully. Hu Zhang knew something bad was going to happen when he saw so many police officers enter the restroom, and trying to tell 80,000 to hurry up and run. Before he could send the message, he saw Hu Bawan being dragged out of the toilet and had given up in his heart. Hu Zhao was very cautious, and had already scratched the scar on his face a few more times before he left the house. He's not a Hojoji now, he's on the verge of catching up to a Humanji. Just then, Hu Zhao felt a pain in his stomach. I'm not the one who's deluded, am I? Chapter 46, The Times They Are A-Changin'. They're all equipped with two-handed swords. Hu Zhang held on by sheer tenacity. I didn't realize the second wave was even more surging. Hu Zhao clenched his teeth and clamped down, once again carrying the second wave. Before Hu Zhao could get comfortable for a while, the third wave is about to break through Hojo's bottom line. Hu Zhao merged his fingers together and directly pressed down on the third wave that was trying to take off. Why haven't you boarded the plane yet? Hu Zhao said anxiously. The fourth wave is already stupid. Hojo saw his buddy on the side with an empty wine bottle. Isn't the cork on that bottle just right? Hojo said. Dude, give a plug a go. Boo. Hojo took out the plug and quickly stuffed it into the soon-to-be-defeated line. Dumbfounded, the dude on the side looking at him. Playing so fancy? Pretty tough. Couldn't help but clench my asshole. Thankfully that's not what I used. At that moment, the boarding announcement sounded. Hojo ran straight to the airplane. Finally. Hey, wait, where's my plug? I ran too fast just now. Did you drop it? Hojo bends down and tries to find out where plugs went. Just in time for a man to hand over the plug. Is that what you're looking for? Hu Zhang said as he took a look at Plug's return. Yeah, thanks a lot. Turns out it's the same dude who just brought the wine. Hojo asked, how did you know I was looking for this? The dude said, I get it all. Zero spillage? None were spared. I'm straight. Don't try to break me. The plane had taxied to the head of the runway after everyone was on board. As soon as the plane takes off, that's the only way to see it abroad. Hu Zhao couldn't help but smile. The dude on the side took a look. It looked like he was quite comfortable. Why don't you try it next time? Hu Zhang was already envisioning a better life for himself abroad. On the other side, in the office, Officer Koana said, report, Sergeant Stone, we found Hojo. But, Sheriff Stone said, but what? Officer Koana said, but the plane is already at the head of the runway. It's too late, Sheriff Stone said. Hurry up and contact the airport tower and tell them to call the plane off. Yes. Chao Chang on the side walked out of the office when he heard it. Walked to the open space outside the hall, which had a statue of Zhong Kuei. Leopard's head, ringed eyes, iron face and gnarled temples. Dressed in a big red robe, with a sword in his hand. That's him. I'm sorry, Brother Zhong. I'll return it to you when I'm done using it. Chao Chang took the sword in Zhong Kuei's hand when no one was there. Duty back to the police to see how this Zhong Kuei statue so strange? Lee, why do I feel like there's something missing here? Captain, was there originally a sword here? Yeah, I remembered when you said that. How come the sword is gone? Who is so bold as to commit a crime in front of the police station? You hurry to check the surveillance. Okay, Captain. What about the sword? Shall we not be scolded when Sergeant Stone returns? It's okay, I'll call my oldest. He dances with a sword every day. Borrow it to cover 2 days. Can it be the same? It's all swords. What's the difference? Chao Ching came back to the restroom. The dude who was smoking earlier is still there. Seeing Chao Ching come in, he strung the yellow paper on his sword. 3 pieces of yellow paper were lit at once. It was another novelty to watch the dude. The kid's a big smoker. I drew 3 just now, and now I have 3 more. It looks like you'll have to write on yellow paper from now on. And smoking yellow paper is bad for your health. And smoking with a sword on a skewer is this barbecue. Chao Ching was still mouthing the words at the same time. For a while, the toilet was cloudy again. The ant who was cleaning outside saw it. Whoever this is lit the toilet and huffed out black smoke. The dude looked at Chao Chang with style and said, what are you doing, little friend? Is there a show coming up soon and you're training here? Chao Chang said, what about begging for rain? I do not know whether the yellow paper temperature is too high. The sword click a break. Into 2 halves. Thankfully the ceremony is complete. But what about the sword? Is it hard to glue it back together? The dude saw it and laughed. It's a bad act. The sword isn't as good as mine. The dude pulls out a pocketful of whatever toys are in there. Kids, are you interested in this plastic lightsaber? It can change 3 colors. So it's cool. Chao Cheng said. How much are you selling this sword for? The dude said. It's not expensive. 31 if you want it. 103. I go to the stalls are sold for 50. See, you have a chance to sell you 30. Chao Cheng took the plastic lightsaber, which still had a sticker on it with a suggested retail price of $10. Hey, I forgot to tear the label. Sorry. The dude ripped the tag off. Well now, in that case, let's make it cheaper for you again. 15, more or less, and make me some. Chao Cheng said. Okay, then you and I will go to the police station to get the money. The dude said as soon as he heard that. You're not fishing for law enforcement, are you? Forget it, it's yours, said dude walked out with a bag of toys. Chao Cheng said. Don't set up your stall, it's going to rain later. The dude, on cue, laughed. Are you kidding me? It's a big sun. It can rain? Are you a fairy? Saying it's going to rain? Chao Cheng smiled and left without saying anything. Shortly afterward, the sky clouded over with lightning and thunder. No way. What a coincidence. Is that man really a god? Gods above. Except my obeisance. It was still sunny, and all of a sudden it poured down. The airport is even more indistinguishable from male and female 5 meters away, and human and animal 10 meters away. How else is this going to fly? Flying into whichever ditch I don't even know. It's better to go back first. The captain then slowly taxied the plane back to the tarmac. Huazhong took a look. The plane moved, but how it seemed to be going in the wrong direction. Stewardess, what's going on now? A stewardess came over and said, I'm sorry sir, it's raining too hard to fly right now. We'll wait until the rain subsides. It's over. Huazhang had a bad feeling. All at once, he collapsed in his chair. The stewardess asked with concern, what is it? Sir? The dude on the side reassured. It's okay. When the plane came to a stop and the hatch was opened, it was sure enough that it was already full of police. The police dragged Hojoji out of the cabin, leaving a dark mark along the way. The dude took a look. No way. Is it illegal to do that now? Chao Cheng returned to the statue of Zhong Kuei and plunged his lightsaber in. I'm sorry, brother Zhong. Time is tight. You can use it for now. I'll change it back later when I have the chance. The captain on duty also borrowed a dancing sword. It turned out that a handful had already been inserted. Or a lightsaber. Sheriff Stone is back. Someone shouted. The captain on duty hurriedly thrust his dancing sword in. Sergeant Stone passes the statue of the bellhop and sees 2 swords stuck in his hands. A lightsaber and a dancing sword. This is? The captain on duty said. Sergeant Stone, times are changing. All with 2-handed swords. Chapter 47. Eventually all of Hu Tian's gang was caught. Hot searches about this took over the list at once. Hashtag mega fraud case solved in 1 day. Hashtag this is the speed of the Dragon City. Hashtag insiders reveal a mysterious force behind the mega fraud. Hashtag some people saw with their own eyes that the rain was the work of the gods. In addition, a lightsaber began to be sold on the market called Immortal Lightsaber. Legend has it that it's a lightsaber used by even the gods. There's even a video online that's particularly hot. The protagonist is none other than the dude Chao Cheng ran into in the restroom. He is known as the Fairy Brother. He is no longer running a stall and has taken up short videos. In the video, he said he twice saw that god doing his magic in the toilet. Make a little story about yourself. It's called, My Thing with the Gods. Even the ant who cleans in the restroom has signed up for magic voice. Name, a sweeper's ant by the gods. She also saw the gods performing spells in the toilet, prancing around in the clouds. For a while, the news that there was an SX, fairy, in Dragon City spread through the streets. Everyone is concerned about who this god is. Sergeant Sure gave the money to Chao Cheng in front of the Zhong Kuei statue that flashed 3 colors. Chao Cheng said, Thank you Sheriff Stone. Sheriff Stone said, if you hadn't called the police in time, we wouldn't have been able to solve the case so quickly. Later, according to Hui Tong's account, of the 500 people in that group, 499 were all their trumpets. The villagers in Luyue recovered every penny of their money. Everyone was thrilled to hear the news and greeted Chao Cheng at the village entrance. Some people set off firecrackers and others beat gongs and drums. This confused Mayor Li of the next village. Village Chief Chao, are there any happy events today? Village Chief Chao said, yeah, extraordinarily happy. Mayor Li said, which girl is getting married? Village Chief Chao said, no, it's the ancestor who has returned. What? Returning from the police station is a happy occasion? Is this a mistake? Isn't that kid in my family happy every day? Luyue also excitedly opened the live broadcast. There was an instant influx of people. It's been a long time. I've missed you, my Hyatt. Why is it you're Yuera now? Who are you? Move back a little. I'll go first. Truth be told, during this period of time, Yuer and I got a license for our honeymoon, so I'm tired of everyone worrying about it. Immediately send a circle of friends, and ask for everyone's blessing. Whoever pisses yellow, nourish him. What's there to see in Yuer? I want to see my family's Ching. How did it become your house? It's everyone's cakey. Everyone had heard about Chao Chang during this time and had brushed up to it. Ancestor, this is a bright light in the investment world. Wherever you throw it, it shines. Ancestor cowhide. I want to give Ancestor a monkey. Can you help me recover the $500 I was scammed out of a couple years ago? If I get it back, I'll definitely pay for it with my body. The more we all felt the Grandmaster's power, the more we realized it. Real estate? Fraud? Get it back? Investments? Planting? Feng shui? It's like he's omnipotent. But isn't he a child? Now, was this kid born with a gift? Why is my kid still a kid? After distributing everyone's money back, the strawberries in the field still have to be harvested. Chao Chang put on his straw hat and gloves, sit in the field with a small bench, picked strawberries in earnest. Other villagers joined in the strawberry picking. Everyone is working seriously. A busy farming scene. The villagers have a clear division of labor. Someone picked strawberries. Someone's moving strawberries. Someone's eating strawberries. The people in the live stream saw this scene and said, "Hey, thinking of my dad in the countryside. He should be picking strawberries right now too." Sweat drops and strawberries are all hard work. Seeing this, I won't waste any more strawberries in the future. From now on I'll eat strawberries, even the leaves. All of a sudden the positive energy in the live room pulls full. Is this the same live room as before? Is it because it hasn't been opened in a long time? That didn't last long, though. An audience member got naughty. I can't pick strawberries, but I can grow them. I hope you're talking about growing strawberries properly. What is growing strawberries? In detail. Minors don't ask. They grow up and understand. This is the original atmosphere of the live room. Viewers are driving to see it live. Chao Chang, can we pick it? Lu Yuer also jumped at the edge. Since the last mud fight, Lu Yuer wanted to try everything. Chao Chang said, "Sure, I'll teach you." Chao Chang took Lu Yuer's hand and told her, "Strawberries and shanks are slightly curved. Just give them a gentle tug." The live viewers couldn't sit still for this small gesture. Teach it right. Don't get on it. Let go of Lu Yuer's hand. Believe it or not, I'll cut and cry you in a minute. You're not picking strawberries. You're picking your heart out. Now picking strawberries. The next step is planting them. No way. No way. After being instructed, Lu Yuer picked strawberries at a speed comparable to that of the villagers. But Lu Yu was not so easy. A couple of them just pulled the shanks right out. Chao Chang said, "You can't do that. Come on. I'll teach you." Chao Chang took Lu Yu's hand and told her, "Strawberries and shanks are slightly curved. Just give them a gentle tug." Why is that so familiar? It's an old driver at first glance. I didn't look at it for a while. Why did you get on it again? Is this sister both? Ancestor, save one for us. We all worked together all day and finally finished picking strawberries from the strawberry patch. Finally, someone picked out a few pots of nice looking strawberries and washed them for everyone to try. You can't beat a bite of strawberry. Lu Yuer praised. "These strawberries are delicious," the village chief said proudly. "That's true. These strawberries are all naturally grown." Early the next morning a Porsche was pulling out of Long City and was heading quickly toward Chao Village. Sitting in the main driver's seat was none other than the president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society, Lu Xian. After coming out from Mr. Gao's house, Lu Xian rushed to Chao Village the next day. As it turned out, coincidentally, the village chief said that Chao Qing was not there. Lu Xian had to drive back to Dragon City again. The day after that, Lu Xian rushed to Chao Village early in the morning. As a result, the village chief said that Chao Qing was still not there. Ask the mayor where he's gone. The village chief said he went to the police station. Lu Xian had no choice but to drive back to Dragon City again. This is the third time today. All three visits to Zhuge Liang have brought out Zhuge Liang. "Can't I see you, little Chao Qing? Bullying me not to go to the police station to find someone." Right. Lu Xian drove the car. This time more and more sure that this Chao Qing does not have much real talent. Otherwise how would he avoid himself? This time Lu Xian took the quilt and toiletries with him. Lu Xian thought to himself, this time, if Chao Qing was not there again, he would just stay in Chao Village. He wanted to see when this Chao Qing would show up. He wanted to dismantle Chao Qing's true colors. Chapter 48, Comfortable Dead Chicken. The night of the strawberry harvest, the mayor of the village cooked another good meal. Chao Qing's group had been hungry for a long time, didn't even bother to talk, just wiped out a huge table. It's still the village headman's cooking that smells good. Chao Qing ate 5 bowls of rice in a row. After dinner, Chao Qing lay down on a recliner in the yard. The right hand jerks the rolled belly. The breeze was blowing and Chao Qing was enjoying the present time very much. At that moment, a system tone ding sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of leading the entire village to pick strawberries. Reward the host with one palm technique, the eclipsing palm. Immediately afterward, a paragraph flooded into Chao Qing's mind. All of it is the content of the knowledge of the eclipsing palm. Eclipsing palm. It is Yang's founding palm. A total of 17 strokes? Its name comes from the sad soul. The only thing is not only carry on. One of the 5 East Evil Huang Yushu said that the power of this palm is only matched by the dragon falling 18 palms in the world. Chao Qing looked at it. I have this palm technique that is not invincible. Chao Qing can't wait to try it. But who is the right person to call? Mayor? Too old to give him away later? Doggy? He's young. What if he works for the rest of his life? When Chao Qing thought about it, he felt that it was better not to think about people for now. Don't they have a bunch of chickens in the backyard? Chao Qing set his sights on chickens. The chickens are still sleeping while the moon is dark. A dark figure appeared at the edge of the chicken coop. Without waiting for the chickens to crow, a chicken was carried out. Chao Qing tied up the chicken with a rope. Place on a cutting board. The chicken seemed to guess its premonition and tried to fight its way out. Niso jumped high. Dart from the corner of the kitchen to the eaves of the kitchen. Another run from the kitchen roof to the kitchen corner. If there was a 100-meter run in the chicken world, then he would be the winner. But unfortunately he met Chao Qing. Chao Qing takes chicken down with a takedown attempt. Chao Qing said, "Chicken, don't struggle. I won't forget you when I've practiced the eclipsing palm." Saying that, Chao Qing recalled the moves in his mind. An output to the chicken on the cutting board. The gods are in a state of shock. Worrying about nothing. Something out of nothing. The soul is restless. Hashtag wandering in the valley. Hashtag I can't do it. The Walking Dead. Mud slinging. The reverse of what was done. Being wrapped up in one's sleep and food. Alone and alone. Hate to be silent. The heart is pounding. The end of the road. There's no one left to see. I'm thinking about it. I'm dumbfounded. Full set of hits. Call it a day. The chicken started to squawk. And slowly the sound diminished. Finally the whole chicken falls on all fours onto the cutting board. Chao Qing saw this and thought, it can't be dead. I didn't use my full strength just now. So it's true that I don't have much experience the first time. Chao Qing wanted to see how chicken was doing and was shocked when he got closer. The chicken's eyes narrowed to slits and his eyeballs flicked to the side. It seemed to be very enjoyable. Is this euthanasia? Why is that expression so strange? Within moments, chicken was moving. The wings opened wide and fluttered a few times in spirit. Then it switched gears and cooed a few times. Then his neck drooped and he shrank into his feathers. Chao Qing said, "What's that supposed to mean? Chicken?" The chicken said, "Coo coo, coo coo." Chao Qing said, "Meaning again." Chicken called out, "Coo coo coo." Chao Qing landed another set of eclipsing palms on chicken. This is much more skillful and the hands are much faster. Chicken cooed every now and then. Rokugo x2. Worrying about the future x2. Creating something from nothing x2. Spiritless x2. Wandering in the hollow x2. Unable to do anything x2. The Walking Dead x2. Drag and drop x2. Perverse x2. Skip your sleep and food x2. Lone shadow x2. Hateful sound x2. Heartbeat x2. The end of the road x2. No one in sight x2. Thinking about it x2. Stunned x2. Finally chicken gave a long, satisfied yelp. Chicken was comfortable, which exhausted Chao Qing. Sure enough it didn't even take long the first time. Chao Qing felt a little tired at that moment and put chicken back into the coop to go back to rest. Chicken had just returned to the chicken coop when the chicken brothers and sisters on the side gathered around. Chicken, chicken, I can't believe you're still back? Chicken said with his head held high. That's a must. Don't you see who I am? Chao Chun chicken brother. Chicken, when I took you out, I thought you were going to be served out. Chicken said. I panicked a little bit at the time, but what a big scene I've never seen. I rose to the occasion. How did you resist? Chicken? Chicken said. Then I was holding a kitchen knife, cutting from the northeast corner to the west tile, back and forth in a row a dozen times. The eyes do not blink. Chicken, does that I get sore? I'm sure it won't be sour. That's a wasted question. Chicken, how did it end up? Chicken stroked his fur and said slowly. I ended up having the guy make me a set of masakis. This statement caused a roar of chickens in the coop. Wow, did I hear that right? Chicken is not bad for letting a human give you a massage. Chicken is the first in our chicken community. Chicken, I'm going to lay eggs for you. Chicken said as he waved his wings. Humph, I told you, don't serve me well and don't get any more eggs. It's still chicken's word that counts. Chicken, how do you communicate? Coo 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 wah. Chicken, how did the massage feel? Chicken said. 4 words, I can't get enough. I want to come back. I used to peck rice when I was a kid. I got cervical spondylosis. Just now I pressed it. It's a comfort. Is it? Is it? Did the kid do it? Yeah, just the one on the second floor. The sound of chickens crowing in the backyard at night. The mayor shouted from his room to the chicken coop. You're not sleeping at night, are you? If you make any more noise, I'll give you stew. In an instant none of the chickens in the pen spoke again. Early the next morning, Chao Ching just opened the door. Oh, the doorway is thick with chickens. Seeing Chao Ching come out, the chickens squawked. The noise made Chao Ching's head hurt and said, "Stop arguing. No one is going to press it if you keep arguing. Get in line." Chao Ching had just finished speaking with a twist of his head. There was a long, neat line at the door. Chao Ching gave all the chickens in the chicken coop the eclipsing palm again. Each chicken walked out with a comfortable squawk. Chao Ching also became good chicken friends with the chickens in the coop. Backyard egg production has also doubled. But it's not a good idea to keep going on like this. You still have to find real people to practice on. Just as Chao Ching was thinking, the village chief hurried over and said, "Ancestor, stop being a chicken. Someone has come to challenge you." Chao Ching was worried that no one was practicing and said with a smile, "Who's coming?" The village chief said, "Lu Xian, president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society. He must see you and is now at the village entrance." "Ancestor master, what should we do?" Chao Ching said. "Just in time. Then let's do him with the eternal soul palm." Chapter 49 Master, I have realized. When the photographer heard that, the buzz had to come together. And Lu Yue rushed to the village entrance with the live broadcast. The live feed just opened and there are already millions of people online. Are there any grippers out there who can tell us what happened? I'm big. I say, the president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society is going to seek out the ancestor for a one-on-one fight. Is it that Lu Xian who won the 5 consecutive fancy Feng Shui competition Dragon City region? Yeah, I think the ancestor has met a tough match this time. My aunt had the honor of seeing President Lu's skills last year. I think the ancestor is hanging by a thread this time. President Lu, go easy on him. He's still a child. Getting out of the car, Lu Xian put his hands behind his back and took a step towards the village. It turned out to be blocked by Doggy. Doggy said, "No matter what Lu Xian you are, outer spin, inner spin, dare to challenge the ancestor master. I advise you to go back wherever you came from." 2 leftovers also said from the sidelines, "Your name is Lu Xian, isn't it? If you want to challenge the ancestor master, first go through us." Lu Xian narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Is this how the ancestors usually teach you?" A sentence that left Doggy and Second Remnant speechless. "Get out of the way," Lu Xian said. Doggy and 2 leftovers don't know what to do when they don't know what to do. Chao Ching walked out just in time. Chao Ching said as he extended his hand, "President Lu, welcome, welcome, welcome." Lu Xian stretched out his hand and shallowly touched it, resulting in a handful of oil, and said, "Master Chao, what a big row. I can't even see you after coming here twice. What are you busy with?" Chao Ching laughed. "Just busy making chicken." Lu Xian said, "Proud to be a chicken? Still say it?" Chao Ching said, "President Lu misunderstood. I just gave the chicken a massage." Lu Xian said with a light hum, "Humph, no business. Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry. Let's get started." Chao Ching also knew the purpose of Lu Xian's visit this time and said, "Okay, then what?" Lu Xian said, "Don't say I'm bullying kids. I'll let you go first. Live streaming pop-up brushstrokes. It's going to start. It's going to start. What a front row peddling of melons, peanuts and mineral water. Folks, guess who's going to win? Deduct 1 for those who support President Lu, 2 for those who support Chao Ching, and 3 for those who support no one and watch the fun. 111,111, 22,222, 33,333. I support President Lu. I don't care. I'm just going to support my family Ching. Chao Ching moved out a long table and laid a mat on it. Lu Xian asked, "What does that mean?" Chao Ching said, "Come on, President Lu, let's lie down and compare. What's Chao Ching up to? Everyone else is standing up. How come you're lying down?" Although Lu Xian was doubtful in his heart, he still laid down. Chao Ching said, "Okay, President Lu, relax. Ready?" Lu Xian said, "I'm ready for what me?" Chao Ching said, "That means it's ready." After saying that, Chao Ching came with a set of eerie palms to Lu Xian's entire body. After training with thousands of chickens, Chao Ching had already perfected the use of the eclipsing palm, and you can tell by the blows where this chicken. No, this person is not in good health. Chao Ching hit Lu Xian's body with a popping sound. It sounds very creepy. Those in attendance also covered their mouths as they watched. What kind of grudge is this? However, Lu Xian was filled with disinterest. Didn't even scream. President Lu's inner strength is so deep that he doesn't even scream? What do you know? If you call, you lose. With Chao Ching's massage, Lu Xian felt like he had never felt so relaxed. It feels like the weight of stress is gone from my body. For a while, Sleepiness came over Lu Xian and he actually fell asleep. After Chao Qing finished his set of eclipsing palms, Lu Xian lay motionless on the table. This isn't going to be a giveaway, is it? How come it's not moving? Hear that sound just now? That was a hard hit. I saw how relaxed President Lu's expression was. I thought it wasn't something so tough. Who can stand up to it? I can't imagine that at such a young age. You would strike so hard. It's to the death. Chao Qing approached Lu Xian and said softly, President Lu, wake up. Only then did Lu Xian open his eyes and began to speak. Bring me my clothes. My wallet is in them. As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Xian realized that he was in Chao village. Lu Xian immediately said, sorry, get used to it, get used to it. Master Chao, is it over? Chao Qing nodded. Lu Xian couldn't get enough of it and said, can we do it again? I didn't expect President Lu to be such a person. That's masochistic. Can this still hold up? I'm worried about President Lu's health. With that, Chao Qing came back with another eclipsing palm. This time the eclipsing palm came a little harder. It was even more heartbreaking to watch live and on air. I can't watch it. Hurry up and call the police. It's going to kill someone at this rate. Heartbroken President Lu. Suddenly, President Lu made a whimpering sound. President Lu actually cried. The live audience saw it and swiped to it. Why is Chairman Lu crying? Did you get hit and cry? Who doesn't cry when you push that hard? I can't imagine that the president of the hall also had a time to shed tears. The president has tears in his eyes, but only because he has not yet exerted himself. And the truth is known only to Lu Xian himself. Just now, as he fell asleep, he dreamed he was running in the sunset, his lost youth. It hadn't been this easy since he'd graduated. Unable to think of it without shedding a tear, President Lu wiped away his tears and said as he held Chao Qing's hand, Master Chao, thank you, I've realized. After this just now, Lu Xian knew that merit and fame had exhausted himself in the first half of his life. A lot of trauma has been left behind both physically and psychologically. More than that, making the second half of your life easy for yourself is what you want out of life. Lu Xian said, I'm resigning as president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society. The live stream exploded at that comment. I'll go. Laying down for a while and losing? I don't believe it. And I suggest a serious investigation. What favor did this ancestor give to President Lu? We at Heaven's View will give double. This is too fake. This dissuades the president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society? That's more than a mouthful. Did you get beaten up and learn your lesson? Lu Xian said, Master Chao, I would like to stay in the village for a few days. Is that okay? Chao Qing said with a smile. Yes, it's just perfect for me to practice my eclipsing palm. I've got a lot of new ideas after trying it on you this time. Lu Xian said, Master Chao, was this called the eclipsing palm just now? Chao Qing said, yeah, what's going on? Lu Xian laughed. What an eclipsing. What a pin-up. Chao Qing said, by the way, President Lu, we don't have any extra quilts here, and we don't have any washing tools prepared, so why don't I have someone go buy them? Lu Xian said, no, it's all with me, it's in the car. I'll go. Well prepared. Chapter 50, Sitting in a Row, Eating Paw. Early the next morning Lu Xian planned to go find Master Chao. I ended up just walking to the first floor when I saw a long line of chickens already lined up in the yard. Lu Xian took a look at what these chickens were putting together, intending to take 3 steps to the second floor. Turns out it just crossed a chicken. That chicken jumped straight up and pecked at Lu Xian's butt. A direct hit to the center of the red. Lu Xian called out, ouch! This chicken hit so hard. The chicken flapped its wings and clucked. It means to tell Lu Xian not to jump the queue. The group slowly moved forward. A constant stream of chickens came out of the room. Still steaming. Massage changed to steam? After waiting in line for over an hour, it was finally Lu Xian's turn. Lu Xian cried, Master Chao, it's nice to finally meet you. Chao Qing took a look at Lu Xian and asked, what is it, President Lu? Lu Xian said, I want to try yesterday's eclipsing palm again. Chao Qing said, then you lie down. Chao Qing threw another set of eclipsing palms at Lu Xian. The sound of clapping echoed through the village. Hey, old partner, don't pretend to be asleep. Look at people starting their morning exercises. Give me a break. Let me slow down. Young people are just great. Early in the morning. The pace, the speed, the barrage. Come on, hurry up with the drills. Chao Qing's grasp of the eclipsing soul palm was becoming more and more familiar. The hands were getting faster and faster. Patting Lu Xian's back caught fire. Before long, the clothes on his back burned out. What's that smell? Lu Xian felt something burn. Chao Qing said awkwardly, it's okay, I guess I'm burning breakfast. Lu Xian let out an "oh" and left it alone. After a half-hour massage, it was finally over. Look at people. Look at you. They're half an hour. You're over in 3 minutes. Again and again. Don't even think about getting out of bed without half an hour today. Daughter-in-law. The landlord's family doesn't have any food left. There's always a squeeze. Woo woo. After the massage, Lu Xian moved his body bones in a relaxed manner, worthy of being Master Chow. It just felt like my back was a little cold. Probably spilled some oil or something. Lu Xian was about to leave. Chao Cheng said, President Lu, a total of $1,000. As soon as Lu Xian heard this, he said, Isn't it free? Why are you charging for it? Chao Cheng said, Yesterday that was a trial run. Today it's open. Lu Xian took a look. There are chickens all around, and together they charge me money, right? Pointing to the chickens, he said, What about them? They can't pay. Just as Lu Xian finished speaking, the chickens behind him pulled out an egg from their feathers and cooed a few times. Chao Cheng said, Why don't you produce something too? Lu Xian said, Okay, I'll call you then. Lu Xian paid the money into Chao Cheng's company account. Zhao Ran's cell phone rang. The company credited $1,000. Remarks are, massage fee. The boss went for a massage? Aren't you supposed to give money to others? How come you're still making money? Is this money credited or not credited? Lu Xian finished paying the money and said, Master Chow, I want to learn too. Can you teach me? Chao Cheng said, No problem. Tuition is $5,000. Master Chow has fallen for money, hasn't he? Open and shut your mouth about money. Why don't you go rob a bank? Lu Xian paid the money anyway. Ding dong. The company is credited with $5,000. Note, massage tuition. The boss is running a training course? How come there's still tuition for massage? Chao Cheng said, President Lu, pick a chicken first. Lu Xian stared at the chicken on the ground. The chicken that had just pecked him on the ass was found at a glance. Lu Xian said, That's him. The chicken's body tightened. This is proper little white chicken. Was about to take a step back. As a result, he was arrested by Lu Xian. Looking at Lu Xian's expression, that chicken had a bad feeling. Chao Cheng said, Okay, then you learn my moves. Lu Xian said, What if I get me killed later? Chao Cheng said, It's okay, dead and straight to stew. The chicken, who was still trying to play dead, immediately cooperated seriously. At this time, Lu Yuer also got up and saw the two who were busy in the room and said, What are you doing? Chao Cheng said, Teaching President Lu yet. Lu Yuer said, How do you use a chicken? Can I learn? Lu Yuer also wants to try it. Chao Cheng said, Then you bring a chicken too. Before Lu Yuer could speak, countless chickens flocked forward. It was the complete opposite of the one Lu Xian had before. Pretty girls work that well, don't they? It all looks like roosters to me. I didn't realize the chickens are horny too. The three lined up in a row. One in front of Chao Cheng, one in front of Lu Yuer, and one in front of Lu Xian. Chao Cheng is relatively fast and skillful. Lu Yuer was more careful and moved more gently. Lu Xian learns quickly, but the chickens don't trust him. It took the three of them half a day to finally massage all the chickens in the coop. Lu Yuer was still not finished and said, I'm getting up for it. Chao Cheng said, Do you still want to press it? Lu Yuer nodded. Chao Cheng said, Then you come with me. Chao Cheng brought Lu Yuer and Lu Xian to the cowshed. The three sat in a row and began milking the cows. The cows bellowed in comfort. There was also a lively discussion in the dairy circle. I'm Lily, the cow from Chao village. And today I experienced the happiest day for a cow. Said a photo below. It was Chao Cheng, Lu Yuer and Lu Xian who were milking it. Have you heard? There are 3 cow breeders in the village of Chao next door with comfortable maneuvers. Yeah, I've heard that too. It's almost as nice as lying in a bathtub in the sun. Says it all. Come on, it's right by the side. Tomorrow, the next day, it wasn't just chickens lined up at the door anymore. It was cows. Meanwhile, Mayor Li of Wicked Village had just gotten up intending to take a look at the cattle pens. Turns out there wasn't a single cow in there. Who was so bold as to steal my family's cow? Not just the village headman's house, but the whole village's cattle are gone. The villagers said, This is too bold to steal the cow while we are sleeping. If I knew who it was, I'd give him the beating he's going through in the lower society. Call the police. This many cows are gone. Daddy, I know who took the cows. It was aliens. As everyone was about to go to the police, a cow was slowly walking back. Isn't that the village headman's cow? Then more and more cows came back. What's going on here? What a great migration of cows. The cows are back in the barn all grazing carefully. The village chief said when he saw that the cows had returned. Since the cows are back, it's okay. Let's all see if there are any missing. The villagers finished counting and not a single one was missing. But village chief Lee always felt that something was missing. Cow, cow, cow. The cow's back. Where's the milk? Chapter 51. I'd like to see where these cows go. After that, every time Mayor Lee of Wicked Village got up in the morning, he would see the empty cattle pens, and then to see the cows come back from afar. It's more punctual than going to work. Mayor Lee was worried that the cows had gotten lost, so he added 3 locks to the door of the barn. It's never going to go away now. Mayor Lee lay down to sleep at ease. As a result, the next day, the cows in the barn were still gone. All 3 locks on the doorway were opened. I've got the key here. No, we have to try installing a monitor. Mayor Lee put the village surveillance in front of his house. To give the other side a reminder, Mayor Lee wrote a slogan. You are in surveillance range. Please keep smiling. Village Chief Lee thought that this would scare the other party. It didn't turn out to be much use. Pulled up the surveillance to see that a chicken had opened the lock. This chicken has become a sperm. This is too amazing. I can't imagine that paranormal events can happen to you. Look at the speed and movement of this chicken's lockpicking. It's not a chicken. There's only one thing left to do now but squat and follow the cows to see where they go. The time came to 7 a.m. And the cows came out of their pens. Village Chief Lee followed them surprisingly to Chow Ching's yard. Isn't this Matriarch Chow's house? Could Patriarch Chow be the culprit? Seems kind of reasonable when you think about that previous takeaway. But Matriarch Chow also gave us seeds. Is it a case of fishing for cows with a long line? Then, Chow Chang, Lu Yuer and Lu Xian appeared with pots. Chow Chang said, everybody line up. One by one, the cows were lined up in an orderly fashion. The cows head back after milking. At that moment, Village Chief Lee jumped out of the bushes and said, Patriarch Chow, I've caught you. Right. And now both the man and the cow have been captured. I said why the cow is always missing in the morning lately. Chow Chang took a look at the fact that it was Village Chief Lee and said, it's Village Chief Lee, just in time. Let's have a drink together. Mayor Lee said, what's there to drink? Go explain it to the police. Chow Chang said, your village's own milk. Of course. Mayor Lee took the proffered milk and tasted it. It does taste different. Is this milk from our village? Chow Chang said. Yeah. How come it tastes different? Before it tasted a bit bitter. Now how come it's a bit sweet? Lu Yuer said. This is thanks to Chow Ching's eclipsing palm, which puts the cows in a happy mood. So of course the milk produced is good. Mayor Lee said. I don't believe it. Chow Chang looked at Lu Xian and said, President Lu, it's your turn to make a move. Lu Xian can be excited bad. So many days just practicing cattle and chicken. Now there is a living person to practice. Come, Village Chief Lee, lie down. Mayor Lee lay on the table. Lu Xian said, Village Chief Lee, are you ready? Mayor Lee said, I'm ready for anything Lu Xian said, then I'll start. Lu Xian managed to catch this opportunity and exerted more force than usual. Slap the back of Lee Marama. Honey, hurry up and get up. People are starting again. Don't lose it. Daughter-in-law, watch me. I'm sure I'll beat him this time. Again? Can we get some rest? Young people are just on fire. How come it's over? What happened to saying you're better than people? Lu Xian's palms flew up and down. Mayor Lee's back also landed. Seeing the fire on her back, Lu Yuer asked, it's all right. It's all ablaze. Chow Chang laughed. It's fine. Normal phenomenon. It means that Mayor Lee's fire is strong. It so happened that the villagers of Lee Village also found their way to Chow Ching's yard and saw the Lee Village chief with his back on fire. The villagers said, it's a killing spree. Why don't you say something when Village Chief Lee is burning up? Couldn't have passed out already. People are going to burn at this rate. The villagers of Lee Village were furious as they grabbed Lu Xian. What are you doing? Can't you see the village chief is out of breath? Lu Xian said. No. Mayor Lee spoke up at this point. Hey, why did you stop? It was getting cozy. The villager from Lee Village was startled and said, Mayor, you're still comfortable. Your back is burning. You could almost have a barbecue. Village Chief Lee took a look at his back, which had indeed turned into a backless dress, and laughed instead. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Go on. Lu Xian proceeded to finish the set. Mayor Lee said as he got down from the table with a satisfied look on his face. Why don't you guys try it too? The villagers looked surprised. Try and pass away? One of the villagers laid on in disbelief. Lu Xian was practicing vigorously. A look at another person. Said, one male guest. Lie down. After that villager laid back down, Lu Xian had another burst of output. Look at the strength of that hand. Look at the intensity. The people on the side are scared, but the village chief said, Technician Lu, you'll have to press me like that again later. 2. Lu Xian said, no problem, 2,000 each. It stunned Chow Ching on the side. That's a lion's share of what you're asking for. I charge you 1,000. You just double it, right? Chow Ching said heatedly. Village Chief Lee, I only need 1,000 here. Village Chief Lee couldn't imagine that Patriarch Chow would as well and said, okay, come on. Chao Cheng lived up to his experience with thousands of chickens and hundreds of cows, and a few people. There were quite a few more tricks than Lu Xian. More moves were also developed. Come on, village chiefly, try this move. Brute Bull Transit. Saying that, Chao Cheng turned his hands into choppers as fast as they passed over village chiefly's back. Lu Xian also saw it and said, Master Chao, your move doesn't work. I've also learned a move these days called the chicken pecking. With that said, Lu Xian clenched his hand into a chicken beak suit and quickly pecked across the villager's back. The two were in full swing, watching the people on the sidelines in fear. It's on fire again, and it's sprinkled. This side of the fire rises 3 feet high, and that side of the fire rises 1 more foot, and Zhao Ren's cell phone kept ringing. The company credited $1,000. The company credited $1,000. The notes are all massage fees. What's the boss doing? Going to work as a masseuse? At this time, in the Dragon City hotel room, Wang Dewang, a member of the auspicious Feng Shui Society, slapped the table and said, What the hell is Lu Xian doing? The hall president lost this? Even if he lost, he still resigned? Even if he resigned, he still won't come back? One of the men below concurred. Yeah, it's such a big deal without consulting us. Wang Duang said. First it was Tianshi Zhang, now it's President Lu. I think this kid is trying to tear down our auspicious Feng Shui Society. So what happens now? I'll go to Chao Village first and see what this Chairman Lu is up to. Is a kid that charismatic? Why don't I come with you? It's okay, the president is senile. I'm not. Don't worry, wait for my good news, said Wang Dewang confidently, walked out of the room and drove towards Chao Village. Chapter 52, Are you a human or an animal? Wang Duang could not wait a minute and drove to Chao Village in his Big Ben. Before we reached the entrance to the village, we heard the bustle of voices. Wang Duang got out of the car and walked in the direction of the sound. At the front of the crowd were none other than Chao Cheng and President Lu. Wang Duang wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by Dog Egg. Hello, please don't cut in line. Wang Duang wondered and said, I didn't see a line, and besides, what's wrong with me cutting in? At that moment, the chickens, cows and villagers in front of Wang Duang stared at him. Looking at Wang Duang's heart tightened. A strong dragon does not suppress a snake. Wang Duang hemmed and hawed and said, I'm kidding, so where do I line it up? Doggy said, Excuse me, are you a human or an animal? When Wang Duang heard this, he asked, Am I not a human being or what? Wang Duang said unhappily, Have you ever seen a talking animal? If I'm not human, what am I? Doggy said, Not necessarily. Oh, some people are animals and some animals are people. Wang Duang had to say, I'm human. Dogman added, Okay, which mechanic are you looking for, please? Wang Duang completely confused. A moment to line up. A moment to choose a technician. Chao Village opened a business center? Any of the mechanics? Doggy said, Currently there are only 2 if you're right about people. One surnamed Chao and one surnamed Lu. When Wang Duang heard it, it was Chao Cheng and President Lu. I'll go with President Lu. Okay, then take your number. Wang Duang took the number handed to him. Oh look, he ranked 53rd. There are 52 in front of him. I can't believe it's quite so crowded. Wang Duang saw the long line in front of him and thought, What the hell is this President Lu up to? We must ask him about it when we meet later. As Wang Duang stood in line, he saw that there were still steaming chickens walking out of the side room. There were guys with exposed backs walking out in front of them. One is increasingly unsure of what this is all about. It's finally Wang Duang's turn. Wang Duang said, President Lu. Unexpectedly Lu Xian said, Don't call me President Lu. Wang Duang said, What do I call you if I don't call you President Lu? Lu Xian said, Technician Lu. Wang Duang said, Alright, Technician Lu. I just came to ask you how come you're staying here instead of being president? Lu Xian said, It's a long story. Come on, lie down and we'll take our time. Wang Duang said, What's there to lie about? And what's there to lie about? Lu Xian said, Duong, it really does lie out of the flowers. Try it first. Wang Duang lay on the table, thinking in his heart that he must persuade President Lu to go back after the press later. As a result, the next second, he realized he was wrong. Those were some of his happiest times, like flying free in the clouds. The edges were brilliantly starlit. Wang Duang couldn't help but hum the Phoenix Legend song. It feels like, a fragrant and a gentle wave all the way around. I thought about the right and wrong, and the aroma of the road kept me guessing. Yo 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 baby go come on. Hearing this, Lu Xian also stirred up the desire to sing within him and said, Who listens to songs and forgets the loneliness? Long nights all the way fragrant years had flowed. You were silent even in that sea of people. Drift with me to the intersection of the ends of the earth. Fly free in your heart. The brilliant starlight wanders eternally. The direction of the road shines on my heart. The distant frontier goes with me to faraway places. The villagers on the side had a strange expression in their eyes when they saw these two. Are these two pressing their feelings? They even sang a song. Seeing the two of them reminded me of my lost time in the bathhouse. Unfortunately, it's all in the past. Dude. Detail bath center. After a set of presses, Wang Duong said, President Liu, I finally realized why you didn't go back. Lu Xian said, there's no rush. Want to do it again? Wang Duong was moved. President Liu was so nice. And for the sake of past friendship, I'll do it again. Wang Duong enjoyed another flight of fancy. When it ended, Wang Duong said, can we do it again? Lu Xian said, well, let's see if you can top that. I'm afraid you'll pass out later. Wang Duong said, you can still pass out from this yourself? Then do it again. After 3 times, Wang Duong got down from the table and said, President Liu, goodbye then. I'll visit you often. Lu Xian said, don't worry, settle up first. Wang Duong said, how much? Lu Xian said, 2,000 each time. 3 times in all, 6,000. And seeing as you're an old acquaintance, I'll give you 5,000. When Wang Duong heard this, his legs went soft and he almost fainted. I didn't bring that much cash today. Doggy came up to the table and said, it's okay, I support credit cards here. Transferring money is fine. Wang Duong transferred the money and said, Master Chow does this too? Lu Xian said, yeah, he taught me all this. Wang Duong said, he can't be that expensive. Lu Xian said, no. With that, Wang Duong took another numbered card from the dog's egg. Wang Duong is lying on the table. 15 minutes passed. Chao Cheng said, okay, Duan. Wang Duong looked at the time only past 15 minutes, which is much faster than President Liu's side. And the price must be much cheaper. How much? Chao Cheng said, that's 5,000 total. How come it's the same as President Yu's side? Wang Duong said, aren't you bullying outsiders? It's only 5,000 3 times on President Liu's side. And you're taking this time on his side for less than once. Chao Cheng said, sorry, Duan. I'm fast here. 1,000 at a time. And that's 5 just now. One of you two goes for volume, the other for price, right? Wang Duong had to pay the money. Chao Cheng said, thank you Duong. Doggy, a souvenir, said the dog as he took out an egg and a glass of milk. Congratulations to Mr. Wang Duong for spending first today. Here are the original eggs and milk for you to keep as a souvenir. Wang Duong looked at this souvenir in his hand and said, I just heard another one, but it's not for people. So what is it? Lu Xian said, oh, you mean Lu Yuer? She made it for the animals. See those chickens and cows? It's for them. At this time, it was just as Lu Yuer walked out and said, I'm exhausted. I need a break. Wang Duong took a look at it. It's a big beautiful woman. Since we're all here, let's do the whole thing. Wang Duong immediately called out to Dog Egg and said, I'm not a human being. I need to hang up an animal number. The villagers on the side were filled with shock. The chickens in line have shocked faces and the cows have shocked faces. This man is shameless. It's not just shameless. It's not even human. Isn't it just a pretty girl? We're not human. He's a real animal. Can I call someone? I like the old man. Chapter 53, Full Transfer. Wang Duong asked after experiencing Chao Cheng and Lu Xian's eclipsing palm. Master Chao, can I stay? Chao Cheng said, yes, you can. You go to your big brother. Wang Duong asked, eldest brother is? Chao Cheng said, it's President Liu. Holler, Master. Wang Duong found Lu Xian and explained his intentions. Lu Xian said, you go ahead and get a chicken to practice on. The lower half of the chickens in the queue tightened. Why us again? I'm a chicken. I'm not convinced. Where are their cows? You're just going to catch us chickens and bully us, aren't you? Believe it or not. I'll peck you in a minute. Wang Duong walked over to the chickens, and the flock saw it. They have fallen to the ground and played dead. Some rolled their eyes. Some are just foaming at the mouth. Some of them just jerked in place. None of them are healthy and normal anyway. Wang Duong took a look at the offense and said, eldest brother, this? Lu Xian looked at it and smiled. Humph. In that case, pick anyone you want. I'll take it back and pick you up tonight. Those chickens heard. Just wilted. Immediately a carp, a rock wings, a moment of vitality. Lu Xian said, I'll help you choose. The chicken standing in the middle of the flock that pecked Lu Xian had a bad feeling. It can't be me. It's not that coincidental. How can I be found in the midst of all these chickens? It really turned out to be him again. He wondered how he recognized him. Definitely a different look next time. Lu Xian said, that's the one. The chicken looked helpless, regretting why he messed with him in the first place. After that, Wang Duong studied after Lu Xian. This matter reached the ears of the rest of the auspicious Feng Shui society, and everyone was enraged. A feng shui master going to work as a masseuse is a disgrace to the feng shui world. It's so humiliating. It's so humiliating. Mom opening the door for the humiliated. It's so humiliating. This is making a joke out of us. 10 people. 3 gone. I can't stand it. I'm going to get a statement from that kid. I'll go too. Okay, we'll go together. A group of people got into a van and headed for Chow village in great numbers. Same process, same result. There were several people in the yard at once. The mayor can't top that. It used to be that you only had to cook for 3 people, but now you have to cook for a dozen. This is exhausting for the village chief. It's going to be ready from 3 p.m. Chow Chang also felt the change of the crowd. It used to be that 3 people at dinner would just eat slowly. Now each of the dozen or so people was a big eater, and a dish was gone before they could turn it around. I can't imagine that this group of middle-aged and older people can still eat so well. Nowadays dinner is up for grabs. Hoping that this group of people came here to rub it in and even pack a room. At this time, one night, Lu Xian said, "Master, we've pretty much finished studying too, and we've been here for a long time, so we're planning to leave tomorrow." Chao Qing's heart burst with excitement. The village chief in the kitchen was happy to hear this and also made an extra dish, but Chao Qing couldn't show it, saying, "Hey, it's a shame, why don't you stay longer?" Wang Duong said, "Yes, eldest brother, stay a few more days, I'll go. You're really going down the steps here. President Lu must stick to his guns." Lu Xian said, "Never mind, just come back more often." Chao Qing thought, "Right, look at the big brother." "How right?" Chao Chang asked. "So what are your plans?" Lu Xian said, "In fact, I learned this palm technique for my father. He's old now. It hurts when he moves when he lies in bed. Now that I've learned it, I'm going to go back to be with him, and I'll talk about what to do after that." Wang Duong said, "Hey, there's no such thing as an unbroken feast under the sky, and after this time I don't know when we'll all meet again." Lu Xian said, "Everyone can still get together during the week, although the auspicious feng shui will be gone." At that moment, Chao Chang said, "Why don't I get you guys an auspicious massage parlor?" As soon as Lu Xian heard this, he said, "We've talked about it before, but we don't have the money." Chao Chang said, "I've got the money. It's done in minutes." With that, Chao Chang took out his cell phone and dialed, "Hey, Zhao Ren, transfer me $5 million. Zhou Ren asked, "Boss, what do you need so much money for?" Chao Chang said, "I'm going to get a massage parlor." Zhao Ren thought as he listened, "Is this serious? That money wouldn't be a transfer fee just now. This company is getting out of business." Zhao Ren was still fretting about what to do, but the boss said so. Zhou Ren transferred the money anyway. Chao Chang received the money and said, "Well, I'm investing $5 million in you now." The people in the audience took a moment to listen. $5 million? That's not a small amount. I can't imagine Master Chow is so rich. He's got a piece of us for this money, right? Did you get this $5 million from a massage? Lu Xian said excitedly. "Thank you, Master." The others said, "Thank you, Master." Chao Qing continued, "Let me know when you've picked a place." With Chao Qing's support, everyone was finally relieved. That way we can all see each other regularly again. Don't mention how happy I am. The opening day attracted a lot of people from Long City. Would you all like to see what kind of store this is? At the entrance stood Lu Xian, Wang Dewang, and a group of others. Isn't this President Lu of the auspicious Feng Shui Society? Isn't that Wang Dewang on the side? And why are all the people from the auspicious Feng Shui Society here? Someone said, "Definitely invited to cut the ribbon." Big shots. It's normal. I wonder what kind of store this is. At that moment, the red cloth hanging over the sign ripped off. "Lucky to a Nana house." There was a lot of talk from the people below. So it's a massage parlor. How could Chairman Lu also open a store like this? It must have been a favor. Maybe President Lu comes often. How about checking out this store? I don't reckon it's very good. You see, there's no girls. I heard it's free today. Why don't you experience it? It doesn't cost anything anyway? A young man walked into the store and a waitress said, "Hello, sir, which technician do you want?" "Both have Technician Lu." "Technician Wang." "Technician Lu it is then." The guy had just laid down when he saw President Lu walk up. Looking at what President Lu was wearing, he froze for a moment. Is Mr. Lu for real? Mr. Lu is experiencing life? Lu Xian said, "Sir, please lie back." With that, Lu Xian came with a set of eclipsing palms. It left the guy wanting more. Gave it a straight 5-star review. The news that the Feng Shui master of the Jishan Feng Shui Club had switched to massage and acupressure took over the hot search at once. The hashtag Feng Shui industry is hard to make a living, and they are changing their massages. Hashtag to an allonge fresh business. Chatting about Feng Shui while getting a massage. Hashtag an eclipsing palm is on the market. so watch out. Chapter 54. A new mission appears. Lu Xian, along with the rest of the auspicious Feng Shui Society, invited Chao Cheng for a meal in Dragon City. Although the meals at Dragon Market look fancy, still, Chao Cheng felt that the village meals tasted better. Chao Cheng felt uncomfortable everywhere he sat in the noble box. Lu Xian said, "Here, master, try this. Fish head chili. It's the signature dish of this restaurant." Chao Cheng took a look at it and simply called it fried green peppers with chili peppers. The plate was already large and the fish head took up less than a third of it. And the fish head was covered in chili and green peppers. The head of the fish was also only half. Chao Cheng picked up his chopsticks and didn't know where to start. Many more dishes were served after that. The names of the dishes are taken more poetically than one another. The dishes are one by one exquisitely done. In the end, Chao Cheng simply ate and returned to the village. Back to the yard. It just so happens that the village chief is in the kitchen. Chao Cheng said, "Village chief, cook me a bowl of noodles." The village chief said, "Holler, Grandmaster, what's the matter? Didn't get enough to eat downtown?" Chao Cheng said, "There's simply not enough to eat. It's better in the village. Just eat whatever you want. There's not that much to talk about." In a short while, the village headman served a bowl of noodles. Chao Cheng finished eating in 3 bites and said, "Or the village headman's cooking is so good. You could be a chef." The village chief said, No, it's all just home cooking." Chao Cheng said, "Where did you learn your trade?" The village chief laughed. "I usually have nothing to do with my own research." Chao Cheng finished his noodles and lay down on a deck chair in the courtyard. At this point, a ding system tone sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for refining the eclipsing palm to the highest stage and obtaining the highest reward. Reward 1 cultivation fruit. With a snap, a fruit the size of an apple fell from the air and landed in Chao Cheng's hand. Chao Cheng took a look around. The village chief had already left after packing up. Lu Yuer and Lu Yu were both resting upstairs. The photographer is also in his room. It's a good thing there's no one in the yard right now, or else they'd probably all be scared away by the scene. The cultivation fruit in Chao Cheng's hand was a golden yellow color with 2 leaves. Chao Cheng took the cultivation fruit and observed it for half a day. How was this handled? Eat it straight or slice it? Steamed or boiled? There's no manual for this, is there? Ding! Another system tone sounded. Cultivation fruit. Fruit with aura. Commonly used by cultivators. Doesn't that say the same thing as not saying it? Chao Cheng said helplessly. Forget it, it's just an after-dinner fruit. Chao Cheng ate the cultivation fruit in 1 bite. Suddenly, Chao Cheng had a different feeling. It was as if he himself had become the center of a vortex. The air around him was gathering towards him, gathered in the dantian and then spread out to all parts of the body. The whole thing seemed like an out-of-body experience. Chao Cheng simply closed his eyes, and all the images seemed to skim past his eyes like a movie. The physical exhaustion dissipated as soon as it was gone. People are also more energized. What an amazing feeling. It's nothing like what I felt in my own previous life. Could this be nature's aura? Chao Cheng felt that his realm state had been greatly upgraded. Immediately, he ran to his room and took out the book, 1,000 Compulsions. Chao Cheng watched as the words in the book seemed to spring into his mind. The feeling is like having a million of yourself reading a book. The efficiency of this is simply unbeatable. The sensation from the cultivation fruit lasted for half an hour. It's only slowly disappearing. Chao Cheng was very satisfied with this. He feels like he's become a different person. No more back pain. Legs aren't sore anymore. It doesn't take much to watch all night in one sitting. This made Chao Cheng a bit excited. It seemed that he would be able to be more comfortable with various spells afterward. It made him even more excited about that mystery prize. The stone has been in the yard for almost a week now, since the stone courier arrived. Chao Cheng also used a lot of methods in the end could not break the stone. But Chao Cheng didn't give up. He had to see what was in it. At that moment, there was another ding system tone. Issued task, take the Bright Elementary School Spring Trip Program. Childhood is the most joyful time and every child has a dream of traveling. Please take the Bright Elementary School Spring Trip Program and try to fulfill each child's dream. The higher the degree of completion, the better the reward. Bright Elementary School? Where is that? Chao Cheng looked at the mission and thought about it. This sounds like one task and looks like it's actually 2. Don't look at the headline that only talks about taking the project. The main thing is to finish the latter. Even though he is a kid, he doesn't know what kids play nowadays. Did you study Feng Shui, like yourself? Then they can graduate straight into the Taoist temple. Just as Chao Cheng was thinking, there was a rustling in the yard. Chao Cheng quietly opened the door to take a look. A dark figure in the yard was standing by a rock. It was Li Jun who came to get the Feng Shui seal. Li Jun inquired about Chao Cheng's evening dinner with Lu Xian in Long City. It's definitely not that fast for a meal. That's a good one. Li Jun deliberately chose today to come to Chao Village to take the Feng Shui seal. On the way here, Li Jun remembered what he would do if he was recognized. Right past him went a stocking-wearing sister. Li Jun immediately shouted. As a result, when his sister turned her head, she almost didn't scare Li Jun away. But that sister was thrilled bad. After so many days of traveling back and forth, finally I waited for a handsome man. Said, "What do you want? I don't have any money. I'll give it to you if you want to rob me of my sex." Li Jun, however, said, "Forget about the robbery. Give me your stockings." The sister immediately gave the stockings to Li Jun. Add a contact. Handsome. I have plenty of stockings at home. Without looking back, Li Jun took the stockings and then immediately rushed to Chao village. Li Jun saw no one in the yard. It looks like Chao Qing hasn't come back yet. Just the thing. In the courtyard, Li Jun observed in front of the stone for a long time, then looked around to make sure no one was there. Placing his hand on the stone, he mouthed an incantation. The rock got physically smaller. Due to the distance, Chao Qing couldn't hear it either. It sure as hell ain't Doggy. How would Doggy know how to do that? Chao Qing quietly walked up to the man and said, "Who are you?" Li Jun was startled. It can't be Chao Qing. Isn't Chao Qing still eating at Dragon City? Li Jun hurriedly put the stockings he had brought over his head. Before Chao Qing could make a move, Li Jun himself had fainted on the ground. Chao Qing thought to himself, "What a situation. It's over before you've even made a move yourself?" Chao Qing came closer to take a look. Li Jun has a stocking over his head. Gouged 3 holes in the stocking. Li Jun's eyes were rolling white at this time, and his mouth was foaming out. Said, "I'll you up." Li Jun couldn't imagine how this stocking tasted so heavy. The moment it was put on, it seemed to put on a durian. That flavor is strong. Li Jun couldn't top it straight away. Head spinning and leg stomping, he fell straight to the ground. Chapter 55, Putting on a stocking to put yourself out of the country? When Li Jun woke up again, he didn't know where he was and his hands and feet were tied. Li Jun struggled hard. Suddenly there was a flash of light. The sack on Li Jun's head was removed. A man with an eye patch, dreadlocks, and an elongated beard appeared in front of Li Jun. "Where am I? Is this a foreigner? Lassoing yourself out of the country? This must be a scam. It's all a plot by Chao Qing." Li Jun didn't believe it. Unexpectedly, the man revealed a tooth set with a gold tooth and said viciously, "%%, and ****. Li Jun froze and didn't understand a word. "What did you say?" The man said, "Yen yen yen ### yen %%. Li Jun gave up. What kind of language was that? Li Jun waved his hand and shook his head, meaning he couldn't understand. I didn't realize that the man on the other side had made an okay gesture. Then 2 men came up from behind and lifted Li Jun, trying to throw him into the water. Li Jun said, "I'm not saying goodbye. Someone help me." At that moment, a man came up from behind the man and said, "Yen #@yen%." The man nodded and told the 2 to put Li Jun down. The man coming up behind him wore a flat hat and looked about 70 years old, and was none other than Mayor Li of Wicked Village. And that man was his son, Li Wei. Mayor Li said, "Our captain asked what your name was." Upon hearing this, Li Jun finally had a hometown. Said, "My name is Wang Jun." I didn't expect Li Wei to get angry when he heard it and opened his mouth. %. Li Jun didn't know what this meant and looked at village chief Li. Mayor Li said, "Our captain hates deception, and if you lie, he'll throw you to the sharks." With that, Li Wei waved his hand and the 2 men lifted Li Jun up again. Li Jun saw dozens of shark fins swimming in the sea beside the boat. "Can we survive this? Not even a corpse." Li Jun panicked for a moment. Said, "My name is Li Jun. My name is Li Jun." Li Wei heard this and said, %% yuan #%. Village chief Li translated from the sidelines. "Our captain asks you, what are you doing here?" When Li Jun heard this, he frowned. Seeing that Li Jun didn't say anything, Li Wei added, "Yen yen yen #%% and." Mayor Li said, "The captain asked you, or he'll feed you to the sharks." At that moment, a refugee ran up from the stern of the boat. The body is dirty and tattered, but also red and purple. Looks like it has been beaten a lot. The refugee walked over to the plywood and tried to jump down. It turned out to be caught by the rest of the crew. The refugee was caught in front of Li Wei. Levi said, "%yuan %%. A big hand." The 2 men on the side took out a knife and plunged it directly into the man's stomach. In an instant, blood flowed and the refugees fell straight to the ground. Levi walked up and threw the refugee into the sea. One moment and the shark eats it. All this was really seen by Li Jun. A man just died in front of him. Li Wei picked up the knife that was all bloody, wiped it clean and stuck it in front of Li Jun, saying, %yuan #yuan%. Village chief Li was about to translate. Li Jun said, "I know. It's just like him if I don't. I'll say it." Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Li Jun said, I was going to Chao village to get the feng shui seal, but I ended up with a set of stockings, so I came here. Li Wei wanted to get angry when he heard that. Li Jun said immediately, everything I say is true. Really? Believe me. Levi added. Yen 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 hashtag yen %%. Village chief Li translated on the side. The captain asks how you can prove it? With a touch, Li Jun fished out an ID card and handed it to Li Wei. Li Wei took a look. The ID card really wrote Li Jun. At this point, once Li Wei took off his eye patch, took off his beard, detached his dreadlocks, and reverted to his original appearance, he said, Patriarch Chao, come out. This kid admits it. Li Jun stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Isn't this a foreigner? How come you speak Chinese so fluently? Li Jun was looking around. Where is the sea? Just a pond. Those sharks are fake. Even the refugees who had just been killed swam up. Li Jun called out. The corpse is dead. It's a scam. Chao Chun walked out from the cabin and said, thank you, guys. Thanks to your help. Levi said, what's the point? Playing these is in character. I've got something more vicious. Want to do it again? The dead refugee smiled and walked over to Levi. Li Jun asked, pointing, how does this refugee live? Levi said, the knife was fake. It stuck in and retracted, and the blood was ketchup. Li Jun realized that he had been cheated. The whole thing collapsed to the ground. Chao Cheng said, okay, Li Jun, now what else do you have to say? Li Jun said, can I send a message to my matriarch? Chao Cheng handed his cell phone to Li Jun. Li Jun edited a message. Matriarch, I've been kidnapped. Come to Chao village to ransom me. It was then sent out. In the room rested Li Patriarch's cell phone ding sound. Patriarch Li took a look. A glimpse of the fake. Now this scam is really well informed. I don't know where I found out that Li Jun went to Chao village. Then Patriarch Li reported the message and then blacked out the number. After 10 minutes, Chao Cheng asked, Li Jun, how's it going? Li Jun said, Patriarch Li didn't get back to me. Upon hearing this, Li Wei took out his spring-loaded knife and said, don't play tricks, you kid. Honestly, do you know how the evil village got its evil? The villagers behind him also stared angrily at Li Jun. Li Jun didn't dare to play tricks at all and cried, how dare I? Mayor Li said, why don't we have him make a phone call? Li Jun dialed the phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at this time. Chao Ching sighed and said, hey, forget it, this doesn't stand a chance. Levi nodded. Li Jun said, it's against the law to kill. You can't kill people. Levi laughed. Who said we were going to kill anyone? Take that. Li Wei threw Li Jun another cell phone. Li Jun immediately dialed it, but the result was still unreachable. Levi said, you boys aren't fooling us, are you? How come both cell phones don't work? Li Jun said, no, that's the right number. I don't know what happened. People can't do it, so blame the phone? Levi took his cell phone and dialed other numbers, which were also unavailable. At this time, Li Wei remembered. This cell phone forgot to charge the phone bill. Li Jun changed 2 cell phones and finally got through. Hey, matriarch, it's Li Jun. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Li said, why are you using an unfamiliar number? How's the wind and watermarks? Li Jun said, still feng shui seal, people are hiccuping, come to Chao village to ransom me. Patriarch Li's mouthful of tea almost spewed out as he said sharply, fine, I'll be right there. Chapter 56, how can you walk by the river without wetting your shoes? Chao Chang popped off a video to Kung. Kung is outside. Cell phone rings, listen to the hurt in your breath, listening to the frenzy in your heartbeat, listening to the warmth of your embrace spread across the hillocks, listen to the light in your eyes, listen to love burning in your ears, listen to us as we carve the sides of the walls of our hearts with earth and sky. The sidekick said, Kung, the phone is ringing, don't you want to answer it? Django said, there's no rush, listen to the song in its entirety. Django waited for the song to ring once and then picked it up. Hey, Chow, what's up? Chao Ching said in the video. Kung, where are you? Django said as he revealed the blood drive behind him. Brother Chow, donating blood. Chao Cheng said, you donate blood? Django laughed. I help people give blood. Chao Cheng aimed the video at Li Jun and asked, do you recognize this man? Django looked at it. It was too recognizable. Immediately said, isn't this Li Jun? I was looking for him. Why is he at your place? Chao Cheng said, it's a long story. So is it convenient for you to come over here now? Django nodded and said, be right there, be right there. After saying that, Chang hung up the phone. The little brother laughed. Kung, your kids. Ah, they're so cute. Django looked away and said, are you new? The little brother nodded and said, yeah, just came in for the 3rd day. Strong called out to one of the men in the back and said, Take him to learn about corporate culture. Even Chow doesn't know about it and makes me listen to half the songs. Okay, Django. The little brother was dragged off and one of the men on the side said, "See, this is what happens when you mess with Kung. Next time pay attention." Strong finished his call and inspired a message to Goten. Mr. Gao, Li Jun has been found. He's in Chow village. I'm going there now. Gao Tianchi took a look and replied, "Bring him back." Kung replied with an okay emoticon. Putting away his cell phone, Django shouted, "All hurry up and get in the car. We're going to Chow village. What about the blood donors? Come back and reoffer." A man just stepped off the blood drive crying. "Don't," Django said as he got into the car. "Let's go to Chow village." The driver said, "Holler, but driving in the city, you can't drive fast at all at the speed limit." Django said sharply, "Can you hurry up?" The driver said, "I can't, Kung, you have to lose your license for speeding, and I've already lost it once." Django said, "Just drive, it's fine." The driver's eyes lit up and he said, "Really?" Django nodded. The driver said, "Sit down," followed by a foot on the gas. It went right up to 140 yards in the city. Django's entire body was pressed into the seat, trembling. "What did you get your license suspended for?" The driver said, "Drive fast." Everyone in the car buckled their seatbelts and gripped the handles. What had been a half-hour trip was a hard 10 minutes away. The car didn't go below 140 yards the whole way. What red light, green light, yellow light? Direct speeding, reverse red light, running bonanza. But Patriarch Li arrived at Chow village first. Patriarch Li entered and smiled. "Oops, sorry, made a mess for you guys. Who's the village chief?" Village Chief Chow walked out and said, "I'm the village chief." Patriarch Li said, "Where's Li Jun?" Village Chief Chow brought Li Jun out. Li Jun said as soon as he saw it was the Patriarch. "Matriarch, you're finally here." Patriarch Li said, "Who else can come if I don't?" Patriarch Li shook Village Chief Chow's hand and said, "Thanks, I'll take this Li Jun back. Wasn't Li Jun the one who caused the trouble? How come it looks like we're helping him find his way back now? What do you think we are? A public restroom? You can come and go as you please." Patriarch Li was about to leave with Li Jun. Village Chief Chow said, "Stop." Patriarch Li laughed. "What is it, Mayor?" Village Chief Chow said, "You're leaving here?" Patriarch Li said, "What else? We just got our stuff back. Now that we have it, of course we're leaving." At that moment, a line of cars clattered to a halt at the entrance to the village. Everyone got out of the car and flopped right down on the side of the car and threw up. Strong, true to his qualities, puked for a moment and then stroked his hair and said, "Go." Django came into the yard. Saw everyone. "There's an old man by Li Jun." "Who's this?" When Chang saw Li Jun, he directly grabbed him and said, "Li Jun, you made me look for you. Come on people, take away." At that moment the old man on the side broke Strong's hand away and said, "Young man, have a word, don't make a move." Chang took a look at the old man and said, "You are?" Patriarch Li said, "To give face, I am Li Tianming." Once Strong heard that, he thought for a moment and said, "Do not recognize. Old sir, now is not the time to get together. You first make way. It would be bad if you were mistakenly injured later." Chang said as he tugged on Li Jun's shirt again. "Mr. Gao treats you so well, and you're even like this," Li Jun said with a smile. "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests." Django said, "And you have the face to laugh about it?" Li Jun said with a change of face. "I was afraid just now, but now that the matriarch is here, I'd like to see who dares to touch me." Django said, "I must take Li Jun away today. No one can stop me. No one is allowed on either side." Village Chief Chow said softly, "Ancestor, what do you think? Should we leave first?" Chow Chang said, "Why are you leaving?" Village Chief Chow said, "Could it be that the ancestors want to help?" Chow Chang said, "Such a rare hustle and bustle is not to be seen. Go and get some small benches and food. We'll watch it slowly." When Village Chief Chow heard that, he was right. Said he brought a small bench from inside the house with a bag of melons, and the Grandmaster sat on the sidelines getting high. Village Chief Chow said, "Ancestor, who do you think will win?" Chow Ching shook his leg and said, "It's hard to say. There's nothing anyone can do if the old man falls straight to the ground." Django said, "So there's no talking now?" Li Tianming said, "What's there to talk about? The person I want to take hasn't failed yet." With a wave of Chang's hand, a group of juniors surrounded Li Tianming and Li Jun. "Tell you what, let's race," Li Tianming said. "How?" Django said, "If you can win, I'll let you guys go, and if you lose, then Li Jun will be dealt with for us," Li Tianming said confidently. "Good, so which one of you is coming?" At that moment, Chang trotted over to Chao Ching's side and said, "Brother Chao, the atmosphere is here. It's your turn to make a move." Chao Ching was dumbfounded. "I'm watching the show. How come it's my turn? I'm a passerby. On the side, Village Chief Chow looked at Chao Chang, and his eyes seemed to say, I told you not to leave just now. Now you can't leave. Another thumbs up was given to Chao Chang, meaning go for it. Chao Chang put down the melon in his hand and said, okay. Village Chief Chow sat down on the bench about to pour out some of Chao Ching's bag of melon seeds. Chao Ching turned his head and said, don't move my melon. I'll be right back. Chapter 57, If apologizing is useful. What do you need Brother Chang for? Li Tianming was instantly happy to see Chao Ching come out. Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be a kid? Django said from the sidelines. Brother Chow, that old man looks down on you. Li Tianming said. What can a kid do? Django added from the sidelines. Brother Chow, that old man despises you. Chao Ching said as he looked at Chang. I hear you. Although Li Tianming has not been seen for a long time, his level has not slipped. He was confident that he couldn't be ranked in the top 5, but the top 10 in Dragon City was still there. Li Tianming said, say, kid, what are we comparing? Then getting high or counting ducks? Chao Chang laughed. Let's compare the easiest. Rock, paper, scissors. Li Tianming laughed. As expected of a child, you will play this game of luck. Then I'll have some fun with you today. Come on. The two came face to face. Chao Chang asked, what are you out of? Li Tianming said, I'm out of cloth. Chao Chang said, okay, come on. Rock, paper, scissors. Chao Ching comes out with a pair of scissors. Tim Li really came out with a boo. Chao Chang said, well, I won. Li Tianming look. This is too honest. What I say you believe. Wait, not for a few innings. Come again. Chao Chang said, okay, what are you out of? Li Tianming said, I'm still out of the cloth. If I say cloth, he'll say scissors, so if I say rock, it's a sure win. Chao Chang said, okay, come on. Rock, paper, scissors. Chao Ching came out with a cloth. Li Tianming came out with a rock. Chao Chang said, well, I won again. Li Tianming took a look. Why did he lose again? No way. I predicted it all. Li Tianming said, no. One more hand. Chao Chang said, okay, what are you out of? Li Tianming said, I'm still out of the cloth. I'll say cloth. Then he'll say scissors. So he counts. I'll say rock. Then he'll say cloth. So I'll say scissors again. Won't I win? Chao Chang said, okay, come on. Rock, paper, scissors. Chao Ching came out with a rock. Timmy Lee comes out with a pair of scissors. Wow, even. Brother Chao cowhide. Chang and his minions shouted. Chao Chang said, well, I won again. Li Tianming was incredulous. He's anticipating my prediction? Li Tianming said, no. Last hand. Chao Chang said, okay, what are you out of? Li Tianming said, I'm still out of the cloth. I'll say cloth. Then he'll say scissors, so that he counts me out for rock. Then he'll say cloth, so that I'll say scissors again, and he prejudges me to say scissors. Then he'll say rock. Then I'm going to say cloth. Yes, cloth. Chao Chang said, okay, come on. Rock, paper, scissors. Chao Ching comes out with a pair of scissors. Li Tianming came out with a boo. For straight kills. 100% win rate. Chao Chang said, playing with me? You're still a bit young. Do you know why you lost? Li Tianming said, I don't know. Chao Chang said, I prejudge the prejudgment of your prejudgment of my prejudgment. Li Tianming's CPU directly dried up on the spot. Brain straight overload. Li Tianming said, so how do I beat you? Chao Chang said, can't win. Well, it's over. Chao Chang returned to the bench and picked up a melon to eat. Li Jun immediately panicked when he saw that the patriarch had stopped talking. Flopping down on his knees, he cried, Kung, I know I'm wrong, give me a chance. Django said, so if apologizing works, then can't I just retire and do this? Li Jun said, I really know I'm wrong. For the sake of us knowing each other, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Django said, no, but seeing as we know each other, I can make you give less blood. Someone, take it away. Two minions came up from the back and set Li Jun toward the car. Li Jun shouted, Patriarch, help me. As soon as Li Tianming saw that Li Jun was going to be taken away, he directly furrowed his brows, and a gust of wind lifted up around him. Chao Ching took a look. Oh, yeah, is this going to be hard? Said to Village Chief Chow, tell the villagers to hurry home and collect their clothes, and bring along some umbrellas and rain gear. Village Chief Chow looked at the clear sky and said, Ancestor, you're teasing me. What clothes are you collecting in this sun? Chao Chang said, go on, it's going to rain soon. Village Chief Chow returned with dozens of umbrellas after the notification. Before long, the sky clouded over and raindrops began to fall in the air. Li Tianming said, I'd like to see what happens if I insist on taking Li Jun away. At that moment, Chao Qing's voice rang from the side. Selling umbrellas, ponchos and shoes, all sizes, don't miss it. The minions standing in the rain couldn't top it. The whole thing was drenched. Brother Chao, how much is one of these umbrellas? Chao Cheng said. 51. The youngest brother said as he listened. Brother Chao, 51 handfuls, why don't you go and grab it? Chao Cheng laughed. No, it's better than robbery. The distant Django, not listening to the conversation, prodded. Hurry up. No more ink. Count me in. My little brother finished buying the umbrellas and rain gear he brought with him in one go, ran over to Django and said, Kung, do you want an umbrella or a poncho? Django looked at it and said, do you see me needing an umbrella? A little brother on the side immediately put up a pink umbrella, which was kinda cute, but how could the storm be too great? An umbrella isn't much use. The rain came right down on my face. Django couldn't even open his eyes and said, give me the poncho. The sidekick with the umbrella handed Strong a poncho. Once Kung unwrapped it, why was it also pink? Asked, aren't there any other colors? The little brother said, Kung, no more, just one color. Django had to say, all right. Django and all the minions wore pink ponchos, pink umbrellas, and pink rain boots. Li Tianming took a look. Ooh, a whole pink team. The summer passes by quietly. Leave a little secret. Press the bottom of your heart. Press the bottom of your heart. Can't tell you. And a romantic one for you. Give me a pink memory. Django said in the rain. Li Tianming, I advise you to give up. This won't benefit anyone. Li Tianming said with a light hum. Humph. No one can stop me yet if I want to leave. Said poem flew up and down. For a while, the storm got even bigger. Li Tianming pulled Li Jun in the storm and said to Chang, bye. As a result, the next second, the dark clouds dissipated and the sunshine reappeared. At that moment, Chao Qing's voice rang from the side. Selling small fans, all colors, don't miss it. Standing in the rain earlier, now standing in the sun. What's with this weather? Django's poncho had just been on for less than a minute. Li Tianming was also surprised. Why has the storm stopped? What happened to the promise that it would be down for an hour? The water's out of the sky? Chapter 58, we'll talk about each other. Li Tianming made an effort to hold back his red face. The sky froze without another drop of rain. There wasn't a gust of wind. The little brother behind Kung said, what's the old man doing? So hard. That's a familiar look to me. It's the same as when I'm constipated. Should I send him a corkscrew? Look at this blue sky and clear skies. Guess it won't be windy or rainy again. Django's oldest brother couldn't stand to look at the poncho on his body. I'm a slugger. Pink doesn't suit me. Straight up ripped the poncho apart like a popover. The little brother behind him looked dumbfounded. Django cowhide. Kung is so handsome. Kung your Dragon City Johnson. The minions mimed ripping the poncho off. Some even folded their umbrellas hard against their thighs directly. At that moment, Chao Cheng said, Patriarch Li, don't struggle. You're a mere bronze. What are you pretending to be a king for? Patriarch Li was unconvinced. Chao Cheng pinched his fingers and mouthed. Suddenly, the sky went black. A bolt of lightning streaked across the room, illuminating it as bright as day. Then the sound of thunder stretched for thousands of miles as if 10,000 drums were beating in unison. Django looks at this dark cloud. There was a bad feeling in my heart. Sure enough, the sky seemed to leak. The torrential rain accompanied by high winds nearly blew people away. Django looked at the torn poncho on the floor. Does this still work? Where's the umbrella? Django yelled. Kung, the umbrellas are folded. Django yelled through the downpour. No longer able to tell if it was tears or rain. Li Tianming stood frozen in place. There was disbelief in his eyes. No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible. That level was more than a notch beyond him. With a wave of Chao Qing's small hand, the sky instantly returned to its original appearance. A rainbow hangs in the sky, Chao Cheng said, pointing at the rainbow. Patriarch Li, you are like this rainbow. Patriarch Li's eyes glowed as he said, the future is promising? Chao Cheng said, a colorful, vegetable, batch. At this moment, Li Tianming's confidence was instantly shattered. In front of this 10-year-old, he acts like he doesn't know anything. Chao Cheng laughed. Know why you've never been able to break through? Boom! How does he know I've been unable to break through? Did he figure it out? Unable to make a breakthrough. This was indeed the reason why he was in seclusion. He's been looking for a breakthrough, but there was no gain. Li Tianming said in disbelief. How do you see it? Chao Qing said faintly. High merit and conceit. This is your greatest weakness. You can never progress behind closed doors. Li Tianming couldn't believe it. His eyes were a bit dull and he almost didn't stand still. What Chao Qing said was surprisingly the same as what his master said. Li Tianming recalled that he asked his master how he could keep breaking through before he left the school. The master said only one thing. A full measure of weakness. a modest measure of gain. Li Tianming had not taken it to heart at all at that time, and now that he thought about it, it was indeed that he was too arrogant. The master reminds himself, but he doesn't remember. In a trance, he saw his master standing in front of him. Li Tianming flopped and knelt down, shouting, "Master, Master, I was wrong." After sobriety, it became clearer in front of me. He saw that Chao Qing was standing in front of him. Li Tianming didn't get up. Maybe it's a chance. Li Tianming clasped his fists at Chao Chang and worshipped his entire body. "Master Chao, from now on, you are my master. Accept my disciple's obeisance." At this point, everyone in the room was flabbergasted. Why all of a sudden are you worshipping? Wouldn't be trying to get close. Admit your mistake before you admit your master. Good tactic. Django stepped forward and said, "You're a bad old man. Our brother Chao won't be deceived by you." Turning to Chao Cheng again, he said, "Brother Chao, why don't I help you get rid of him?" Chao Cheng said, "It's all right. Let him kneel. He won't get up until I say yes." The sun was in the sky and it was shining. Li Tianming stayed on his knees, his whole body looking shaky. Village Chief Chao took a look and said softly, "Ancestor Master, this isn't going to count. This old man feels like he can't hold out any longer. There won't be a death at this rate." Chao Cheng said, "There's no rush. I have my own way of doing things. I asked you to inform Tianchi Zhang. What did he say?" Village Chief Chao said, "He'll be here soon." After another 10 minutes, a fresh, refreshing breeze came through. Zhang Tianchi came stepping on the wind. "Master, what are you shouting at me for?" Chao Cheng said. "Tianchi Zhang, take a disciple for you," he said and pointed at Li Tianming who was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Tianchi took a look. "Isn't this patriarchly of Dragon City?" "Master, you're kidding. He's more like a master to me." Chao Cheng asked. "Patriarchly? This is Tianchi Zhang. He will be your master from now on. Are you willing?" Li Tianming knew that this Zhang Tianchi was not ranked as high as his own, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I do." Chao Cheng said, "Good, then you'll follow your master from now on." Li Tianming stood up and bowed to Tianchi Zhang, saying, "Master is above. Accept a bow from the apprentice." Tianchi Zhang hurriedly pulled Li Tianming back and said, "No no no, patriarchally we'll talk about each other. I'll still call you elderly and you'll still call me master. Isn't that the same thing?" Li Tianming said, "Yes." And all of this was seen by Lu Yuer who was on the second floor. A patriarch was taken down in minutes by Chao Cheng. Lu Yu also admired that this Chao Qing was really something. Lu Yuer also made a special effort to baidu Li Tianming's information. That's just a brilliant life. As long as the award is related to feng shui one does not pull. I can't imagine that I'm old enough to bow down to a 10-year-old. If anyone else knew about this, they were afraid they wouldn't believe it in any way. Not to mention that Li Tianming wanted to worship Chao Cheng as his master. Li Tianming had been known as the chief heavenly master of Dragon City a long time ago, but even after all these years, even though it's not the chief anymore, Li Tianming's level can still be taken, like Tianchi Zhang and President Lu before him, although they were all Tianchis, but there's still a big difference between. The celestial masters are also divided into tiers, from 1 to 9, 1 lowest, 9 highest, like a pyramid. Li Tianming is only a second stage as well. Chao Qing's level is far above mine. Li Tianming thinks so. On the way there, Li Tianming asked, "Master, how many disciples does Master Chao have?" Tianchi Zhang said, "Well, counting you, it's now the 105th. Good lord, it's catching up to water margin." Li Tianming said, "Master, can so many people live here?" Tianchi Zhang said, "No, it's just me here." Li Tianming said, "What about the others?" Tianchi Zhang returned, "Oh, some at the Taoist temple, some at the Tue Na. The Taoist temple is understandable. What's the deal with this massage parlor? Is it regular?" Li Tianming said, "And where does master rank?" Upon hearing this, Tianchi Zhang coughed, straightened his clothes, and said, "I came early. I'm Grandmaster Chao's chief senior disciple." Chapter 59, Call Me Li. Li Tianming followed Tianchi Zhang to the room. The rooms are simply furnished. There was only one bed, and 2 bamboo chairs. Not even a feng shui piece. That's a little too sketchy, isn't it? How is it different from what you think? At least have a bit of feng shui. Li Tianming asked, "This is where you live, master?" Tianchi Zhang said, "Yeah, why?" Li Tianming said, "No, it's fine. I just think there's too little stuff." Tianchi Zhang said, "This is all set up by master. Here, you sit there." Saying that, Tianchi Zhang pointed to a bamboo chair beside the table. The bamboo chair looked a bit worn and the color had faded a bit on the chair, like it's been used for years. "It won't collapse if you sit on it." Li Tianming carefully sat up, just a moment after his but sat down. Li Tianming felt like saying two words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The moment. A sense of coolness swept through his body, and it felt as if his entire mind was quieted. Everything in the world seemed to stand still. It's like you're sitting on top of a mountain by yourself, with a view of the mountains. Li Tianming didn't say a word for half a day. Tianchi Zhang said, Elder Li, how is it? Li Tianming nodded with satisfaction and said, God. Experiencing this feeling between heaven and earth, Li Tianming could not calm down for a long time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. I don't realize that half an hour has passed. Li Tianming took a long breath and said, it's such an amazing feeling. Tianchi Zhang also recognized, I felt the same way the first time. Take your time to experience it. I'm going to study. Li Tianming said, will Master teach us every day? Tianchi Zhang said, no way. Li Tianming said, so what do you learn? Zhang Tianchi took out 3 pieces of falling treasure money from his pocket. When Li Tianming took a look, his entire body was thrilled and felt like saying 2 words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's falling treasure money? Tianchi Zhang nodded and said, right. Li Tianming knew the value of this falling treasure money and could not imagine that he could see it here. The money of the fallen treasure is a record of the mysteries of divination. This is the lifelong pursuit of a feng shui master. I heard it's been gone for a long time. Li Tianming said excitedly. Come on, show me. Zhang Tianchi handed Li Tianming the falling treasure money. Li Tianming placed the falling treasure money in his hand and looked at it over and over again. Exclaim. It's true. Li Tianming was simply in love with the fallen treasure money. Tianchi Zhang said, Alright, I'm going to continue studying. Senior Li, why don't you take a look at that book first? Li Tianming saw a book sitting on the table, somewhat worn. What's this book? It looks like it's rotting. Is this even watchable? Li Tianming carefully turned the first page. The 2 words reflected in again excited Li Tianming, feeling like saying 2 words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's written in the book. 1,000 compotes. Li Tianming said shakily. This is the bully of the parasites. 1,000 parasites. Tianchi Zhang nodded and said, right. This book is also a curiosity in the world of feng shui. How come there's one here? None of the monks have the full version. This can't be fake. Li Tianming flipped it open and found some small words written on it in sticky notes. Exactly what Chao Qing learned from watching it. The more Li Tianming looked at it, the more surprised he was. He could not imagine that Chao Qing's knowledge of the compulsion art was already so in-depth. There was also a relatively new-looking book sitting by Chikango's side. Li Tianming asked, Master, what is this? Tianchi Zhang said, oh, here are the notes Master took himself. Feel free to read them. Li Tianming flipped the first page, and his heart, which had just quieted down, got excited again, feeling like saying 2 words. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a rain spell. The full mantra is recorded on it. Li Tianming turned the next page. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's footwork, 1,000 miles a day. The essentials and notes on footwork are recorded inside. Li Tianming quickly turned the next page again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the 5 ghosts carrying technique. There really is such a spell. Li Tianming thought it was a legend. Let's see what else is out there. Li Tianming turned the next page. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's planting 100 questions. What's with the planting? Does feng shui have anything to do with planting? Master Chao is very knowledgeable. A few more sentences followed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the eclipsing palm. This cry was heard from the village headman downstairs. The quality of this Li patriarch is not high either. It has been always. Haven't seen the world like. Lu Yue'er said. There is always a period of excess. After all, when the big city comes to the village, there is always a gap in the heart. Before Zhang Tianchi was also like this. Don't worry. After a few days it will be fine. Seeing this, Li Tianming finally realized why Chao Qing was at such a high level. So many precious notes. So many unique insights. Compared to himself, it was like playing with a big sword in front of Guangong's door, or making an axe in front of Lu Ban's door. Li Tianming now seems to have opened a new world. Look at this, touch that, all love it. At this time, Tianchi Zhang said, Elder Li, Master said that these things can't be brought out, and that you can't reveal this information to others. Understand? Although Zhang Tianchi's tone was flat, it gave off an aura that could not be opposed. Li Tianming immediately said, I get it. Don't worry. They were all in the feng shui world, and Li Tianming still understood these rules. A person of high standing like Master Chao naturally didn't want to be disturbed. What the high people are trying to do is to be quiet and not be disturbed by the world. Where else would you find the time and energy to continue to progress? Li Tianming deliberately resigned from his position as patriarch in order to study it properly, just to find a place with good feng shui for the clan, so that he didn't have to rely on feng shui seals. Looking at so many things of great value, Li Tianming also admired Heavenly Master Chao for being able to share these things. After all, everyone is selfish and doesn't want others to surpass them. Perhaps this is the pattern of the feng shui masters. Li Tianming said, Master, where would be a better place for me to start? Tianchi Zhan was also unapologetic and said, why don't you take a look at the 1,000 compasses first? When I'm done with my research here, the falling treasure money will be given to you. Li Tianming said, yes, thank you master. Tianchi Zhang said, study any problems together, and then if you don't know how to do it, go ask your master. When Li Tianming heard it, it was too warm. I've been researching and studying by myself. That sense of loneliness that often lurks in the night. Li Tianming had never felt this kind of warmth before, couldn't help but leave hot tears. Tianchi Zhang asked, Senior Li, why are you crying? Li Tianming said, don't call me senior. I don't deserve it. Call me Li. Chapter 60, My name is Wang Xin, the letter of confidence. The next morning, it was hard to be okay. Chao Cheng slept until he woke up naturally. The body is extraordinarily relaxed. It's been a long time since I'd been so rested. Chao Cheng went downstairs and saw the breakfast made by the village head on the table, but no one from the village head was visible. Lu Yuer is eating breakfast. Chao Cheng asked, where's the village chief? Lu Yuer shook her head and said, didn't see it. I was alone when I came down. At this time, Lu Yu happened to walk in from outside, dressed in a sports outfit, sweaty, a towel hung around his neck. Looks like it's out for a run. Chao Cheng asked, Lu Yu, have you seen the village chief? Lu Yu said, when I went out for my morning run I saw the mayor of the village hurrying out the door, not knowing where he was going. Lu Yuer said, I guess I've gone to the fields. I should be back after a while. Let's eat breakfast first. Saying that, Lu Yuer took out breakfast from the kitchen and said, eat it while it's hot. The three of them sat down at the table and got ready for breakfast. At that moment, a little fat man with glasses, wearing a white shirt and suit pants, a pair of leather shoes under his feet. The middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 ran into the yard. Grabbing a meatloaf with his hand, he shoved it into his mouth. This froze all three of them in their tracks. Where did this guy come from? Why did it show up at breakfast? Chao Cheng said, Lu Yuer, Lu Yu, is this man your friend? Lu Yuer and Lu Yu both shook their heads. None of the three men recognized him. The fat man said as he ate, I smelled this from a long way off, and it just so happens that I didn't have breakfast, and these buns are delicious. A dozen buns were gone in a flash. Chao Cheng said, and you are, my friend? The fat man kept his mouth shut and pointed behind him with his head. A child who looked about Chao Cheng's age followed behind. Lu Yuer understood at once and said, are you guys here on a trip? That fat man finished eating the bun in his mouth, looked at Lu Yuer, and was instantly attracted by Lu Yuer's beauty, and said, is the pretty lady traveling? Lu Yuer said, no, I live here. The fat man immediately straightened his clothes and said, beauty, how are you? My name is Wang Xin, the letter of self-confidence. I'm single. I have a car and a house. The car is not expensive. A mobility scooter. The house is not big. It's just 90 square feet. This is the certificate of swimming championship I achieved. This is my certificate of advanced individual of the year. This is my 6-year driver's license. This is my birth certificate. This is my graduation certificate. And this is my. Let's leave a message if you're interested. Lu Yuer said, you're single? Isn't that your son back there? Wang Xin said, Humph. I don't have a son like that. Without further ado, I have some minor talents to show you, said Wang Xin as he stretched out an index finger in each hand. Watch it. Wang Xin touched his two hands together, extending 2 fingers on his left hand and holding his right hand into a 0. How about this? This magic trick is called 1 + 1 = 2. Like it? Lu Yuer then felt a wave of embarrassment, but still said, okay, don't do it again. Wang Xin looked at Lu Yuer who didn't seem to like it too much and added, why don't I tell you a joke that's absolutely comfortable, and you pretend I'm 2 people now. Lu Yuer was about to stop it, but it was too late. Wang Xin opened his mouth. One day I was walking down the street and a guy on the side came over to interview me and said, Brother Wang, let me ask you a question. What does 2 + 3 equal? So I said to him, how many rings of song is Xiao Yu singing? And then he said you just say 2 + 3 equals what? Again. I say Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix is the first of several. That is several. He still didn't get it. And I added that Tsunade is a few, Naruto generations is a few. He said, why you just don't want to talk about it? 2 plus 3, don't you understand? I say, because young men are not martial, 5s. Standing on the side, Chao Qing's scalp directly tingled. It's really awkward, mom, opening the door to awkwardness. Awkwardness at home. Lu Yuer also froze in place. Wang Xian thought that Lu Yuer was attracted to him and added, let me ask you another question. And this one is so simple that basically anyone with no brain problems can answer it. How much does a planet weigh? Lu Yuer hadn't even gotten over the embarrassment she had just experienced. Wang Xian continued, 8 grams, because Starbucks, 8 grams. After saying that, Wang Xian laughed to himself. Well, the 3 men looked at Wang Xian with stupefied faces. Who gave him that confidence? Liang Qingru? Just when everyone was at a loss for words, the kid came in from outside and said, Mr. Wang, this is my home. Wang Xian got serious all of a sudden and said, Chao Xing, this is your fault. Why don't you introduce me to such a beautiful relative? Chao Xing looked at Lu Yuer and said, Mr. Wang, I don't recognize this person. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian said, that's your fault again. Can that unrecognizable be in your house? Chao Xing was about to figure out what was going on when Wang Xian waved his hand and said, there's no rush. It's all a matter of time. Isn't Chao Hai at home? I can't believe I'm calling the village chief by his first name. Lu Yuer said with some anger. Village chief Chao is not at home. Come back another day if you have something to do. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian said, it can't be that you don't want to see it. Lu Yu couldn't listen anymore at the side and said, why do you people talk like that? Where's the love of mind expansion? Wang Xian said, you've hit the nail on the head. How am I going to be this director of instruction without mind expansion? I have to think about what the students are thinking. Lu Yuer said, what do you have to do, or you can tell us and we'll pass it on to the village chief when he comes back later. Wang Xian sat down on his butt on the table and said, this can only be said in person. I'm thirsty after walking all this way. Wang Xian thought about someone pouring water for himself. How come all 3 are indifferent? Wang Xian saw Chao Cheng standing. Why is there a child here? Looks to be about 10 years old. You're supposed to be studying now? Wang Xian pointed at Chao Cheng and said, how old are you, kid? Chao Cheng said, 10. Wang Xian said, that's where you're wrong. 10 should be in school. Why are you still here? Chao Cheng said, I took a leave of absence from my teacher. Wang Xian said, that's another thing you're wrong about. All the more reason to hurry up and study when you're on vacation. Chao Cheng said, I was just getting ready for breakfast. Wang Xian said, then hurry up and study when you're done eating. Where's breakfast? Chao Cheng said, eaten by you. Wang Xian hemmed and hawed. Eating too much makes you sleepy and is not conducive to studying. At that moment, outside the yard, Dog Egg came running in a panic. Ancestor, something big has happened. Something big has happened. When Wang Xian heard that, the Grandmaster had a big problem. What does it matter to us? Chao Cheng said. What's wrong? Doggy said. Village chief fell into the water. Chapter 61. My name is Wang Xian. I'm the Dragon City swimming champion. As soon as Chao Qing heard this, he immediately said, Doggy, come on, you lead the way. The kid chimed in. I'm going too. As the 4 passed Wang Xian, Chao Cheng asked, you're not going? Wang Xian waved his hand and said, I'm too full from what I just ate, so I'd better rest. I'll wait here until you guys get back. Isn't it obvious that you don't want to go? Lu Yuer said with a smile. Aren't you a champion swimmer? I don't look as good as a kid when it counts. A man can't be a wimp. Wang Xian stood up and said, sitting is not good for digestion. Come on. I'll go too. The 4 men followed Dogman to the river. The village chief was seen holding a rock in the center of the river. The center of the river is more than 100 meters from the river. That's too far. How did the village chief get there? The kid saw this and tried to jump into the water. It was stopped by Lu Yuer, who said, you don't want to die. What's a kid like you putting together? The kid said, no, I have to go. Lu Yu also said, there's no use in rushing, so take it easy for a while. We're trying to figure out what to do. Chao Cheng said, Doggy, how deep is this water? Doggy said, I came here to swim when I was a kid, and someone tried it with a bamboo pole and didn't touch the bottom, so I'm guessing the water is more than 10 meters deep. Chao Cheng said, it would have to be someone who can swim, I guess. When Wang Xian heard this, isn't this pointing me out? Should I go? Dogman nodded and said, right. Why don't I get someone from the village? They should be fine. Men can't not work. Wang Xian clenched his teeth and said, no, I'll do it. Wang Xian took off his clothes and stood by the river with his whole body. Then bend down and touch your hand to the top of your foot. That's a professional-looking preparation pose. Doggy said, Grandmaster, who is this? Chao Cheng said, Don't panic. Dragon City swimming champion. Dogman gave a thumbs up. The four men waited for Wang Xin to jump into the river. But then Wang Xin kept his posture and didn't move. Doggy said, "Ancestor, what is he doing? Storing up his strength or forgetting how to swim?" At this time, Wang Xin said awkwardly, "Excuse me, would one of you please call for the start? Otherwise it's not very customary." Chao Cheng said, "Begin." A command. Wang Xin jumped into the water with a jolt. The limbs just started sliding fast, but gradually how it went from freestyle to breaststroke. Chao Cheng said, "That's what you don't know. It will prevent a movement from creating fatigue," said Wang Xin as he changed from breaststroke to snorkeling again. Doggy said, "Not bad for a champion swimmer who knows every position." The four men watched expectantly as Wang Xin swam toward the village chief. As Wang Xin got closer to the village chief, how come Dog Egg felt that Wang Xin had gotten smaller? Could it be a delusion of his own? In the end, Wang Xin simply stopped showing up. Doggy said, "It's been almost 5 minutes. Why don't you show your head?" Chao Cheng took a look and said, "Oh no, he's not drowning." Chao Cheng also took off his clothes and was about to jump into the river. Lu Yuer took a look and said nervously, "Chao Cheng, can you swim? Don't try to be brave." Chao Cheng said, "No." With that, he jumped into the river. "You're not going to jump in the river? What is this if not bravado?" Chao Cheng is unable to swim, but he holds his breath for a long time. "I believe I can pedal hard." Chao Cheng was gone as soon as he entered the water. Underwater Chao Cheng could scramble out several meters with just one hard stomp of his feet. It didn't take long to see Wang Xin, who was sinking. Chao Cheng grabbed Wang Xin's clothes and carried him on his back. Let King Faith lie face down on the river. Is staring down the river at the dog's balls. Seeing Wang Xin surfacing, he called out, "Look!" Sure enough, he's drowning, and his body is floating out. Chao Cheng carried Wang Xin on his back and continued to the village chief's side. It's a good thing the mayor still has his strength. Chao Cheng held the village chief in his hands again. Then Chao Cheng propped up the village chief and carried Wang Xin on his back. Sparks and lightning all the way. Wang Xin was more miserable. Some of the water plants on the river were hanging all over his face. There were also broken logs on the river that were carried by Wang Xin. Wang Xin has endured too much, Doggy said sharply from the sidelines. It's over. It's over. The village chief is going to be gone. And so is the ancestor. Lu Yuer also said anxiously. Usually Chao Cheng looks quite calm. Why is he so impulsive now? Lu Yu said, "Why don't we hurry and call out to the village?" When that kid saw it, he just sat on the floor and cried. Just when everyone was in a hurry, a figure leapt out of the river like a fish. Doggy recognized it instantly. It was the ancestor. Chao Cheng pulled Wang Xin with one hand and the village chief with the other, dragged the two men to the shore. Luckily both of them were still conscious and woke up after spitting up a few times. The village chief flopped and knelt down in front of Chao Cheng, saying, "Thank you ancestor for saving my life." Chao Cheng picked up the village chief and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Village chief, by the way, how did you fall into the river?" The village chief stood up and said with a sigh, "My grandson and his teacher are coming today, so I thought of making a nice meal for them. So I went to the river to fish in the morning, and I accidentally slipped and fell in. It was my problem. I wasn't paying attention." Chao Cheng said, "It's good that people are okay." Seeing that Chao Hai was fine, Chao Xing ran over and hugged Chao Hai as he cried, "Grandpa, Grandpa, you scared me." Wang Xin also woke up and spoke. "Chao Hai, this is your fault, going to play in the water at such an old age." Everyone looked at Wang Xin and thought, "When did you say water play? Is he out of his mind too?" Doggy went back when he saw that things were settled. The others returned to the yard. Wang Xin said, "I'm wet. Do I have any clothes that fit?" The 5 men looked at each other. There are clothes for seniors, kids, and girls, just no clothes for middle-aged men. "What about this?" The village chief said. "Mr. Wang, why don't you wear mine?" Wang Xin said, "Okay, then you bring me one." Wang Xin put on the clothes brought by the village chief and lived as a little old man, like seeing yourself retire. An old man's shirt, a pair of black pants, a pair of cloth shoes on his feet. Anyone who says 70 years old will believe it. Wang Xin said helplessly, "Okay, that'll have to do." After all that, it was noon. The mayor of the village didn't catch any fish, so he had to cook a table with the available ingredients, but still colorful. Chao Hai, the village head, said, "Mr. Wang, how does it taste?" Wang Xin said, "It's average. Not much flavor. Not even close to what I had downtown." The mayor concurred. "Aha, Mr. Wang eats well downtown. This place is a bit shabby." Wang Xin said, "It's okay, it's just seafood and stuff." The village chief said, Is there something that Mr. Wang came for this time? Chapter 62, Whose child are you? Wang Xin sipped his water and said slowly, This time I'm here about your grandson Chao Xing's fight with someone else. The village chief said in disbelief. How can that be? My grandson never fights. Wang Xin said. How do you know? The village chief said. He's been following me since he was a kid. He would never do that. Isn't there some misunderstanding here? Wang Xin said. There's some kind of misunderstanding. So he'll come and talk to you himself. Chao Xing. You say. Chao Xing walked over and said. Mr. Wang is right. I did fight with someone. Wang Xin said. See, I was right. Chao Xing walked over and pulled up Chao Xing's clothes, seeing a few bruises on his arms, said, What about the other side? Wang Xin took a look. Why hasn't this kid gone to school yet? What are you doing here? Don't you know how to keep the kids out of the conversation? Wang Xin didn't want to pay attention to Chao Xing and said, The other guy just had a little minor injury, and if I hadn't seen it in time, what could have happened? Chao Xing took a look and said, It's pretty obvious that it's been beaten up. Where's the fight in that? Upon hearing this, Wang Xin said, Hey, I say you kids, even if you watch from the sidelines, you're still pointing. Mayor, whose kid is this? Does anyone care anymore? The village chief said awkwardly. Mr. Wang, this is our grandmaster. He's the biggest here. No one else is in charge. Wang Xin said. I'm not from your village and you can't control me. The village chief said. Who's on the other side? Wang Xin said. Who else could it be? Jiang Jian. You kids can't pass the test and then you make a move on someone else. That's too bad of a character. Chao Cheng said. Who is Ken Jiang? The mayor explained. It's someone in my grandson's class who has a better family. Chao Cheng said. That's just bullying. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin said. What are you talking about? The people here can't control you. Don't make me control you. Chao Xing also said. Forget it, ancestor. It's fine. I'm used to it. As soon as Chao Qing heard this, he immediately said. Get used to what? Why should I get used to it? There's no need to get used to this habit. You're talking tongue twisters here. Wang Xin said. Don't you think being a grandmaster is something great? It's not enough in front of me. I see that you are also idle. Do not go to study properly. I have a test paper here. Do you want to try? Chao Cheng said. Come on. Wang Xin gave the test paper to Chao Cheng. This paper is a high school paper. It's many times harder than a grade school paper. Chao Cheng looked at the test paper. Wang Xin said. Well, not going to happen. Or you need to read more. Chao Cheng said. Where's the pen? What am I going to do if you don't give me a pen? Wang Xin gave a fountain pen to Chao Cheng. He brought this fountain pen from abroad. At nearly $1,000 a pen. It's a premium. Wang Xin carries it just to raise the tone and never uses it normally. The kid doesn't know how to use it. It's a good way to laugh at him. Chao Cheng looked at the sum. This pen doesn't have a cap like a regular pen. Chao Cheng doesn't know how to open it. Seeing that Chao Cheng had never seen the world, Wang Xin laughed. Never seen it before. Give it to me. This one is open like this. The words have not yet been spoken. Chao Cheng broke the pen in the middle with a click. Wang Xin's heart ached. My pen. Chao Cheng said. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Don't look like you have a good expression? Wang Xin said. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Chao Cheng picked up a pen and did it in less than half a minute. This kid can't be blinded. Wang Xin picked up the roll and was stunned. I'm surprised I got all the multiple choice questions right. The fill-in-the-blank questions are also in both English and Chinese. The calculation problem also gives 5 solutions. This. Wang Xin was slow to believe it. Chao Cheng said. Well, Wang Xin said. You're a genius. I can't believe this kid can do high school papers at 10 years old. What is this if not genius? Wang Xin changed his attitude from earlier and said. Would you be interested in studying at our place? It's a great environment. Chao Cheng said. What school are you? Wang Xin said. Bright Elementary School. Chao Cheng shook his head and said. Never heard of it. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin said. Bright Elementary School is the top elementary school in Dragon City. The promotion rate is 100%, and each and every one of them comes out as a prestigious school. Chao Cheng said. Tell me about that Jian Zhang. Wang Xin said. This Zhang Jian's family is rich, and he is a bit powerful in the school. But don't worry, I will talk to him. Chao Cheng said. What about Chao Xing? Wang Xin said. It really doesn't work. Chao Cheng said. Okay then, I won't force it. After saying that, Wang Xin was about to go back with Chao Xing. The village chief instructed. Star, if someone is bullying you, Grandpa, I'll go to school right away to find him. Chao Xing said. Okay, Grandpa. After the two left, Chao Chang returned to his room and took out a piece of yellow paper, wrote what Wang Xin had introduced himself to earlier, and then burned. On the way back, Wang Xin suddenly felt a pain in his stomach. Could it be the lunch? But how Chao Xing is fine. Wang Xin wants to hold the meeting. I didn't realize it was getting painful. Wang Xin couldn't hold his tongue and said, Master, stop the car and wait for me. I'm going to the restroom. The master didn't want to stop and said immediately, Be right there, be right there. Wang Xin held back for another minute and couldn't hold back any longer, saying, Master, I can't, stop the car. The master said, right away, up ahead. The car finally arrived. Wang Xin has never run so fast, just about to get to the restroom, just in time to run into the age director. Hey, little king. Wang Xin wondered how to call out to him at this time. It's not easy to refuse. Said, Director Li, what can I do for you? Director Li said, come on, I'll discuss the spring trip with you. When Wang Xin heard, this must not be an hour, said, can it be a moment? I have something here. Director Li said, what's more important to you than that? Go on then. Wang Xin said, excuse me, Director Li, I have a stomachache. I'll be right there when I go. After saying that, Wang Xin rushed to the toilet. As a result, the toilets are full. What's the situation? All tummy aches today? Wang Xin couldn't help but knock on the door and said, hurry up in there. I've been waiting so long for you to play poop in there. After that, the restroom door opened. The principal walked out. Wang Xin said, hello principal? I didn't realize you were in there. The principal said with a grunt, why don't you come by my office for a minute? On the other hand, after Chao Chang finished getting it done, he grabbed his book bag from his room. Chao Chang walked towards the outskirts of the village with his school bag on his back. The village chief saw it and said, Ancestor, where are you going? Chao Chang said, go to school. Chapter 63, My Baby Daddy. Chao Chang came to Guangming Elementary School with his school bag on his back. Wang Xin is coming out of his office. Seeing that the Chao village ancestor was walking in with a school bag on his back. No way. Am I mistaken? Wang Xin rubbed his eyes again. It was discovered that the Chao village ancestor had disappeared. In the doorway stood another. It's so true that you've misread the situation. Chao village ancestor is in Chao village. How come he's here? He's not a student at this school and he can't get in. Since coming back from Chao village, how can I look at anyone so much like the Chao village ancestor? It seems to be that I've been tired of myself lately. Go back and get some rest after class today. Wang Xin packed up his textbooks and headed for the classroom. Chao Ching was stopped by the security guard as he walked to the school entrance and said, where's your school card, kid? Chao Ching said in a cute voice, brother, I forgot my school card. The guard's heart immediately melted and said, so which teacher are you a student of? And should I ask him to pick you up? Chao Chang said, no need. I'm Mr. Wang Xin Wang's student. I know the way myself. The big brother of the security guard gave way to Chao Chang, and with a hand outstretched, please come in. Chao Chang walked into Bright Elementary School with big strides, and after looking around he finally found Chao Xing's class. Chao Xing said when he saw the ancestor master coming, Ancestor, how did you get in here? Chao Chang said, I'll just come right in. Chao Xing said, Ancestor, what are you doing here? Chao Chang said, I've come to study. I also happen to be in elementary school. Chao Xing knew what Chao Chang was thinking and said, Ancestor, it's too dangerous for you to come here. What if you're discovered later? Chao Chang said, it's okay, I'll leave once I've settled things. Let me know if you see Jiang Jian later. Chao Xing said, Ancestor, you're not going to hit them. Chao Chang laughed. How can that be? Do I look like the kind of guy who goes straight for the jugular? This was just as the class bell rang. Chao Chang went straight into the class and sat in the last row. Chao Xing sat in the first row. Wang Xin searched with a glance. How does it feel to have an extra person? Fix your eyes. Sure enough, there was an extra person in the last row. Why does it feel a little familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before. If it isn't Mr. Chao's ancestor. He actually looked at me and smiled. Is it possible that he was wrong again? Wang Xin called down to Chao Xing in the first row. Chao Xing, look at the one sitting in the back. Is that the ancestor of your village? Chao Xing looked. Surely cannot say this said not exposed it? Chao Xing said, Mr. Wang, I don't see it. There's no one over there. Once Wang Xin heard that, it's a hell of a thing. Whatever, let's get to class first. Although Wang Xin was lecturing, his mind was still on Chao Chang in the last row. Even more terrifying was the fact that Chao Ching had been looking at him and smiling at him. The lesson gave Wang Xin the creeps. As soon as the bell rang, Wang Xin immediately ran out of the classroom. At that moment, 3 senior male students, a little bigger than kids their age, walked into the classroom, and the one at the front shouted, "Chao Xing, come out here." Chao Xing immediately walked out obediently. Chao Qing took a look. This can't be Jiang Jian. After Chao Xing went out, Chao Qing secretly followed behind, came out to the playground. Ken Chang said, "Chao Xing, I heard that Mr. Wang took you back to the village?" Chao Xing said, "Aha, it's not going to go back and sue. No, it's my grandfather who's sick and I'm going back to check on him." Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to get hit. After saying that, Jiang Jian laughed. The two on the side laughed along. Ken Chang said, "Chao Xing, you'd better be honest, or else you'll be in for a treat." Chao Xing nodded. After saying that, Jiang Jian shook Chao Xing's arm. The pain caused Chao Xing to frown. Ken Chang said, "Aren't you quite a fighter? And you call yourself a teacher? Now I'll see who else helps you," said Jiang Jian. Side of the two people to get on the hand. Chao Ching suddenly shouted, "Stop." Jiang Jian had never met Chao Chang and said, "Who are you?" "This student." "Don't be nosy." Chao Chang said, "My tender father." Ken Chang said, "And my last name?" A man on the side said, "Boss, I think he's cursing you, saying he's your father." Ken Chang said, "What class are you in?" Chao Chang said, "I'm in class 8. Chao Chang charged straight up and knocked the two men to the ground. One hand pressed hard on Jian Zhang's shoulder. Jiang Jian was a child after all. Where could he withstand Chao Ching's strength? In a short while, it was shouted, "Don't press it, don't press it. It's going to break if you press it again." My classmate stop. Chao Chang let go of Jiang Jian and said, "You guys bully him again in the future. Just wait." Ken Chang said, "You've got balls, let's go." Chao Xing said after seeing them go, "Ancestor master, they must have gone to find the teacher, so hurry up and go." Chao Chang said, "Good, then I'll go first." Sure enough, Jian Zhang and the others found the office. "Where's Mr. Wang? Why isn't he here?" A man in the office said, "Oh, Mr. Wang is not feeling well and just went home. What are you guys looking for him for?" Ken Chang said, "Just now we got beat up." That teacher, on hearing that, said, "Who is it?" Ken Chang said, "My tender father." "Ask who you are. How do you cuss?" The teacher continued to ask, "What class do you know?" Ken Chang said, "Class 8. That teacher said, "Okay, I'll check right away." In a short while, that teacher finished her investigation and said, "There's no such person in class 8. Are you remembering wrong?" Ken Chang said, "No way. They were all there. They all saw it. And Chao Xing, he was there too." The two men on the side also said they saw it. The teacher said after calling Chao Xing to him, "Chao Xing, did you see that?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "I didn't see it. I was just in the classroom the whole time. I didn't go out. It's hard to tell now. Some people see it, and some people don't." That teacher had to say, "I see then. You guys go on back and let me know if this comes up again." After that, all four left the office. Mr. Wang was about to head for the school gate after taking his leave with the director. A figure appeared at the entrance of the school. The king's confidence tightened. "Another Chao village ancestor. What's wrong with you?" Chao Chang saw Wang Xian and turned to greet him, and he said hello to me. Wang Xian was taken aback. "It seems that you are very sick and you need to go to the hospital quickly." When he went to the hospital, the doctor checked it over, and there was no problem. So he told Wang Xian to go back and get some rest. Wang Xian said, "Doctor, are my eyes really okay?" The doctor said, "The test results show that your eyes are fine." Wang Xian said, "Then why do I often see people I've seen before?" The doctor said, "I don't know about that. Maybe you've been so tired lately that you're hallucinating." Wang Xian thought about going back to get some rest. He shouldn't be seen again tomorrow. Chapter 64, Two Crazy People, One Student, One Teacher. The next day, Wang Xian happily headed for school. Yesterday must have been an accident. "I went to bed early last night and I'm sure I won't meet it again when I'm well rested." He ended up running into Chao Ching head on. "I'll go. Why is it still there?" He wanted to see how Chao Ching got in, but that security guard saw Mr. Wang from a long way off, and wanted to say hello to Mr. Wang. What is Mr. Wang doing hiding in the bushes? What is Mr. Wang doing? At that moment, it happened that Chao Chang walked over. "Isn't that the kid from yesterday? How come you still don't have your school card? Why don't I go up and ask?" "No, Mr. Wang is there too." "I know. It's a fishing expedition." The security guard let Chao Ching in without even looking at him. Mr. Wang took a look and rushed up to ask, "Didn't you see that student just now didn't have his school card?" The security guard thought to himself, "That's your student. You think I'm stupid, trying to catch my fish?" The security guard said, "I don't see it. No students just passed by." When Wang Xian heard this, His good mood for the day was instantly gone. The security guard didn't see it either. It seems that Chao Xing didn't lie to me. It's over. It's haunting me. Why are you still here today? Wang Xin pinched his thigh. He wasn't dreaming at all. Let's hope it's the last time. Chao Chang walked to Chao Xing's class. Chao Xing took a look at the ancestor again and said, "Ancestor, why are you here again?" Chao Chang said, "I'm worried they're still picking on you, so I'll come every day from now on." At that moment, it happened that Wang Xin walked in. Seeing that Chao Xing was talking to Chao Chang, Wang Xin walked over and said, "Chao Xing, who are you talking to?" Chao Xing said, "No, I was talking to myself." Wang Xin listened. It's really a hell of a thing. It seems only he can see him. Chao Chang still sits in the same seat during class. Looking at Wang Xin, he smiled. The more Wang Xin looked at it, the weaker he became, and cold sweat broke out. Finally, hold on until the end of class and rush back to the office. Jiang Jian, who was bullied yesterday, brought his minions to find Chao Xing again. Thinking to myself, that guy can't be around every day. Yesterday must have been an accident. Not from his own school. The man was probably visiting the school yesterday. Jiang Jian deliberately went to the small corner where no one was. A small restroom on the third floor of the school. After coming in, Jiang Jian unlocked the door. On the other side is the window. The guy couldn't have come in through the window. That's more than 10 meters off the ground. Jiang Jian finally felt relieved after confirming it and said, "Chao Xing, no one can help you now." With that, Jiang Jian was about to get on with it. Chao Xing said as he peeked out of the window, "Stop. This is the third floor. There's no balcony outside the window. How did this guy get up here?" Ken Chang said, "Who the hell are you?" Chao Chang said, "I told you, I tender dad." Ken Chang said, "I asked yesterday. You're not from class 8. Who the hell are you?" Chao Chang said, "To be honest with you, I'm not from this world." Jiang Jian took a listen. Could it be someone from another world? No wonder God is out of the picture. It's a ghost. Jian Jiang cried, "Stop looking for me. I won't bully Chao Xing anymore." Chao Chang said, "Just so you know, I'll be watching you. I know where you are." Jian Jiang lowered his head and said, "Fine." Chao Chang flew out the window again. When Jiang Jian looked up again, Chao Xing had already disappeared. A puddle of water stains remained on the floor. When Jiang Jian saw that Chao Chang was gone, he immediately ran towards the office. It just so happens that Mr. Wang is also there. Jiang Jian said as if he had seen his savior. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, I have something urgent to say." Wang Xin said, "Just hurry up and say it, and I'll leave when you're done." Ken Chang said, "I saw a kid today and yesterday, about 10 years old." When Wang Xin heard it, "Isn't this talking about the Chao village ancestor?" Jian Jiang, "You saw it too?" Ken Chang said, "Yeah, and I saw him go out the window. Surely not human. It seems to be the same as one would think." Wang Xin said, "I saw it too. I saw it yesterday and today too." Ken Chang said, "Mr. Wang, what should we do?" Wang Xin said, "It must be Chao Xing's problem. We've been like this since I went to their village. Why don't we hide for a while?" Ken Chang said, "It looks okay to me." Wang Xin gave Jiang Jian a pass on his request for leave, took a vacation from the director himself. Both went back to their homes. When Chao Chang arrived at the school, he found that Jiang Jian and Mr. Wang were not there. Chao Chang said, "Chao Xing, where are Jiang Jian and Mr. Wang?" Chao Xing said, "I don't know. I heard it was a leave of absence." Chao Chang said, "Oh, I'll go back then." Chao Xing said, "Goodbye, Grandmaster." Chao Chang left the classroom and came to the office, saying, "Hello teacher, I'm a student of Mr. Wang and a classmate of Jiang Jian. I want to visit Mr. Wang and Jiang Jian." What a deep teacher-student and classmate bond that teacher heard. "Wait here, I'll give you the address." Chao Ching took the addresses of the two men and said, "Thank you teacher." Wang Xin took a vacation at home and didn't go out himself, so that he would never run into the Chao village ancestor again. Jiang Jian also took a leave of absence to stay at home. Chao village ancestors certainly do not know where his home is. Wait a few days before going to school. At that moment, the doorbell of Wang Xin's house rang. "Who's coming? Is it Ken Jiang?" Wang Xin opened the door. Seeing Chao Cheng standing in the doorway, he was startled and sat on his butt, trembling. You, what are you doing here?" Chao Cheng said. "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" Teacher Wang screamed at the sound of this. I'm not good. Spare me." After Chao Cheng finished speaking, he left and came to Jiang Jian's house. Jiang Jian's house is a villa. Chao Cheng came to the door and a servant asked, "Who are you looking for?" Chao Cheng said, "I'm Jiang Jian's classmate. I saw that he took a leave of absence and came to pay him a visit." The servant opened the door and led Chao Ching towards the house. The servant walked down the hall and called out, "Young master, some of your classmates are looking for you." When Jiang Jian heard it, it must be his two little brothers. It's so righteous to come and see him when you're on vacation yourself. Jiang Jian happily walked out of the room and screamed in fear when he saw Chao Ching standing in the living room. This is not my classmate. I don't have this classmate. The servant also looked puzzled. Chao Ching said, "You've forgotten. I'm in your 8th class." Jiang Jian ran back to his room with a loud ah. Jiang Jian dialed Mr. Wang's phone and said, "Mr. Wang, he's here again." Wang Xian also said fearfully, "I know. He came to me too." Ken Chang said, "Mr. Wang, what's going to happen now?" Wang Xian said, "Why don't we wait until the next time he comes back and ask him what he wants?" Ken Chang said, "Good. I'm afraid to leave my room now. I feel like he's in the living room." Wang Xian said, "Me too. I'm scared now when I hear the doorbell." Chapter 65, The Evil Village Performing Arts Troupe Strikes Again. Wang Xian was afraid all night that the doorbell would ring again. Muddled through the night. 2 dark circles under his face. One look at the time and it's only 5 in the morning. Just when Wang Xian was about to fall asleep, the doorbell rang. Wang Xian felt his heart clench. So early? It's more punctual than going to work. Wang Xian said, "Who is it?" "Mr. Wang is not at home." Jiang Jian's voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Wang, it's me, Jiang Jian." Wang Xian was relieved to hear it and opened the door. Outside the door, Jiang Jian was dressed in black, wearing a black hat and a black mask. "Wrap the whole thing up," Wang Xian said. "What are you doing?" Ken Chang said, "I thought about it all last night, and I think we can't just sit back and wait. We have to be proactive." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian said, "What's your plan?" Ken Chang said, "I've consulted the master. We're going to Chao Village to do him now." Wang Xian said, "Good idea. What have you prepared?" Jiang Jian said as he dragged a large piece of luggage. "It's all here, so you'll see when the time comes." The two got on a bus to Chao Village. The driver took a look at the 2 men, both of whom were dressed in black with black hats and masks. "These 2 are making a movie? Return of the King?" The 2 men stepped out of the car. Lu Yu, who happened to be running in the morning, saw it. The 2 men's black clothes attracted Lu Yu's attention. "Take a closer look. Isn't this Mr. Wang? Why is Mr. Wang here again? And dressed so tightly? Who's on the side? Chao Xing? But it doesn't look like it." When Lu Yu found out, he immediately ran back to the courtyard to tell Chao Chang what had happened. As soon as Chao Chang heard it, he knew what was going on. Village Chief Chao said, "Ancestor, what are they doing here?" Chao Chang said, "You go and call the mayor of the evil village. It's time for them to perform." Not long after, Village Chief Chao returned, followed by the entire village of Wicked Village. Mayor Li said, "Patriarch Chao, what's the act this time?" Chao Chang said, "I want you to help me with a funeral." When Village Chief Li heard this, he immediately cried, "It's heaven's jealousy that a young man has to go at a young age." The villagers behind them all cried out as well, "Patriarch Chao, have a good journey. We won't forget you. Let's erect a statue for Patriarch Chao." "Good idea. I'll put up 1,000. I'll offer 1,000 too." Chao Ching took a look and said, "Fake funeral." After saying that, Chao Ching told the plan to Village Chief Li of the evil village. Village Chief Li listened and said, "Patriarch Chao, just leave it to us. Let's go get ready." Village Chief Chao said after hearing the plan, "Ancestor, will these 2 be scared to death later?" Chao Chang laughed. "If you don't have a ghost in your heart, you won't be afraid. It's only when you have a ghost in your heart that you'll be afraid. Just watch from the sidelines." Wang Xian and Jiang Jian followed the path to the outside of the courtyard. Before he could get to the yard, he heard voices coming from the yard. The 2 men walked in to take a look. Someone was playing the sham. Everyone in the yard was dressed in white with black cloth on their arms. A black and white photo is sitting in the yard. Above is a picture of Chao Chang. Wang Xian took a look. The Chao village ancestor passed away? Walking over to Village Chief Chao, he said, "Mayor, what's going on here?" Village Chief Chao said, "The Grandmaster was gagged to death for eating candy. Can you swallow a candy bar and die? Why don't you say drink a cold water and freeze to death? Why am I so disbelieving?" Wang Xian said, "How long has the ancestor been gone?" Village Chief Chao said, "Today happens to be the 7th day. Today is the 7th day of the 7th month, so what we saw the other day was really a spirit." At that moment, Li Wei came in crying and said, "Ancestor, you left too early. I just enrolled you in elementary school. It's Bright Primary School Class 8. It's a pity that you've gone. It's really a case of reading before you go and dying first. Long makes us tear our eyes out. Bright Elementary School, Class 8? Jiang Jian, who was by Wang Xian's side, twitched in his heart. Levi went on. I was sleeping at home yesterday and the doorbell rang. I thought you were coming, but I went out and guess what I saw? I saw the loneliness of the dark night. I felt like you were at the door, but I couldn't see you. So if you miss it, come back and visit often. Home, doorbell? Wang Xin, who was by Zhang Jian's side, twitched. Wang Xin didn't quite believe it and said, we heard about this too and came over to check on him. Can we come up and take a look? Village Chief Chao shouted. Fine, Mr. Wang. And who is this? Wang Xin said. Oh, it's my student, Ken Chang. Village Chief Chao said. Ancestor Master, Mr. Wang and his student Zhang Jian have come to see you. Wang Xin and Zhang Jian slowly approached. The two men stuck their heads out and looked in. One was scared half to death. Chao Qing was staring at his eyes. Wang Xin called out and said, this. Merely ran up at the side for a moment, took a look, and pointed. This is a death sentence. The villagers on the side also came up and all said, the ancestor has something on his mind that's not there. The ancestor can't let go of us. This scared Wang Xin and Zhang Jian only half to death. That's when the wind and sand came up. Once there was no one in the yard. Wang Xin and Zhang Jian were left. Zhang Jian said fearfully, where is everyone? Why is there no one? Suddenly Chao Cheng in front of him sat up and said, there you are. Fraudulent law. Wang Xin hurriedly said, Zhang Jian, didn't you prepare it? Hurry up and take it out. Jian Jiang opened the suitcase with his hands and feet, taking a black S hoof out of it. He said, zombie, look at the hooves, said Zhang Jian as he threw the black donkey hoof over. The black donkey's hoof touched Chao Cheng and fell to the ground. There's no use. Zhang Jian took out another handful of rice and sprinkled it at Chao Cheng. Still no effect. Finally, Zhang Jian took out a cross and placed it on his chest. Don't you come over here. Wang Xin also said, we're not here to harm you. Leave us alone. Chao Cheng walked over and took the cross in Zhang Jian's hand in one go, saying, I'll let you guys go if you promise me that you won't bully Chao Xing in the future. The two men immediately fell to their knees and said as they kept kowtowing, we promise, we promise. After that, the wind and sand rose. The original villagers reappeared around them. Chao Qing was still lying inside, but had closed his eyes. Village Chief Li walked over and said, Mr. Wang, Mr. Jian, it's okay. If you keep knocking, you're going to bleed. Wang Xin and Zhang Jian lost half their lives. Trembling, they stood up and helped each other out. Watching the dumbfounded two slowly walk out of the village, Mayor Li shouted, Mr. Wang, Mr. Jian, your suitcases are pulled down. Mr. Wang waved his hand. His consciousness blurred. No, don't. Mayor Li said. Come play again sometime then. Zhang Jian immediately shook his head and said, No, not coming to play. Chapter 66, I like the extra piece. When Chao Cheng woke up from his sleep, he saw a message from Zhaorun on his cell phone. Boss, the bidding for the Bright Elementary School Spring program is about to begin. Chao Cheng immediately packed his clothes and rushed to the bidding site. By the time we arrived, the place was packed. It seems that this program is very popular. A man with a backcombed hairdo and a gold watch was particularly conspicuous. The man on the side who looked like a secretary said, Mr. Zhang, I've evaluated it, and this time, we can take it at an estimated cost of 2 million, and the project is estimated to be worth 3 million, so we'll be able to earn 1 million. Mr. Zhang said, Aha, are any of the people coming this time powerful? What about the ones before? The secretary said, None of them came. We already warned them last time. They won't come to rob with us. I've investigated all the ones that came today. They're all small companies. They can't compare to us. Mr. Zhang nodded, satisfied. It was his 100th project, and he was going to take it. Soon, the bidding session began. A man in formal attire came up and said, Welcome to the Bright Elementary School Spring Program RFP. So let's get this one started. With that, a hammer came down. One of the men at the bottom immediately raised his sign. $500,000. One raised the price to 6 figures. That's a price a lot of companies wouldn't have a chance to raise their hand if they wanted to. At that moment, the secretary on the side of Mr. Zhang held up the sign and said, $600,000. The words just fell. It was quickly recognized. It's the Dragon City Zhang Group. Immediately there were murmurs from below. I can't imagine that Zhang's group also participated. Then this time the project is definitely not theirs. Hey, it was a wasted trip. It's so hard to make a living these days, leaving us no chance to save a mouthful of soup. Hurry up or you'll miss the second bus. By this time, some people had retired. 600,000 once, 600,000 twice. Just say it for the third time. Chao Qing held up the sign. $600,000 apiece. Everyone looked at it and it was a small child, laughing on the spot. How come kids can get in here too? Come over and play. This kid is so funny. Where are his mom and dad? The auctioneer from above laughed as well. This little friend don't get into it. And the smallest raise is $100,000. Chao Ching continued. $800,000. I'll go. Come up here and don't follow the rules. So atmospheric. Is this kid a rich kid? Mr. Zhang saw that and said, Secretary Wang, where did this kid come from? Secretary Wang was also puzzled and said, I don't know. They don't seem to be in the information up there. Why don't I go ahead and ask around? Mr. Zhang said, forget it, there's no point in talking about it. Just kill the game. $2 million. Mr. Zhang directly raised the project to the millionth position. The side secretary said, Mr. Zhang, you're shouting all over the place. Mr. Zhang said, shouting all at once until when? Let's finish early. I'm sleepy. Thought no one would bid again. Chao Chang held up the sign again and said, 4 million. Ooh, it's straight up doubled. Zhang Gongzi froze directly when he heard it. Where's this kid? There's no one in charge. With that, Mr. Zhang was about to raise his sign again. The secretary on the side said, Mr. Zhang, stop screaming. It's already a loss. Mr. Zhang said, I can't swallow this, said the man and shouted again. $4.5 million. I'm going to show him today who's in charge in this dragon city. Chao Ching looked at it and said, 5 million. Mr. Zhang shouted again, 5,100,000. Hearing this, the secretary on the side almost fainted. The phone in his hand was ringing off the hook. Mr. Zhang, stop yelling. The company's budget isn't enough. Mr. Zhang said, one look at this guy and he's just going to take it. I'm jacking up the price. What do you know? $6 million. The secretary fainted straight to the floor. He felt like he was about to be fired. Chao Cheng shouted again. 7 million. Mr. Zhang shouted. 8 million. This amused the principal on the sidelines. For that kind of money, the students will have to eat steak and sleep in 5-star hotels. The principal was beginning to fantasize about the wonderful scene on his spring trip. Finally, and Chao Cheng shouted. 9 million. Mr. Zhang stopped shouting. So much money to lose. Go be an ingrate. Mr. Zhang smiled smugly. 9 million at a time. 9 million 2 times. 9 million 3 times. Sold. The hammer fell with 3 rings. The auctioneer said, this gentleman, please come over here and sign. Unexpectedly, Chao Cheng said, I'm underage. I lift for fun. What a minor. Nice one to hold up for fun. The auctioneer had never seen this before and panicked for a moment, saying, wait a minute. I'll ask. It turns out that minors really don't count. Then this money naturally falls to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Gongzi, who was still laughing just a moment ago, couldn't laugh at once. The auctioneer said, this gentleman, please come over here and sign. Mr. Zhang froze for a moment. How did this fall on you? This $9 million. One has become an ingrate. Mr. Zhang said, I'll take 2 million. The auctioneer was in trouble for a moment. Chao Cheng said, tell you what, I'll give you $2 million apiece. Okay, I'll sign it. Mr. Zhang said, then I'll offer $2,100,000. Chao Cheng said, I'll give you $2,100,001. You kids do it on purpose. You're ing with me on purpose, aren't you? Zhang Gongzi's anger came up at once. I'll give you $3 million. Chao Cheng said, I'll give you 3,000,001. Every time Mr. Zhang shouts the price, Chao Cheng even has one more piece than him. Mr. Zhang was afraid that it would fall back on him later. Had to say, okay, you take it. The auctioneer was afraid that the two of them would back out and immediately said, come on, sign it, any of you can sign it. When the principal heard that, how did $9 million become $3 million? And there was a zero. Stakes in 5-star hotels are out. Chao Cheng signed and had Zhaoran transfer the money. Zhang Gongzi saw Chao Cheng on his way out and walked up to him. Congratulations, may I ask which gentleman? Chao Cheng said, I'm my own boss. Mr. Zhang laughed. What kind of company? Chao Cheng said, Key Air. Mr. Zhang said, I've never heard of it, so I guess it doesn't have many assets. I'll let you have it this time. Don't let me run into it next time. After saying that, Mr. Zhang left. Zhang Gongzi said to the secretary after he got in the car, this kid dares to steal our company's work. Don't make it that easy for him. The secretary said, no problem, Mr. Zhang, I'll make the arrangements. The secretary dialed the phone. Hello, is this Chang? Zhang picked up the phone and said, you are? The secretary said, I'm from Zhang's group and I'm looking for you to do another job. Chang said. Donate blood? The secretary said. Pretty much. Giving love. Chang said. Okay, then send me the time and place. The secretary said. Holler. Chapter 67 Reading Zhang's palm? Zhang finished answering the phone. Will be in front of the instant noodles back on the table. Finally get through the head. Recently unlucky to drink cold water or stuffed teeth. Another stack of ID cards from the drawer. Not to mention, this dozen of ID cards must be enough for that kid to drink a pot. It's going to be a hard day's work. Before leaving, Zhang paid his respects to the god of wealth, which was placed on the wall, simply because it was a solid, authentic item that he had gotten from a yard sale. God of fortune, bless me with good luck and fortune today. 3 cigarettes were then lit and inserted in the incense burner. At this moment, Zhang couldn't help but get curious as to which unlucky kid had offended the Zhang group. If it's too skinny, he won't take pity, preferably a slugger. Of course, that way you can still offer it a few more times. Who is called Chao Chang? Zhang followed the address given by the secretary to Chao village. Behind it was a stretch blood drive with a dozen nurses and a dozen doctors. They all jumped at the chance to hear about the big order today. Xiao Chen don't be nervous today, take your time, there are plenty of people. Did you hear? There were 50 of them today. 50 men? That many? I'll have to prepare myself then. Chao Qing returned to the village after attending the bidding meeting, and in his sleep, he heard someone calling out to him. Outside, a country-faced man stood at the entrance to the yard, and a blood donor truck was parked not far away. I'm Chao Chang, what do you want from me? Zhang took a look. Isn't this a miner? Rushing out my cell phone to search. Can minors donate blood? When I saw the words not recommended, I was instantly relieved. Kid, my name is Zhang. I'll take you to the charity in a while. Zhang's hand had just touched Chao Qing's clothes. Stop it. What are you doing? The people of the village gathered from nowhere. Folks, this is a voluntary blood donation activity organized by the city. Zhang hurriedly explained. Voluntary blood donation? Never heard of that. Someone in the crowd questioned. It's not a temporary notice, and it's still a limited number of places. Only one place in each village. This is not to find Chao Chang. Zhang revealed an expression of regret. Really? The crowd began to murmur. Of course it's true. The blood donation truck is here. Is there any fake? Zhang pointed to the blood donation truck behind him. Folks, just go back to work. Leave this place to me. Zhang continued. Do you need ID to draw blood? No, I brought it. Zhang thought to himself that this kid is so easy to fool. He took a bunch of IDs out of his satchel and read the first person's name. Chao Wanda. When Chao Chang heard it, he felt that it sounded a bit familiar. At that moment a hand reached out from the crowd and shouted. Here it is. A farmer carrying a hoe walked out. Ancestor, what are your instructions? I'm asking you to donate blood. Don't disgrace our village. Yes. Chao Wanda was the first to get on the blood donation truck. Come on. How much did the most of you guys give here? 400 milliliters, oh sir. Then give me a 4,000 milliliters. He gave the group a no problem. Okay, sign. Nurse Xiao Chen asked. Sir, are you bloodsick? Well, what? Smoke and be done with it. Nurse Xiao Chen tied a tourniquet for Chao Wanda, but as a result of nervousness, she tied a crooked blood vessel and a stream of blood splashed out. Asterisk blood. Chao Duong directly fainted after saying that and was carried off the blood donation truck. Zhang drew another one. Chao Defa. Me, it's me. Another brown man walked out. Chao Defa boldly walked up to the blood donation car. Give me a 8,000 milliliters. The doctor next to him was directly stunned. Big brother, please don't. This will kill someone. Chao Defa looked disdainful. What? Looking down on me? I'm in good health. Nurse Xiao Chen tied Chao Defa's tourniquet, learning from last time's lesson, and gently tied it in. Ah, it hurts. Chao Defa grunted lightly and finally drew 200 milliliters and got off the blood donation car. Zhang continued to read out the names, and one by one the villagers got on the blood donation truck. 50 ID cards in a row, and surprisingly, they were all from Chao village. The director of the blood donation truck had never seen so many people donating blood together, and shook Chao Qing's hand and said excitedly, Thank you for your support, and I will definitely come to send a thank you note later. Zhang was also shaken. Thank you to this friend for bringing us here. He froze. Wasn't the kid supposed to offer 50 times? How did it come to this? But you can only recognize your bad luck. And next time you make an ID card you'll still have to choose a few more surnames. Zhang shook Chao Qing's hand. Kid, we'll see you next time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but Chao Qing suddenly said, You're a bit of a bad palm reader, giving you face, and you're still loaded. Zhang said angrily, You didn't even see my hand, so you can tell by shaking hands alone? Look at your career line. It's curved and bumpy, destined to achieve nothing great. Hearing Chao Ching say that, in retrospect it seemed to be the case. You really can't do anything on your own out of school? Zhang asked in disbelief. Easy for you to say. If you're capable, tell me more details. You've been bad since you were 12. The age of 12 is nothing special to others, but it was a hurdle in Zhang's career, because something big happened when I was 12. Unexpectedly, Zhang took off his left hand with a boo. I've known for a long time that cheap is no good. Surprisingly, it's a prosthetic. Chang's crowning moment came when he was 12 years old when he touched a power line, sparking with lightning all the way. Ancestor, can you see if there's a way? Zhang asked anxiously. There, change hands. The villagers thought they were asking Zhang to hold out his other hand, and Zhang immediately pulled out his cell phone and clicked on a patao store. Ancestor, would you look at which one of these palms is good? Chao Cheng took his cell phone and skimmed through one by one. None of them were satisfactory, and there was even one that was a hand of great mold. Looked at the name of the store. God's Hand Shop. The icon is a palm wearing various gold rings. The store signature is, with this hand, you are God. Chao Ching sucked in a breath of cold air. It's just him. Pointed to the hand of the eyebrow pencil. Zhang happily placed the order. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Chapter 68 Bad luck prejudged my prejudgment. The prosthesis arrived and Zhang couldn't wait to bring it. Zhang was excited. All of a sudden feeling that the bad luck had receded and his body was relaxed, and said, hey, it's worthy of a lucky hand. It just feels different. Give a good review. Pro. Zhang cheerfully gave a favorable review. Seeing that I have a new hand, of course I have to go out and show it off. Therefore, Zhang immediately chose to find someone to offer his love. He opened his cell phone, found the top-ranked secretary of Zhang's group, and edited a long 100 words, ready to send it over. The message ended up spinning for a few minutes, showing that it failed to send. What's the situation? Bad signal? Zhang clicked resend again and it still failed. Look at the signal. It's full. Why don't you go out and try it? With that, I walked out the door, and the signal source had changed from wireless to 1G. Without waiting a second, the phone automatically blacked out and shut down, never to be turned on again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a crap cell phone. I'm sure it's no good if you buy it second hand. Zhang cursed, kicking the doorstop of the absorption room door off, and he watched as the door was closed by Gale. It's a good thing you have the good habit of carrying your keys with you. Zhang pulled a key out of his hip pocket, only to find that it was a car key, and then remembered that he had changed his pants last night. Good thing there should be a lock store not far from here. Zhang came downstairs with his car keys, only to find that his car had been put in a floor lock with a note left on it. Please pay the fine at the DMV due to parking violation. Gosh, when will my bad luck end? Zhang cried out in pain as he hugged the rearview mirror. On the other hand, Chao Cheng received a banner from the blood donation center and a gift of a major medical checkup for the whole village. Although they are all working croppers, a yearly physical is necessary as we get older. Chao Cheng took the medical checkup package, which basically consisted of some routine medical checkups. But clearly these programs are not comprehensive enough. Chao Cheng opened his mouth and asked, any special projects? Hearing this, Dr. Li, who was leading the team, froze. Master Chao, this is a formal medical checkup for us, and as you can see, there's also a certificate of recognition. I mean, are there any additional checkups? Told you so. Scared me. Dr. Li took out another sheet, which listed more detailed examination items, but the price is also very aesthetically pleasing. Master Chao, you can check the box in front of you if you need to. Dr. Li hasn't seen anyone who can hook up with more than 10 items. It's not as easy as ordering ingredients for a fondue restaurant. Chao Cheng looked at the pricey medical checkup list and had a hard time. Right at this moment, Chao Cheng only saw a line of words emerge from the blue-white font in front of his line of sight that only he could see. Blessed mission, being helpful, helping others to gain blessed value, doubling the blessed value of the people of the village. Food value can be used in the food lucky draw to obtain various generous gifts. Dr. Li patted Chao Cheng's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Master Chao, it's okay, the regular program will cover the full range as well, so there's no need to tire yourself out too much. He scratched his head, smiled and said to Dr. Li, all of these programs are quite good. I don't know which ones to choose for a while, so let's have them all. He handed the medical checklist back to Dr. Li, then left Dr. Li with his jaw dropped in shock. This set came down to less than $10,000. Dr. Li predicted at least 100 people in this village, which added up to at least 1 million. It doesn't look like a rich village by any stretch of the imagination. Is there an ulterior motive? Dr. Li, I'll have my assistant give you the money. Chao Cheng called Chao Ren to the side and said, I've upgraded the medical checkup packages for the guys. And if the money goes to the company's account? Holler. Chaoran quickly counted like the total. The total is 1,250,800. Pay baby or Shinwi? What? Shouldn't there be a process for that much money and then the finance department would call his center? Is paying so hasty? Don't we need to notify the finance department? Issue an invoice or something? Dr. Lee asked. The company is just me and the Grandmaster. There is no finance department. Usually the money is kept by me. No need for invoices. How troublesome. I transferred it. Check and receive. Ding. With a sound. The payment baby arrived at 1,250,800. There was never a time when one's payment baby was that much money. Seeing that the other party was so forthcoming, Dr. Lee became even more frightened. Must be a skinflint. It's not money laundering, is it? Doesn't that make you an accessory? Dr. Lee reinforced his thoughts. It's better to ask that. Your company doesn't have any unlawful dealings, does it? And this money is regular money, right? The money is definitely regular, but the company has not been doing its job, Chaoran said. At this statement, Dr. Lee said nervously, what does your company do? Key Air. Have you heard of it? Oh, it's that company that makes money from demolition and doesn't do anything proper. Dr. Lee instantly understood. Okay, then I'll go back and arrange it right away. Dr. Lee replied. In the evening, Chao Cheng announced this to the group, and all of them happily thanked the ancestor master. But one man got sad. It's the village chief sitting next to Chao Cheng. How long is this trip going to take? I'd estimate half a day. Medical checkups are usually over in the morning. Chaoran replied from the side, just in time for Chao Cheng to hear. Village chief, what did you ask? No, you drank too much milk and misheard. Village chief Chao waved his hand meaning he didn't say that. Chao Cheng took advantage of the village chief's departure to secretly ask Chaoran, hey, what did your grandfather just ask? Oh, just now he asked how long it would take to get there, and I said the physical would be half a day. Chao Cheng pondered and understood at once. This was not enough time. After dinner, Chao Cheng called out to Luiwer, intending to ask her what she would recommend. Do you know any other fun places in the city? Luiwer heard. Immediately came to the interest. Then you can ask the right person. There are many fun places in the city. What do you want to play? What do you want to play? Not me. I think this physical examination of a village of people is not easy to go to the city. Just half a day is too short. Want to take everyone to another place to have fun. I know a nice place with mountains and water, but you have to promise me one condition. Okay, you say. Then you'll have to take me with you. That's a must. Come on. 9 Dragon Cave. 9 Dragons Cave? Yeah, it's famous. It's on the North Mountain. That's settled then. You can be our guide when you go. No problem. 12 o'clock at night. The moon hung in the night sky, with sparse stars dotting the edges. The village was quiet at night, the opposite of the morning's prosperity and bustle. One by one, the villagers were all in dreamland at this point. Lu Yuer, however, was lying on the bed, swiping her cell phone, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this is too funny, too amusing. Suddenly, a message popped up. After scanning the message on her cell phone, Lu Yuer became ecstatic. It's being torn down again. For goodness sake, Key Air is being demolished again. Ancestors can be so godly. The one person in the village who hasn't slept is the mayor. He heard that the Grandmaster will take them to play in the 9 Dragons Cave again. This time back and forth is a day. Worry about the spring crops can do. How to grow crops fast. 3 immediate steps to complete the crop. Village Chief Chow was searching for a solution when a message popped up. Demolition of the triangle is expected to take place next month, and work will be scheduled this Sunday to demolish the houses in the triangle. Quickly go and invite the ancestor. Chapter 69 Hot List. It's time to say no. The village air is just fresh. Chao Cheng, who woke up early, was getting dressed for a walk. The time was only 6 a.m. Surely no one could get up earlier than himself. Didn't think about it, he just walked down the stairs. The yard was already full of people. Seeing Chao Cheng's appearance, they all gathered around. Ancestor, our company is going to be demolished again. We're all going to be demolition too. Ancestor, you're a god. How did you know this land was going to be demolished? Village Chief Chao, Dog Egg and dozens of other villagers all couldn't wait to tell Chao Cheng the good news. Seeing this, Chao Cheng couldn't help but laugh. We're all adults. Don't act like children when things go wrong. Luiwer was so excited that she didn't sleep well all night, and when she heard a commotion downstairs, she also walked downstairs. The photographer was also first on the scene. The director called him up at 5 o'clock this morning with a single phone call, and because of Chao Cheng's land purchase and demolition, There were already 10 million people online in the broadcast room before the broadcast even started. The pop-ups in the broadcast room were all urging to start the broadcast to see Chao Cheng. Open the door. I know you're home. Chao Cheng is too good. How do you guys think he knew? It is recommended that the land office be closely investigated. The director of the land bureau is also surnamed Chao. Could he be Chao Cheng's second uncle? I think it's just luck. And if you ask me, lucky players don't go far. Those who are watching are still hesitating. The smart ones have already started. I've already sold my house and just bought 10 houses in the triangle, waiting for demolition. I want to be the generation of demolition. Brother in front. Are you crazy? Then where do you live now? It's quite nice. A big flat with a sea view. Isn't that a bridge? Hey, it's all temporary. The bitterness of life should still be eaten. Since the news of the triangle's demolition spread, the people who were originally bringing the beat on the air have been reported. Yard. Chao Cheng took out his cell phone and the first 5 hot lists were all about him. Instead, it was the 6th hot list that caught his attention. So it is. It just says, New Hin Express Company. Lands on site. Triangle demolition imminent. Shinshin Express is a newly established courier company in recent years, with small cost, low profit for the purpose of the main a good service. Cheap. From a small plant, it slowly grew into a small company of several hundred people. I'm sure the increase in employees and the expansion of the company is the reason for this location. And at this time, the demolition office also gave the price of compensation for demolition, just over double the price of the original land, and it's subsidized by the company. Based on the principle of taking the good with the bad, Chao Cheng immediately contacted Chaoren and signed a contract according to the price given, directly selling the company's land. After all, it's the money that gives you peace of mind. If something goes wrong, it's a lost cause. After this maneuver, a new hot search hit the charts. The Kier has signed a demolition contract to be the first demolition. The villagers couldn't help but get excited when the hot search came out. I wonder how much I'll get a cut this time. The director, Sister Lu, heard it, but her heart thumped and her face was a bit unhappy. She thought Chao Cheng was going to pull it off with the demolition office. Unfortunately, this play will not be seen. At this time, pop-ups were also pouring out of the program's live broadcast. I've got my melon ready and it's over before it starts? Let me tell you, this kid is just blinded. He couldn't have guessed it would be like this himself. Could he? I also think, how can there be such a coincidence? But also let him eat twice. Once the ancestral tomb smoke, twice the ancestral tomb are going to explode it. In my experience as a demolition contractor, this demolition price will go up again. Chao Cheng then turned off his cell phone. And what happened after this wouldn't have anything to do with him. Seeing that she had received the demolition fee, Chaoren said to Chao Cheng, Ancestor, the money has been received. And this time, each family will get about twice the principal amount. When these words came out, the villagers present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Spinning around, they all cheered. Making money, I don't even know how to spend it. I put in $500,000, so now that's $1 million too, and I'm a millionaire. The ancestor is the god of wealth coming down to earth. From now on it's all up to the grandmaster, who takes me to Forbes. So do I. Hey, that's 5 kids' living expenses taken care of, and they need to be fed well at school when they grow up. Ancestor, I don't have much culture. I can only say bull batch. 6666. The brick house of my family can also be replaced with tiles, and 2 toilets will be built. Chao Cheng smiled and waved his hand. Well, it's good to make everyone money. So let's wait for the afternoon when the guys come together in the square to split the money. The villagers reluctantly left Chao Cheng's small courtyard. At the moment, however, he was staring not far ahead when a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Help villagers to improve their lives, and gain 10,000 points of good fortune. Whether or not to draw rewards, 5,000 points at a time. Chao Cheng said. Extraction. Rewards are being drawn. Extraction complete. Thank you for your patronage. How else can it be? Isn't it a 100% reward? 10,000 points are down to 5,000. Whether or not to draw rewards, 5,000 points at a time. Chao Cheng continued unbelievingly. Extraction. Successful extraction. In the process of distribution. Issued successfully. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained one future secret. Future secret. The 6 banks immortal thief will appear in Dragon City. Please seize the opportunity to arrest him. When Chao Cheng saw this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Raku immortal thief? I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. When the money is distributed in the afternoon, ask the villagers to see if anyone knows about it. What dragnet? There hasn't been a time when I've missed. Not to mention that a small village makes it even easier to do so. Meanwhile, on the road leading from Long City to Chao Village, An inch-haired boy with a hard face and a stocky body leaned against the back of the car with a relaxed expression. He was Wang Anshan, who was known as the immortal thief of the six banks. Li Tianming resigned from his original position as patriarch since he worshipped under Chao Qing, and is now a newly patriarch called Li Tianyi. But the issue of the feng shui seal has not yet been resolved, and his slogan for taking office is to get the feng shui seal back. Wang Anshan was commissioned by Li Tianyi specially to steal back the feng shui seal. Although Li Tianyi emphasized that the other party was a feng shui master, he was a six banks immortal thief. So what did feng shui have to do with him? Chapter 70. Yo! The people of this village are really nice. Chao village is coming. Those who get off the train get ready to pass. The ticket clerk stood up and shouted at the top of his voice. Wang Anshan pushed open the window and said, "Thank you, master." Without hearing the ticket clerk, he braced himself on the edge of the window with one hand and tumbled out of the window in a handsome pose. Hey! Ticket clerk is trying to stop. Wang Anshan has disappeared. What is wrong with this is? Wait for me to finish. What is the hurry? After crossing this bridge is. With a thud, Wang Anshan landed in the river under the bridge. He was a dry duck, although he was light as a feather on the ground. The river pulled Wang Anshan down like a whirlpool. Before he could cry out, several mouthfuls of water entered his mouth, and as he looked about to suffocate, a hand pulled him out of the water. Wang Anshan coughed up a few mouthfuls of water and looked up to see that it was a young man who saved him. The other man preceded me by saying, "Uncle, what are you carrying? Why is it so heavy? If I hadn't exerted all my strength, it would have almost torn me down too." Wang Anshan, however, just smiled and didn't say anything, and he wasn't worried about being recognized because he appeared with a different face every time he saw him. At the moment he was planning the mask of the man in front of him. What's your name and where do you live? This is the basic issue, ensuring the authenticity of his information. My name is Dog Egg, and I live in this Chao village in front of me. Dog Egg said, "Uncle, what's your name?" "Oh, my name is Wang Anshan." Wang Anshan had already planned out Dog Egg's face, and according to the previous process, the next step was to make him dead. But since Dog Egg had saved his life, this time it would be fine to make him dizzy. "Uncle Wang, why did you lighten up?" Dog Egg suddenly asked. Wang Anshan pretended to be lost and said, "I am too tired to live and feel that life has little meaning." Wang Anshan remembers that he has brought the ecstasy on his body, but he can't touch it. Did he fall in the water? What does it feel like to live too much? I'm happy every day in the village. If only I wasn't asked to work. Wang Anshan nodded absent-mindedly and continued to search for the ecstasy he had brought with him. "Uncle Wang, you're all wet. Why don't you come with me to the village and change your clothes? But don't tell anyone that I was slacking off by the river." Dog Egg said. "Good." Wang Anshan nodded, got up and searched some more. Still no luck. Forget it. No ecstasy, come on the hard way. Wang Anshan surveyed the rocks on the shore to see which one could stun someone but not kill them. "Uncle Wang, are you looking for this?" Doggy was holding a pill bottle that said tranquilizer on it. Yes. Egger, give it to Uncle. Uncle has a heart condition and has to take medicine. Okay, Uncle, do you want to eat now? I'll open it for you. Don't. Wang Anshan was about to stop it when the cap of the bottle opened and a strange smell emanated. Doggy didn't grunt out a sound and immediately collapsed. Wang Anshan quickly took the ecstasy in Dog Egg's hand and screwed on the cap before breathing in peacefully. It's a good thing that I've learned a few years of closed air techniques, or else I almost collapsed here as well. With this bottle going down, sleeping for a few years won't be a problem. Wang Anshan dragged the Dog Egg under the bridge hole, covered a broken straw mat, changed into the Dog Egg's clothes himself, and took out a mask from his coat pocket to replicate the Dog Egg's appearance. Luckily, it's not too wet, or else this time it's for nothing. With everything ready, Wang Anshan turned into Dog Egg and headed towards Chao village. Just as Wang Anshan entered the village and was about to poke around the location of that stone, suddenly, there was a knock on the back of the head. Wang Anshan turned his head angrily, only to see an old man carrying a tobacco pouch also looking at him angrily. "Dog Egg, where have you been? You said you were going to the toilet. You've been there for hours. Did you not find the toilet or did the toilet run away?" Village Chief Chao said. Wang Anshan originally didn't want to pay attention to this old man, but more is not as good as less. He revealed a smile and said, "Hey, I didn't have diarrhea. It was just resolved. Settle it and go to work with me. It's been delayed for a few more hours. Will it still be done before nightfall?" Oh, the old man pulled Wang Anshan and walked towards the field. Looking at the old man's age, he should be considered an elder in the village. It would be good to have a chance to get words out of him. Wang Anshan didn't refuse. With this in mind, he had just followed the country road and skirted a few houses when suddenly a child's voice came from the front. "Village Chief, did Dog Egg find it?" Followed by, only to see a child of about 10 years old coming from across the street. behind this 10-year-old. There were a few strong men around 30 years old. Found it. Found it. It's not here. Village Chief Chow nodded his head at the 10-year-old child with great respect. Moreover, under Wang Anshan's countless experiences of changing people, he could tell at a glance that the child in front of him was not ordinary. Otherwise this old man would not be so respectful. What is this kid? Wang Anshan raised his head and lowered his eyes as he pondered. Another knock on the back of the head. Dog egg, you still don't greet the ancestor master when you see him. Village Chief Chow said. Grandmaster? This kid is the Grandmaster? Wang Anshan was full of surprise. This village generation is arranged backwards? With this thought, Wang Anshan walked forward and was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Chao Chang, who patiently said, Aya, there's no need to be so formal. We're all from the same village. There's no need to be so polite. Seeing that Chao Chang was so reasonable, as if he was a wise man. This must be a return to old age. Wang Anshan thought to himself. Dog egg, work hard. If someone bullies you, you tell me and I'll help you beat him up. Wang Anshan was slightly stunned. Obviously the person in front of him had already treated him as a member of the village. Thank you, ancestor. But, just as he was leaving, Lu Xian, the former president of the auspicious Feng Shui Society and now the director of the auspicious Tuanao Pavilion, ran over. Curator Lu, what brings you here? Chao Cheng couldn't imagine that Lu Xian would suddenly appear. Lu Xian came up for air, obviously very hasty, and said anxiously that, Master, I've heard that Li Tianyi is looking for trouble from you recently. Trouble with me? What's the matter? Which Li Tianyi? I don't know him. It's the newly family patriarch. I don't know about the rest. He's a Feng Shui master. I've come here to report a message. Pay more attention to it lately, master. After he finished this sentence, Wang Anshan coldly grunted in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's too late for news. I can't believe I've already blended in. Suddenly, Village Chief Chow, who was standing at the side, said, Doggy, what are you laughing at? Wang Anshan was slightly stunned. Then he smiled nervously and said without hesitation, I just had my mouth twitch. I think of the work I'm going to do soon. I'm full of energy now. Village Chief, let's hurry up. Chapter 71 Doggy has grown up. Wang Anshan and Chao village had turned into a depression. A large field of crops to be planted appeared in front of the eyes, and there were a few bundles of seedlings on the edge of the ground. Mayor Chao pointed to the crop field and said, Dog egg, this land, we only need. Before he finished speaking, Wang Anshan jumped down. No problem. He picked up a seedling and plunged it into the soil. Chao village chief wanted to say that as long as the most edge of a piece of land before dark planting will be done. But see Wang Anshan so energetic, did not open, thinking that he is tired naturally rest. After all, before the dog egg planted a row to rest for 10 minutes. He moved a small stool and sat on the edge, looking a little weary, leaning back in his chair and drifting off to sleep. I don't know how long he slept, but Village Chief Chow was shaken awake in a daze and heard someone call out to him. Village Chief, Village Chief. He opened his eyes and it was Doggy calling him. What's the matter, Doggy? Tired of planting? Then take a break. No, Mayor, the planting is finished. What? Village Chief Chow stood up and realized that all the crop fields were planted, and they were also planted very neatly, even facing the same direction. He couldn't believe that this was Dog Egg's doing. How about it? Village Chief, handsome? Wang Anshan bragged. You are so handsome. Village Chief Chow couldn't help but give a thumbs up. On the way back, Wang Anshan inquired, Village Chief, do you know if there is a Feng Shui seal in our village? Feng Shui seal? I haven't heard of it. In this regard you can ask the ancestor master. He is a Feng Shui master. Wang Anshan silently memorized this message. What Li Tianyi said turned out to be him. That Feng Shui seal must be in his room. In the evening, when Wang Anshan dined, he faced a large table of dishes and ate with particular vigor. He's never had a dish this good. Hey, this meat smells good. The greens are so flavorful. Stuff your mouth full. Watching the others freeze. What's wrong? Hurry up and eat. Wang Anshan said. Chao Chang asked. Dog egg, you usually dislike this and that. Why do you love it so much today? This, Wang Anshan, because he was used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, instead felt that this kind of peasant food had a different flavor, and for a while he acted a little out of the ordinary. It so happened that Village Chief Chow walked over at this moment, and said with a face of praise, Dog Egg finished planting all the crop fields today, saving us a lot of time, so I guess he's exhausted. There isn't enough left. Eat slowly. After this, Wang Anshan was much more restrained, and he seemed to be careful and cautious in pinching his food. With the village chief's words, people didn't ask for anything else and talked about other topics. Lu Yuer said, Hey, have you guys heard? What's wrong? I heard that the Raku immortal thieves have come to Dragon City. What's a 6 warehouse fairy thief? 6 warehouses of thieves? Wang Anshan almost choked on a mouthful of rice. Very good thief. Haven't caught him in years. Wang Enshi heard some fluttering in his heart and said, do you worship him? Who knows what he looks like? Maybe he's a stroppy guy. Besides, some people say he seems to have some brain problems and likes to play it cool. Who said that? Wang Anshan slammed the table, startling the others. I'm full. Wang Anshan immediately changed the topic. Can you pack the rest of the meal? Yes. Village Chief Chow hurriedly packed a few lunchboxes. Is it enough to eat? Not enough for me to make some more for you to take back. Wang Anshan left the courtyard in front of everyone's strange eyes. Unbeknownst to him after he left, Lu Yuer first said, how to feel dog eggs today is not the same. Usually can be his most wasteful of food. Today how to be so frugal, but also packing. The sun really came out of the west. Chao Cheng followed suit and nodded. I also feel that dog egg has changed like a different person today. However, only the village chief was not convinced. Said, why? The dog eggs become diligent is not a good thing. I think it is grown up and mature. Not in vain I educate him every day. I remember it was a snowy night. Speaking at the emotional point, tears appeared in Mayor Chao's eyes. Hold it. That's enough for today. I'm going out to eliminate my food. Chao Cheng didn't want to hear the story and left the courtyard. Wang Anshan came under the bridge hole with his meal. The real doggy was still lying on his back under the bridge hole at this point, snoring away. The side does not know when more people, wearing tattered clothes and pants, dirty hair, with a sunglasses, is pulling the arrow crying, there are no good people to save my good brother. He is so bitter. At a young age on the whole body paralyzed, the man also had a small broken bowl in front of him, which already had a few coins and bills in it. Wang Anshan walked over. Do me a favor. I'm blind. My brother is handicapped. Give a donation. Wang Anshan recognized his deception at a glance and was about to slap the man in the face. As a result, the man nimbly dodged and took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of large, gleaming eyes. This friend, life is not easy. Mingle. Go aside. I know this person. Wang Anshan said. Oh, I see. And since you were the one who saw it first, how about this? The three of us together, and we split the money we get 3 ways? The man proposed. Wang Anshan glared at the man, who didn't speak again and moved to the other side in a grayish manner. Dog Egg woke up and covered his head, asking, Uncle Wang, why are you here? How long have I been sleeping? I lost consciousness just now without knowing how. I think you should have low blood sugar. Take a rest. I brought you a meal. Wang Anshan took out the meal he brought and set it on the ground. Where did you buy this meal? Why is it the same flavor as the one in my village? It's not good. Dog Egg said as he ate. Just bought it on the side of the road. Wang Anshan digressed. Seeing that Dog Egg had finished eating, Wang Anshan handed Dog Egg another medicine bottle with mint candy written on it. Here, have a candy to take the smell away. Doggy nodded and opened the bottle and passed out again. Look at the beggar on the side. Wang Anshan again put the cool mat over Dog Egg, shouted the beggar to the side, and said, these still uneaten meals are for you. Take care of him for me, and when I come back, if I see the slightest injury to him, then you'll become truly blind. Good. The beggar immediately nodded and asked in a low voice, is that mint still available from earlier? Can you give me some? I haven't been sleeping too well lately. Isn't that cool? It has to be. The beggar envied. Then you pull a cranky song and wait for me to come back. Holler. Way to go. Handsome. Wang Anshan then walked back toward Chao village to the sound of the passionate arrow. At this moment, he changed into Chao Cheng's appearance, thinking that the boy should have gone to sleep by now. With this face, no one will bother him anymore. Just halfway down the road, 2 jittering dark figures on the side of the road caught his attention. Chapter 72, True or False. Wang Anshan leaned in. Hey man, what are you looking at? A familiar smell hit the 2 men as they turned in their masks. Wang Anshan's nose didn't hold. His head got dizzy. This is, waiting to understand when it is already too late. Black, was 2 sets of sacks carried to the back of a truck. When I woke up again I had been tied up with a rope. How can a mere rope trap me? Wang Anshan gritted his teeth and held his breath to try to hold the rope open, but it was no use at all. Outside the van, 2 men stood, a man with a pink cowl and a man with a pink horse-faced cowl. Big brother, do you think this is Chao Cheng? How would I know? If you ask me. The man with the horse-face headgear was slapped on the horse's mouth by the man with the cow's headgear. It's all your fault. What kind of photos are you burning? Now I don't even know what Chao Cheng looks like. Big brother, I see that's how it's done on TV. It doesn't look professional. Besides, at the time I asked you if you wanted to burn it. You said burn it. Did I tell you to burn it? I said burn it. You can't burn it. Usually you don't look so fast with your hands and feet. So what now, big brother? What else can I do? Ask. What kind of person says their name? He's not a cutie. I think you're the cutie. Working. Wang Anshan was still struggling with the rope when the car door opened with a bang. Bullhead and Horseface appeared in front of them. Oxhead had a wrench in his hand and Horseface had a hammer in his. Question for you. Are you Chao Chang? The horse-faced man asked. That's the kind of question you ask. That's not a direct exposure. Should have asked. What's your name? Wang Anshan looked at the guys in the hands of the two men. Relying on his many years of experience in walking the Jianghu, he knew that if he said no he would surely be poisoned. My name is Chao Chang. It's really Chao Ching? See, big brother. The horse-faced man laughed. Who are you guys? Why are you arresting me? Wang Anshan admired his own wit and asked in a calm manner. It doesn't matter who we are. Someone paid for your life. The bull-headed man waved the wrench in his hand with ease and danced a wrench. Cut the crap. Kill you and take a picture and we'll get $1 million. The horse-faced man smiled and raised his hammer. But they stopped at the same time and looked at each other. Second brother. A hammer to his head. Big brother. You're the big brother. You go first. Give him a wrench. Neither of them could do it. They were just repairmen in a garage before they came here. They had killed chickens at the most. They hadn't killed anyone. Why don't we close the door and let him suffocate himself? The horse-faced man suggested. Good idea. Let's do it. The bull-headed man nodded in agreement. The two men closed the door and leaned against the car door to smoke a cigarette. Big brother, how do you think we can spend this $1 million? It should be enough to build a house back home and marry a daughter-in-law. Look at your point of interest. With a little brain, should put this $1 million in the bank financial investment. Money for money. Do you understand? Big brother has a point. That would make a lot of interest a year. Well, when the time comes, I'll get you a whole rifle. I'll get an AK, and make it bigger and better, and make it great again. The two were happily discussing outside, unaware that Wang Anshan in the car had already thought of a way to disengage. Luckily, I'm a Raku immortal thief and wear 6 pairs of pants, so if I take them off and reduce the cross-sectional area, then the rope can be untied from my legs. Wang Anshan rubbed his crotch vigorously and took off his outermost pants first. The violent shaking was felt by the two men outside the car. Big brother, what's he up to in there? Why don't we go in and take a look? The horse-faced man said. Idiot, if you open the door now, the air will not go in. Then we are not working for nothing. If you ask me, it's him struggling. Don't worry about it. It will subside later. The bull-headed man said calmly. Chao Ching walked slowly along the village road. The village was especially quiet at night. Just the sound of rattling. Where's that noise coming from? Chao Chang followed the sound and saw a violently shaking truck that was almost 60 degrees to the ground. Ooh, young people, their energy is just high. Chao Chang sighed. I was about to turn around and leave when I saw how there was still Bullseye standing by the car. Still pink and smoking a cigarette? Too busy down here. Come up for air? At the same time the ox heads and horses on the side of the car noticed Chao Chang. Brother, did you see that? There's a kid in front. See? Don't say anything. Pretend you don't see it. And let's keep smoking. Big brother, why are your hands shaking? I'm feeling a little chilly from going out with less clothes on. I'll be fine in a little while. Hey, this little kid, hanging around here at night instead of going home. I've got to show him the cruelty of society. Go too. Holler, big brother. The horse-faced man rushed out with a whoosh. To do what? The horse-faced man ran to Chao Ching in 3 steps. When he saw Chao Ching's face clearly, he immediately got a chill down his back. How this looks exactly like the guy in the wagon. Ghosts. The horse-faced man screamed and hurried back to the car, shaking with the same frequency as his big brother. You know why I don't go. It's a big night for kids, and they're all brats, so don't touch them if you can. Yes, big brother is right. Smoke quietly, he'll be gone in a minute. Chao Chang heard the other party running away with a shout and wondered in his heart, was he so scary? On the other side, Wang Anshan also finally broke free from the rope, pushed the cart door, and found that it had been locked from the outside. So he had to laboriously drill out from the front. The narrow opening ripped the headgear worn over the face out of shape. By the time Wang Anshan climbed out, the headgear had been dropped back and forth. Hey, why can't I see? Wang Anshan put his hand on his head and pulled at the hood. The horse-faced man who heard the slight sound asked in a whisper, Big brother, did you hear the sound? Where's the sound? Don't scare yourself. The bull-headed man soothed. The horse-faced man turned his head just in time to see Wang Anshan who was organizing. Wang Anshan dropped the entire headgear at once, and when the horse-faced man saw the head that had been turned 360 degrees, the whole man fainted in direct fear. When the bull-headed man saw his second brother fall to the ground, he also turned his head to look, and saw a long-faced man with eyes long on one side and short on the other, and a mouth that was split into several pieces was standing in the darkness of the night. Ghost! The bull-headed man screamed and fainted as well. When Chao Qing got closer, a man who looked exactly like himself was wearing only shorts underneath and was searching the bodies of the two men who had fallen to the ground, looking very focused and completely oblivious to Chao Qing, who was not far away. Chapter 73, That's the Light of the Night. What's in this bag? Wang Anshan took out a small white bag from the horse-faced man. The bag is sewn with delicate stripes, and it's a gem to look at. Wang Anshan couldn't wait to take out the contents of the bag. Surprisingly, it was the feng shui mark that Li Tianyi told him to find. It can't be a fake. The cautious Wang Anshan didn't put it away right away, and with his many years of appraisal experience, he finally concluded that it was real. This is too easy. Wang Anshan lit 2 cigarettes and stuffed them in the hands of the 2 men, then wrapped the feng shui seal and turned to run into the distance. Who is he and how does he look like me? Chao Chang wondered at Wang Anshan's back, pinching his fingers in his hand. Running Wang Anshan felt that there seemed to be a force behind him that was testing himself. A blue and green stone hanging on his chest flashed. He laughed softly. It's useless. I have this hidden stone, wouldn't you be able to see it? Chao Chang, however, only saw a mist and could not see the person in the mist. How come it doesn't work this time? Is it because your power is too weak? Maybe the lying two will have a clue. Chao Qing walked to the side of the car, ripped off the hoods of the 2 men, and patted their shoulders. Hey, wake up. Lu Er fainted earlier, and now has sobered up a bit, opened his eyes, looked at Chao Chang in front of him at close range, was once again startled, and shouted ghost ah, fainted again. To avoid the same situation again, Chao Chang brought up a cowl and shook Lu De awake. When Lu De saw the bull's head appearing in front of him, he didn't scream, but knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Master Bull, I didn't mean to act you out. You're a big bull who doesn't care about small people. Go down. I'll go back and burn some cows for you, Chao Chang asked in a rough voice. Well then, I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer it truthfully. Definitely, Master Bull. I ask you, who was in the carriage just now? What are you doing here? His name is Chao Chang. We were sent here by Li Park, the Li family's eldest son, to get him killed. We don't know why exactly. Is this the person Chairman Lu told him came to trouble him? Chao Qing continued without a trace of emotion. Good, I know. Don't do anything bad in the future. I'll always be watching over you, and I'll give you a task. Every day at 1 o'clock, read these 80 words I've given you 50 times for a week. Fine. I'll definitely do what Master Ox says, Lu De said as he knelt on the ground. He didn't want to bring it down to meet his Taeyuma. The Lu brothers returned to the car, and Lu Er said, Big brother, I know, that Chao Qing must be a brat, so the bull's head came up from below. I think so too. It seems that this $1 million is really bad. Let's hurry up and get out of here. You see if there is anything left behind. Lu Er touched his clothes. Oops. What's wrong? The stamp I had in the bag is gone. I thought it was a big deal. What are you worried about? Big brother, didn't you say that this seal is very expensive? To be honest with you, this seal is called feng shui seal, can change the feng shui, of course really is very expensive. Fake is not worth a penny. My warehouse there are still a few boxes of it. Are the Li family told me to prepare, do more than really true. In addition to not being able to use it, cannot be seen at all. Besides, I also got a bag. Who do not think it is real it. Big brother is awesome. Learn it, it's called psychology. Lu De said. A moment back you throw those 2 headgear. Next time buy some foreign. Like Spider-Man, Iron Man or something. Foreign can't come to us here. What about this paper? Keep the paper. Don't throw it away. You'll have to read it tonight. Fizzle. The hidden stone Wang Anshan wore on his chest flashed. Still counting. And talking about a feng shui master. I think it's just like that. Wang Anshan had never ordered so much barbecue before. Extravagant today, because he knows someone will be there to pay for him. Worthy of being a 6 banks immortal thief. The speed is just fast. Li Tianyi smiled as he walked over, followed by a group of men in black. Instead, Wang Anshan said, I brought the feng shui seal. Did you bring what I wanted? Li Tianyi asked his men to bring a black bag. The treasure map you want is in here. Okay, then we'll pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Wait, let me examine the goods first. Wang Anshan took out the feng shui seal, and only after taking a look did Li Tianyi say, Fake. Wang Anshan was dumbfounded. Li Tianyi explained, this is one of the many fakes we purposely got on the market in order to prevent people from playing with the idea of feng shui seals, and this is one of them. I said it, how come it's so easy? Sure enough he's got a little something. This time it's my miscalculation. Li Tianyi, I'll make another trip. Please tell me how to identify it. Li Tianyi pulled Wang Anshan over and said softly, it's really quite simple. The real feng shui mark has a crack on the bottom diagonal. It's a trace of the glue I used to crack it when I dropped it once when I was playing with it. Wang Yanshan looked at the feng shui seal he had brought with him, and it really didn't have that crack. It was flat. Return to the room. Wang Yanshan will face one by one removed. After 10 minutes, finally revealed his face, showered and lay on the bed. Intends to wait for the wind to pass. After a while in the return to Chao village trip, the hidden stone in his chest had stopped flashing, and Wang Yanshan looked at the time. It was already 12:59 p.m. When Wang Yanshan was ready to go to sleep, the hidden stone in his chest flashed again. This Chao Ching is still not sleeping so late. Fortunately he has a backhand. Wang Yanshan took out an eye mask from the drawer and brought it on. The original bright light had become dim. Take your time to look for it. I'll sleep first. Your grandfather. It was past 1 o'clock when Lu Er walked to the living room in a daze to go to the bathroom and saw Lu Did at the table with the light on, reading something under his breath. Big brother, you're up so late. What about completing the homework assigned by Master Nyo? Telling me to read these 80 words. It's so hard to read. I've already exhausted myself after reading it once. Big brother, why are you so stupid? You use your cell phone to record it and play it at double speed. It will be fine in a while. Yeah, oh, you're so smart. After saying that, Lu Di used his cell phone to record once, and then chose 2 times the speed to play up, too slow and adjusted to 4 times the speed, and finally simply 8 times the speed. The hidden stone in Wang Yanshan's chest flickered more and more frequently and became brighter and brighter. Asterisk 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 it's so bright, it's impossible to sleep. At this time, Wang Yanshan's room was as bright as day, and even the blindfold was useless. Wang Yanshan felt like he was going blind. Chapter 74 Car Aromatherapy. It's a bit tricky. Chao Qing looked at the stone in front of him. Everyone in the village got up early to work on the farmland, leaving only Chao Chang and Lu Yuer in the yard. One is because of the younger generation and the other is that there is really no field. Look at you messing with the stone for half a day. What are you messing with? Lu Yuer asked from the side. I can't get this stone to open, and I don't know what it's made of. Chao Qing complained. What is the strongest dissolving liquid you can imagine? Lu Yuer asked. Chao Qing thought for half a day before he said uncertainly, corpse transforming water? He had heard of corpse water, which could dissolve corpses and even human bones into liquid. In the old days it was used to deal with some tough guys during interrogation. To Chao Chang, there shouldn't be any dissolving liquid that was stronger than the corpse melting water. Nope, guess again. Lu Yuer shook her head, dismissing Chao Qing's answer. It's very simple and common. Chao Chang still couldn't figure it out. Never mind, let me tell you then. It's makeup remover oil. What kind of makeup will show up in front of it? Lu Yuer laughed. Chao Qing looked at Lu Yuer, guessing that she was teasing him, but looking at the expression there was so much seriousness. But it's not a bad way to go, so let's try it. Chao Chang borrowed makeup remover oil from Lu Yuer's side, a tiny bottle, only the size of his palm. Unscrewed the bottle cap as wanting to pour a brain up, but was stopped by Lu Yuer. Don't save it, I brought a bottle this time, all used up. I want to show my true colors. So Chao Ching squeezed a drop onto the stone. The original hard appearance of the stone was visible melting, and then pop, a seal-like thing fell in the stone mud. The original colors painted on the stone lions have faded a bit, revealing the underlying white ashlar. An abrupt crack extends from the head to the bottom. What happened? Why is there a crack? Did it fall on the ground and crack? Chao Chang moved closer to the crack and looked at it. There were still some traces of glue on it, and with a gentle flick, a few congealed bits of gel fell off. A chakra leaked out from the crack. It burrowed into Chao Ching's nose. It smells pretty good. Lu Yuer, who was standing on the side, also smelled some, rubbed her nose and asked, what's in here? How come there's a fragrant smell? I haven't seen it either. I guess it's some kind of fragrance or something. Chao Chang said. I see. It's a car aromatherapy, made to fit right in the front of the car. Kind of makes sense, but why would it be in a rock? Don't think about it. I guess I don't want it thrown in there. I'll seal up the cracks. The smell will all dissipate later. Lu Yuer took the 502 glue and carefully sealed all the cracks, confirming that there were no omissions, so that it won't crack again. The inferior glue used before, I think, is so unstable. After everything was completed, Chao Chang brought it back to the room and put it on the table. Not to mention, this car aromatherapy is quite exquisite. I just don't know where the air outlet is. He looked around and there was no outlet at all. No wonder people throw them away. They are inferior. Thought it would be nice to put some sandalwood in there someday and make a hole for an incense burner. Within the Li family, Tendu Peak, Li family patriarch Li Tanny sat cross-legged in the room. His eyes closed tightly as he felt the aura around him. This is a cultivation place within the clan, which has been relying on the feng shui seal to bring together the spiritual qi from all over the world in this place. which can greatly enhance the feng shui attainments. How come it's gone? Li Tianyi opened his eyes and was filled with surprise, noticing that the aura had disappeared. It shouldn't be. This time the recharged aura would last until the end of this month. Is there something wrong with the feng shui seal? Suddenly Li Tianyi thought of something. Pinch a finger. The aura of this place has long been utilized. If there is no feng shui seal added, then this place will only become. Li Tianyi's mouth turned into O-type. We have to get the feng shui seal back quickly, or the feng shui here won't last long. Ka-chow. The crisp sound came from overhead. The roof of the house directly cracked a big slit, and the fallen leaves on the roof directly tilted down, covered Li Tianyi tightly. This wind and water went really fast, and Li Tianyi thought that he could still hold out for a while. Good thing it wasn't a major water and power outage. Li Tianyi patted down the fallen leaves on his body. At that moment, the electric light hanging over the room flickered and went out with a poof. Matriarch, matriarch, a clan member ran up in a panic. Matriarch, it's bad. A construction site dug up our clan's cables. Matriarch, matriarch, another clan member ran up in a panic. Matriarch, it's bad. A construction site dug up our clan's water pipes. What about Wang Anshan? Any news from him? Li Tianyi asked. No news. No reply to messages sent. The clan member said. Forget it, I can only go there in person. Li Tianyi said. Prepare a car for me. I'm going to Chao village now. Patriarch, the car's tires are leaking. The bike leaks too? The bike is fine. The cushion is leaking. Well, I'll ride to the entrance of the village before I take a taxi, and get me some of the clan's specialties. Li Tianyi stood on the bike and pedaled to avoid getting his butt in the saddle. Doctor, what's wrong with me? Wang Anshan asked. Intermittent blindness due to overuse of the eyes and looking at bright things for too long. Just rest for a while. The doctor said. Thank you, doctor. Wang Anshan slowly left the hospital with 5 pairs of sunglasses. For the past few days the hidden stone on his chest had been lit up as soon as it hit 1 a.m. The duration is also getting longer. The reason is that Lu Er was so noisy by Lu De every night that he made a suggestion to Lu De, and hardened the original 50 times a day, which lasted for a week, to 100 times a day, which worked out to be only 3.5 days. The main one guarantees quantity not quality. Lu De began to worry about the cattle master to find him trouble, but the result is that nothing happened. The courage to play 150 times a night. Try to read and finish early. Wang Anshan also cannot not wear this stone, for fear of taking it down to be found by the other side. Wear it. He also appeared to be blind, frightened that he now do not dare to look at the phone. A look is difficult. The house during the day to pull the curtains. It is difficult to wait until a cloudy day out of the door. No, at this rate one will really become blind sooner or later. Wang Anshan stopped a car and urged the driver to drive quickly in the direction of Chao village. Chapter 75 Arrival. When Li Tianyi appeared in Chao village with a large bag, Chao Qing thought that it was some escapee from the village. Master Chao. Hello, I'm the head of the Li family. Li Tianyi. It's true, it's my junior. Formerly family patriarch Li Tianming said from the side. What is matriarch Li here for this time? Chao Cheng asked. Li Tianyi hurriedly talked about the purpose of this time. Master Chao. This time I've come because I want my clan's feng shui seal back. Feng shui marks? I don't have any. It seemed that the sincerity was not enough. Li Tianyi understood Chao Qing's meaning and immediately took one object out of his bag. Master Chao. Look, this is the score for the mantra of the past life. It will add merit to you when you recite it. This is a Buddha bead given to me by a former temple presiding officer. Carrying it can prolong life and refresh the mind. A string of hot beads carried out. This is a puppet that a little guy from Blue River Iodine made after me. It usually helps you with simple chores. I've used it a few times and thought it was good. Li Tianyi explained the things he brought with a smile on his face. Although these looked rare, they were all worthless things. This time he came out and brought 3 valuable things with him. But mixed inside this pile, ordinary people couldn't see it at all. If the other party says he has little sincerity, he can only blame himself for not finding a good treasure. What about this? Which one? Chao Cheng pointed to something that was folded at the bottom. Exactly one of the 3 most valuable ones. Li Tianyi shook his head with great flair. That one, it's not worth much. It's all accessories. It's not as good as these I introduced earlier. Seeing that Chao Qing had no intention of giving up, Li Tianyi picked it up and said, this is a tea powder. Usually added to tea to increase the strength of the tea. Unbeknownst to them this is a poisonous powder. Just a small pinch can make a person foam at the mouth and lose consciousness instantly. This is good. The tea I just bought doesn't have much flavor. Keep it to try, Chao Cheng said, pointing at the poisonous powder. Suddenly, a long, thick bell rang through the courtyard. At first glance, it was Doggy who was poking at a large pot with a rolling pin. Don't knock. Stop, Li Tianyi exclaimed, stepping forward to stop it. This tripod is called the Starry Sky Tripod. It can take sunlight into it during the day and stars at night, but it is the treasure of the clan. It was because it was too large and heavy, and on the outside it wasn't as big as the water tank in the village. Li Tianyi thought that Chao Chang would definitely not want it. This tank is not bad. It's just that the yard is missing a water tank. Use it as a water tank. These two aren't any treasures. Master Chao, might as well take a look at the ones I had earlier? Li Tianyi still held on to his last shred of fantasy. You don't say. It's all worthless. Well, leave it to me. Okay. Li Tianyi gritted his teeth and nodded his head, thinking that as long as this last one is not discovered then he can accept it. This breath. Is the heavenly silkworm treasure clothes? Li Tianyi felt a familiar aura and turned his head to see Chao Cheng holding a piece of clothing. The heavenly silkworm treasure cloth is invulnerable to knives and spears, water and fire, and will automatically become bigger and smaller according to the wearer's height, weight and thinness. Li Tianyi purposely sprayed what he thought was the worst smelling perfume on it to hide his value. Master Chao, these clothes are too big for you, Li Tianyi said. Hey, look, it's just right. Chao Cheng was wearing the heavenly silkworm treasure cloth just right. As Li Tianjian showed his displeasure, the other party pretended not to know and teased him. A killing intent grew, ready to take out the weapon hidden in his clothes intending to strike Chao Cheng to death. A child. How capable can he be? Can I be better than him? The feng shui seal must be in his room. Hearing Li Tianming say that he couldn't even compare to Chao Cheng, Li Tianyi felt that it was an exaggeration. Besides, he was quite a bit higher than Li Tianming's attainments, the strongest of the new generation. Li Tianming saw his mind at a glance from the side, and as soon as he drew away the weapon in his clothes, he mentally said, "You've never seen him strike. You don't know how powerful he is. Listen to me. Don't come to blows with him. No one will be able to save you in the end." Li Tianming had been the patriarch for so many years, not only because his ability was the highest in his generation, but more importantly, he also knew how to deal with people and what it meant to be a human being. If he came to a hard fight with Chao Cheng, he was afraid that he would not be enough even if he had several times the level. Boom! Li Tianyi, however, did not listen to Li Tianming's reminder. His palms slightly exerted force, his anger surged, and in a short while, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and there was an omen of torrential rain in the air. It's going to storm. Quickly remind the group to collect their clothes, Chao Cheng said as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Humph, dead to the world and still don't know. Still looking. As soon as Li Tianyi hid his hands into his clothes, he choked his hands and recited the magic. Go! A daytime heavenly thunderbolt struck towards Chao Cheng from the air. However, the moment it touched Chao Cheng, it turned into a small spark that then faded away. Hey, these clothes are really good. Hey, Chao Cheng said with satisfaction. Does Patriarch Li still have any more? I'll fix one for the whole village. Bad. Forgetting that he's still wearing the heavenly silkworm treasure cloth. Just as Li Tianyi was thinking about how to get Chao Cheng to take his clothes off, Chao Cheng asked, Patriarch Li, what does the feng shui seal look like? Why don't I ask the village people to help look for it together? It's just a seal with a stone lion on top and square underneath. Li Tianyi said. Oh, the car aromatherapy? I'll get it for you. After Chao Cheng finished speaking, he turned his head and ran back to the room to hand the feng shui seal to Li Tianyi. Patriarch Li, is this it? Li Tianyi turned over the feng shui seal, and after seeing the crack, he excitedly said, Yeah, it's this one. The feng shui mark is here now? How can it be so easy when you've gone through so much trouble? Li Tianyi was secretly happy in his heart and took the feng shui seal, carefully asking, Master Chao, is it alright for me to take it away? I was afraid that Chao Cheng would come and sit on the ground and ask for a lion's share of the money. It's supposed to be yours. Just take it back. There's also this table of treasures. I'll just take the 3 worthless ones, and the rest of Matriarch Li will take it back with him. I see that it's going to rain soon. Why don't you stay and have a cup of tea, and wait for the rainstorm to pass before you leave? Chao Cheng was concerned. He looked at the dark clouds. It wouldn't last long. It can't come down, Li Tianyi said, and with a movement in his hand, the dark clouds in the sky instantly dissipated, revealing a clear sky. Thank you, Master Chao. I won't bother you this time. We'll see you again sometime. Li Tianyi clasped his hands together sharply, and without waiting for Chao Cheng to speak, he twisted his head towards the entrance of the village in a flash. I thought to myself, I will never come here again. I lost 3 treasures this time, and now I have got the feng shui seal, and I will never see Chao Cheng again. Seeing Li Tianyi's rapidly disappearing back, he asked Li Tianming at the side, does he even run that fast? Ahem, it's probably heartache. Li Tianming laughed awkwardly. Chapter 76. Patriarch, you're finally back. If you don't come back, the clan shrine will soon be gone. Seeing Li Tianyi appear, an old man hurriedly ran up. Don't worry, I've brought back the feng shui seal. Seeing the clan house that was already half sunk into the ground, Li Tianyi hurriedly placed the feng shui seal on the platform and began to recharge his qi. But even though he held his face red, wind and watermark did not react. What the hell? It shouldn't be. Li Tianyi picked up the feng shui seal, only to realize that the 502 blew in the gap. Sticky solid. No wonder a trace of qi cannot enter. He could probably guess who had glued it. No wonder it was given so quickly. Why don't you send the clan out to hide? I have to go back again. Li Tianyi called up the hitchhiker that hadn't left yet again to return to Chao village. After explaining the situation, Chao Cheng apologized profusely and said he would fix it. What's the most recharged? Chao Cheng asked. At most? Li Tianyi was puzzled. He usually recharged once a month. I've heard on the Li family that it's 3 months at the most. Master Chao, the ancestors have a record of 3 months. Li Tianyi replied. I know what Chao Cheng is trying to do, but this thing called qi luck is not about how much you charge. It's about how much you have. Li Tianyi recharged once a month also because that way his own qi would not become less and less. Let's see how much we can charge then. Chao Cheng followed Li Tianyi's example to the feng shui seal. Only a strand of qi drifted into the feng shui seal. Chao Cheng didn't make the slightest move to stop, constantly increasing in qi. The feng shui seal also trembled because of the qi and became a whole circle larger. Seeing that the feng shui seal is getting bigger and bigger, the cracks on the stone lion are getting more and more. Seeing that it is going to be unable to withstand the force, Li Tianyi hurriedly said, Master Chao, don't charge it, don't charge it. It's going to explode if you charge it again. Chao Cheng withdrew his hand, and the feng shui seal then stopped shaking and expanding. This should be enough. Li Tianyi lost with conviction. Chao Cheng was his own untouchable height. It was his own narrow vision. Many thanks Master Chao. In the future, if there is something you need from me, just open your mouth. You're welcome, Patriarch Li. Let's talk more in general. Back in the clan, Li Tianyi had just placed the feng shui seal on the stage when something unexpected happened. A greenish smoke came out of the ancestral shrine. Not only the ancestral shrine, but a plume of smoke also rose from the graveyard on the hill behind it. Some of the graveyards couldn't withstand the great qi and crackled. Patriarch, this Chao Cheng is really powerful. What level do you feel he has? The old man asked on Li Tian's side. After thinking for a moment, Li Tianyi slowly said, he, is like the boiling kettle. What do you mean? Waste, boiling, matter? No, open. It's not too much to call him a born wonder. The old man was surprised. He had followed the patriarch for so long, but he hadn't heard of the patriarch calling someone else a genius. Usually it was the patriarch who called himself a genius. Why don't we just let those fake feng shui march charge along with him? Keep it as a rechargeable backup. Good idea. When I ask Li Tianming what Chao Cheng likes some other day, we can't let him give us so much qi luck for nothing. Outside Chao village, what kind of face should I show up with? Wang Anshan was fretting. I don't think he's seen Patriarch Li before. How about becoming Patriarch Li? Wang Anshan took out a face of Li Tianyi and put it on his face. Chao Cheng saw that Li Tianyi was back again and asked with concern, Patriarch Li is back so soon? Have things been taken care of? Although Wang Anshan was puzzled, he still maintained his original expression. It's done and done. There's still one more problem that I hope Master Chao can help solve. Oh, straight up. I've got a friend who wants to ask if he can do it in a way that he won't be tracked, but doesn't interfere with rest? Simple. Just finish off the other party so you won't be tracked and can still rest. Chao Cheng said directly. That's what you said. Wang Anshan didn't pretend anymore and got up to settle Chao Cheng, just as his but left his seat. He was pressed down by Chao Cheng. Patriarch Li, there's no need to stand up and thank you. Come on, have some tea, or you gave it to me. Fine, then I'll leave you for a tea break. Wang Anshan picked up the brewed tea, drank it all in one go, slammed the cup on the ground fiercely, and was about to speak when all that came out was white foam. His arms and legs went limp and he fell straight down. Clan Chiefly, what happened to you? Chao Cheng rushed forward to check and saw the pendant that was on his chest. Was it this necklace that strangled? Chao Cheng unhooked the chain from his neck, but to no avail. Wang Anshan's mouth still kept foaming out. His face was soaked with foam. Chao Cheng wiped Wang Anshan's face with a tissue. Tear. The entire face was wiped off. Yikes. It's bad. I ripped my face off. A new face appeared behind Li Tianyi's face. Uncle Wang, Dog Egg exclaimed when he saw Wang Anshan's face. You recognize? Yeah. He came down from the bridge and I saved him. His name is Wang Anshan. Was it him I saw the other night? Chao Cheng then counted with his fingers. And the person in front of him was none other than the Six Banks Immortal Thief. Ding! A long string of text appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of arresting the 6 vaults of immortal thieves, and increasing his fort value by 10,000 points. Shall we start the lottery? No. Chao Qing refused outright. A strange thought appeared in Chao Qing's head. Dog Egg, you take your Uncle Wang to your room to rest. Good. Dog Egg helped Uncle Wang toward his room on the second floor. Estimate to the room. Chao Qing ran up in 3 steps and pushed open the door. Ha ha ha, Raku, a mortal thief. I caught you. Ding. A long string of text appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of arresting the 6 vaults of immortal thieves, and increasing his fort value by 10,000 points. Shall we start the lottery? No. Chao Qing refused outright. After saying that, Chao Qing exited the room again. After waiting at the door for a minute, Chao Qing once again pushed the door open and operated again as before. Another 10,000 fort points arrived. Ancestor, Uncle Wang. He's foaming even more. Chao Qing forgot there was such a thing, and stepped forward to take Wang Anshan's pulse. Poisoned? Fortunately the poisoning isn't deep. Leave it for me to treat him slowly. Chao Qing wouldn't let go of this opportunity to gain food value. 100,000 points of fort value were swiped in one day. When Wang Anshan was able to get out of bed, Chao Qing let him run in front and he chased after him. How could the physically weak Wang Anshan outrun Chao Qing? And he was caught in no time. Watching Wang Anshan collapse on the ground in exhaustion, Chao Qing said, "Then that's it for today. Have a good meal at night and continue tomorrow. Anshan Wang, you treat him like a cow, don't you?" Chapter 77, The Grandmaster of My Heart. So tired. When is the end? Wang Anshan yawned. He was called up before dawn today, and now his eyes were too sleepy to open. One's head was really stuck in the door at that time to run here. Cannot stand the torture of Wang Anshan. Flop kneeled in front of Chao Qing, kowtowed, snot and tears. "Master Chao, cattle still have to rest to eat grass. Has been a few days in a row? Today you let me rest for a day. I cannot withstand the tortures of this body and bones." Chao Qing looked at Wang Anshan's sincere expression, thinking that he had also earned a lot of fort value, and loosely said, "Well then, let's stop here today. Thank you, Master Chao. Thank you, Master Chao." Chao Qing looked at the full fortune value, excitedly went back to his room and directly came to 20 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the meditation wooden fish. The remaining 9 are all air. All of a sudden 100,000 fort value is gone. But the heartache of Chao Qing. It seems that tomorrow we have to practice more. Immediately afterward, the instructions for that meditative wooden fish surfaced. Meditation wooden fish. The sound of tapping calms the mind and calms the heart. Looks good. Chao Qing put the wooden fish away. Back at the entrance of the courtyard, Chao Qing saw a familiar person. Dr. Li, what brings you here? Dr. Li shouted a few times in the courtyard, saw that no one answered and guessed that it was Chao Qing who was not there. Just as Dr. Li was about to go back, Chao Qing arrived. Dr. Li had an anxious look on his face. "Master Chao, you guys are finally back." Chao Qing looked at Dr. Li's anxious appearance before he could open his mouth to ask. Dr. Li said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master Chao. I'm afraid that the medical checkup that I promised you earlier will have to be postponed. Have you seen the news? A barbecue stand exploded yesterday, injuring dozens of people, and now the hospital is too busy to handle it." Chao Qing said understandingly, "It doesn't matter. Saving lives is important. The medical checkup is as late as it gets, and there's just farm work to be done." Dr. Li nodded, and before he left, he reminded, "I heard that the arsonist hasn't been caught yet. You guys are close to the city and in the mountainous area, so you should pay attention to safety at night. Okay? Later I'll have the village chief tell the guys to stay home at night and not go out." When it was evening time, Dog Egg asked Ryu and Wang Anshan to come to his house for a drink. "This is what I asked my brother to send from Mao City, a bottle of several thousand." Dog Egg took out a bottle and said, a few of them had heard about this wine for a long time. It was very high proof and strong. Wang Anshan had managed to find a chance to escape, and being exhausted, he had long wanted to have a drink to relieve his fatigue. "How can you have wine alone without a dish to drink?" the second leftover said. "That's where you're guessing wrong." Wang Anshan took out a dozen packets of peanuts from his arms, and a dozen boxes of cold vegetables, filling a table. "Where did you get this? I remember the village kiosk is closed." Wang Anshan quietly picked up a piece of Chao Qing's face. "I used Master Chao's face to trade for it on credit." Dogman couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You guys eat whatever you want. If it's not enough I'll go get some more on credit. There's still a big dish coming later." Wang Anshan waved his hand and said, like a landed rich man, "What big dish?" the crowd asked curiously. In no time the village headman came up with a plate of roasted chicken, full of color and flavor. "The roasted chicken ordered by the ancestor is here. You guys are so good. I've been thinking about this chicken for a long time. The roasted chicken is here. Pour the wine." Wang Anshan laughed, signaling the crowd to pour the wine. Dogman chimed in. All three cheers first. The two leftovers downed 3 glasses of wine even though they couldn't hold their liquor. There was a burning sensation in his throat, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Wang Anshan said smilingly, "This friend, measure your strength. You don't need to start drinking so hard. Slowly get used to it. I'll introduce myself first. My surname is Wang. My name is Wang Anshan. You can call me Uncle Wang just like Dog Egg. Hello Uncle Wang. My name is Yu. I'm Dog Egg's little friend from childhood. Yo, rare ah. Not many people who still keep in touch since childhood. Oh." Wang Anshan seemed to think of something. "I had a friend some years ago, but it's been a long time since I've been in contact." Then after sighing, he broke out into a smile and said, "Forget it, come on, have a good drink today." After a few glasses of wine, everyone was already slightly drunk. Dog Egg hitched Wang Anshan's shoulder and said, "Uncle Wang, I see that every day the ancestor master chases after you. Do you think that the ancestor master is more powerful than you?" Wang Anshan skimmed his mouth. "I don't like to hear this. I was giving face to your ancestor. Can he catch up if I want to run? I never count with children, and you say, when I was young, others can only see my back, the opportunity to see my face or not. Unfortunately now old. There is a story you want to hear." "What story?" Doggy and 2 leftovers asked, stretching their necks. "At that time, the ancestor begged me to pass on this skill to him. It was kneeling and kowtowing, with a handful of snot and tears, and I decided to stay only when I saw that he was so sincere, or else he would have left long ago. The Grandmaster was held to death by Uncle Wang." Dog Egg envied. "If only I had some skills too." "What? Do you have a problem with the ancestor as well?" "More than that, it's huge." Dogman felt himself coming on strong with his drink. "None of the outsiders. Let's talk about it today," Wang Anshan said. Dog Egg seriously nodded. "Good. I called him face-to-face. Grandmaster is also to give him face. Always rush me to work. You know it, just yesterday, but also when I said I finished the work. Performance is good. This is certainly a big cake. I can fall for it." The second leftover next to me also said, "Yes, once I just gently and carelessly splashed mud and water on the ancestor, and the ancestor remembered it for weeks." Too careful. The 2 men kept talking about their grievances against their grandmasters. "The more I talk, the angrier I get. No, can't stay like this, reverse it." Doggy suddenly got louder. "That's right, I support you." Wang Anshan was the second to say, "Count me in. I'll go to the ancestor tomorrow." Yu said excitedly. "It's settled. Meet at the small courtyard tomorrow morning," Dog Egg said. The 3 conferred and had a few more drinks in a row. A bottle of fine wine was about to reach the bottom. All 3 were also lying on the table in a bit of a daze. "This roast duck is really good." Wang Anshan pointed at the roast chicken and said, "What roast duck?" "Roast chicken," Doggy corrected. "Yeah, look, it's still burning," 2 leftovers said, squinting. At this point, a fire is wrapping around the roasted chicken, only to see the fire wrap around the bottle again, turning it over whole. There was a hiccup and a bang, and the 3 of them, along with the table where they were eating, flew up into the air. Chapter 78. When Chao Chang arrived, he found Dog Egg hanging from a tree, chewing on leaves in his mouth. 2 leftovers landed in the field and was pouring muddy water over himself. Wang Anshan flew to the side of the road and was speaking to a face. "Do you think I'm handsome? What happened to them?" Chao Chang saw that the roof of the room had broken out into a big hole, and he could see the stars in the sky directly. In the center of the room, a flaming man was sitting. Red hair, red shirt, red pants, and crackling explosions. Chao Ching reckoned that he had something to do with this time. "This, friend, where are you from?" Chao Ching greeted him with a smile. The man stared at Chao Chang with wide eyes and a fierce look on his face. "Where is this little kid? Dare to ask about Grandpa me?" "Listen up, Grandpa, I'm called Xing Ru Lai. Hurry up wherever you are and go back where you came from. Your mom is calling you to go home for dinner. Don't bother me to drink. Drinking and no food? Who are you to say you can straighten up?" Xing Ru Lai stood up all of a sudden, a few heads taller than I don't know how many Chao Chang, and walked towards Chao Chang. If it were usual, someone a few meters away from him would have already been bounced off, and anyone closer would have already suffered body burns. How come this kid is fine? The heavenly silkworm cloth worn by Chao Chang was already making a crackling sound. Every now and then a bit of fire came out of his clothes. "Big brother Xing, I'm the Grandmaster here. My name is Chao Chang." Chao Chang saluted with an arch of his hand. Seeing that Chao Chang was not an ordinary person, Xing Ru Lai's expression eased a bit and joked. "Yo, I first heard of a child who was a Grandmaster. A small age, reverse the Big Dipper IU. I heard that heaven has a secret technique that can return old age to children. Could it be that the one in front of me is a several hundred-year-old demon?" Xing Ru Lai adjusted his tone, straightened his voice, and restated his name, under the Fire Cloud Pavilion, Xing Ru Lai. He thought that by giving his name, the other party would be able to give more or less face. I've heard of the Gold Pavilion, Cow Leather, and the Five Arms Pavilion. I haven't heard of any Fire Cloud Pavilion, Chao Cheng said. Xing Ru Lai, a torrent of violent temper miso came up. Today I'll let you see what is called the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Xing Ru Lai was all black tattoos with red hair ignited at once. I'm going? Super Saiyan transformation? He pointed to his fist wrapped in flames. Seen a fist the size of a sandbag. Never seen a flaming sandbag. He continued. I've had a love affair with fire since I was a child. I've been a train driver. I've sold lighters. I've touted fireworks. And I've finally myself why I came to Earth on fire. I'm a fire destiny. Xing Ru Lai seemed to be giving his speech as if he were an orator. Chao Cheng, however, thought in his heart that how this guy was more or less as abnormal as Wang Anshan. Let me set you on fire. Xing Ru Lai, a ray of fire reached Chao Cheng's face with a burning breath. A jab lands on Chao Cheng's chest. The flame-wrapped fist felt like it had touched a lump of dirt, and there was no follow-through after a muffled thud. However, Chao Cheng was still pushed back a few steps by the tremendous force. Chao Cheng patted his somewhat burnt coat and thought, this is it? Xing Ru Lai saw that Chao Cheng didn't have any injuries and came back with a few more slaps. Chao Cheng fell down with a cry. I won't get up without a few $1 million. Isn't this a bumper sticker? Xing Ru Lai's face was crooked. The wooden fish in Chao Cheng's pocket fell out. After 3 sounds, Xing Ru Lai's irascible aura instantly dissipated, and the fiery aura emanating from him also dissipated. No matter how hard he tried, as long as the wooden fish rang, just like the briquette that fell into the pond, there was only smoke left, a blazing fire with no way to release it. Since this wooden fish is calming, what happens if you're already calm and knock again? Chao Cheng knocked on the wooden fish a few more times. Xing Ru Lai changed from a calm expression to one of chagrin, and began to repent that he shouldn't have drunk alcohol and violated the rules of the division. Seeing that Xing Ru Lai was going to get depressed if he kept knocking, Chao Cheng hurriedly stopped. Xing Ru Lai looked at his tear-filled self and wondered what had happened, but it's about 8 or 9 times the same as the treasure in Chao Cheng's hand. Hey, senior brother Chao, what kind of treasure is this? What are you doing? Xing Ru Lai changed his attitude at once, pulling over Chao Cheng to let him sit down. Here, drink. Chao Cheng shook his head and refused. Forgot. You're a kid. You can't drink. Since senior brother Chao doesn't like to drink, let's drink tea. He was simply a different person from the previous Xing Ru Lai, and he even called Chao Cheng his senior brother. When Xing Ru Lai saw that Chao Cheng did not say anything, he felt that perhaps he had been too enthusiastic and felt guilty, and took a drink from his teacup. Come, senior brother Chao, don't be angry. It's all a joke. I drank a bit too much just now. Are those 3 also fooling around? Chao Cheng pointed at Dog Egg, Air Yu and Wang Anshan. Obviously those 3 hadn't sobered up yet and didn't realize how embarrassed they were right now. Xing Ru Lai patted Chao Cheng's shoulder and said, Yes. I was fooling around with them as well. It's nothing serious, so I just flew a little farther. Big deal. I'll make it up to them when they sober up. Xing Ru Lai said, as if this sort of thing had come up often enough. I have a question. How did they do that? Hey, Chao senior brother, I secretly tell you you cannot tell others. Our school practiced Gong Fu and fire related, so our ability to more or less with a bit of fire, and then just passed by smelling the aroma of this wine. A moment did not hold back. The fire touches the wine. You know. So the barbecue stand explosion on the news was you too? Ahem. Who knew that the wine was that high? Don't worry. It's been taken care of and they're all fine. Xing Ru Lai rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed look on his face. Don't worry. It won't happen again. Whoa. Xing Ru Lai took out a bag from his clothes and dumped a bunch of coins on the table. Chao Cheng had never seen this kind of coin before. Not the same as commercially circulated coins. This is our clan's own circulation coin. It can be worth more than the coins on the market. You can exchange it for so many things. Senior brother Chao, I'll give you all of them. Do you think you can give me this treasure? What do you want with this baby? This, of course, is used to recite sutras daily to calm my heart law. I'm too grumpy. This is not good. Xing Ru Lai said with a pious face. In fact, I have more affinity with Buddha. I was born in a Buddhist family. I was accompanied by the sound of wooden fish out. Stop. Chao Cheng interrupted. Xing Ru Lai was about to make a sophomoric argument when an old voice came from behind him. Ru Lai, I finally found you. I've been looking so hard. Without even looking back, Xing Ru Lai clasped his hands together and raised them above his head, exclaiming, Master. Chapter 79, Master. An old man with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard ran over, sniffed the smell of alcohol on Xing Ru Lai, and kicked him with a flying kick. You boys sneaking out for another drink? Xing Rulai took out the bottle of wine that was still a little bit left and said, "Master, this wine is good. Taste it." The old man looked at it, opened the wine and smelled it, nodded with satisfaction, then put it away inside his sleeve and said, "You can't do that next time. Come back with me." That old man didn't have a crackling sound like Ro Rulai, and all his clothes were blue and white. "Master, I actually came out this time to find a treasure." "Oh, the reason doesn't change this time. Which time you come out and don't say you're looking for treasure? Which time didn't you come out empty-handed? There really is a treasure this time." "Oh, show me." Xing Rulai brought his master over to Chao Qing's side. "Senior Chao, this is my master, named Tyrannical Flame." The names of the master and disciple are quite symmetrical. Storm as Fire looked at the child in front of him. Could this be the baby? Is this a 1,000-year-old ginseng? Or is it a river boy who has become a spirit? Stormy Ruohuo looked Chao Qing up and down, touched Chao Qing's head, and pinched Chao Qing's face. If it's a 1,000-year-old ginseng that becomes a spirit, it's the brain that's most useful for steaming. If it's a river kid that becomes a sperm, it's the lower half of the body that's most useful for popping. What do I have to serve with the seasoning? Xing Rulai looked at Riotous Flame and knew what Master was thinking and hurriedly said, "Master, he's not a baby, he has a baby." "Is that what it says?" Chao Qing took out the meditation wooden fish. "Isn't this the wooden fish from the temple? Is this also a treasure?" "Apprentice, you've been learning from me for so long, how come you can't even recognize a treasure?" Riotous Flame said. "Or have you been tricked by this little child?" Xing Rulai hurriedly explained. "Master, this is not an ordinary wooden fish. This is a magic weapon that can calm the mind." Storm as Fire picked up the wooden fish and scrutinized it, not finding anything peculiar about it. "Try knocking on me." Knock, 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 knock. Chao Qing struck the wooden fish 10 times in a row with great force. Upon hearing the sound of the wooden fish, the swaying fire within Riotous Flame unexpectedly stopped swaying, and his heart had a feeling of sudden stoppage. Knock, 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 knock. Chao Qing knocked the wooden fish 10 more times in a row. Storm like Fire feel themselves a little difficult to breathe. The mood is like originally about 3 or 5 friends to go to play, but it turned out to be raining. It's not a torrential downpour yet, it's a steady drizzle. It made him a little sad, and he couldn't help but get a little teary-eyed. Xing Rulai looked at his master's expression, covered his mouth and snickered. Never imagined that he could still see his master crying. Took out his cell phone, turned the mode to mute, and took a picture of his master. "Master, how is it? Isn't it a good treasure? Much better than this dress of yours." "Master," Xing Rulai said, "Riot like Fire wear clothes can make their own fire and air insulation, so that there will not be hurt people. But there is a disadvantage: is too stuffy. Winter is okay. Summer, as long as the wear for a while, it is full of sweat." Riotous Flame pulled open the clothes he was wearing with a tear and a hot wave of heat emerged. "It's nice, and it's easy to carry." Storm as Fire said, "Did you talk to him about the price? We were in the middle of a conversation, and here you are." Xing Rulai complained. Storm as Fire squatted down and put his hand on Chao Qing's shoulder. "Ah, old brother Chao, this baby of yours is good. Why don't you sell it to us? It's useless for me to have these. I can't use them normally." Chao Qing said, pointing at the coins on the table. "I see what you mean, old man. Let me borrow a step." Storm like Fire said softly, "Old brother Chao, are you interested in becoming a substitute guest of our Fire Cloud Pavilion?" Hiss. Xing Rulai sucked in a breath. This name was not a simple one. The nominee guests usually didn't have to cultivate or participate in the clan's meetings, as long as they came to show their faces at the end of the year's general meeting. In the Fire Cloud Pavilion there were now a total of 5 surrogate guests, all of whom were capable. Chao Qing asked, "What is the substitute guest?" "In immortal novels it's called guest elder, which means you can attach yourself to our Fire Cloud Pavilion, and then we give you contribution coins every month, similar to a salary, which you can use within the sect, and you're just hanging out a name with us. It won't take my name and do bad things." Chao Qing remembered that Wang Anshan did things with people's faces, so there must be people who did things with people's names as well. "Elder brother Chao, don't worry, we're a famous sect. We don't do anything illegal, and last year we were awarded the most beautiful sect award. Is this award easy?" Chao Qing couldn't help but ask. "Ahem, there are only 2 of these awards a year. Do you think it's easy?" Tyrannical Ruohuo straightened his waist and said, "Old brother Chao, it's not that easy for ordinary people to want to attach themselves. The Fire Cloud Pavilion is a clan with 100 years of history. The Fire Cloud Pavilion was first established by the Fire Cloud Immortals." Storm as Fire flipped the coin on the table over. There was a portrait drawn on it, looking a bit old but spirited. "This is the Fire Cloud Immortal. There is also a full-body statue within the clan. The Fire Cloud Pavilion also has a research institute on fire, on gunpowder, rockets, trains, all of that. Now the Fire Cloud Pavilion has about 1,000 people. Master is right. Xing Rulai said. Senior brother Chow, do you know how many people want to join us every year? Lining up for 3 days and 3 nights is not excessive. It was a hot mess during the selection meeting. Moreover, after becoming a surrogate guest, you can also report our Fire Cloud Pavilion's name when you are in trouble, and it's fine to seek our help. Storm as Fire added. Don't hesitate. Senior brother Chow, this deal really isn't a bad deal. How many people have squeezed their heads through without this treatment? What is your treatment now? Chao Cheng asked. I am 5,000 contribution coins a month. Rulai is 3,000 contribution coins a month. Old brother Chow, if you are a substitute guest, you are less than 8,000 contribution coins a month. Of course, this can still be negotiated. Your contribution is no worse than the other 5, and you can even be ranked in the top few. Okay, I agree, but I have a request. You say, as long as it's not too much to ask, we can oblige. Can I make a trip to the Fire Cloud Pavilion? No problem. Becoming a substitute guest was going to be a trip. When does old brother Chow plan to go? I'll come and pick you up. Just for today. I'll make a call and get someone. Chao Qing called the village chief, and 5 minutes later, the village chief arrived, and after explaining things, he said to tyrannical Ruohuo and Xing Ruli, now go. Storm as Fire laughed out loud and, I thought old brother Chow was going to call for a fight, so let's get going. Chapter 80, 56 Rules of the Court. The Fire Cloud Pavilion relied on the side of a mountain in Dragon City, with a symbolic fire cloud on top. After entering the door, a three-dimensional statue. The face is exactly the person on the coin. The statue is wearing a Taoist robe, 2 meters high. Next to the statue is a large monument. Chao Cheng noticed that at the very top is written the Fire Cloud Pavilion rules in 5 big words. The following list is dense dozens of rules. Some of the rules have been scratched off by a horizontal line, like man-made traces. Hurry up and go inform everyone. Stop whatever you're busy with at hand and come gather at the square. Riotous Flame said to Xing Rulai. Yes, master. Xing Rulai left after saying that. Storm like Fire led Chao Qing to a platform in the middle of the square, picked Chao Qing up and placed him on a chair. Old brother Chow, you are just sitting down. You don't have to do anything. What do you want to drink? Hot milk tastes not. Our hot milk here is warm and moist. Especially good. Hearing that, Chao Qing was a bit moved. Have a bottle to taste. Chao Cheng said. How can one bottle be enough? Have a case. Take it back and drink it. Tell me when it's good. Soon the square was filled with people. Some sweating profusely and looking like they had just been working out. Others wearing the same blue and white tunics as Storm as Fire. The crowd was growing and the noise was constant. Hey, what do you think is the big deal this time? A young guy asked. Still call everyone to come? This is not the time to open the general meeting. Is it changed to twice a month? A young boy on the side said. You guys need to be observant. See that kid on the side? I'm guessing he's the next heir. And that's more than likely what this assembly will be announcing. Oh, worthy of being a senior brother. That makes sense. I heard before I came here that the patriarch had an illegitimate son. So it seems to be true. The patriarch is so old, but I can't imagine he has so much energy. Haven't you ever heard that an old steed in the stable is a martyr in his twilight years? And the patriarch? He's fierce. Don't you know? We've been privately spreading the word. We'll go back and tell you the story in a minute. Then thank you, senior brother. Ahem. Is everyone here? Quiet. Storm as Fire said as he cranked up his voice. There was silence down there after that. Let me say a few brief words. Today is another day to turn a new chapter in our Fire Cloud Pavilion, destined to go down in the history of our Fire Cloud Pavilion. I declare. Hearing those 3 words, everyone stretched their necks to look at Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng looked at everyone and thought, what are you looking at me for? I declare the clock of our Fire Cloud Pavilion to be torn down. Although this news was not as hot as the bastardization, in the eyes of the people of the Fire Cloud Pavilion, this news was more relevant to them. Some of the disciples couldn't help but cheer that. No morning classes, no night study hall. I'd say this clock is well and truly dismantled. Every time we're called to morning and evening classes. I love Sovereign. Finally I can go to bed early and wake up late. Hey, it seems that everyone guessed what I'm going to say next. One by one. They're all so happy. I'm very relieved that. Storm as Fire said. And, it's not going to be an adjustment to the cultivation time. Is it going to become a double break? 9 to 5? I'm finally getting over it. The disciples under the stage quieted down and waited with anticipation for Riotous Flame to speak. We're getting a new bell for the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Everyone applaud. Not a single person on stage applauded. And it was awfully quiet. Was the surprise too great to react? To show that what he had said was true, Stormus Fire had sent someone to take the bell off, remove the base in front of everyone, leaving an empty shell, and then press the wooden fish to the bottom. An operation that left everyone in the room dumbfounded, wondering if it's old age and some dementia. Should we take him to the hospital? A middle-aged man standing beside Xing Ru Lai carefully pulled down Xing Ru Lai's clothes. Ru Lai, what happened to your master? If you have any difficulties, you talk to your senior brothers. We will all help you. Xing Ru Lai said suspiciously. My master is fine. What are you talking about? After Stormus Fire confirmed that the wooden fish was fixed, he said to everyone, all of you don't need to hold your fire now. Release it. What does master mean when he dismantles the clock at once and tells us to undress? The people on stage looked at each other in disbelief, but took off their tunics. A senior sister on the side especially listened to the words of the patriarch and was about to take off her clothes, when a senior brother hurriedly pressed down and said, you don't have to take it off. Senior sister, it would hurt if you took it off again. Because of the breathability of outerwear, people are used to wearing undershirts inside or even not. For a while, there were so many more bare-chested men in the square, and the fire cloud pavilion was like a flaming mountain. The temperature was a few degrees higher, and it was so hot that people's mouths were dry. The following is the moment to witness the miracle. Stormus Fire gently struck the wooden fish with a pendulum. Thunk, the sound of a wooden fish echoed across the grounds, and the temperature instantly cooled. Thunk again, and the fire disappeared from all of them, replaced by a coolness. Holy God! Finally, no need to wear a coat. I love Sovereign. Finally I can wear my favorite clothes. All the girls cheered. What's with all the fuss about this group of people? Chao Qing said in disbelief. Stormus Fire continued. Now I once again announce that Fire Cloud Pavilion's 56th Pavilion rule. The prohibition of drinking alcohol is abolished today. Alcohol can be consumed within the sect. Be careful not to overdo it. Regarding other aspects, similar to the time and place of drinking, the clan will tell everyone after discussing it. Oh, no more sneaking drinks. No more sneaking out for a drink. All the boys cheered. Dismissed. Stormus Fire said as he lifted his pants and stomped his foot. After the assembly ended, Riotous Flame mysteriously brought Chao Qing to the large monument at the entrance. Take out a piece of carving knife and hand it to Chao Qing. Elder brother Chao. You do it, said Chao Qing, holding up Chao Qing so that he could find the 56th rule of the pavilion. It was only when he got closer to the large tablet that Chao Qing saw the time and name written behind each crossed-out cabinet rule. Chao Qing vigorously scratched out the 56th court rule, no drinking, and engraved his name and time after it. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was seen by several disciples in the woods behind him. See, I'd say that kid must have a good relationship with the patriarch. Are you sure it's a bastard? Definitely. Why else would the patriarch bring him? Just now he was mixing it up, and now he's bringing him to play. How can it be fake? That's right. I see that senior brother Xing also has great respect for this child. Senior brother Xing's violent temper is known to everyone, and to be able to make him obey, besides not daring to mess with him, he just can't afford to mess with him. Makes sense. Then you'll have to give him some face when you see him in the future, or you won't be able to eat. Aha! Let's just leave them alone and their father-son fun and drink. A few disciples nodded and slowly retreated. Chapter 81, Business Plans. After returning from the Great Monument, Riotous Flame handed Chao Qing a pendant with a cloud pattern and the word fire written in the center. Elder brother Chao, this is the token of our Fire Cloud Pavilion's nominee guest. Keep it. If you lose it, then find us to lose it. Next, I'll take you to the exchange office and see what old brother needs. Aha! Chao Qing nodded. Riotous Flame brought Chao Qing to the exchange office and found that it was already packed with people. Previously some alcohols we were forbidden to exchange. Now that the ban has been lifted, I guess they're all rushing to exchange them. Riot like Fire explained. Can I bring my own things to exchange? Chao Qing asked. Of course. What does old brother Chao want to exchange? Stormus Fire said. Meditation wooden fish. Does elder brother Chao still have it? Stormus Fire said in surprise. There is. You wait. Chao Qing twisted his head and looked for a corner. Start the raffle. Congratulations to the host for drawing an enhanced version of the meditation wooden fish, which can be struck to gain food value. Congratulations to the host for drawing a reinforced version of the meditation wooden fish, which can be struck to gain food value. Congratulations to the host for drawing a reinforced version of the meditation wooden fish, which can be struck to gain food value. Chao Qing used up all of his food value in one go and obtained 6 meditation wooden fish. With a small brain, he thought that things were rare and hid the other 5 meditation wooden fish. Just take one out. There's only one left. Chao Qing replied. Hearing this, Riotous Flame's eyes glowed as he pulled Chao Qing to the side. Look, old brother Chao, we've known each other for so long. Can I have this? I'll offer 100. 000 contribution points to exchange with you. I'll offer 150,000 contribution points. Xing Rulai suddenly appeared and said, "Hey, you brat. Robbing with master me?" Storm as Fire said, "Master, we're each on our own." Fine. Then I'll offer 150,000 contribution points. Let's see if you kid has enough. 155,000 contribution points. Xing Rulai said unhurriedly. Where did you kid get so many contribution points? Storm like Fire couldn't imagine that Xing Rulai had so many contribution points. Master, my contribution to the clan is no less than yours. Alright, count yourself tough. Riotous Flame could not have imagined that at his age, there would still be a day when he would have to go out and earn contribution points. Xing Rulai gave the promised contribution points to Chao Chang and happily put away the meditation wooden fish. Now he doesn't have to worry about going out for a drink. Master, if you want it, I'll rent it to you for 10,000 contribution points a month. How about that? Good idea. Chao Chang said. Look, senior brother Chao has said it's this good idea. Xing Rulai said. Humph, that wasn't cheap for you kid. Xing Rulai saw the master refused, took the wooden fish himself, humming a little song and left. With this wooden fish, as long as it is rented out, he doesn't even need to go out to earn contribution points. Looked at the line as lies arrogant kind, angry at the sight of the storm as Fire body fire feel like to burst out at any time. Do not die to ask. Chao old brother this wooden fish is gone? There is, but I have to keep it for myself. Chao Chang said. Cough cough. Since it's old brother Chao himself who is going to use it, then I won't force myself. Storm as Fire said. But, I have an idea. How? Elder brother Chao. I can lend it to you when I'm not using it, and for the rental fee, let's go with 5,000 a month. Do you think that's okay? That's a lot less than the 10,000 a month we just had. Thank you so much. Old brother Chao, you are so kind. Riotous Flame immediately gave 5,000 contribution points to Chao Ching, who also took out a wooden fish and gave it to Riotous Flame. Storm as Fire held the wooden fish lovingly, looking at his dawdling contribution points. A business opportunity flashed through Chao Ching's mind. Why don't you get a store? Brother Storm, can the Fire Cloud Pavilion open a store? Chao Chang asked. Yes, I can. I'll get right on it. Thank you Riot then. After a few minutes, Riotous Flame arranged the location of the store and brought Chao Chang over. The store is small, but the location is exceptionally good, right next to the exchange office. What kind of store is old brother Chao going to open? Do you want me to support it as well? You supported it? Chao Chang said. What? This was said with a puzzled look on Storm as Fire's face. Under the gaze of Riot as if he were on fire, Chao Chang took out 4 more wooden fish and set them on the stage, shouting, from the south to the north, men and women, take a walk and see the cackle, the meditation wooden fish shop, available for sale and rent. Hearing this, everyone coaxed around with great interest. What price? Sell one for 155,000 contribution points, lease for 1 month for 5,000 contribution points, now 2 for sale and 2 for lease. It's not expensive. I want it. In a flash 2 woodchucks have been sold and 2 have been leased. Chao Ching sighed that this was also too fast. Will there be more later? Stay tuned. That was all Chao Ching could say. Storm as Fire looked at the wooden fish in his hand, instantly unscented. Chao Ching consoled. Brother Riot, you don't have to be sad. Think of it this way. This is exclusive to you. It's no different from you buying it already. The money for the lease is also counted in the money you bought. And when there's enough of it, this wooden fish will be yours. Xing Rulai is showing off all over the street with a wooden fish, introducing people to the rental business. How about 5,000 contribution points a week? Consider it? Wouldn't it be a bit expensive? The other party hesitated a bit. What's so expensive about it? Won't it come back with more quests? Good wine doesn't wait for anyone. Xing Rulai's words spoke to the other party a little heartily. After all, now you can only drink within the clan, and the place and time are fixed, more or less. Isn't drinking about being casual and having a good time? Who knows what you'll do when you get drunk later? Outside, no one knew anyone, and within the sect this news went straight out. It's not a disgrace. Just then, the guy saw a couple buddies across the street walking with the exact same thing, and discussing it as they went. 5,000 a month is not expensive. Yeah, too bad it's so few. Didn't the boss say to wait? With this wooden fish, let's hurry up and drink up then. Where did you guys get this wooden fish? Xing Rulai asked as he took a step forward. Oh elder brother Xing, I borrowed this wooden fish from the meditation wooden fish shop. How much? 5,000 contribution points a month. When Xing Rulai heard this, he couldn't imagine that there was someone else who would steal business from him. Immediately, he huffed and puffed and found the meditation wooden fish shop and shouted, "Where's the boss? Give me out." Chao Chang heard the sound and walked out. As soon as Xingru Lai saw that it was Chao Chang, his attitude immediately turned softer and he asked softly, "Older brother Chao, didn't you say that it was already the last one?" "Oops. Line old brother. Just now I neglected to find a few more." "You don't have to worry. The sale price is the same as yours. You belong to the category of buy early and enjoy early," Chao Ching explained. Xingru Lai looked at the wooden fish in his hand and instantly did not smell good. Chapter 82 Learning. Less than 5 minutes passed between the opening and closing of Chao Ching's meditation wooden fish shop. Looking at the earning Chao Chang, the fake smiles of riot like fire and row like lie had lasted for a bit longer, and their muscles had become a bit stiff. "The total is around 500,000 points. I'll go see what I can exchange," Chao Chang said after counting. Since they had already taken Chao Ching to the exchange office once before, Riotous Flame and Xingru Lai left first as they still had business to attend to. The exchange office had become much less crowded, and Chao Ching saw a familiar figure from the crowd. "Wang Anshan, why are you here?" Chao Ching tapped Wang Anshan's shoulder, startling the other party. "Master Chao, why are you here too?" Chao Ching told Wang Anshan what had happened, and Wang Anshan couldn't help but envy him after hearing that. "I can't imagine that Master Chao has also become a substitute guest of the Firecloud Pavilion." "You too?" "Of course, but on that I wrote that it wasn't called Wang Anshan. It was called Wang Anshui, and they had a lot of fire and couldn't sleep well at night, and there was a cabinet rule against anxiety, but I cancelled it." "Oh, what way?" "I dispensed some tranquilizers for them. They sniff some when they can't sleep and they can sleep until noon the next day." "How many contribution points do you have, Master Chao?" "That's about 500,000 points total. How about you?" 500,000. Wang Anshan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was worth 2 years of his contribution points. "I don't have much. I only have 200,000. With the contribution points of a substitute guest, Wang Anshan's points were more than enough. Chao Ching couldn't help but ask, "These contribution points of yours wouldn't be the only ones given to you by the Firecloud Pavilion every month?" He. Master Chao is really smart. As for me, I'm just that skilled. Usually making a face mold for some of the disciples of the Firecloud Pavilion." "Face mold?" "Yeah, some of those who don't want to go to class. They get someone to take it to help answer a question or something, and then I charge a little bit for the crafting. Not much, 500 contribution points apiece, but it's a one-time thing. First dispense a tranquilizer to Firecloud Pavilion so that they accidentally oversleep. Then promote your face mold." "Wang Anshan, business is doing well," Chao Ching thought to himself. "How about you? Just arrived and you have so many contribution points?" Chao Ching told Wang Anshan how he had obtained so many contribution points. After hearing this, Wang Anshan's mouth smiled. "Master Chao, are you interested in cooperating?" Chao Ching knew the man had another idea. "Tell me about it." "Master Chao, how about I post an advertisement on your wooden fish and give you 5,000 contribution points every month?" When Chao Ching heard this, he reached out and said, "No, 10,000. Although he earned less, he still earned. Wang Anshan had to agree. "Okay, I'll print out the advertisement in a few days." By the time it was Chao Ching's turn, there were already only some low contribution value items left at the exchange office. It's basically no more than 500 points. The high contribution stuff is already showing as sold out. There might as well be exchange items in there for hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands of contribution points. Many of the disciples who came late left with a sigh of resentment. Wang Anshan, however, did not have any disappointed expression. All he wanted was the materials. These would never be sold out, and the later it was, the lower the price would be. After Wang Anshan lightly bought the materials he wanted, he looked at Chao Ching, who was standing, and said, "Master Chao, why don't you come next time? The high contribution points have already been exchanged and the low ones aren't worth it. I want that book of daily life hacks," Chao Ching said with an outstretched hand. In a small, unassuming corner of the redemption office lay a book. The dust on it was a few millimeters thick and looked like it had been sitting there for a long time. The Firecloud Pavilion disciple flicked the dust on the book and coughed. "And, hello, ahem, 100, ahem, contribution points. It's so cheap, have 100 copies, Chao Ching said. "Sorry, there are only 50 copies in stock. 50 books. Then, there was a lot of dust and intermittent coughing. Ding, 500,000 and 8,000, contribution points. Get your book and welcome to the next one." Chao Ching glanced at Wang Anshan, who had the sense to take a large bag and carry it in his hand. Wang Anshan could never have imagined that Chao Ching would spend contribution points on this. "This is all stuff nobody wants. Master Chao, isn't this a bit of a waste?" Wang Anshan asked. "What a waste." Chao Ching got it and opened the first page, on which was written a spell called drying clothes. The clothes drying spell, as the name suggests, is a simple spell that allows clothes to dry themselves. "Look at this spell. How practical it is. Saves you from having to tan yourself. You don't know how high that hanger is, Chao Cheng said. Wang Anshan nodded his head and thought, maybe this is just being rich. Chao Cheng and Wang Anshan returned to the village with 50 books. Wang Anshan wanted to bolt, but was asked by Chao Cheng to stay and accompany him. Chao Cheng asked Wang Anshan to give himself a sample first, and as Wang Anshan's incantation was uttered, the clothes in the basin seemed to have come to life and hung themselves on the hanger. Chao Cheng was satisfied so that he didn't have to struggle to hang up his clothes. He can see it too. Only the process is a little different. After he recited the drying spell, he only heard a tearing sound, and the hanger went right through the clothes, drying them in the sun. At that time, Chao Cheng froze, wanting to say a dirty word but remembering that he was still a child. In terms of results, the clothes are on the hangers. In terms of order, it's just the opposite of normal tanning order. Chao Cheng looked at the clothes being opened up and knew that the odds were that the clothes would not be wearable. Why is the clothes drying spell I cast different from Wang Anshan's? Then if the clothes are still on. Hiss. Chao Cheng felt his chrysanthemums tighten. Wang Anshan struggled to stifle his laughter as he watched Chao Cheng's attempts and realized that Master Chao turned out to be not infallible. Chao Cheng was still thinking of giving the rest of the books to the villagers to use, but now it seemed necessary to hold off for a while to avoid any unnecessary harm. Chao Cheng put the clothes back into the basin. It's better to dry them honestly. Ancestor Master, you're back? Village Chief Chao walked in from outside the courtyard with his farming tools. Seeing that Chao Cheng was about to dry his clothes, he hurriedly trotted up and said, Ancestor, how can you do it yourself? These clothes have been tanned. No need to tan them. Hey, there's a piece in there. Without waiting to finish, Village Chief Chao ran all the way back to the room holding the basin. See, Ancestor, there's no need to tan these clothes, Village Chief Chao said as he changed into the clothes in the basin. Chao Cheng lowered his head and looked at the Chao village chief who was wearing a backless dress without saying anything, as if he was thinking about whether or not to tell him. Wang Anshan suddenly said, Village Chief Chao, you're wearing it backwards. Chao Cheng. Chapter 83, Zhang's Difficulties. Chao Cheng slept through the night and woke up in the morning to see more than 1,000 extra food values, many of which were between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., and some at 6 a.m. It's a great feeling to be able to earn food value this way lying down. Looking at the full food value, Chao Cheng came back for another 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5 elements formation. Description of the 5 elements formation. Trapping a person in the formation through the 5 elements technique. A light flew in and a compass appeared in Chao Cheng's hand with 5 flags on it. Chao Cheng thought that he would have to try how the formation was when he had the chance. Chao Cheng put away the formation and slowly walked down the stairs to find that there was already a person standing in the first floor hall. None other than Zhang from before. Zhang was pudgy and disheveled, pacing back and forth in the hall. Chao Cheng asked sheepishly, Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang quickly stepped forward, bringing with him an unpleasant odor. Master Chao, something big has happened. Oh, what's the big deal? I'm under a spell. Know who it is? No. Chao Cheng was about to tell Zhang the truth. Actually, you counted on it. Unexpectedly, Zhang said, it must be the store that sold my hand. He has a problem. Since I bought this hand, that's really unlucky. Mother to unlucky open the door. Unlucky to the home. Now is nothing dare to do. No water for bathing. Out of the house without a car. It's hard to get here. Master Chao, you have to save me. A little thief. Can't you handle yourself? I was looking for someone, and I even blocked him in the alley. But surprisingly he escaped. What are you going to do? I didn't return the goods to him last time. This time I've already made an appointment for him to return the goods offline. And I'd also like to ask Master Chao to make a trip with me. I'm worried that he'll escape again. How dare he come when he knows it's you? He said it wouldn't work no matter who he called. It didn't sound like the other party was an ordinary person. And Chao Cheng planned to try this formation just right. Okay, then I'll try. But if it gets away, there's nothing I can do. Then I'll admit it. The two men arrived at the appointment and saw a man wearing sunglasses leaning against his motorcycle. Cheng pointed at him and said, That's him. There's no rush. Wait for me to make a formation first. Chao Cheng took out the formation, and with a wave of his small hand, 5 flags flew in 5 directions, and in a short while, the bottom of the compass in his hand lit up, and then it turned as if it had gears, and the compass showed 5 directions, exactly where the flags were. Looking at the contraption in Chao Cheng's hand, Zhang's eyes went straight. Worthy of being Master Chao, I think it must be a sure thing this time. Chao Cheng was also a bit weak in his heart. After all, it was his first time using it. But his face still gave Zhang an affirmative look. The two walked towards the man. When the man saw Zhang coming, he removed his sunglasses and looked at him mockingly. Zhang Xiaoquan, did you bring the goods? Don't waste my time like last time. Zhang Xiaoquan did not false the other party. What the hell did you sell me? Why am I so unlucky? The man sneered. That's your own problem. The hand buyers I sell say they use it like a thief. Isn't there a 7-day no questions asked return? I want to return it. No problem. Bring your hand. I couldn't imagine the other party agreeing so readily. On the way here, Chao Chang had already calculated why this hand was so moldy, because he contained the bad luck of more than one person. The other man smiled, put his hand away in his bag, and turned away. Zhang Xiaoquan immediately stopped. I gave you the goods. Where's the money? What money? We don't refund any money because of the seller. The other said. No, you have to give me my money back today. Let's see if you can keep me then. The other dodged a few meters away in a flash. Bye-bye. Just as the other party finished speaking, a golden light shone down from the top, fixing him dead in place. How about it? Are you the only one who knows something? Zhang Xiaoquan said. Behave yourself and surrender. Humph. Just the two of you. The other party's fingers joined together, and with a break, the golden light that covered his body instantly shattered like glass. Seeing that the other party broke free, Chao Qing pointed at the other flag, and countless vines burrowed out of the ground towards the other party. Torrential rain poured down from the sky, interspersed with violent gusts of wind. What can a mere 5 elements formation do to me? The other party recited an incantation under his breath, and his entire person unexpectedly disappeared from the air. There was no longer any sign of him on the compass either. Where did he go? Zhang Xiaoquan said sharply. Chao Chang also did not expect this person to vaporize. Good luck to you. I wish you good luck to you. Good luck to you. Zhang Xiaoquan's cell phone rang at this time. Hey, who? Talk. Zhang Xiaoquan asked. Zhang Xiaoquan, it's me. I'm Hu Wanshan. I'm calling you to tell you that I've arrived home. What? You. I'll see you later then. Bye. Beep beep beep. Hu Wanshan hung up the phone and leaned back on the couch reassuringly, swinging that hand back up to the store. I can't imagine being run away by this kid. Zhang Xiaoquan said angrily. It's also my first time using this formation. I'm a bit unskilled, Chao Chang said, looking at the two men with worried frowns. Wang Anshan couldn't help but reveal his curiosity. What's wrong? Can you make Master Chao frown? Chao Chang told Wang Anshan about the process. He didn't expect Wang Anshan to laugh and said, Master Chao, I thought it was something big. Today I'll let you see what it means to be outside the mountains and outside the people. You will put out the 5 elements formation and watch me. Chao Chang once again set out the 5 elements formation. This time, without waiting for the golden light to appear, Wang Anshan had already disappeared from the compass and appeared in front of Chao Chang. Master Chao, what about this 5 elements formation? It's a kind of low-grade formation, because the disadvantage is that it has a limited range, and as long as there's a long-distance movement, it can be cracked, and in normal times, the 5 elements formation is used in conjunction with the other large formations, like an addition. Listening to Wang Anshan's explanation, Chao Chang realized why Hu Wanshan was able to escape. So what now? Hu Wanshan definitely won't come out again, Zhang Sanquan said. Don't worry about that. I can figure out where he is. We just won't be able to see him in his current guise anymore. Chao Ching glanced at Wang Anshan. Anshan, go make 2 face molds for the 2 of us. I'll go to Fire Cloud Pavilion and see if there are any formations. Master Chao, remember to always look for that kind of formation with a large range, Wang Anshan instructed. Aha. Chao Chang nodded and left, leaving Zhang Sanquan alone. Zhang Sanquan rubbed his hands together and laughed at Wang Anshan. He. Brother Wang, see if you can teach me that instantaneous movement spell just now. Wang Anshan looked at it and said, no problem. You recite after me. Allahu ya, Allahu ah. Zhang Sanquan had just finished chanting, and his body actually moved, only to fall into the water. Master Wang, did I mispronounce it? It's not mispronounced. It's the spell for falling into the water. Chapter 84, Transit. Chao Qing looked around the Fire Cloud Pavilion and realized that there was nothing formation related. While he was fretting, Xing Rulai walked over from the opposite side and greeted Chao Chang warmly. Senior Brother Chao, welcome. Does that mean there are new goods? Next time, we'll just go and get it directly. No need to take the trouble to make another trip. No, I just happened to ask you, do you know where to sell formation related stuff? That's the right person you're asking, Xing Rulai said. Chao Qing thought he knew where it was. As a result, Xing Rulai said, there's no Fire Cloud Pavilion. You don't need to look for it. The formation thing is too patience consuming. It's not suitable for our grumpy temper. No wonder I couldn't find it myself. Brother Xing, do you know where there is one? Well, that's the right person you're asking. I happen to have a book here that someone gave me many years ago, said Xing Rulai as he took out a not-so-thick book from his storage pouch that read Learning Formations from Scratch. Majia Publishing House. Learning formation from scratch? Yes, I don't know if it's useful to senior brother Chow, but if you really want to learn formations, you can go to the Mosey family. Those people specialize in strange and bizarre things, like formations, organs law. Thank you, big brother Xing. Chao Cheng accepted learning formations from scratch, intending to go back to study and try it out first. Chao Cheng returned to the village and took out a yellow talisman paper first. As the book said, it is written in the book that by writing the word forbidden on the talisman paper and sticking it on the four corners of the southeast, northwest and north, a simple forbidden formation can be made, which no one can enter. Then wouldn't it be invulnerable if it was attached to a person? Chao Cheng tried to put 4 pieces of talisman paper on his left arm, picked up a branch from the ground and split it in the center. Click, the branch broke. Ooh, try the head again. Chao Cheng put 4 more talismans on his head. Is looking around for something hard. I was going to try it with a rock, but if it didn't work, wouldn't I have a concussion? After all the farm work was done, the village was still very busy, and it was rare for Village Chief Chow to have half a day of leisure time. Is sitting in the yard eating walnuts. Village Chief Chow took a small hammer and smashed it against the walnut, and the shell shattered open, revealing the walnut meat inside. Put it in your mouth and don't mention how delicious it is. Too bad smashing walnuts is too much work. It would be nice if I didn't have to smash it. Village Chief Chow thought to himself, looking at Chao Cheng, who had returned from outside. Village Chief Chow greeted, "Ancestor Master, come eat walnuts." Chao Cheng's eyes glazed over when he saw a table full of walnuts. Village Chief Chow brought a chair for Chao Cheng and took out a small hammer and was about to smash walnuts for him. Chao Cheng, however, took the hammer in the village chief's hand into his own and said, "Mayor, you eat, I'll smash the walnuts for you." When Village Chief Chow heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. "This, Ancestor Master, how can this be done? How can I let you do it?" "That's okay, I haven't tried it yet. I'll give it a shot." "Good then, if you're tired let me do it." Village Chief Chow slowly picked up a water cup and said, "Aha." Chao Cheng nodded and slammed his head against the walnut. The sound of thud startled Village Chief Chow, and a mouthful of water spewed out. "Grandmaster, is this how you smash walnuts? What's the difference between that and kowtowing?" "Ancestor, why don't I do it?" "It's okay, you eat yours, I'll smash mine." Chao Cheng thud 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 each time to smash the walnuts. "Long time, neck a little sore. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to change positions." Chao Cheng took out a pillow from his room and knelt on it with his knees on the pillow and a small table in front of him, then set the walnuts aside. "Put a walnut on the counter and smash it with your head." From a distance it looked like Chao Cheng was kowtowing to Village Chief Chow. Every now and then a passing villager saw the scene and went back to all spread the word. "Guess what I just saw? The ancestor is kowtowing to the village chief." "What? I didn't hear you right." "I see it really. Really, frame knocking. Is it the ancestor who has made a mistake?" The village headman is truly impartial. With no sand in his eyes, the box of walnuts was quickly knocked over. Chao Cheng felt some pain in his head. "Yeah, Ancestor Master, your forehead is bleeding." Village Chief Chow screamed in terror at the sight of a bloodied Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng touched his forehead, and sure enough there was a bit of blood, and the talisman paper that was originally on his forehead had been knocked to a fine crumpled, and only half of it was left, so it was no wonder he had a headache. "It's not a problem, a small injury," Chao Cheng said. "Village Chief, you eat, I'm going back to rest." Village Chief Chow looked at the bloodied walnut and was a little creeped out. Wan Ruyu has been down on her luck lately, and hearing about a handmade store that can turn her luck around, which her friends say is very accurate, makes her itchy, but she still doesn't have much faith in this kind of thing since she was cheated by a master once. "Try it, if it's not good we won't call next time." After receiving her friend's message, Wan Ruyu thought it was right, so she asked for the phone number of that store and let the master come to her door in a while. Recently, she did what is not good. Wan Ruyu put on the blindfold ready to rest will. Just a moment, they live in the upscale neighborhood. Suddenly power outage. Lu brothers, since the last loss summed up the experience, decided to start from the basics. They have been squatting in this neighborhood for half a month. Living alone when Ruyu became their target. Today's power outage is also made by them, just to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak indoors and steal money. Lu brothers put on the Spider-Man Batman headgear. The two in turn climbed to the roof, and saw Wan Ruyu lying on the bed. "Big brother, what now?" Lu De very confidently took out 2 pieces of talisman paper from his pocket. "See, this is the invisibility talisman. I spent a lot of money to buy it, the original 2 pieces of 500. I returned the price of 250 to buy it. Hurry up and stick it on your forehead." After the two of them put on the invisibility talisman, they lightly walked into the room. Seeing that Wan Ruyu's eyes were open but she didn't notice them, Lu Air gave Lu De a thumbs up. The two men then rummaged for something of value. At that moment, there was a knock at the door from downstairs. Is Ms. Win home? When Lu's brothers heard this, they were shocked and immediately hugged together and hid under the bed. The two dared not breathe a word at the sound, and died at the bottom of the bed. Is it Master Hu? Wenruyu asked as she heard someone knocking on the door and took off her blindfold before realizing that the power was out. Hitting the light and walking to the door. Yes, I rushed over when I received the order you placed. Why is the power out? Hu Wanshan said. It says that the cable has been dug up. I don't know when it will be restored. If it doesn't work, wait until tomorrow. Wenruyu said. As he spoke, the room was suddenly re-energized. Looks like good luck, Hu Wanshan said with a smile. With such a coincidence, Wenruyu was surprised in her heart. Wenruyu saw the electricity coming and was too embarrassed to let Hu Wanshan go again, so she let him in. Hu Wanshan placed the box on the table and said, in advance, the things I use for transit are rather special. I hope you don't mind. Chapter 85, Five Fingers Mountain Formation. Hu Wanshan took the fake hand out and accidentally dropped it on the floor and rolled bone deep to the side of the bed. Scared, Lu Air, who was at the bottom of the bed, almost screamed. Hands, hands, Lu Air shouted hoarsely. Luckily, Lu Di covered his mouth in time. Don't talk, Lu Di said. Hu Wanshan bent down to pick up the fake hand just in time to see the two men under the bed. Lu's brothers didn't dare to come out of the atmosphere as they looked at Hu Wanshan, who also looked at them. Adhering to the principle of not knowing the privacy of customers, Hu Wanshan picked up the fake hand as if he didn't see it and left. Lu Di took a long breath and touched the invisibility talisman on his forehead. Thinking that he was lucky to have this talisman, Hu Wanshan puts his fake hand on Wenruyu's head. This hand is quite comfortable, Wenruyu said. That's for sure. The hand is an ergonomic imitation of my mother's hand. Ms. Win. So we're ready to begin. Aha. Ms. Win nodded. Ms. Win felt as if something had been withdrawn from her body, and she was much more relaxed. As usual, it only takes about 10 minutes, but this time Hu Wanshan found that there are still some who cannot finish smoking, like that corner of the dust can never be cleaned up. Being OCD makes it especially hard for him. It shouldn't. Hu Wanshan asked. Ms. What? Can I trouble you for your birth date? Hu Wanshan did the math according to the birth date and 8 characters given by Wenruyu and instantly came up with the result. Wenruyu had been put under a mold. No wonder she couldn't finish it all at once. But that's good news for him. It's a long-term meal ticket. Ms. What? You've been given bad luck. After you smoke it this time, you'll still have bad luck a month later. I suggest smoking it once every half a month, Hu Wanshan said honestly. It was all a setup. Wenruyu knew that he was playing with his mind, wanting to keep her as a long-term meal ticket. In her heart she didn't believe in it at all. On her face she still smiled and said, then thank you Master Hu. I'll contact you again in half a month. Wenruyu was sending Hu Wanshan to the door when another knock sounded at the door. Is anyone there? Wenruyu opened the door. Another person she didn't recognize. Who are you looking for? Master Hu. Long time no see. Zhang Sanquan said. Humph. Who was I then? Where was the brat with you before? Was he scared to pee and didn't dare to come? Hu Wanshan scoffed. Chao Chang heard this and walked out from behind Zhang Sanquan. I don't have time to spend with you guys today. Bye. Hu Wanshan disappeared with an instantaneous movement. Seeing Hu Wanshan leave, Chao Chang'an hurriedly took out a stack of compasses and laid them flat on the ground into a 33% square. Since the range isn't enough, we'll rely on quantity. The formation had been tested with Wang Anshan, and even the maximum distance moved could be included. Master Chao, what if he transmigrated multiple times? Wouldn't he still escape? Well, I've already considered it in there. Chao Chang took out a stack of compasses and handed them to Zhang Sanquan. Look at his position and stick them on him in order to see how far he can run. Master Chao, what kind of formation is this? Zhang Sanquan asked. I named it the Five-Finger Mountain Formation. No one can escape my Five-Finger Mountain, Chao Chang said. When Hu Wanshan entered the formation he still had a weak heart, thinking it was some new formation, but then he realized that it was another 5-element formation, and he could not help but laugh in his heart. Immediately, he once again used the method of instantaneous transfer. In a flash, he came outside the formation. Humph, what a waste of effort. Just then, a golden light fell from the sky and instantly fixed him. What? How come there's still a 5 elements formation? Didn't I get out? Did I not escape myself? Hu Wanshan disbelievingly used the method of instantaneous transfer again. Seeing that he was detached from the golden light in Fujiman, before he could catch his breath, there was another golden light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hu Wanshan couldn't help but burst out. Formation outside formation After a toss and turn, Hu Wanshan was already exhausted and eventually stopped, shouting, Master Chao, I was wrong. Spare me. And Chao Chang, who was thousands of miles away, couldn't hear it at all. Seeing the two people who suddenly appeared in her house and even set up a compass in her living room, Wenruyu asked angrily, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Sanquan hurriedly explained, "Ms. What? Don't misunderstand. We are here to catch the crooks." He showed Wenruyu the chat records and transfer records in his cell phone. Only then did Wenruyu realize that the master who from earlier still had this kind of business. When Hu Wanshan saw that Master Chao ignored him, he could only force himself to hurry back again from thousands of miles away to where Wenruyu lived. "I hope I can hold out until then." Hu Wanshan fought as hard as he could and finally returned to Wenruyu's home. He panted and looked at Chao Chang and Zhang Sanquan inside the room. "Master Hu, you finally returned." Zhang Sanquan laughed out loud. "Let's see where you're going to run this time." Hu Wanshan knew that he was in the wrong, and hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Two masters. I know I'm wrong, please let me off this time," Chao Qing said with a stern face. "Randomly modifying someone else's chi and letting you off the hook. Could it be that you'll have a next time?" Hu Wanshan immediately said, "I don't dare to do it. I don't dare to do it in the future." "Then you return this lady's bad luck to her," Chao Qing said. These words froze Wenruyu on the side. No, 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 no need to give it back to me. It's useless for me to give it back to her. I'm kind of saving her this time. She's been put under a mold, Hu Wanshan said. Zhang Sanquan had heard of the one who had placed a compulsion, but he had never heard of the one who had placed a moldy head. Mold? How does this go down? Is it the same as casting a spell? This thing called mold is complicated. There are many ways to get under it. The main thing is to find the root cause. Ms. What? Have you offended anyone recently? Hu Wanshan asked. Wenruyu thought about it and shook her head. No, I haven't had any conflicts with anyone recently. Then this is strange. Hu Wanshan pointed at Wenruyu and said helplessly, if the mold on her is not removed, it will only become more and more unlucky, and with my ability, I can only temporarily dissipate some of it. Hearing this, both Wenruyu and Zhang Sanquan were surprised. What then? Zhang Sanquan asked. There's no need to think about it. Just call home and you'll know. Chao Qing suddenly spoke. Wenruyu thought that a phone call to home would solve the problem, but still, he took out his cell phone and dialed his home number. Hey, Mom, asleep? Haven't slept. What's wrong? Call me at night, the other said. Everything is fine at home. Wenruyu opened her mouth and asked. Yeah, it's no big deal. Did your uncle talk to you and I told him not to tell you? Causing you to worry. What happened? Didn't your uncle tell you? Today our family's ancestral grave was robbed. The family is now busy with this. You don't have to worry. It will be resolved soon. Chapter 86. I've missed myself in all my calculations. Master Chao, it's really like you said. Our family's ancestral tomb has been dug up. A panicked look filled Wenruyu's face. Is there dried vegetables, tofu, 1,000 sheets of rice, and hairy beans inside? Chao Qing continued. Yeah, my mom said it's all moldy. Wenruyu said. Alright, the reason has been found. Chao Qing said indifferently. This is too fast. Hu Wanshan was full of surprise. As long as you clean everything inside, your bad luck will be solved. Chao Qing said. Thank you, Master Chao. I'll make a trip back in the morning. Wenruyu said. With the matter settled, Chao Qing's trio was about to leave when beep beep beep. Chao Qing's children's watch rang. One look and it's the village chief's phone. Hey, what's wrong? Chao Cheng asked. Ancestor Master, the ancestral tomb of a family in our village has been robbed. Village Chief Chao said. It can't be such a coincidence. Ancestral graves with moldy dried vegetables, moldy tofu, moldy 1,000 sheets, moldy hairy beans? Yes, Ancestor, you're divine. You can even guess this. This group is really unqualified. Okay, I know. I'll be right back. There's one more thing. She has a daughter named Chao Tsuehua. She's also in Long City. You should bring her back with you by the way. I've sent you the phone number. Oh, it's not a person. I told you it would be a coincidence. Okay, I'll go pick her up. Chao Qing promised. Chao Chang received the call and dialed it. And Wenruyu's cell phone also rang at this time. Wenruyu picked up. Hey, speak. It turned out that the opposite side did not speak. Another nuisance call. IXXXX. Wenruyu cursed and hung up the phone. She saw Chao Qing looking at her with a surprised face. I'm sorry, there's always this kind of harassing phone calls. I don't talk when I call. I was a bit angry just now. Normally I'm not like this. Wenruyu explained. No need to be embarrassed. I was the one who called you just now. Chao Chang held up his children's watch and said. Are you Chao Tsuehua? You're the Grandmaster? Neither one could believe it. Isn't your name Wenruyu? Chao Chang said. Ahem. That's a stage name. How are you an ancestor master? Wenruyu said. In her impression, The ancestor master must not be an old man, sitting in a small wheelchair, talking in a stuck phlegm. She couldn't imagine that he was a child. Ancestor master. Just sorry, not scolding you, Wonryu said awkwardly. I didn't plan this step in 1,000 plans, but I actually ate it on myself. Chao Qing lamented. It's not in the way. Let's go then. I'll call the car, Wonryu said positively. Did they say they were leaving? Lu De, who was hiding under the bed, said. Yeah, I just heard that too. Lu Er said. Then let's go too. After hiding for so long, my back is failing. Lu De drilled out first, led Lu Er towards the door. It turned out to be a living room full of 3 people and a child. Big brother, didn't they leave? Lu Er sounded a bit scared. Don't panic, we've got the invisibility charm. Calm down. Walk out step by step like you didn't see them. The Lu brothers beat each other's breath slowly toward the door. To the 2 people who suddenly appeared, Zheng Sanquan and Hu Wanshan both saw them. Only Wonryu and Chao Chang, who had their backs turned to them, didn't pay attention. Zheng Sanquan was about to remind them. This big night is also too hard to get a taxi. Luckily I got one. Let's go, Wonryu said, turning around just in time to see the Lu brothers with Spider-Man and Batman. You guys are? Wonryu asked. You can see us? Lu Er said. It can be. With a hood. So obvious. Run. Lu De pulled Lu Er and quickly ran out the door, disappearing in a puff of smoke. These 2 I saw hiding under the bed just now. I thought you recognized them. Hu Wanshan said. I don't recognize it. Call the police. After Wonryu finished talking to the police about the situation, she followed Chao Chang back to Chao village. At this time, there were already quite a few people surrounding the ancestral tomb, and when they saw Chao Qing coming, they made way for him. Originally thought that only one ancestral tomb was stolen. The results of the scene to realize that there are more than a dozen ancestral tombs stolen at the same time. Village Chief Chao respectfully said to Chao Qing, Ancestor, I've already called the police, and after the police arrived, they collected the evidence from the scene and have gone after the suspect. Chao Qing nodded seriously. Aha, send some more clansmen to keep watch at night. Good, don't worry, Ancestor Master. Chao Chang returned to the room after giving his orders, a pensive look on his face. There was something he didn't say directly at the time for fear of causing confusion. Saojia village has quite a bit to do with its current prosperity and location. The large mountains in the back stretched and undulated like a flying dragon. The small river in front of us has 9 curves and 18 bends, like a jade belt around the waist of a dignitary. Saojia village has water in front and mountains in the back, which can be considered to be upper auspicious in terms of feng shui, but now it's been gouged out a few times by grave robbers. It's like a person's face is dotted with pockmarks. And the feng shui situation is much worse, and in Chao Qing's opinion, this time the grave robbers are not rough men, but fine and precise, looking for the location of good feng shui points. Chao Qing realizes that this is not a simple matter. Not only did the grave robbers destroy the feng shui, but they also pinpointed a good feng shui point, and obviously came prepared. It occurred to Chao Qing that Wang Anshan might have a solution. Wang Anshan was leisurely rocking his rocking chair in the courtyard at that moment, startled by the head peeking out from behind the chair. Master Chao, what are you doing? Scared me. Hey Anson, question for you, do you know any spells for tracking people? Wang Anshan said. There are no spells. Usually I don't track people. I can't even run away yet, I still chase people. But I have an anti-tracking talisman. An anti-tracking charm? The principle should be pretty much the same. You can study it. Wang Anshan took out a thick stack of talisman paper from his clothes. Feel free to use it. I still have it here if it's not enough. How does this charm work? Write whatever you want the other person to see and just put the charm on your body. Chao Qing looked through the talisman paper and found that they were all curses, some of which were particularly unpleasant and infuriating to look at. Why are they all curses and a few ghost faces? Chao Chang asked. Wang Anshan knew the reason as soon as he heard it. Hey, got the wrong ones. These are the ones I wrote up and I used to scare them. This stack is the one that isn't. Wang Anshan immediately took back the talisman paper in Chao Qing's hand and replaced it with a stack, making sure it was blank before handing it to Chao Chang. Chao Qing looked at the blank talisman paper and thought about how he could find them. This talisman paper was still passive and only had an effect if the other party sought him out. Why don't you call and ask Firecloud Pavilion if they have this kind of talisman paper? Chapter 87, Tracking Charms. It had to be said that the Firecloud Pavilion was still very efficient, and Xing Ru Lai arrived at Chao village with a box of talisman paper. Master Chao, what kind of enemy is it? Do you need my help? Xing Ru Lai said enthusiastically. Someone dug up the ancestral graves of the village. What? That would have killed 1,000 people in ancient times. Chao Chang was about to take out a piece of talisman paper, but Xing Ru Lai beat him to it. Master Chao, I'll take care of this small matter. What time? It should be this week. Okay, then right about this week or so. The location is Chow Village. The event is the digging of an ancestral grave. And I'll make sure the ones marked asterisk are filled in. After saying that, Xing Rulai rolled the talisman paper into a circle and breathed out a mouthful of fire to ignite the talisman paper. And yet the desired result did not occur. A familiar text appeared in front of it. Rip off the whole XXXXXX family. This is an anti-tracking talisman, Wang Anshan said from the side. What about this? Chao Cheng asked. Simple. Just tear off this talisman, and without it, you'll be able to find him. After Wang Anshan finished, the three of them looked at each other and no one said anything. I'll do it. It's all scaremongering. I don't take it seriously. Xing Rulai gritted his teeth and tore the talisman paper off, softly chanting the Buddhist words. Big brother Xing is worthy of being a great hero, brave and fierce. I admire him. Wang Anshan said. This should always be good. Xing Rulai wrote the contents again and burned them, and what came next made the three almost about to break into a fit of rage. Another familiar text appeared in front of it. Tear up the ancestral tomb explosion. This. The three lapsed into silence again. Chao Cheng and Wang Anshan looked at Xing Rulai, meaning why don't you still do it? Anyway, it's all XXXXX the whole family. Elder brother Wang, it's your turn this time. Xing Rulai said with a smile. Master Chao, you are still a child. Nothing will be done to you. Wang Anshan struggled. You're older than me, so you'll set an example for me first, Chao Cheng said. Wang Anshan saw that he couldn't refuse. I'll do it then. Wang Anshan tore the talisman paper off with a trembling hand. People's ancestral graves are smoking. Old brother Wang's family's ancestral graves directly exploded. This is a great auspiciousness. Congratulations in advance to old brother Wang for his future life of smooth sailing. Xing Rulai did not forget to taunt. Poof. Both of them ignored each other, but thinking that Master Chao was next, they came together again, discussing that the elder brother Xing. What do you think Master Chao will encounter? I hope it's forever short and shorty, too ruthless. No matter what's next, Master Chao won't be able to escape. The two men hemmed and hawed in their minds. Xing Rulai quickly burned the talisman again, curious to see what would appear. Suddenly the two men's noses two nosebleeds spurted out directly, shouting at the same time, asterisk 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 asterisk, beauty map. They have covered their noses and stopped looking at it. Instead, Chao Cheng didn't react. What's going on with you guys? Chao Cheng asked. The other party really deserves to die, using the beauty picture, which will bleed to death if you look at it for a long time. Xing Rulai said. Master Chao, of course you're fine. This picture is 18 banned. You're not an adult yet so you can't see it. Wang Anshan tilted his head and said. After these 3 times, both Xing Ruli and Wang Anshan decided that it would be better for Chao Qing to do it himself. Chao Qing burned the talisman paper and rattled the feng shui disc, his eyes looking earnestly in front of him as the backs of 2 people gradually emerged. The background was somewhat familiar, and Chao Qing instantly recognized it as the tea house at the entrance of the village. It was over before I could see any other features. Is there a longer time? Chao Cheng asked. Master Chao, it's all the same length of time. The tracking talisman is that you can only see a fragment. It'll be the same the few times you use it. Xing Rulai said. I can't imagine that these two are so bold that they haven't left yet, or else they'd have to put in a little more effort. Chao Qing picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Village Chief Chao. The petty thieves are at the tea house at the entrance of the village, so go contact the police and ask them to lock up the suspects. Tea house at the entrance of Chao's village. On weekdays, older people spend their time here drinking tea and chatting. Even old people from several surrounding villages would come over to gather. Not for anything else, just for the fun of it. Old Wang, how old are your children? Married? Not yet. I'm in my 30s and still single. You can't beat me then. My girl is on her 2nd child. Ha ha, that's definitely not better than you. Old Sue, has your girl bought a house in the city? Not yet. Soon. That's got to be urgent. I've heard that prices are going to go up again, and my kids are talking about buying another big flat. Old Sue, listen to you talk how to diaphragm. You mean our family can't afford it? Old Wang, you're the one who first said that my children aren't married. The 2 old men turned their heads and ignored each other. At this moment, the 2 brothers, Yunishan and Yunhua, were leisurely drinking tea at a table in the tea house. It's the 2 of them that do the cases these days. It was a pity that there was no great harvest, only some antiquities of small value, but a mosquito is still meat. I'm waiting to dig up some more valuable ones and sell them all together. Yunishan was stout and Yunhua was short. Although it was in the heat of summer, there was no sweat at all on the 2. Being from the Cloud clan of the Land of Thieves, they learned the breath technique at a young age and excelled in the catacombs. In the habit of criminals returning to the scene of the crime, the 2 men, who were in no hurry to leave, finished stealing the antiquities of Chow's village and instead acted as if they were from their own village at the entrance to the village. Prepare. And at night, go to the next village to commit the crime. Old Sue, you see those two don't look like people from our village. The two old men who had been fighting just a moment ago chatted. Old Wang, you're getting old and your eyes are failing, so I'm sure you can't stay in the city and come back. How do you know? I went to live in the city children's home for a while before. They all have the habit of drinking afternoon tea in the city. I think these two people most likely did not give up this habit. Now that I think about it, that house is really big, live and especially comfortable. I thought you said you weren't going to mention the house. Did I mention it? It's a memory for me. I see you want to practice. You think I'm afraid of you. Come on, just come. The two old men stretched their necks and quarreled again. Just talking but not doing anything. Both afraid to touch each other. The people next to him weren't going to stop. They'd seen it all too often. It's all just lip service. How can we really fight? It was a noisy tea house, chatting about anything and everything, loud and clear, and the two stayed at ease, waiting for the night to come. Just then, all of you, stay put and be honest, only to see Village Chief Chow leading a dozen villagers rushing into the tea house. Chapter 88, showing you the power of the earth-stealing Cloud Clan. Chow's village feng shui was broken. Relying on chi luck has not been a big deal for the time being, but it is not good to say after a long time. The people in the tea house froze when they saw the village headman come in with his men. What was the village headman doing here? Drinking tea? Trying to get up. He realized that he was in his mid to late 80s and it was a bit difficult to get up. Village Chief Chow waved his hand. Don't even stand. Sit properly. His gleaming eyes observed everyone present. All older men and two young men. Just a few minutes ago, after receiving a message from Chow Chang, after he contacted the police, he rushed toward the tea house with a dozen strong men. It is good that the tea house is not far away. Chow Village Chief is afraid to go late. By the two small thieves ran away in advance. The tea house was small, but it was full. There are also hundreds of people in Chow Village, and it's inevitable that there will be those who don't know each other. But, it's all neighbors and folks. They must all know each other when they come here. So there's more than likely to be a problem with coming here on your own. It occurred to Mr. Chow that he could confirm his identity by means of mutual attestation. One by one, Village Chief Chow interrogated who he came with and who he knew. Soon after a large portion of the cross-examination was completed, Village Chief Chow walked over to Yunhua and asked, "What about you? Seeing as you're so young, you're not going to come with them." Yunishan glared at Yunhua from the side and pointed at himself. "I came on my own," Yunhua said with a straight face. Yunishan on the side slapped his head. "I let you say that you came with me. How did you become yourself? But words can't be backtracked on." "Good." Village Chief Chow nodded, then walked over to Yunishan's side. "What about you?" I'm here on my own, too." After cross-examining everyone, only Yunishan and Yunhua came on their own, and Village Chief Chow couldn't help but be suspicious of them both. Whispered a command to the burly man behind him. "The four of you keep an eye on those two and keep an eye on their movements." "Yes." The four strong men behind Village Chief Chow were divided into groups of two to slowly approach Yunishan and Yunhua. At the same time Village Chief Chow stepped out into the crowd, attracting everyone's attention, and said loudly, "Folks, according to the information we got, the ancestral graves of several families in our village have been robbed. Thank you for your cooperation just now, and when the police come, we'll let you go. When the police arrive, won't that be a trap in a jar? There are certainly people here who don't want to be here either. Just stir up their emotions and you can take advantage of the chaos to escape." Yunishan's small brain turned and bent down to hide in the crowd, followed by a voice that rang out from the crowd. You're restricting personal freedom. Why don't you let us go?" Seeing Yunishan say this, Yunhua echoed, "Yeah, everyone's time is so valuable. Who's to blame for this wasted time? Are you guys responsible for it?" When that was said, both men thought to themselves that they could certainly make some serious noise, but it turned out to be silent. The villagers who had been left at the tea house had nothing to do in the first place, so wouldn't they be driven away if they said that now? Everyone explained. No. Who said that? We stay just right. Yeah, and have some fun watching it. We have plenty of time. There's no rush. We'll listen to whatever you say, Village Chief, but none of us will leave. Seeing that it did not set off the desired result, Yunishan bent down with the intention of continuing to add a fire. "Hey, it was your boy who just said that, wasn't it?" An old man on the side looked at him and said, "Look up and talk if you can. Don't keep your head down." No, Monkler, you're looking at it wrong. It's not me. I'm bending over to tie my shoes," Yunishan said with a smile. Seeing that someone had said this, and that it was not unreasonable, Mayor Chow raised his hand and said, "Thanks for your understanding. As compensation, I'll pay for the tea at the tea house today." Does everyone think that's okay? At these words, the villagers sitting in the tea house cheered up. Yeah, serve me some good tea. What's expensive on what? Pack more for me. Finally I can drink a taste of good tea. I'm tired of this old tea. Come on, no tea today. Seeing that the situation is becoming more and more stable, Yunishan and Yunhua both revealed difficult colors. Yunishan quietly observed the layout of the tea house, intending to choose a route to escape. This tea house has a side door, as well as a window. In addition to the main door, there is no back door. At this point, the side doors were unguarded except for the main entrance, and no one was standing by the windows. The main gate are standing a dozen strong men. Direct breakthrough must have no chance of winning. Instead, the side door and the window are two good exits for escape. Only two brothers, Yunishan and Yunhua, looked at each other, and Yunishan pointed at the side door, then pointed at himself and the window. After communicating, Yunishan lowered his head and kicked at the old man's wheelchair at the side. I was expecting to kick the old man's wheelchair over, but instead I found that it didn't move. Hey, what are you doing? I just saw you sneaking around. What do you mean? Want to practice? That old man realized that Yunishan had kicked at his wheelchair. Hey, Moncler, let me see if this wheelchair of yours is firm. I plan to go back and buy one for my grandfather as well. Yunishan said. Oh, I say, this wheelchair can be solid. Using the stability of the triangle, without the force of a few oxen is simply not overturned. Seeing that no chaos was created, Yunishan and Yunhua looked at each other. We can only go in hard. In the next moment, Yunishan's body was short. As if he was a ghost, he scurried to the window and pressed the edge of the window to flip out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yunishan and another ghostly figure collided together, and at a glance it was no other than Yunhua. Didn't I tell you to use the side door? Side door. Without waiting for Yunhua to finish, Yunishan was like a running rhino, directly rushing towards the side door. Bang! With a muffled thud, Yunishan and the door collided, and the side door was locked. The sheer force of it popped the lock on the outside of the side door. Since the scene was so clear, both brothers were exposed to everyone's eyes despite their quick movements. Luckily, someone with quick reflexes yelled out, "It's no good. These two are going to run." His voice was so loud that the crowd reacted to the words and Village Chief Chow said without hesitation, "Get them." The crowd swarmed over the two men and grabbed them in 3 tries. But just as the bundle was being tied up, Yunishan and Yunhua unexpectedly breathed rapidly, and their entire bodies shook drastically, directly collapsing on the ground and coughing. Both of them cried out in pain. Come on. Fast what? It can't be faking it. No one on the sidelines knew what was going on. The old man in the wheelchair saw why at a glance, and exclaimed that this is Chapter 89 Riotous Flame Comes to Visit. It's asthma, the old man said. I have medicine here. An hour later, in the small courtyard. Phew. Thanks for the rescue. Yunishan and Yunhua, two brothers, because in the tea house overexertion triggered asthma. Good thing the tea house are old men. Asthma medicine are carried. Seeing the people surrounding them in front of them, they had no thoughts of escaping. Yunishan was more concerned about how they had discovered him. He had clearly affixed an anti-tracking talisman. He stripped off his clothes only to realize that the anti-tracking charms he had originally put on were all gone without him knowing it. Yunhua's back was the same, and at this moment, he also said, "It can't be that we ran too fast and lost the runes." Yunishan suddenly thought of something, and an excited expression appeared on his face as he said, "I know, that must be it. The anti-tracking charm is fake." Yunhua also nodded at the side and said, "Aha, right, that's the only possibility. Make way. Xingru Lai pushed through the crowd. The villagers who wanted to get angry still obediently moved back to make room when they saw Xingru Lai's fierce expression. Xingru Lai and Wang Anshan came to the two brothers and said, "You two boys are the ones who got the anti-tracking charm? I heard it was going to XXXXX my whole family, and make my ancestral tomb explode?" Wang Anshan chimed in. "Hey, two of you, you didn't know what was written on it when you bought it, ah?" Yunishan said with a smile. "Humph, sophistry." Xingru Lai's brows furrowed as his body's fire erupted, emitting a burning odor. "Humph, sophistry." Wang Anshan frowned, no breath emanating out. "I was wrong. This one. I wish your whole family good fortune as long as the East Sea and longevity as long as Ente. Nan. I was wrong. This one. And I wish that your ancestral grave never explodes." Yunishan immediately apologized when he saw that the two did not look like ordinary people. "Don't come to these falsehoods. After we've discussed this, there's one thing you promise us, and we'll forget about it." Xingru Lai said. You say. Yunishan said. "That. Did you guys draw that last one with the picture of the beauty on it, or was it originally there?" "You say this, I thought it was something. Well, we drew this picture ourselves. If you still want it, I'll give it to you right here. Yunishan pulled out a book called Study Materials and handed it to Xingru Lai. Hey, how can you divide this with only one book? Wang Anshan said anxiously. I have another copy here. Yunhua pulled out a book called Study Material Book 2 and handed it to Wang Anshan. Ha ha ha, we have this relationship as brothers. Let's switch after watching. Well. Xingru Lai and Wang Anshan nodded in satisfaction and turned their heads to leave, but were stopped by Yunishan. Both of you, there's a question I've been puzzled by. Since the anti-tracking talisman works, how did you find us? Xingru Lai said. You're talking about Master Chao. Yunishan wondered. Who? The line is as strong as the path. Chao Village's ancestor chanting. At that time I watched him rattle the feng shui disc a few times to calculate that you are in the tea house. Is he here for the convention too? Meanwhile, the crowd saved up on the periphery. Yunishan felt like that feng shui master was about to appear in front of him. He began to visualize the feng shui master in his mind's eye. White eyebrows, white hair, white beard, long face, spirited, wearing a Taoist robe, and stroking his beard as he spoke. He never expected a 10-year-old to come out of the crowd. The words of the village chief on the side were even more astonishing. Ancestor Master. These are the two little thieves. I can't imagine that the grandmaster everyone talks about is a 10-year-old child. He also called him Master Chao. I think it's all a lie. The level is not as high as his height. Yunishan produced a hint of a fluke. Chao Cheng heard the villagers at the scene said that the two small thieves are very good. After catching it, he purposely used the feng shui disc to do another calculation. And this time there was a bigger catch. What makes you say we stole our ancestral graves? You can't say it was calculated. Yunishan said. Just because your name isn't Yunishan and his name isn't Yunhua, Chao Cheng said. When these words came out, Yunishan froze. Didn't say what it was called myself. Besides their names aren't Yunishan and Yunhua, only they know. Yunishan and Yunhua glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes, but still maintaining their composure. How did you know? Yunhua's voice trembled a little. Chao Cheng smiled faintly and said, calculated. No, it can't be. The kid must be blind. Then what do you call us? Yunishan asked in disbelief. As soon as he's wrong, he can tear him down himself in public. Chao Cheng said again. You have no names because you are not human. This time everyone in the room was shocked. How can you say you're not human when you clearly have hands and feet? Yeah, is it a ghost? The surrounding villagers were talking. Ha ha ha, as expected of Master Chao. You can even calculate this. Yunishan laughed out loud. But you'll never be able to catch us. As he spoke, Yunishan and Yunhua's skins rapidly became smaller like a balloon leaking, and in the blink of an eye, a human skin was left on the ground. This, a big change. Village Chief Chao pointed and shouted. Looking at the two living people instantly disappeared from the eyes. Chao Cheng did not show a trace of surprise, but instead called the two villagers to pick up the human skin on the ground, took out the pump, inserted into the skin hole, and dared a burst of pumping. The originally dried out human skin rose up all of a sudden, and was much larger than its original size. Seeing the human skin blowing up more and more, the eyes on the human skin actually moved. Hey, don't fight, it's going to blow up if you fight again. Yunishan shouted. At this time he turned into a fat man. We were wrong, we won't run. Yunhua also shouted from the side. Chao Cheng stopped the villagers' movements. Tell me, why did you steal the village's ancestral tombs? Chao Cheng's tone was calm, but the pressure contained within it caused Yunishan and Yunhua to shudder. Yunishan's eyes flickered as he said, we came over to attend the conference, saw that the feng shui here was good, and our hands itched and ended up planting. We are not taking any antiquities at all. Yunhua said, yeah, we're telling the truth. You guys go explain with the police. Chao Cheng felt that the two of them were talking inconsistently and didn't pay any more attention to them. When the police arrived, Chao Cheng handed over the 2 men and 2 pumps to the police. Follow. At the head of the group were 4 men knocking on wooden fish. The red-faced riotous flame came to visit Chao Cheng with a dozen or so Firecloud Pavilion disciples. He had brought his own carefully selected gifts especially for old brother Chao this time. It contains 10,000-year-old ginseng that grows in size when eaten dilly-dally, and a flint glass that stays 60 degrees every day for 365 days so the milk doesn't get cold. What's more, there were 5 cartons of Firecloud Pavilion brand hot milk that Chao Laudi liked to drink. Storm as Fire looked at the gifts. I'm sure it will satisfy elder brother Chao. Chapter 90, Participating in the Heavenly Qing Conference. Old brother Chao, let's discuss something with you, Riotous Flame said as he rubbed his old hands together. The rest of the disciples who came along had never seen the patriarch stoop so low, but there was a rumor that this child was the patriarch's child. and now it didn't seem to be such a relationship. How could the disciples let the patriarch suffer from this? The fire in their bodies radiated out. You guys, what are you doing? Xing Rulai also walked out at this time. Senior Xing, why are you here too? Could it be that both the patriarch and eldest brother were compelled by this child? One of the strongest disciples stepped forward and pointed at Chao Chang, saying, "You kid, what are you pretending to be? Bad." By the time Riotous' firing Xing Rulai wanted to stop it, it was already too late. That disciple had already rushed to Chao Chang. Storm's fire and Xing Rulai knew something big was going to happen and immediately plugged their ears with cotton. Knock, 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 knock. Chao Chang nonchalantly knocked the wooden fish 10 times. After hearing the sound of the wooden fish, that disciple directly flopped and knelt on the ground, covering his face and long sobbing. The rest of them cried too. Riot like fire looked at the expression of the disciples, covered his mouth snickering, took out his cell phone, turned the mode into mute. Snap 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 a shot. Looking at the side, Xing Ruyil also shared the same action as himself and smiled at each other. Thinking that she looked like this the other day, she reached out to Xing Rulai for her cell phone to see if he had taken any pictures. Elder brother Chao, give face. Young people don't know any better. Stormy Ruoho said as he saw that the shooting was almost done. Chao Chang nodded and put away the wooden fish. Cough cough. Normally I teach you guys to be calm and not to act out of anger. Today you've suffered. Still playing with fire in front of old brother Chao? Don't you know that our wooden fish is from him? Go back and copy the 56th rule of the pavilion 500 times. In the future, when you see old brother Chao, show some respect. Yes, patriarch. The disciples wiped the tears from their faces and saluted. All right, back to business. Stormus Fire said seriously. Old brother Chao, I came here this time to ask if you have any interest in the Heavenly Clearance Assembly? The Heavenly Clearance Assembly? Chao Chang asked. The Heavenly Clearance Conference is organized by the Heavenly Clearance Temple, an annual martial arts competition where the winner gets a special gift from the Heavenly Clearance Temple. Special gift? Yeah, it's different every year. I came here this time because I want Elder Brother Chao to go with our Fire Cloud Pavilion. I'm just a surrogate. It's not like it's official. We do not say and who knows. Generation name officially are all the people of the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Besides, this time I heard that there are a lot of 10-year-old little girls also go. Oh, no problem. I've long wanted to meet the masters. When do we leave? Chao Ching said hurriedly. That's great. Tomorrow I'll pick you up. Stormus Fire said happily. Return to the room at night. With a ding sound, a paragraph of text appeared in front of Chao Chang. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making 10 people cry, and receiving the rewards Heavenly Thunder Record, copy version, 1000-year whisk, small commodity version, Heavenly Ching Seal, no description version, and mimicry. Mimicry, you can mimic your opponent's abilities, but only one at a time, and you will automatically forget your original ability after learning a new one. A piece of A4 paper printed in black and white and bound with a stapler appeared in Chao Ching's hand. At the top, bolded in Sung 5, were the words, Heavenly Thunder Record. 3 words. The words are densely lined up below. It's too much of a paper saver. Another poorly textured looking duster appeared on the table. Throughout the body the words Millennium Duster were written in poor quality pen and ink. It has a plastic texture in your hand. At the end is a small square box with a small stamp inside. Looking at the first 2, Chao Ching felt that this third one didn't look like a serious thing either. Chao Ching borrowed the village chief's presbyopic glasses to laboriously look at the photocopied version of the Heavenly Thunder Record. Follow the steps inside and draw on the blank rune paper. It took about half an hour to finally sort of finish one. Chao Ching took the talisman paper to the center of the courtyard and recited an incantation under his breath. Heavenly Thunder rolls, received from heaven, descending. The talisman paper in his hand instantly ignited. A lightning bolt as bright as day streaked across the night sky. Immediately afterward, earth-shaking heavenly thunder resounded through the sky. Can't help but be alarmed. It's just thunder but no rain. Chao Ching grumbled inwardly. At the top of the Tian Kingwen mountain, a heavenly thunderbolt landed precisely on the iron tower at the top of the mountain. It shook the dooryard under the pylons a few times. Let the kid who took the Heavenly Thunder Record last year calm down. Didn't I say? Don't practice at night. Let no one sleep. An old Taoist with a long face and white eyebrows sat with his eyes closed and said, yes. A small Taoist in a Taoist robe standing on the side said, turning around and exiting the room. Just as he finished speaking, 9 more heavenly thunderbolts fell, shocking the old Taoist with a nosebleed. Ahem. By the way, let's see if that kid is still coming this year. I have to teach him a lesson. Elder Brother Chao, are you ready? Stormus Fire came to Chao Ching's courtyard early in the morning. All right. Chao Chang finished packing his things and got into the car, followed by Wang Anshan and Xing Rulai. The four arrived at the airport on time. The security guard looked at Chao Qing's young age and asked, "How old is this kid?" 10. "Oh, you're a family of 3? The security inspector looked at Xing Ru Lai, Riot Ru Fire and Chao Chang. "You're mistaken. This is my old brother." Riotous Flame pointed at Chao Chang. "Where to?" "Xi'an." After a 2-hour plane ride. "Finally," Storm as Fire said, looking at the crowded Tianqing Mountain. Both sides of the road are filled with various snack stalls. Yells were heard. "Look at this. A bracelet with the light of Tian Qingwen. $500 each. Incense is $50 a pack. Authentic Tianqing Jai rice. Try it." A living tourist attraction. Chao Chang wanted to go further in, but was stopped by an older woman. "Where's your ticket, kid?" "What kind of ticket?" "Tickets." "Oh, the guy in the back bought it." After saying that, Chao Chang walked in. Wang Anshan, who was following Chao Chang, was stopped by the ama and asked for his ticket. "How come that kid in front didn't give a ticket?" Wang Anshan asked. "Aren't you his father? He said you bought it together." Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, but the tickets are with the guy in the back, and we're with 2 others. After saying that, Wang Anshan also walked in. Xing Rulai watched the 3 people in front of him walk in easily, and was worried that he hadn't bought a ticket, but it seems that this worry was superfluous. Xing Rulai handed the ticket to the ant, was about to enter but was stopped by the ant. Hey, wait, a total of 3 adults, a child, 4 tickets, you have only 1, there are 3 of them? They're not? Not what? Not with you? I said there were 4 of us. Is there someone else behind you? Or are you trying to evade the ticket? The big mom was a bit angry. I'll take it. How much is the total? 2 adults, 1 child for a total of 250. Xing Rulai felt that the figure was talking about himself and quickly paid the money and went in. Tianqing Mountain is divided into many small areas. The Tianqing one we went to is just one of the places. Riotous Flame said. "Follow me in a while. Don't get lost. Brother Riot. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Chapter 91. Brother Storm. It's really you. A person dressed as a Taoist priest with long hair came over enthusiastically from a long distance. "Egu, old brother Wang. Long time no see." Riot like Fire also responded enthusiastically. The man came up and touched Chao Qing's head and said, "Is this your kid? All grown up?" Storm as Fire hurriedly explained. No. This is old brother Chao whom I just met not long ago. Come, old brother Chao, let me introduce you. This is Taoist Master Wang Ran of the Taiha sect. Dao Lord Wang. This is Chao Chang from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Hello. I'm sorry for offending more just now. Wang Ran apologized as he shook Chao Qing's small hand. No matter. Chao Ching didn't take it to heart when he saw that the other party didn't mean it. By the way, there's someone else I'd like to introduce you to. Wang Anshan? Where did this person go? He was here just now. Storm as Fire shouted. Look at the face of the beautiful woman. Heaven and earth around. At a glance it is a big family. But unfortunately the fate is bad. Bad luck will come. Can you let me look at the palm? Frightened by the other party's blossoming face, she hurriedly stretched out her hand and asked, Taoist Master, hurry up and help me take a look. I have indeed been unlucky lately. Wang Anshan spoke nonchalantly as he touched it. The schizo's bad luck is a bit complicated. Please also ask the Taoist Master to think of a solution. Just as well. In that case, it means you and I are destined for each other. Wang Anshan took out his stack of talisman paper and said, This is the demolding talisman that I have begged from the immortals. 1-500. Branch baby or WeChat letter? Come on, give me 10. Many thanks to the Shifu. Then I'll give away 1 more. 11 in total. You take it. Wang Anshan, what are you doing? Chao Qing's voice made Wang Anshan shiver violently. Cheating people to come here? Girl, you don't have any bad luck. He's lying to you. Hurry up and go. Chao Qing said. No, I want to sweep. I'm going to sweep. Don't you kids get in the way of my good luck. That beauty was finally well and truly dragged away by her fellow travelers. Hey, Master Chao, I'm helping others. Wang Anshan excused himself. By the time Wang Anshan arrived, Taoist Master Wang Ran had already left, and Storm Ruohuo was taking a picture with an old Taoist priest. Ha, Fire Cloud Pavilion, I remember. That old Taoist priest laughed and said, It's that last year. Was it one of your people who fought with their clothes and pants burned away and ended up completely naked? Old Celestial Master remembers so well. Riotous Flame laughed awkwardly from the side. Who did you bring this time? The same people from last year? Old Tiancher Zhang Chuanda said. This time I just brought 3 people. It just so happened that Chao Chang brought Wang Anshan over. Zhang Chuanda looked at the 3 people. A red face. At a glance no drink. A face full of lewdness. At a glance, no addicted to female sex. How is still a child? At a glance, it is a minor. This session is not as good as the last. By the way, you asked me before about suppressing the fire chi. I asked for you, and this time the chi family is also coming, so you can ask them when you have time. Thanks to the old celestial master for his trouble. We've already solved this problem. Oh, it's hard not to start cultivating your body now? The old heavenly master revealed a curious expression. Stormus Fire took out the wooden fish that he carried with him and gently tapped it a few times. Of course, there was also the meaning of teasing the old celestial master. Wanting to see the old celestial master crying. That was a rare scene. Unexpectedly, the old celestial master's expression did not fluctuate, but he still felt a wave of coolness within his heart. So it's not okay to drink? Yeah. Go. Hurry up and have a drink. Last time I didn't even have a good time. I almost ordered the wine stand. The old heavenly master pulled tyrannical Ruohuo to walk outside. Ru-Lai, you take them to the back mountain. Stormy Ruohuo ordered and then happily left with the old celestial master. On the way to the back of the mountain, Ding Dong Xing Ru-Lai's cell phone rang. After reading the message, revealing a face of envy, said, this year's Heavenly Clearance Conference rewards came out. Said that you can let the old heavenly master promise you a request, which can be more valuable than what treasures to come. Can let the old heavenly master promise. It is how many people do dream things. What about lawlessness? Like robbing banks and such? Wang Anshan said, that's definitely not okay. Isn't that locking the old celestial master in? What if we let him farm? Chao Cheng said. Wouldn't that be condescending? Old celestial master's battle power is practically like an outlier. But your idea is not bad. That's definitely hot. But you don't have to think about it. It's definitely not our turn. Just try our best. Race out of style. What about the time? We'll go and buy some specialties, and then do the night flight back. How about I'm reasonable in this arrangement? How are our past results? Top 10 is still there. Don't worry. It's mainly further up. We're not in the same league as people. Who did we lose to last year? It's a group called Carefully Raised Cars. A bunch of people who don't play by the rules. They say they won't allow weapons, but then they say it's something people need to carry for their profession. Hopefully we won't run into them this time. I heard that those who fought them before were either hospitalized or injured. Old man, drinking is drinking. What are you knocking on the wooden fish for? Knocking like I'm drinking in a temple. A young guy with dyed green hair walked over to Stormy Ruohuo and said, stop it for me, you know? No one sitting next to Riot Like Fire found it noisy, and it was obvious that the young man was drunk. Stormus Fire didn't pay any attention to it, and sipped his drink as usual. Seeing that the other party ignored himself, the green-haired boy jumped to the open space and let out a long whistle into the air, like the roar of a tiger, which shook the hearts of some people and unconsciously stopped the wine cups in their hands. The tiger does not give out its power. And you think that I am a sick cat, so that you can taste the severity of my tiger tsunami sect. Before the guy could finish, a huge force slapped him directly onto the ground, and the whole person didn't move again. Noisy, where's the greenhorn kid from? Stormus Fire said nonchalantly. The people who came with the green-haired guy saw their companions being knocked to the ground, and they all went forward to try to compare. But they were all overturned to the ground before they could get close. Old Brother Storm is still straight-tempered. The old heavenly master laughed. Young man, give them a lesson. Don't old man blindly screaming. No respect for the old at all. Come on, don't spoil the fun. Keep drinking. Riot Like Fire said. Chapter 92, To Each His Own. There is a huge contrast between the back of Tianqing Mountain and the bustle of the front. In front of the road toward the back of the hill, a somewhat old wooden sign was placed that said tourists stop, and the road was lined with weeds. Chao Cheng and Wang Anshan followed Xing Ru-Lai for about 30 minutes, but they still hadn't seen the end. This road is also too far. How much longer is it? Wang Anshan said in a strained voice. Soon. At most 10 minutes. Not far. Tourists do not die. A few years ago there were tourists walked to the back of the mountain, directly fainted in fear, and then called the 120 carried away. Are there demons or aliens in the back of the mountain? I'd like to see what's scary. Wang Anshan said unconvincingly. The three of them walked a little further and a bridge appeared at the end of the road. Is this considered to be here? Wang Anshan said, pointing at the bridge. Cross this bridge and you're there. Xing Ru-Lai said. That's good. The bridge is always less tiring. How can we walk on this bridge? Chao Qing looked at the bridge. Only 2 ropes were left. Most of the wooden planks were already missing from the bridge. Only a few pieces were left. Okay. The whole bridge was swaying in the wind. If one was not careful one could really fall off the bridge. This bridge is even more broken than last time. Xing Ru-Lai said. Last year at least there were more planks. This broken bridge how to cross? Wang Anshan complained. Organize a conference to make it so cold. Also do not repair the bridge. Is it for people to walk? Just then, a voice came from behind him. Move over Lu front. As he spoke, a fat man darted over from behind, not stopping at all. Hey, there's no road ahead, Chao Qing hurriedly reminded. But the fat guy acted like he didn't hear it. It flew straight out, lightly running along the rope on the bridge to the end, like a piece of fat ballet. I finally know why that tourist is scared. This who looks not scary. I am worried that this rope will be crushed by him. Wang Anshan said. This fat man I know, is called Tai Yofu, is a fat man of individual cultivation. Don't look at his body so fat. Fighting is very flexible. Last year I met him, almost lost. Xing Rulai said. Big brother Xing, we'll have the chance to spar again this year. Tai Yofu shouted from across the room. Good lay. Xing Rulai responded. Is there no other way? I can't fly here, and my balance isn't that good. Big brother Xing, do you have a solution? Wang Anshan said. No, it's all up to you. This is sort of a test from the heavenly clearances. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Xing Rulai finished, took off his shirt and neatly folded it in his bag. Then take out your lighter and point it at your back. Bang! The whole person flew to the opposite side with a violent explosion. Nice guys, all the way around. Wang Anshan looked helplessly at the bridge and then at himself. It's just going to have to be hard. Taking a deep breath, he carefully stepped onto the first plank, gripping the rope with both hands and wobbling forward. Just a few steps away, a sudden gust of wind blew and the bridge shook violently. Wang Anshan stumbled and almost fell. Forget it. He turned right back around in fear and went back to where he started. It's still the little life that counts. Who can take me there? Wang Anshan fretted. Who can't get through? Hearing Wang Anshan's words, a man in ancient clothes who stepped on a flying sword slowly floated over. See, this one is a bit fretful. I can help you get over here. It's absolutely safe. How did it go over? Wang Anshan asked. The man stepped down from his flying sword and opened it from the center part, which was stuffed with all kinds of things, saying, there are any number of styles of flying props. Take your pick. What kind do you like? How about the bamboo type? It's very popular and has a lightness to it. How does this work? You stand on it and I'll control it to bring you across. The man said. What about poor control? Wang Anshan saw that it was an abyss of 10,000 feet below. Don't worry. It hasn't happened for a while. Besides, there's a helmet. You can't die if you fall. The man said as he pulled out a yellow helmet. Can I still use this flight prop when it runs out? Definitely can't. You don't know how to control the imperial art. This flight prop will give you a souvenir. Just don't need to buy toys for your children. Consider how about it. Once 300. 2 people will give you a discount. 500. The man said. It's a bit pricey, but there's no better way to do it at the moment. Seeing as this child is underage, can you give a half price? Wang Anshan bargained. Okay, then 450. No lower. Wang Anshan turned back to look at Chao Cheng, but realized that he had disappeared at some point. Just then, don't listen to him. His flying sword is slow. I have a faster and cheaper way here. A stout man with a bearded face came over and said, I can throw you guys over there for 50 a time. If you're worried, it just so happens that someone is going to pass. I'll give you a demonstration. This kind of little doll, I can throw it over in minutes. Saying that strong man picked up a little girl next to him who didn't do any protection, and shouted, Go you! The little girl let out a ha-ha laugh in the air. Her body drew a beautiful arc and landed steadily on the opposite side. See? The burly man said. Aha! Wang Anshan nodded. Although this method is a bit simple and rough, but it's really cheap. Wang Anshan decided to let Chao Cheng try first. Turning around, he looked around for Chao Cheng. Instead, he found Chao Cheng standing in front of a clump of weeds. Wang Anshan walked up and asked, Master Chao, what are you standing there for? It's your turn. Here's a sign. Chao Cheng said. What's written? Isn't it pay attention to safety and watch out for open flames? Wang Anshan said carelessly. You come and take a look. Chao Cheng waved his hand at Wang Anshan before disappearing with a turn of his head. Master Chao. Wang Anshan thought that Chao Cheng had fallen down the mountain and quickly chased after him. Instead, he ended up being pulled into the grass by a hand. A mud brick paved road appeared in front of his own eyes, stretching into the distance. Master Chao, when did you realize there's a road in here? I just don't know where it leads to? Wang Anshan said in surprise. Heavenly Clearview. Chao Cheng said. Master Chao, how do you know? Did you calculate it? Wang Anshan said in admiration. No, it's written on the sign. Chao Cheng pointed to the wooden sign. Only then did Wang Anshan see the sign that Chao Cheng had mentioned, which read, The wooden bridge has been damaged by age, so you can go to Tian Kingwen by this path. Chapter 93, Stargazer's Scene. Chao Cheng and Wang Anshan followed the path to the opposite side in no time. It's okay, you guys arrived as soon as I wasn't paying attention, Xing Rulai said. At this time, there were already quite a few people standing at the entrance of Tian Kingwen. Yo, isn't this Master Chow? Hu Wanshan jogged all the way over. Are you guys here for the conference as well? Right. Chao Chang nodded. You're here to participate as well? Right. Transit, that's a side job. My main job is ahem. Listen up. Hu Wanshan straightened his voice. For the record, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the second son of the Feng Shui Society. This time my father Sama asked me to come here. To come over and show some respect. My father is at least the sponsor of this conference. We were also called over by Lord Sovereign to make up the numbers. Chao Chang whispered. That's good to know. I was afraid of putting pressure on you guys. Telling you that the main protagonists this time must be the Tianqing Guan's chief senior disciple, Zhang Fengnian, and the descendant of Mao Shan, Mao Qing. Saying that, he pointed to the two people not far away. Those two are. On the left is Mao Qing. On the right is Zhang Fengnian. Chao Chang looked over. Mao Qing was dressed in athleisure wear, had short hair, and looked energized. Zhang Fengnian was dressed in a white Taoist robe and wore his long hair, looking much calmer. I've long heard that Tianqingguan Taoist Master Zhang is a world-class martial artist, and today I've seen that he really has an extraordinary temperament, and I'm afraid that in a few years' time, he'll be able to surpass the old Heavenly Master. You're welcome. I'm just a sweeper, and I usually get lectured by the old Heavenly Master. I hope that I will have the opportunity to spar with Taoist Zhang this time, and add a contact information for future contact. No problem. I sweep you or you sweep me? Dropping. Taoist Zhang. You're added. Go through. Mao Qing said. Alright. Zhang Fengnian passed Mao Qing's friend request. Brother Mao. This year is not ordinary. The number of participants is fully doubled. I have long heard that there are many powerful ones inside. All the more reason I want to meet. Taoist Master Zhang. Taoist Master Zhang. Hu Wanshan waved his hand to greet Zhang Fengnian. Oh, so it's Wanshan. This kid is your kid? Come. Uncle will give you a big red packet. He. Taoist Zhang. I'm not married yet. This is Master Chow and Brother Wang from the Firecloud Pavilion. We knew each other before. Hello, Taoist Zhang. My name is Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng said with a childish voice. Hello, Taoist Zhang. My name is Wang Anshan. Wang Anshan sized up Zhang Fengnian with a pair of eyes. Coming at such a young age. I think the ability must be good. Welcome. Feel free to find me if you need my help. Zhang Fengnian said with a smile. The king told me to come to patrol the mountain. I will turn the earth around. At this time Zhang Fengnian's cell phone rang. Elder Wang. What is it? Oh, okay, I know. After answering the phone, you still like drinking so much at such an old age. Zhang Fengnian muttered and said to Chao Chang and the others. Sorry, I have to go beforehand. Let's talk again when we have the chance. He left in a hurry. Not long after, on the center stage, Zhang Fengnian and a few Dao masters walked up. Someone in the crowd recognized that it was a few old Taoist priests and a few elders from the Heavenly Clearance Temple. Zhang Fengnian opened his mouth and said, Everyone, it's been a long time. Today the old Heavenly Master suddenly had something to do and couldn't make it, so it's up to me to say a few brief words. This Heavenly Clearance Assembly is mainly to give you all the opportunity to exchange ideas. I know that you're all already eager to try it out, so since that's the case, let's get started. I'm sure you all know where you're playing against each other ahead of time, so you can advance to the next round by defeating your opponent once you found your venue. I'm in the first match in the north venue. Brother Wang, you're in the first match in the east venue. And Master Chow, you're in the third match in the east venue. And the matchups haven't been decided yet. Xing Rulai said. Then you two together. I'll go to the north venue by myself. Call if anything happens. Chao Chang and Wang Anshan arrived at the east field. Wang Anshan went down to prepare for the match. And Chao Chang sat alone in the spectator's seat. Before his but was even warmed up. Xing Rulai also came to the east grounds and sat on his side. So fast? It can't be a loss, right? Chao Chang asked. I went when I was notified that the other side could not come. I heard that it was called something like the Tiger Tsunami faction. It does not look like a major faction. I naturally won. Xing Rulai said. How is it? Brother Wang is still smooth? It hasn't started yet. Chao Chang said. Next, please ask the opposing players to enter the field. A small blue-robed Taoist priest in the center of the field shouted. Only 3 people slowly walked in across the street. What? How come there are 3 people? Xing Rulai thought it was one person by the name. Never seen one with a name? My last name is Lu. My last name is Chang. My last name is Shun. If you don't believe me, you can check your ID. Ha. I'd like to see who's going to be our opponent. It looks like these 3 people are together. This time Wang Anshan is going to be in bad luck. Xing Rulai worried. The last player has arrived. The people are all together. Those who lose consciousness or voluntarily admit defeat are eliminated. No one is allowed to hurt anyone's life. Those who are found are immediately punished severely. The match begins. A blue-robed little Taoist priest in the center of the field shouted, only to see a man walking slowly across the street. Ouch! Still a long-haired one. Is it a pretty girl? Then we can't stand it. When they reached the front, the man looked up, startling the three. Zhang, Taoist Master Zhang. Zhang Fengnian appeared on the grounds, only without his Taoist robes. Zhang, Taoist Zhang. What brings you here? Lu rubbed his hands together and said, me? I'm here for the competition. Do you know me? That's so recognizable. You're the idol of all three of us. Chang said with a smile. Yeah. The three of us are just following your example and spurring ourselves on. Shun said, rubbing the back of his head. We are also here to meet you up close this time. Lu said. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect a fake idol to meet a real fan. Xing Rulai laughed. Thanks to me worrying for him. Chao Cheng said. Is it still fighting then? Wang Anshan said. No fighting. No fighting. How can we fight an idol? We admit defeat. Besides Taoist Master Zhang, can we take a picture with you? It's okay. Wang Anshan agreed readily. It wasn't his face anyway. Eggplant. Wang Anshan compared to Ya and happily took a picture with Lu Changshun. East Field. First match. Winner. Wang Anshan. A small blue-robed Taoist priest in the center of the field shouted. What? Wang Anshan? Not Zhang Fengnian? Lu Changshun had three confused faces. Hey, take a good look. Isn't it Zhang Fengnian across the street? Lu said. Taoist Zhang is competing at the other venue. A small blue-robed Taoist priest in the center of the field said. Lu Changshun then realized that he had been cheated, and angrily tried to find Wang Anshan. But where was Wang Anshan's figure? Wang Anshan had already skipped out of the venue. Chapter 94 Winning. As expected of Taoist Master Wang. I can see it today. I concede. Taoist Wang really can't be beaten. The three men sat down on the ground wearily, and across from them was none other than Tian Qingguan Wang Fengnian. Everyone, I'm sorry for your loss. Wang Anshan recovered his original appearance and walked to the stands, realizing that Xing Rulai was the only one. Where is Master Chao? Probably went to get ready. By now there were three people standing in the grounds. A big, bare-chested, muscular man. Why hasn't he come yet? I'll have to beat him up hard in a while. A man in cloth scoffed. Surely a muscle man who only uses his muscles to solve fights. The other purple-haired, fish-printed dressed man said condescendingly with his hands behind his back. I advise you both to back off as well, so you don't embarrass yourselves later. No one of the three would give in. Where did Master Chao go? Why hasn't he shown up yet? It wouldn't be diarrhea. Wang Anshan asked. Coming. Xing Rulai saw a figure appear at the entrance of the venue. The players in the third match at the East venue are all present. Fire Cloud Pavilion's Chao Qing has forfeited. A blue-robed little Taoist priest walked into the venue and shouted. Seeing the appearance of the blue-robed little Taoist, Xing Rulai and Wang Anshan both revealed surprised expressions. Isn't this Master Chao? How did it become a referee? Hearing Chao Qing's words, the three people in the venue all laughed softly. Humph, I thought I was coming, but it turns out I'm a deserter. The big guy said. Good thing. Saves me some time. The man in cloth said. I see that you guys won't die until you see the Yellow River. Since you're all together, let's do it. The purple-haired man said. Ha ha ha. Just as the three of them were talking, Chao Qing laughed from the sidelines. What are you laughing at? The man in cloth said. Fight quickly if you want to fight. Grind it out. It's all cannon fodder anyway. Chao Qing said. What? How dare you call us cannon fodder? What are you if not cannon fodder? Are you guys even more powerful characters than Taoist Master Zhang? This hard muscle of mine is invulnerable to knives and spears, water and fire. I'll use my muscles to pin down Taoist Master Zhang. This Taiji stance I learned since I was a child is so unpredictable that I believe it would be difficult for Taoist Master Zhang to understand its subtleties. This fish tattoo of mine is profound, and Taoist Zhang will definitely not be able to cope with it. Geez, you guys are so powerful with your mouths. So who is actually more powerful? Chao Qing said. It's you? Is it you? Or is it you? You have to prove that you can do right by Taoist Master Zhang. Let Taoist Master Zhang see what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. It's me! It's me! It's me! The three shouted in unison. After that the three rushed at each other and wrestled. Ha. I can't imagine that a little provocation would go to my head. Chao Cheng watched from the sidelines with great pleasure. It's a good thing I'm with Master Chao. I was really worried about being pitted by this bastard. Xing Rulai thought to himself. But this bastard on the side doesn't look like a good person either. Wang Anshan looked at the battle on the stage and stroked his chin, seemingly thinking of some idea. Eventually the man in cloth defeated the other two, sweating profusely, and said happily, "See, I'm the strongest, so you can announce that I've advanced. Don't be in a hurry. Take a break first. I'll see if those two have lost their fighting strength." Chao Cheng said, "Good. I've proven myself. I'll take a break. I've got this victory in the bag." The man in cloth sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to recover his strength. Chao Cheng quietly walked behind the man in cloth and delivered a blinding stick to his head. The man in cloth fainted before he could react. No sense of safety at all. Chao Cheng dropped the wooden stick on the ground and patted the dirt on his hands. The scene froze everyone in their tracks. "Isn't that the referee? The referee hit someone. I'm going to report the unfairness to the Heavenly Clearview." Someone in the stands yelled, "Referee? Who said I'm a referee?" Chao Cheng took off his outer Dao robe and stowed it away. Just in time, a blue-robed little Taoist priest hurriedly rushed to the venue, said with an apologetic face, "Sorry, just went to the toilet. I don't know who took my Taoist robes, causing me to go back to change one. Late. To everyone to make amends. The players are all here. Right. Then open." The blue-robed little Taoist priest looked at the center of the field where 3 people were down and 1 was standing. "What's going on here? Is it over? Alright, I announce the winner of the 3rd match in the East venue. Chao Cheng. Ha ha, awesome. Master Chao," Wang Anshan said. Chao Cheng said, "That's all I can muddle through." Xing Rulai watched these two blowing each other away. If he didn't know each other and watched the match just now, he would have the heart to get them killed right now. Ding ding, suddenly Xing Rulai's cell phone came with several message sounds. Xing Rulai looked away and pulled the two of them towards the north grounds at a quick pace. "What's wrong? What happened?" Chao Cheng also saw the urgency on Xing Rulai's face. "I heard that this Mao Qing is going to be on. Must not take a good look. It would be a pity to miss it." Xing Rulai said, "Is this Mao Qing really that powerful? I don't know if he's powerful or not, but his sect is too powerful. Mao Shan descendant. I heard that the one who is most in tune with Mao Shan Taoism in the last 100 years is him. Then which is stronger, him or Taoist Master Zhang? I can't say for sure, but after watching this one I should know how much that Mao Qing weighs." Xing Rulai said, "I just took a quick glance and the other 3 winners in this one are no slouches. The person who won the first game is called Xiao Mo, and he cultivates the lion's roar kung fu, attacking with his voice, which can cause his opponents to get a headache and lose consciousness. But as long as you pay attention to the direction of his attack, you can dodge most of the voices." The person who won the second game is called Autumn Falling Snow. Her ability is physical strength and speed, and anyone who goes up against her loses by exhaustion. "Isn't that about the same ability as me?" Wang Anshan said, the corners of his mouth rising as the scene of chasing her began to float in his mind. "The person who won the 3rd game I saw a long time ago, his name is Hu Wei. At that time I even defeated him, but I feel that this time he's gotten stronger. He doesn't have any cultivation base himself. I don't know by what means he has the ability to cultivate, but it's true that he has a rich dad. I think it must have something to do with his dad. Is their family still short of children?" Chao Cheng asked. These words drew contemptuous glances from Xing Rulai and Wang Anshan. "Aren't you a soft touch? It's recommended that his father be severely investigated," Wang Anshan said from the side. Chapter 95 Ranking. Enter the 4th contestant of the northern venue. A small blue-robed Taoist on the side said. Mao Qing walked into the venue with the 3 human players. Mao Qing looked at the 3 and said, "Come on, get it together." The 3 of them leapt up and rushed towards Mao Qing. One man was carrying a rope in his hand and waving a flinging knife. One extended from head to toe, and a golden exoskeleton appeared all over his body, looking like a golden bell. A strong wind appeared in one person's hand. At the same time Mao Qing flung out his hand. At some point 3 pieces of talisman paper appeared in his hand. Mao Shan Taoist talisman. One of them quickly stepped back quickly with a quick eye. "It's a good thing I have bright eyes. Otherwise I would have fallen into a trap." Although his own dump knife is so sharp that he can stab through even a few centimeters of steel, but when he saw the talisman paper that time, his heart was always a little uneasy, and the only way to be safest was to wait for his chance outside. The little gold man and the Gale man pinched Mao Qing left and right. Just when Mao Qing had no time to care and turned his back to him, he swung the flinging knife in his hand with precision, expecting to pierce Mao Qing's back, but it turned out that Mao Qing shifted to the right, and the flinging knife stabbed at the little golden man's chest. "Dodge!" he warned anxiously, but the little golden man realized that he couldn't move at all. A talisman was stuck to his forehead and he could only watch as the flung knives flew in. Also plastered with runes was the Gale man. The flinging knife flew rapidly towards the chest of the little golden man. The flinging knife man immediately used his hand to try to control the flinging knife back. Suddenly a hand held his hand. "What's the hurry? Let's see if your flinging knife is hard or his golden bell mask is hard." "How is that possible? Wasn't he in the distance just now? How did he come over?" Just as the knife flinging man was surprised, The head of the flinging knife stopped at the little golden man's chest and was caught by two of Mao Qing's fingers. The little golden man was sweating profusely by now, unable to speak. How can a mere talisman paper trap me? Although the Gale man was immobilized by the rune paper, he still manipulated a gale around his body, trying to blow the rune paper away. A bit of an idea, but unfortunately I already expected it, Mao Qing said with a smile. Gale! Gale man shouted. A fierce gale whipped the surrounding area. The rune on his forehead swung violently with it. When the paper was about to be blown off, there was a pop sound. A piece of paper split into hundreds of pieces, and the wind suddenly changed direction. So the paper was sucked up by the wind, and he himself was stuffed with a mouthful of paper. Gale man stopped instantly. Are you still fighting? Mao Qing said as he looked at the knife-flinging man. No more fighting. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The knife-flinging man threw his flinging knife and said, winner of the fourth game on the north field. Mao Qing. This Mao Qing does have something, Wang Anshan said after watching the match. Then how else would the others be the biggest contenders? Xing Rulai said, Master Chao, you must avenge me. Hu Wanshan saw Chao Cheng appear and ran over at once. I originally thought it was a sure win, but it turned out that the Taoist priest from nowhere defeated me. He was despicable and used tricks to knock me out to win, Hu Wanshan said with a sniffle and a tear. What's the other guy's name? Wang Ran. I will take revenge the next time I see him, Hu Wanshan hissed. Oh, Taoist Master Wang. Ah, that's not surprising, Xing Rulai said. The Tai He sect sent him alone this time, and he's very familiar with my master. And from what my master said, he's easygoing, unlike what you said. That's knowing people. I think it's best to be careful about contacting him, Hu Wanshan said. Hey, just in time. He's right in front. Taoist Master Wang Ran, Xing Rulai said with a greeting. What a coincidence to meet again. What does Big Brother Xing want to see me about? Wang Ran respectfully saluted. Isn't this the Big Brother who from earlier? You guys know each other. Aha, he was just saying that when you race. Geez, what's there to say? No need to thank me. I just carried you to the sidelines when I saw you passed out. To be thankful, let's have a meal together later, Hu Wanshan said curtly. No. I still have things to do. Next time, Wang Ran rebuffed. When Taoist Master Wang Ran left, Hu Wanshan smiled and said, just now it was a bit added to and exaggerated, but isn't it all about stirring up the fighting spirit? The process doesn't matter. Wanshan, if you don't have some truth in your mouth next time, don't take it that I'm ignoring you. Oh, Chao Cheng said. I wouldn't dare to. Master Chao, Hu Wanshan said. It's not possible that even your identity is fake. Wang Anshan looked at Hu Wanshan and said, No, the identity is absolutely true. I'll invite you all to have dinner together at night, and by the way, I'll bring you all to know my father. Hu Wanshan patted his chest and said, by the way, have you guys entered the group? What group? What a group of players for this convention. Saying this, Hu Wanshan took out his cell phone and showed Chao Cheng. Not only are there contestants in here, but there are also information and rankings for each of them. Let's see. Chao Cheng took the phone and looked alone. Saw his name at the 130th position. Phew, thankfully it's not the top 10. Chao Cheng was much more relieved. Let's see how many I have. Wang Anshan also came over. You'll be one place behind me. 131. Chao Cheng said. How can my level be so low? Wang Anshan said unconvincingly. It may be that the data is relatively small. It's all sorted by each person's results after each match, and there's an evaluation of each person written on the back, so you guys can refer to it. Hu Wanshan added. Oh, let's see. My rating is good at pretending to be someone else. Always make sure it's not me. Beware of scams. So it's not that I can't imitate others anymore? Wang Anshan said sadly. Master Chao, let's see what you have to say. My evaluation is small age, extremely deep heart, good at disguising others, beware of fraud, suggest official new fingerprints for admission. P.S. Pay special attention to the person with the same ability. Wang Anshan, good lord, both of us have been targeted. Chao Cheng laughed. Isn't this the one selling flying swords? Chao Cheng saw a name and said, Yu Beiliang. It's him. Xing Rulai said. There's still a surname Shi these days? Wang Anshan said. I thought he didn't have much ability, but I never thought he ranked in the top 10. The original is not surname Shi. Later changed. I know his story. Long story. Hotel has been fixed. A moment to eat and you eat while talking. Go. Hu Wanshan said. Chapter 96 Dart Game. We're here. Hu Wanshan led the three of them to a large hotel with towering buildings drilling straight into the sky. How many layers are there? Chao Cheng exclaimed. It's not high. 50 floors. Hu Wanshan said. It's all in our family. Mr. Pooh, it's already been arranged for you. A man in a suit at the door said respectfully. Okay, take me there. Hu Wanshan said. Shibei Liang, originally surnamed Jia, called Jia Liang, when he was a child, because of a bet that his family's spoon would fly. He lost and gambled away his surname. Hu Wanshan chucked a piece of roasted meat and said, whose spoon can fly? Wang Anshan laughed. His spoons do fly, because they all know the art of sentimentalism in their family, and it just so happened that no one was home that day. He was the only one at home. Ahem. Then it's a good thing we didn't bet on our lives, or else the person would be gone. Wang Anshan said. Later all said that children's words are reckless, thinking about forgetting, but Shibei Liang, this child is quite stubborn, said nothing refuses. Okay, then take a Shibei, just harmonic Shibei, together is a Jia character. He also has an older brother, called Shibei. Want to compare to Shibei Liang? His brother's character is quite a bit calmer. Shibei Liang is flamboyant and loves to play. This time, I guess I want him to suffer a loss and see the world. His brother lost a bet with someone too? No. Love his brother chanting. Also changed the last name, but I guess it won't be long to change back. After all, their family will soon be inherited it. Sentry? Yeah, there's a video online. Master Chow, I'll put it on TV for you. Hu Wanshan opened the 120-inch TV in the box, tapped on the cast screen, and a video appeared on it. Dragon City's wondrous man Yuboko Ryo. The large 7-character headline appeared first. Today I'm taking a look into the life of Yuboko Ryo, the strange man of Dragon City. A presenter said in front of the camera with a microphone. In the background is an amusement park. Excuse me, is Ryo Yukita here? The host asked to a stallholder. Yukita Ryo, he's here? The stallholder asked with some alarm. Yeah, he messaged us a few minutes ago. Ah, the stall owner exclaimed when he heard it. Yuboko Ryo is here. Shouting. Yubikirio is here. Yubili is here. There is a familiar feeling of the city police are coming. At this time a street stall owners heard of put away the signboard on the table, pulled up the roller shutter door. To confirm that there is no reveal any open door look before rest assured. What's going on here? The sudden change left the host a bit overwhelmed. Are you guys so afraid of him? The host asked, looking at the only stall holder who hadn't closed. I'm me and they're them. Don't confuse me with them. The stall owner said. They say that Shibei Liang is the king here. I don't believe them. Today is my first day here. I'm going to see how much he weighs. Who's talking about me? As he spoke, a young man approached. Dyed red hair, eyes full of disdain, black jacket. Yukita Ryo? Oh, it's me. You're the crew of that what's his name program? Yeah. What's to be filmed? I'm not going to cooperate with you. No. We'll just follow along and take some random shots. The stall owners who closed the door saw that Shibei Liang had arrived and greeted them, currying favor. Master Shi, you're here. Let's see what you want to drink and eat. Why are they all closed? Still want to have some fun? Yuboku Ryo said. Business has been bad lately, so they're closed during the day to save some money. A stall owner said. Come play at my place. The owner of the unclosed stall tilted his head and said. What do you play here? Yubari asked as he walked over to the booth. Throw darts, 10 at a time, for a total of 30 balloons. Nope. The stallholder had originally poked and prodded 5. Changing it to 10 was so that Yubari couldn't have a chance to miss. Where's the reward? Poke 10 rewards, pick one from here and take it. The vendor said, pointing to a wall of toys, containing stuffed dolls, plastic toys, and more. Okay, so do I get to pick 2 if I poke 20? Yubei Liang said. No problem. You only have 10 darts. How can you possibly poke through 20? The stall owner thought to himself. Besides he has tampered with the darts and balloons himself. It can't be that easy to poke through. Then if I poke 20 with 1, will 10 darts pick 20? Yubikirio continued. The stall owner was a little dazed and nodded subconsciously. Watch it. Yubei Ryo was about to start when thump. A BGM of Imperial Sword Flight rang out. Hey brother, I'm playing outside. I know. I'll be back early. Are you afraid to play? The stall owner said smugly. Shibei Liang's right hand followed the phone. His left hand to the darts on the table casually pointed. A dart miso flew up, directly poked a balloon. Count yourself lucky. The stall owner added another balloon up, purposely using a thickened balloon. Let's see if you can still poke it this time. Then the dart made a turn in the air and poked through all 20 balloons in a row at once. That was too fast. The stallholder patched it up again with 2 thickened balloon sleeves together. Just as the stall owner was mending, the remaining 9 darts flew at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. The stallholder is mending one and breaking one. I know. I know. Brother, you're so nagging. I'm not a kid anymore. I know. What? To introduce me to someone? I'm only a few years old. It's too early. Must we meet? Then I'd better go to that heavenly clearance conference or something. 10 darts were parked right behind the stallholder, waiting for him to refill his balloon. In the blink of an eye, half of the bag of balloons had been used, and at this rate he would have lost money on his first day. Alright, I'll be right back to get ready for it. Yu Beiliang hung up the phone. Sorry, what were you saying? Answering the phone. Didn't hear. Yubari asked. I say, you can have all the toys on this wall. I'm convinced. The stall owner cried. Alright, pack it up for me and send it to the village. Yu Beiliang left an address for the stall owner. Looking at the other stall holders gloating, one can only admit that one is too young. 10 darts landed smoothly on the table. Master Shi, you go well. Welcome to come again. Let us know before you come next time. We'll prepare properly. The amusement park stall owners politely sent Shi Beiliang to the door. At this point, the video ends with the back of Ryo Yukita leaving. Chapter 97 Dedicated Security Checker. Well, isn't it also a difficult opponent? Hu Wanshan said. I hope you guys don't run into him. Chao Chang watched the video and pondered. Don't think about it. The car will get there. Hurry up and eat. It will get cold if you don't eat it. Wang Anshan said. Congratulations to all of you for entering the next round. This round will be a one-on-one competition. Please come up and draw lots. The old heavenly master said as he stood on the stage. All of them lined up neatly in several lines and moved forward one by one. Some people are excited after smoking. Others are full of sadness after smoking. I hope I don't draw Mao Qing, Zhang Fengnian, Wang Ran, Shi Beiliang, Xiao Mo, Autumn Falling Snow, Hu Wei. Chao Qing read all the masters he could think of before going on stage. Come weak. The weaker the better. After reciting the incantation, Chao Qing reached into the draw box and took out a slip of paper, opened it up, with great regret in his heart, and, oops, how did I leave them out? Master Chao, who did you draw? Wang Anshan asked as he saw Chao Qing's disappointed expression. Chao Qing took out the note, which read, careful car maintenance, Valio, ha ha ha, what a worry. Wang Anshan scoffed. According to the principle of probability, the same thing does not happen at the same time. Wang Anshan drew out a note reassuringly, opened it with great anticipation, saw the contents, cursed end. Master Chao, I drew the same one as you. Wang Anshan took out the note, which read, carefully maintain the car. Sure Bailey. I wonder who Big Brother Xing smoked. Xing Rulai came down from the stage and frowned, saying that, what bad luck. Drew the well-kept car, called Pengji. Who did you guys draw? The ones we're up against are also well-bred cars. Chao Cheng said. Could it be that the Fire Cloud Pavilion is going to be eliminated in one pot? Xing Rulai worriedly said. If we're eliminated in the second round, how can we explain this to Master? Just as the trio looked up, they happened to meet three gazes. The other man gave a bad smile. It's over. Master Chao, you've met a pervert. I've heard that some fierce men like children. Wang Anshan said. What are you thinking? Those three across the street are just well-kept cars. Xing Rulai said. Falio, Shirbaili, Peng Ji. The opponents were both wearing undershirts and exposed bladders. One of them had car repair pliers in his hand and the other used the jack with a click like a gripstick, so they didn't look like they were the ones to be messed with. How can I withstand a moment? Take a moment, let's say hospitalized for a month. Wang Anshan looked at his thin body and said. Good. Now that the drawing of lots is complete and it's getting late, the Heavenly Clearance Temple has already arranged accommodations for all of you, so you can stay at the Heavenly Clearance Temple tonight. Poor Taoist Jiawan. A chubby middle-aged Taoist priest saluted the three. We will take everyone from the Fire Cloud Pavilion to the residence. Jiawan brought the three to the dormitory and said before leaving. These days the Guan has invited some folk artists from all over the world to come and perform. If you're bored you can go and take a look. It's right in the center square. The three were fretting about tomorrow's game, so what mind was there to watch the show? Master Chao, why don't I go steal their tools? Wang Anshan said. Then wouldn't we be laughed at in the Fire Cloud Pavilion if we were discovered? No. Xing Rulai refused. Don't worry. I've been traveling the world for so many years. Where have I ever lost my hand? Wang Anshan said. Yeah, ahem. And just once. I don't think it's a good idea either. Besides, this kind of weapon must be carried around with us, which would give us a chance. Chao Cheng said. What then? Why don't you put down medicine and let them sleep for 3 days and 3 nights? Wang Anshan said. I have an immature idea. Chao Cheng said. Oh, tell me about it. The two men came to be interested. Finally the three agreed to do just that. The next day, the three men wore hoods and became three unseen people, crouching on the side of the road on the way to the track. see the carefully maintained car not far away slowly approaching. Chao Cheng changed into his Taoist robe and set up a stall, and Xing Rulai pretended to have just arrived to walk towards the stall before them. Wang Anshan, on the other hand, squatted on the side of the road and waited for them to go and then followed. Big brother, what's up ahead? Sir Bailey asked when he saw the person appearing in front of him. If you ask me, who do I ask? Go over there and find out, Valio asked, holding the repair pliers. The carefully maintained crowd approached the booth, which had a piece of paper taped to the front that read, security check. Just see Chao Cheng holding a metal detector to line Rulai from top to bottom a sweep. In the pocket position, the metal detector drip 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 issued a continuous sound. Chao Cheng said, please take out the things in your pockets. I have nothing in my pockets. You have a broken instrument. Xing Rulai sophistically said. Then I'm offended. Bang sound. Xing Rulai directly flew out more than 10 meters away. The body moved and then did not move. A small knife in the pocket fell out. Humph. Guy who doesn't know how to die. Chao Cheng walked over and picked up the knife, and after confirming that there was no breath left, he said, next. The scene froze a few of the people who had carefully kept the car in place, and they lamented that. What a big deal. It's not worth it to put your life on the line for a small knife. When Chao Cheng saw them, he changed his fierce expression and revealed a smile and said, hey, these big brothers, poor Taoist Chao Cheng, please cooperate with me in doing the examination. Ha, how come I didn't hear about this process last year? Failio, however, didn't buy it and questioned. You don't know. It's a new addition this year because there were a number of injuries last year, so it's a special check to prevent a recurrence. It's quick. I'll have to check with the old Skymaster. Failio said. At this time, Wang Anshan shouted from the back. Still okay, hurry up, hurry up. The game lost you are responsible for or worried about being checked out what? What's the rush? We're open and above board. Just check. Failio said. Chao Cheng probed the metal detector around, and the metal detector didn't stop ringing. This big brother, how much are you carrying? Chao Cheng said. Valio breaks out the pliers, hammer, wrench. We're just in the business of fixing cars. It's normal to carry these things around with us, right? Failio said. Normal. Follow the process. Can I take these for testing? If you take it away, what about our match? Sir Bailey was the first to refuse. Don't worry. It's just going through a process. As I see it, there is absolutely no problem with these things. I guarantee that I will send them over to you before the game, and it won't affect your game. I'm sure you'll understand, or else no one will be able to explain it if something goes wrong. Big brother, he's right. Don't you think it's the truth? If it's fine after testing, then we don't need to hide it. It's like a guarantee for us. Pangji said softly by Failio's side. Valio nodded, thinking he had a point. Okay, then you move fast. We'll go to the grounds first. Holler holler. Chapter 98, do you see if anyone looks like him? Please enter quickly for those who have carefully maintained their cars. An urging voice came from behind. Big brother, why hasn't that kid come yet? Sir Bailey asked. Wait a little longer. Failio was also very anxious. How could he fight without these weapons? It can't be that what we brought isn't working, Pengji said. Why yes, we call that a legal modification, Skibbly said. Seeing that the game was about to start, they had to enter the field stiffly. It turned out to be simply unbeatable. Only a few are winning. It's all played out. Why haven't you given it to us yet? Could it really have been withheld? Sure, Bailey worried. I told you not to add some parts, and now it's so good that I don't even know where to find them if I want to get them. Pengji chimed in. I know. Failio said. Big brother, do you know what it's about? I know who to call. Failio said excitedly. The old celestial master. It must be the old heavenly master. He wants me to find him on my own. After all, someone with such a high status would definitely not take the initiative to contact us. After saying that, a group of people came to the old celestial master's courtyard in a flurry of wind, just in time to meet up with the old celestial master. Old celestial master, do you think you can give me back my things? Failio said. What are you talking about? I didn't take anything from you. Geez, old sky master, there's no one else here. Give a face. Failio continued. This statement confused the old celestial master a bit as well. So tell me, what have I taken from you? The old celestial master said. Just the usual tools we work with. Wrenches, hammers, whatever. Oh, I don't have any here. The old celestial master said. How? No. Oh, the old celestial master must have wanted to keep it for himself. Failio understood. Old celestial master. You see, why don't we make another set for you? This set of brothers use it smoothly. They all look at it as their own wives. They can't not want their wives. Seeing that the old celestial master still looked like he didn't understand, Bailey couldn't see past it and pointed at the old celestial master and said, "Hey, you old man, you took something from us and didn't give it back to us. Is this how all of the heavenly clearances look like? When did I take anything of yours?" So Phaleo told the old celestial master the process. No, 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 impossible, absolutely impossible. The old celestial master shook his head after hearing this and said, "The people in our Taoist temple wouldn't do that, but he's really wearing the Taoist robes of the heavenly clearance temple." Phaleo said, "Alright, I'll definitely give you an answer. Jiawan, go and call out everyone in the Taoist temple, and those who participated in the competition at the Taoist temple, call them all over now." Yes, Jiawan rang the bell in the Taoist temple and gathered everyone together. "Elder brother Fa, can you see if someone looks like him?" Old Tianshur said. No, not like that." Everyone had watched, and Phaleo hadn't found the one he'd met. "I remember the man wasn't very tall. I guess it only came up to my waist here," Pengji recalled. "All the Taoist boys in the Taoist temple are here, and the shortest is taller than you said, and that looks like a child you said. We don't recruit children here." "Oh, I know. Speedy snapped. "What's he doing this for?" "It's to win. Do any of the opponents we've met remember being a kid?" I remember," one of the henchmen said, raising his hand. "My opponent was a dad with a daughter. That must be them, but I beat them to it." "Then what did you say?" "Since the game is also long gone, no one can recall it now. Elder brother Fa, why don't you go back and think about it again, and keep me informed if you have any news?" the old heavenly master said. "No, I'm going to get him today or I'm not leaving." Phaleo directly refused. "Who knows if you're with him?" Skibbily followed. Yeah, cats crying and pretending," Pengji said. "Humph. Send off." The heavenly master waved his great robe. Everyone who had carefully maintained their cars was blown straight to the bottom of the mountain by a gust of wind. Bailey opened his eyes and pointed to the front and trembled. "Da, big brother, what do you see there?" A familiar object appeared in front of Phaleo's eyes. The wrenches they threw were stacked at the top of a cart. "Big brother, my wife is back," Pengji said, touching his wrench. Hey, what are you doing?" An old man on the side said. "What are you doing with my wrench?" "Who said it was yours?" "It's simply mine. I just collected it from someone," the old man said. "Wasn't that man not tall enough to reach my waist?" Phaleo asked. "It's not high. It's an older woman who said she couldn't use it for moving and sold it to me. Remember what it looks like?" "Who remembers that? I'm not looking for an old partner. I'll take this wrench." "Old man," Pengji said. The old man didn't say a word, silently bent down, snapped, fell to the ground, and didn't move a muscle. Bumper sticker. Oops. Someone robbed something in broad daylight, the old man shouted as he lay on the ground. The sound drew the attention of those around them. There was a gathering of cell phones. "Count on it." Phaleo had to lead the crowd away. Before he could take a few steps, a familiar object appeared in an older woman's hand. "Hey, isn't that my hammer?" Spire recognized it at once. Up he went and asked, "Auntie, where did you get this hammer?" "Oh, you mean this hammer? An old man sold it to me just now. Remember what it looks like?" Remember. I've always had a crush on him. He's not very tall, only comes up to your waist here. Just now it was the big mom. Now an old man pops up, and they're both about the same height. Are you sure it's an old man and not a big mom?" Phaleo confirmed. "Auntie, I'm so old, can't I recognize a man or a woman?" Big Mama looked at the hammer in her hand that Skeebly kept looking at, and warily said that. "What? You guys want this hammer? I'm telling you guys, I've got a heart condition and I can't stand the shock." Afterward, the carefully maintained crowd saw their tools appear in different hands, and all have different impressions of the people who sell them tools. One minute it's an older woman, the next it's an older man. Chao Qing looked behind him, saw that no one was following him, turned a corner into an unoccupied corner, took off his wig, changed into his own clothes, and straightened his back. He himself pretended to be 2 older women and 3 older men respectively, divided into 5 batches in 5 locations. "I can finally get rid of those things. Although each one looks small, they are all quite heavy and I wonder what kind of stuff is in them." Just when Chao Cheng had thought that it was over, a voice rang out from behind him. "Chao Cheng, what are you doing?" Chapter 99, I saw my tits. Looking back, the old celestial master was standing behind himself. "Scared me. Who am I talking about?" Chao Cheng went up and pinched the old celestial master's face. "Anshan, you've done a good job with this face. It's quite real." At the first glance I really thought that the old celestial master had come. At this time, Wang Anshan came out from behind. "Master Chao, what are you doing?" "I'm here." "Yes, it's you," Chao Cheng said. Yes, Master Chao, It's me who brought the old heavenly master here, Wang Anshan said. I'm sorry, old heavenly master. Chao Cheng hurriedly withdrew his hand and saluted. Come back with me. I have something to find you, the old heavenly master said seriously. Wang Anshan gloated and laughed. Ha ha ha, Master Chao, you also have today. Don't laugh. And you come along too. Old celestial master pointed at Wang Anshan. The smile on Wang Anshan's face froze. The two of them honestly followed the old heavenly master to the backyard of the heavenly clearance temple. The old celestial master sat and the two men stood. I'm asking you guys, did you do this? The old heavenly master stroked his beard and said, his speech not fast but full of majesty. The two looked at each other with their heads down. Chao Cheng raised his head and said first, no. Wang Anshan followed suit. Hey, I didn't even say anything about what's going on. How come I didn't do it? The old celestial master said with a smile. I thought you said something about going down the mountain privately. Chao Cheng said with a snort. Humph. Still talking tough. Like this. If you guys admit it, I'll forget about it. And in addition, I'll also send you clear wine from the heavenly clearance temple. Chao Cheng heard. Thought. Rely on a bottle of wine, want us to say. This is to look down on us. We at least know so long, good buddy. Chao Cheng hadn't even opened his mouth. Wang Anshan on the side had already jumped ahead and said. I said. It was Master Chao who did it. He told me to do it. It's him. It has nothing to do with me. Good man. It's not scary to have a powerful enemy, but it's most worrying to have a mole. Good. Not bad. I got it. You can go now, the old heavenly master said with satisfaction. The wine? Wang Anshan asked with a wide grin. Go get it from the backyard. Don't take more than one. Just one bottle. Alright, thank you, old celestial master. You two take your time. Wang Anshan didn't forget to close the door before he left. He said it. Don't you recognize it? Just based on one sentence. Without evidence. What makes you say it's me? Chao Cheng said. Since the toast is over, don't blame me. Chao Cheng immediately leaped out with a quick wit. And the old celestial master's outstretched palm grabbed the air. Yo, the reaction is quite fast. Old, a little unable to keep up. It's been a long time since I've moved my muscles. Today it's just the right time to move around. The old heavenly master slowly walked out of the room. Use whatever tricks you have. I won't ask any more questions if you can injure me, the old heavenly master said with confidence. On what grounds? You can hurt me, I'll say. Chao Cheng asked rhetorically. Good boy. I'm coming then, old man. The old celestial master merged his fingers, and thunderbolts condensed from his fingertips as he rushed towards Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng saw this and took out a stack of talisman paper from his clothes. Maoshan Taoist talisman? This kid is also from Maoshan? The old heavenly master thought to himself when he saw the somewhat familiar talisman paper. But it's a bit unlike it. Chao Cheng had watched Mao Qing's battle before and had deliberately added improvements to the original talisman paper, which had to be used differently for different people. This was why Chao Cheng had allowed the old heavenly master to strike first. Chao Cheng used a wad of talisman paper against the old celestial master's 2 fingers. Just this? The old celestial master increased the lightning at his fingertips, and the sound of the talisman paper about to tear could be heard. Tear. The first talisman paper tore straight through. Then both fingers stabbed through the rest of the rune paper. The runes quickly gushed out of the pouring water. The lightning in his hand led down the water towards the old celestial master. The old celestial master was directly electrified and shivered. How's that for numbness? Mama. The old celestial master put away the thunderbolt in his hand to find that the tingling sensation still hadn't stopped. Chao Cheng was seen in the distance, holding a wire and guiding it into the water. The old celestial master couldn't care less about his messy hair and rushed towards Chao Cheng in an arrow step. Both fingers merged to jab at Chao Cheng's head. Ding! The fingers rattled as if they had touched diamond. Asterisk. Why is your head so hard? Chao Cheng hemmed and hawed, and the flag hidden in his clothes stood up. I set up a formation on myself. The old celestial master, who had suffered 2 losses, was a bit embarrassed and regretted that he hadn't used his full strength, still underestimating Chao Cheng's strength. Alright, I'll let this matter go, the old heavenly master said. Chao Cheng was relieved and was about to thank the old heavenly master. Unexpectedly, the old celestial master went on to say, next is the normal cut. The old celestial master finished speaking with a faint golden light emanating from his body, as if it were a rope of golden light flying towards Chao Cheng. It looks like a dozen or so passes. Seeing this, Chao Cheng took out the haste talisman and stuck it on his leg, escaping the golden light with a flash. What's this? Ding dong. A text appeared in front of Chao Cheng. Golden light mantra, heaven and earth, the root of all air, cultivate for 10,000 years to prove my divine power. As if alive, golden streams of light are scattered around the body. which can be collected to protect the body and released to attack the enemy. Is it imitated? Imitation, Chao Qing said quietly. It's not over yet. The old heavenly master had appeared behind Chao Qing as he spoke. When Chao Qing made the formation, the old celestial master broke the formation with a single finger without panicking. By the time Chao Qing took out the talisman paper, the old celestial master had already grabbed it and tore it off in 3 tries. I'd like to see what other moves you have, the old heavenly master said. One's own formations and talisman paper were torn apart. Chao Qing thought that he still had the heavenly thunder record to try, and it just so happened that he hadn't tried it, so he decisively pulled out the heavenly thunder record. What's new about this? The old celestial master squinted at it. After Chao Qing finished reciting the talisman, a shocking heavenly thunderbolt fell from the sky, and the old celestial master dodged the lightning strike with a sidestep. What kind of spell is this? The old heavenly master's originally happy face became serious. Just now, he felt the power in this heavenly thunder. Predict that you'll lose at least a layer of skin if you're struck. Then 5 more heavenly thunders fell. All of them were nimbly dodged by the old celestial master. To try and carry it hard or not, the old celestial master looked at the falling heavenly thunder, as if the roaring screams of evil spirits were ringing in his ears. Several golden lights flew towards the heavenly thunder, but they were all shattered one by one. I can't. I have to hide. The old celestial master was about to move away when this thought appeared in his mind, only to find that he couldn't move. Chao Qing was hugging the old celestial master to death. His own body had been wrapped in golden light at some point. When did he learn the golden light spell? The golden light saw Chao Qing and the old celestial master as a whole, protecting them to the death. A heavenly thunderbolt struck down, splitting Chao Qing and the old celestial master on the outside. Luckily, Chao Qing had precious armor on his body, which reduced some of the damage, but the armor was also showing more cracks and didn't look too good anymore. But the old celestial master wasn't so lucky. His face and Taoist robes were blackened with a large patch of black smoke coming out of his mouth. Old celestial master. Old celestial master. Wake up, Chao Qing said as he slapped the old heavenly master's face. Ahem. Ahem. What happened just now? I saw my 2 milk. The old celestial master said breathlessly. Chapter 100, The Old Master's Request. By the time Wang Anshan came back again, Chao Qing and the old celestial master had already shaken hands and talked and laughed. Ha ha ha, old brother Chao, at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you. The old celestial master is also old and not less young. Both were gray and pudgy. It seems that the two exchanged comprehensive enough. In fact, this time, the old celestial master had sought him out and asked Chao Qing for something else. The old celestial master straightened his hair and said, Old brother Chao, this matter will be turned over. I still have something here that I hope old brother Chao will agree to. Please be frank, old celestial master. A few days ago there was an old friend looking for me to catch up, but I'm not busy with the General Assembly these days. I can't get away for a while. I'm thinking that old brother Chao can take over for me for 2 days. Just 2 days. I'll definitely come back. The old celestial master patted his chest. Chao Qing's first thought was that this wasn't something good, or else why would this old man be looking for him? I do want to, but I'm not the right height. I think Anshan is quite suitable. Chao Qing refused. You have a point. So what does Anson think? No problem, old celestial master. It's on me. I'll make sure to dress up Master Chao well. Good. Then I'll leave it to you. The old heavenly master stroked his beard and laughed loudly as he walked out of the room. What's going on? Didn't you tell Wang Anshan to stand in for the old master? By the time Chao Qing chased him out, the old celestial master was long gone. Only one voice echoed in the air. Elder brother Chao. It's a deal then. Don't worry. I've already spoken to the entirety of the Guan. I won't be going out in the next few days if I'm not feeling well. Old heavenly master traveled well. Wang Anshan saluted. After saluting, Wang Anshan took out 2 wooden sticks and a face skin of the old heavenly master. Come on, Master Chao. What are you looking at? You are the one who was hand-picked by the old heavenly master. After a dressing down, you can't really tell it's a stunt double unless you look closely, and you can say that you look like it in every move. Master Chao, it seems like you have the talent to be an old celestial master. Wang Anshan complimented. As he spoke, there was a knock at the door. Enter, Chao Qing said, mimicking the tone of the old heavenly master, only to see Zhang Fengnian push the door in. Master, I've heard that you're in ill health. How is it going? Zhang Fengnian saluted. A small cold. Just rest for a few days, Chao Qing said. Then I'm relieved that the apprentice is off to the races. Well, come on. When these words came out, Zhang Fengnian was stunned. The usually indifferent master had always been very harsh to him, letting him collect the fight and learn more. How did he change his appearance today? It must have been the illness that made the master gentle. Master, Do I still have to collect the fight? Why are you closing the fight? Let them see how powerful our heavenly clearance temple is. Okay. Thank you, master. I will try my best. Zhang Fengnian nodded and said, finally, I can let go of my fists and fight for once. Achoo. The old celestial master who wasn't in the Taoist temple sneezed. Did he really have a cold? Chao Chang was bored of staying in the house and thought of going out for a walk, just in time to collide with an oncoming Taoist boy. Almost pulled the beard off his face. Sorry, heavenly master. I didn't see you. Are you alright? The Taoist child hurriedly apologized when he saw that it was the old heavenly master. What's the rush? I heard that the Taoist Wang competition is about to begin. Oh, take me with you. Good. The Taoist boy led Chao Ching to Wang Ran's competition venue. Across from Taoist Wang stood a bald man with a big nose. Hey, Taoist Master Wang. I watched your last match, and I've long wanted to spar with your Tai Yun hands to see if your Tai Yun hands or my stealth technique is stronger. In a flash, the big-nosed bald guy disappeared into the field. Ding, a text appeared in front of Chao Chang. Instantaneous shift spell, one thought, one instant. Using this spell, one thought can instantly move to any location within range. Is it imitation? Chao Ching couldn't help but read. Instantaneous transmission technique? Come on. You hear that? That's stealth. A man next to him corrected, wondering if the old man was too old to hear. Upon seeing the old heavenly master's face turn around, he immediately shut his mouth. Chao Cheng said, watch the game well. Looking into the grounds, a figure appeared behind Wang Ran, and when Wang Ran made a sideways move to try to grab him, the person disappeared again. You won't be able to catch anyone if you can't catch them with your Tai Yun hands, right? An empty voice resounded around them. Wang Ran tried to grab him but was unable to do so, and each time he pounced. The big-nosed bald guy who suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ran punched Wang Ran a few meters away. Hey, no, I'm good. Wang Ran patted the dust on his clothes and said, I see. What do you understand, Taoist Wang? As he spoke, the man disappeared again. By the time he reappeared he was already holding Wang Ran's hand. These hands will be wasted here today, the big-nosed bald guy said. Unexpectedly, Wang Ran's figure jerked back, and Wang Ran's hand got rid of the restraint. The big-nosed bald man felt a different aura just now, as if he was not holding a pair of hands. Master, what brings you here? Zhang Fengnian appeared in the stands at this time. Oh, I came out to check on Taoist Wang's match. Are you done? No, it's almost here. Master, do you also think that Taoist Master Wang is unusual? Chao Ching didn't say anything and asked back with a questioning tone. What do you see? Master, don't look at Wang Ran being passive, but he is observing, and I believe that we will soon be able to tell the winner from the loser. Humph, that must have been my mistake. If I can catch you once, I can catch you twice. The big-nosed bald guy disappeared from everyone's view again. It hasn't been seen since. Only Wang Ran looked like he was fighting the air. There was a thump, thump, thump. With a loud crash, the big-nosed bald man stood heavily on the ground in one form. It's not that easy to beat me. Big-nosed baldy builds up momentum on his feet trying to move again. But he was reminded by Taoist Master Wang that, I advise you not to exert yourself. Your acupoints have already been pointed by me. You're going to be ruined if you push any harder. Cheat, the big-nosed bald man shouted, exerting just the slightest bit of force as a sharp pain shot through his foot. Taoist Master Wang had already counted the acupoints when he fought with that man just now, and now there isn't much left to point out. Zhang Fengnian said from the side, as long as you don't try your luck, after 10 minutes, the acupoints will naturally dissolve. Taoist Master Wang said, alright, that's it, let's spar again sometime. Winner, Wang Ran. Chao Chang watched Taoist Wang's bout and realized that he was indeed a difficult character to deal with. His own eyes went to Wang Fengnian on the side. Pa! Chao Chang slapped Wang Fengnian's shoulder. Master, what's wrong? Apprentice, do you have a chance to win against him? The apprentice doesn't say that he'll win 100%, but it's not like he doesn't have a chance of winning either. Yes. Chapter 101 Wang Anshan vs Lu Mazi. Chao Chang was about to leave when he saw that the victory had been decided, but he saw a familiar figure walk into the venue. Isn't that Wang Anshan? Let's see what else this kid is hiding. Chao Ching's originally raised but sat down again. This sparring match, Wang Anshan vs Lu Mazi. The first match was mixed up by your fluke. I won't let you off this time. A person with a pockmarked face on the opposite side said, I advise you to advance. Wang Anshan punched Lu Mazi directly in the face, grinding. Just as he was about to raise his hand to throw a second punch, Lu Mazi stopped it. Wait, the referee hasn't called for the start yet. Begin. The Taoist in the stands immediately shouted. Fine, fine, neither is reasonable, so don't blame me. Lu Mazi leaped back and drew out 3 long incenses, which burned with the wind, and paid 3 obeisances, then inserted them in the incense burner. Another drum was drawn and sung. Please God Lu. The cry was so loud and clear that it drowned out the cacophony of voices from the bleachers. Originally cloudless, there were gradually more and more large dark clouds, as if a rainstorm was coming. Dark clouds cover the sky, it's going to be dark. Every household welcomes the god, the bird runs to the forest, the tiger returns to the mountain. Birds run to the mountains and forests and have a place to rest. Tigers return to the mountains and have peace. As Lu Mazi spoke faster and faster, his entire body shook. The head is covered with 7-star glazed tiles. The feet are on 8-pronged purple and gold bricks. Feet on the ground, head in the sky. Take big steps to walk in a chain. Stand firmly on both feet and lean against the camp. Set up the incense to invite the old immortal Ai Agu. Lu Mazi beat the drum while pulling out a few more joss sticks into the incense burner. When Wang Anshan saw this and tried to go up to stop him, a pair of cunning eyes stared at him and let out a sharp voice. It's not over. What's the hurry? The white smoke from the incense did not dissipate, but fluttered around Lu Mazi's hand. After a while, the sound stopped and the white smoke stopped moving. Lu Mazi stood with his head down. What's going on here? It's done? There was a fine rustling discussion in the stands. Wang Anshan was also very careful and cautiously looked at Lu Mazi, wanted to go up and confirm the situation. At that moment, one of Lu Mazi's hands lifted up and opened his palm for Wang Anshan not to come forward. Don't move. Wang Anshan obediently stopped motionless. LOL. A burp that resounded through the grounds emitted from Lu Mazi's mouth. It's coming. It's coming. I don't know who shouted from the stands. The crowd in the stands was visibly tense, staring even more intently at what was about to happen in the grounds for fear of missing it. Wait, give me a break. I ate a little too much this morning. After making a hiccuping sound, Lu Mazi was obviously much more comfortable and continued to bang the drum while continuing to sing. The old immortal family hear me answer a sound, good food and drink hospitality. The old immortal, before coming don't forget to bring the 3 treasures. Sets of immortal locks. Bind the immortal rope. The horse after piggybacking on the soul bottle. The 3 treasures to your disciple body to throw. The grasp is not firm with the foot kick. Not only with the feet of the bundle stirrups. The bundle of the body of the bundle of the heart. The heart of the clear Aya light Aya. The drums kept beating, and so did Lu Mazi's chanting and singing, but in Lu Mazi's mind was another conversation. Hello, welcome to Call the Immortal Invitation Hotline. Please, what kind of immortal do you want to invite? 1. Who, Fox, Immortal. 2. Yellow, Weasel, Immortal. 3. White, Hedgehog, Immortal. 4. Willow, Snake, Immortal. 5. Gray, Mouse, Immortal. Inviting the immortal for you is in progress. Please wait a moment. Wang Anshan, who was close by, saw that as he chanted and sang, Lu Mazi's face gradually changed up, and some weird outlines of the beast's head appeared. Suddenly, the drumming stopped, and so did Lu Mazi's chanting and singing. Lu Mazi still has the same face as before. Without waiting for Wang Anshan to speak, Lu Mazi directly knelt on the ground and cried out. Wang Anshan looked at Lu Mazi in front of him and didn't know how to comfort him. Ahem. Immortal may have gone out to play. Reaching out, he was about to help Lu Mazi. Lu Mazi popped up as if he was electrocuted, and instead of continuing to cry, he changed his expression to a wry one. Even roar? So this is mortal? And licked his hand as he spoke. Transgender? Watching Lu Mazi's flirtatious movements made Wang Anshan cold sweat. What's your name? A female voice issued from Lu Mazi's mouth. Wang Anshan. Wang Anshan replied. Oh boy. You tell Lu Mazi that the immortal can't come today because of something. So don't keep calling the immortal request hotline. Dare I ask if you are a fox fairy? Wang Anshan asked. No, I am the disciple under the fox fairy. The old man fox fairy has something going on right now. Hey, here it comes. As Lu Mazi turned his head, it was obvious that someone was calling out to him, but there were only the 2 of them in the venue. I don't know who's calling out to him. That's it. I've been approached. After saying that, a noisy airwave sound was emitted from the opposite side, and Chao Qing vaguely heard the old celestial master's voice, which was then cut off. Lu Mazi collapsed to the ground as if deflated. When he woke up, Lu Mazi regained his original voice and said excitedly, The immortals came just now? Aha. Wang Anshan nodded. He asked me to tell you that immortal can't make it today due to something. Damn it, count yourself lucky. I lost. Wang Anshan, Lu Mazi said as he lay on the ground gasping for air. No, you haven't lost yet. Chao Qing suddenly stood up from the stands and said. Wang Anshan froze. What's it to you if I race? Why are you pumping gas for each other? Heavenly Master, look at the fact that people have admitted defeat. The Taoist children on the side also said, we don't interfere with the outcome of the match. Wait for me. Chao Qing took out his cell phone and dialed the old Heavenly Master's number. Hey, Mr. Chao, what's up? Are you with the immortals? Chao Ching asked directly. Yeah, how did you know? The old celestial master asked in surprise. Don't talk yet. Chatting away. It's a race. Chao Ching then tells the old celestial master the course of events and threatens that if he chats again, don't blame him for flipping his identity. Fine. No problem. Listen to you. The old heavenly master said obediently. The old celestial master over there hung up the phone with an angry look on his face. The immortals across the street asked, concerned. What's the matter, old sky master? So angry. Come out to play and mind your own business. That apprentice of mine told me not to forget to take my pills. Just a little heart attack. Gotta go eat soon then. Go. We'll wait for you. Then you guys can talk. If there's something you need to do. Alright, Chao Ching said as he hung up the phone. But avoiding any controversy, he still said to Wang Anshan, Wang Anshan, do you agree to start over? If you don't agree, it will still be handled as if you won. Chao Ching solicited Wang Anshan's opinion. I agree. Just in time to be afraid of people saying I won again. Wang Anshan laughed. Okay, let's start over then. Chapter 102, Lu Mazi vs Wang Anshan S. It is you? Lu Mazi said with a childish accent. Fight early and finish early. Lu Mazi flew out with some white smoke and lunged straight toward Wang Anshan's face. Lu Mazi's strength was suddenly incredibly large, and his sharp teeth were very scary to look at. His face was covered in hostility at this point. Wang Anshan dodged sideways and then violently kicked Lu Mazi's stomach. Lu Mazi stifled a grunt and took a few steps backward, but quickly stabilized himself again. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but then he became more vicious. It's kind of fun, but don't think you can defeat me with this. Lu Mazi roared as he charged at Wang Anshan again. Faster than before. Wang Anshan held Lu Mazi's hands in death with his hands. His brows furrowed and the veins on his neck bulged. You think that's going to stop it? Lu Mazi's waist gradually protruded on both sides. Rip. There was a sound, and two fuzzy hands came out of the shirt. Wang Anshan wasn't an octopus, so how could he have a hand to stop it? Lu Mazi was directly torn in half from his stomach area. Half of his body seemed to fall to the ground like a piece of paper. Strangely enough, there wasn't any blood spilled. Lu Mazi also did not know what drugs the other party was selling. Lu Mazi went up and picked up a sheet of Wang Anshan's body. Eyes half swelled up like a balloon, and there were two bangs and thumps. A strong stench spread through the grounds. There was also very little odor wafting into the stands. Straight up smoked and puked a bunch of people. Wow, what's that smell? Like socks that haven't been washed in a month. No, it's stinky tofu, or the sickly stinky kind. It's the stinky farts that keep coming from bad food. Everyone had covered their noses. The closest Lu Mazi inhaled the stench right into the air, and a wave of nausea and vomiting came up. Directly fainted. Amidst the stench, a figure gradually appeared. Wang Anshan is standing in the grounds wearing a gas mask. Ha, smelling my stinky balls and still wanting to live. That's a buildup of pretty much every stinky flavor there is. Wang Anshan was just about to take off his gas mask when a pungent stench drilled into his nose. Vomit. What a stench. Rushed to put the gas mask on again. Winner. Wang Anshan. Vomit. I can't top it. I'll go throw up for a while. The Taoist boy rushed away after announcing the result. The immortal on Lu Mazi hurriedly left his body. After a while, Lu Mazi gradually awakened. Smelled a stench. What stinks? Lu Mazi sniffed hard. Vomit. Fainted again. It was eventually determined to be deep gas poisoning. Chao Ching couldn't stand the stench either and left the grounds. He came across two Taoist boys carrying a stretcher who were running quickly down the hill. What's wrong with this man? Chao Chang asked. Reporting to the heavenly master. This man is injured. Chao Chang went up and saw that the person on the stretcher had a completely black face. The corners of his mouth were askew, and he was spitting out a breath very slowly, so it looked like he had been seriously injured. Who hit this? Reporting to the heavenly master. It's senior brother Zhang Fengyan. This disciple is really ruthless. Chao Ching read in his heart. Is he usually like this? When the Taoist boy heard this, isn't this your disciple? Shouldn't you know better than us? But answered. Nonetheless, today is a real accident. I was there to watch senior brother Zhang play. It was simply a fire. It felt like I had met an enemy. Fighting us wasn't even that hard. Another Taoist child chimed in. Alright, I know. You guys hurry up and send him away. Chao Chang said. Chao Chang and Wang Anshan asked as they watched the long-lasting stench in the grounds from high above. Yasuyama, do something. We can't race if this doesn't fall apart. Wang Anshan had an expression that was none of his business. How do I know so intensely? Why don't you ask the old heavenly master? Chao Ching dialed the old celestial master's number. Hey, Chao Lao Di. What's up again? Is there any chi gathering stuff in the Taoist temple? It's too windy to compete in the race. Oh, there is. It's called the chi gathering pill. You can ask the Taoist boy to get it for you. but I don't think there's much left, so you'll see what you can do with it. After Chao Chang answered the phone, he asked the Taoist boy to find the chi-gathering pill, a small iron orb, not much in total, and took 5 of them. I forgot to ask old celestial master how this works. Chao Chang picked up a chi-gathering pill and studied it. Hey, it's written here. Just rotate and throw it in, Wang Anshan said with a sharp eye. Good. Throw it all in? Wouldn't that be too much? Throw them all. They don't look very big. I don't think they'll hold much, or one will have to suck until when. Wang Anshan nodded in agreement. Chao Chang and Wang Anshan came outside the field and spun the chi-gathering pill and threw it into the field. The chi-gathering pill shook, and a large gust of wind erupted from it. One blow of the stench from the premises. Hey, not bad. Hey, I thought it was collecting the stench. Chao Chang laughed. Master Chao, we seem to have made a mistake. You see, the stench from the premises was dispersed and it was all blown to other premises. The players still in the race saw a dark cloud drifting over them. While wondering, a foul odor straight to the head was inhaled through the nose, and before he could make a sound, he collapsed. Soon the stench covered all the players in the field. Those who didn't have time to react and those who did fainted. Luckily, there are still highly competent ones who closed their noses when the stench was inhaled and barely survived. It's over. It's not even a race now. Chao Chang saw this and hurriedly called the old celestial master again. Hey, old celestial master, are there any more chi-gathering pills? What? Run out or not? I remember it's all there. Using 5 didn't work. Are there any other chi-gathering pills? Well, just 5. No more, so we'll just have to wait for him to dissipate on his own. What's the matter? Sound anxious? What's going on in the Taoist temple? No, everything is fine. It's just a delay in the game. Stay at ease, old celestial master. Okay, feel free to contact me anytime. Chao Chang hung up the phone with a sad face. Wang Anshan asked, what did the old celestial master say? By yourself, Chao Chang said. Go get Zhang Fingnian. Zhang Fingnian arrived with a gas mask and saluted. Master, what do you want to see me about? Master asks you if there is a way to dissipate the stench? Use the chi-gathering pill. Zhang Fingnian blurted out. Master, I know. So what if I don't use it? Is there anything you can do? Master, I have a plan. Oh, tell me about it. Change of venue. Chapter 103, mainly a learning by doing. Where else is there a venue? Master, you've forgotten that at that time, a few extra venues were specially prepared to prevent accidents. Zhang Fingnian said. Oh, worthy of being an old heavenly master. So well thought out. Hearing this, Chao Ching was happy in his heart. Then hurry up and inform. Those who can still compete will continue to compete at the new venue, and those who can't will recuperate first. Chao Chang said. Yes, Zhang Fingnian said. Due to a temporary mishap, the order of the matches has been adjusted, so please ask the players who have been called to enter the arena and prepare for the match. Xiao Mo vs. Autumn Falling Snow. Chao Ching vs. Shan Shirton. Chao Ching changed into his original costume and walked into the venue, still comfortable in his own clothes. At that moment, a man hurriedly ran towards the back of the Tianqing temple. Quickly, I want to see the old heavenly master. There are great things to tell. A Taoist child stopped the man and said, Old heavenly master is now in seclusion to recuperate, and should not be disturbed. It's too late. It's an urgent matter. Any later and Tianqingwen will change owners. Spaced out fart, Xing Rulai said. With that, he pushed the room open despite the Taoist boy. Wang Anshan sat on the bed with the makeup of an old heavenly master with his eyes closed. Elder brother Xing, what's the hurry? What are you looking for me for if not your master? Reporting to old celestial master. I've already spoken to master, and he's already returned to the Firecloud Pavilion, which is why I've come to find you. Say, what is it? Old celestial master, I have discovered a secret. Many people who had watched Chao Qing's match were standing in the stands at this time. There has been a lot of displeasure with his shameless approach to the game. Everyone wants the other guy to take the heat for the group and cure the guy. There were also the 3 people who had been cheated on the previous field, and they were also gritting their teeth and staring at Chao Qing in the field. Monostone walks into the venue with his blue hair on top of his head. Brother Sean, beat him up hard for me. Show him what you're made of. The people in the stands shouted. Everyone, I will definitely live up to the expectation that only one person can walk out of here this time. Shan Sherdong said confidently. Begin. The dowser in the stands shouted, only to see Shan Ong holding a blank talisman paper in his hand, and without any preparation, he directly rushed towards Chao Ching. A blank piece of talisman paper was then attached to Chao Qing's clothes. Blank talisman paper? Chao Ching said. Take it easy. A pattern gradually appeared on the blank rune paper. A tingling sensation came from his hand. Is this the single family talisman? It doesn't need to be prepared in advance. Someone in the stands nailed Monostone's ability. Shan Sherdong took advantage of the gap between Chao Qing's days and stuck a few more pieces of talisman paper on him. Chao Qing felt that his body gradually lost control, and he actually fell straight down. The arena instantly became quiet, and the crowd didn't expect the match to end so quickly. Shan Sherdong looked at the fallen Chao Qing and couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. Chao Qing still wanted to struggle, but Shan Ong said, "Your qi veins have already been sealed by me. Trying to run your true qi will only cause your meridians to break. Announce it, I won," Shan Sherdong said. Just as Shan Sherdong was happy, he didn't notice the wry smile on Chao Qing's face. As it turned out, all of this was done on purpose, and long before he fought with Shan Sherdong, he had already known about his opponent's ability. Waiting until Shan Sherdong's back was turned to him, Chao Qing ran his energy to impact his meridians. Seeing that Chao Qing's body was getting bigger and bigger, it bulged like a ball and overshadowed the Shan Ong in front of him. Shan Sherdong looked at the surprised expressions of the crowd in the stands and turned around. "What the hell? Such a big one." The swollen Chao Qing smiled at Shan Sherdong and said, "Prepare for the great gift I'm going to give you." Bang! Chao Qing's body directly exploded. Chili powder filled the air, an odor so spicy that Shan Sherdong's eyes hurt. "Water, I want water." Shan Sherdong's throat was also spiced up. It didn't last long before my eyes swelled and my mouth swelled as if I had eaten dozens of red peppers. Chao Qing improved slightly by watching Wang Anshan's matches and changes the stink to chili powder. After all, Shan Ong had experience. Immediately drew out a talisman and pasted it on his head, and the clear water-like relief flowed down the veins all over his body. The hard feelings from earlier dissipated instantly. Phew! Shan Sherdong was relieved. Luckily I reacted quickly. "Can I whip him now? No foul, right?" Chao Qing said as he walked over to Shan Sherdong. "No foul, but I kind of want to smack you when you're up to your old tricks." The Taoist boy in the stand squared his shoulders. "Hey, what do you want?" Shan Sherdong tried to get up, but realized he couldn't move. The talisman that was attached had been replaced by Chao Qing with a fixation talisman. "Hey, I changed the talisman while you were relaxing," Chao Qing said with a smile. "Don't come to the dark side if you can." Shan Sherdong said, "Hey, I don't have much skill. I might lose if I give you a chance. I don't care about face." Oops. Ouch. Shan Sherdong was knocked straight to the ground by Chao Qing. The scene froze everyone in their tracks. How is this scene deja vu? Wasn't that what happened last time? Too tricky. I demand a rematch. Winner, Chao Qing. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. The three who lost in the upper ring jumped straight off the stands in anger at the result. "Chao Qing, I'm going to make you pay today." The three of them charged at Chao Qing, only to be interrupted by a comment. "What are you three doing? Not putting the rules of the Heavenly Clearance Temple in your eyes?" The three of them looked up, and the old Heavenly Master was currently standing on the bleachers. "Old Celestial Master, we didn't disrespect the Heavenly Clearance Temple. We just don't like this kid. Chao Qing, if you have the guts, fight us properly." Chao Qing looked at the three and politely said, "See you later, bye." With that, he walked out of the venue. "Ha ha ha, Master Chao, you're quite a fast learner. I see that those people's faces are crooked with anger." Wang Anshan said, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in your room properly?" Chao Qing asked. "There's an emergency. Just now Big Brother Xing came to me and said something, so I rushed to find you to discuss the matter." When Chao Qing returned to his room, he found that Riotous Flame was also there, along with a few disciples from the Fire Cloud Pavilion. Wang Anshan walked into the room and said, following the old Celestial Master's tone, "Alright, old brother Chao is here too, so I can talk about things." Unexpectedly stormy as fire said, "Old Celestial Master, you don't have to pretend. You're Wang Anshan." Chapter 104, Fear. Elder Brother Storm. Words can't be spoken carelessly, Wang Anshan said. "Actually, the plan this time was discussed between the old Heavenly Master and I. I never thought that the fish would take the bait so quickly." Ru Lai said. "Come on, Ru Lai, you tell us what you encountered." "When I fought Hu Wei, I sensed a different power in him than before, a power I've seen before," Xing Ru Lai said. "It's the fear on the capital Heavenly Gate. I saw something moving deep inside his body. He can gain power by releasing fear. So what do we do now?" Chao Qing asked. "I've asked someone to follow Hu for the sake of seeing if we can get something. About as close as I'll ever get," Hu Wei said to the empty woods. There was no movement in the woods. The Fire Cloud Pavilion disciple crouching in the tree kept in mind the words that the patriarch had reminded him of. "Unless the other party discovers you, you don't show yourself." Hoof. Luckily I'm cautious. Hu Wei didn't realize that someone was following him, and still shouted tentatively for safety, then took off his wig. A mudman-like face appeared behind his head, his features extremely awkward together. As soon as the disciples of the Fire Cloud Pavilion saw that face, Their hearts were shocked. This face was too horrible looking. To be exact, it was horribly ugly. Who is it? Hu Wei immediately detected the aura of a stranger. In a flash, he found the location of the Fire Cloud Pavilion disciples, grabbed him to his face. What to do with this man? Hu Wei said. Let me. Hu Wei turned around so that the face on his head was facing the Fire Cloud Pavilion disciples. Only the face's mouth opened rapidly, like a black hole. How had the Fire Cloud Pavilion disciples ever seen these? Shaking like chaff, swallowed in one gulp. What delicious fear, the face said. After digesting his fear, a Fire Cloud Pavilion disciple reappeared. The difference was that the man also had an extra face behind his head. Go on, gather more fear for me. Yes, that Fire Cloud Pavilion disciple agreed. But suddenly a question came to mind. How to gain fear? Good question. Here's a Ben's 100 ways to gain fear. Study it more sometime. The Fire Cloud Pavilion disciple who had returned to the Heavenly Clearance Temple immediately reported to Riotous Flame. When he walked inside, he saw the crowd with grave expressions, standing there looking at him. Patriarch, I'm reporting to you alone. There's a major discovery. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little off, he said anyway, it doesn't matter. They're all on their own. Storm as Fire said. After a moment's thought, he spoke. I followed Hu Wei and discovered that he can enhance his strength by devouring the fears of others and is also able to create doppelgangers. The Fire Cloud Pavilion disciple continued. Well, you got the same information I did, so sit down and take your time. The Fire Cloud Pavilion disciple nodded and sat down, but seeing that the others were standing, said, sit down, all of you. Why are you standing? Storm as Fire suddenly reached out and pressed his head against the table. One lift of his hair and a horrible face appeared in the back of his head. See? Just now you guys asked how to identify if they were assimilated. Just look at the back of their head to see if they have a face. Storm as Fire said. So is he alive now? Or dead? Or not dead? He's sort of a parasitic creature now, with only the ability to parasitize, not yet the being, who needs them to gain enough fear. Then in that case, let's blend in between and find the main body. Chao Cheng said. A good idea indeed, but there's no fooling him now that everyone's seen him. Yeah, you can't escape one by one. I've got it all down. The face suddenly spoke. What's there to worry about then? It's wrapped up in me. Wang Anshan said. What about this face? Storm as Fire asked. Doesn't he like to collect fear? Chao Cheng brought a mirror and placed it in front of that face. So if you scare yourself, isn't it possible to gain fear as well? The question confused Storm as Fire a bit. I don't think so. So otherwise he wouldn't be able to look at himself every day and gain a lot of power? Storm as Fire replied after thinking. As in essence, there was no need to go and actively collect fear, and having nothing to do, he slept, not realizing that he had a nightmare that he had encountered a horrible face, which scared him so much that he woke up from his dream. I wonder who has such a horrible face. Forget it, don't think about it, you can't sleep on your back tonight. He turned to the door and pulled it open, and a man with a doll's head on his head stood there in a flowery dress. He could feel eyes in the doll's head watching him. Gee, flower doll, I say, can you take the hood off? The flower doll shook her head. Say, what's it to me? He asked. Senior Brotherly, the people are all here. They are already waiting. A female voice came from the flower doll. Fine. I'll gather my fears as soon as I can in the next few days. Raima wore a mask to avoid trouble. The flower doll had been the only one to see his face. Before leaving the house, Li Mu asked, Flower doll, am I handsome? Handsome. Very handsome. Flower doll said happily. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction, gently closed the door, and said, come on, let's go. Liamu was sure he'll come out on top this time. But the flower doll stood in the doorway, not moving a muscle. What's wrong? Raimo asked as he stepped forward. I counted the results this time. Or we should just forget about it. Last time you said forget about it and I agreed. This time forget about it. Where will I put my face? You said I would die last time you forgot about it. What about this time? Can't die. Flower doll said. So what's the worry? Raimo said carelessly. The flower doll wanted to speak, tugging at her flowery dress. It's fine. Don't worry. Raimo patted the flower doll's headgear. The two of them lived at the bottom of the mountain of the Heavenly Clearance Temple, and they arrived at the agreed location as fast as they could. With this conference, at this time, the small town under the mountain was obviously much more lively than before, and there were many more vendors from out of town on the roadside. Just as Li Mu was about to walk into the restaurant, Flower Doll stopped him. Senior Brotherly, you must be careful of someone named Xiao Qing this time. Make sure to stay away from him. Chapter 105, Eating and Wanting to Eat Barbecue. Li Mu and Flower Dolls walked into the restaurant. At this time, the inside has been filled with people. The only empty the two seats in the very center. Brotherly, you're here. When they saw Li Mu come in, they stood up and greeted him. Only the two old men, but they didn't get up. One of them had a cane by his chair. The other had a full head of gray hair and a scar slanted across his face. Li Mu, we're all too old to get up, you won't blame us. No, no, Elder Wang. Elder Lu, you are giving me face by coming. Ha ha, I said that this child Li Mu is just inviting and doesn't like these vain things. Since they're all cool, I'll be straight with you. Those 2 spots aren't for you. Who's that for? Liamo froze. You'll see when it comes. You won't mind. Harm, how big a deal? Raimu said, scratching his head. Chao Qing's group also changed their faces at this time and sat down. After waiting a moment, a ripple fluctuated from the front. The surrounding hotel gradually turned into a dilapidated temple with weeds growing in it. The table also became a stone table. The original 2 empty seats were now occupied by 2 people. A monk, an older man. By the time all the surrounding area had become a temple, a smell of burning incense spread out in all directions. Why does this incense smell funny? Chao Chang covered his nose and frowned. The man on the edge, however, sucked hard with a look of enjoyment on his face. Watching Chao Qing's movements, the man laughed and, you had that same look on your face the first time I smelled it, and I got used to smelling it. What kind of incense is this? Eternal life fragrance. Tell you, this is not ordinary people can smell. People like us, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Don't freeze, hurry up and smell. Chao Chang looked around. The ground and roofs were covered in gold, and the Buddha statues in the side hall on the right were also molded in gold. The food on the stone table was actually all meat dishes and not a bit of vegetarian food. Eat, it's all delicious. The man on the side had a chicken leg in his left hand and a pig's trotter in his right. Faced with the temptation in front of him, Chao Qing looked at the several people at the front table and just chatted without moving his chopsticks. You eat, you eat, you eat more. Chao Qing pushed the dishes in front of him to the man. Hedonism won't even do it. The man slugged a few bites. Vomit unexpectedly, the man threw up in front of Chao Chang, spitting out all that he had just eaten. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can still eat. I can still eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. The man couldn't care less about the nausea and continued to shove food from the table into his mouth. Stop playing, Gao Ming, Elder Wang suddenly said. Hey, well, get used to it. Gao Ming clapped his hands together, and the group of people who were eating fiercely stopped, putting down the pots and pans in their hands. The greed on his face returned to its original expression. Alright, down to business. The guys should know what they're here for. The scar on Elder Lu's face propped open. Chao Chang nodded underneath, pretending to be serious. It's still you, old brother. Who's good enough to endure it? The man quipped from the side. Chao Chang nodded politely, keeping a smile on his face. This time, calling everyone to come? It's not hard on everyone. A little something for each person. Elder Wang said indifferently. When the crowd heard this, they became excited. Finally, the man on the side said, rubbing his hands together. A red envelope fell out in front of each of them with a poof. Old Lu and I discussed it and divided it into 5 squads, respectively Old Lu and I and these 2 on the side. And Li Mu. Elder Wang continued. Each squad is responsible for an area, and as soon as an abnormality is found, report it to us immediately. Of course, if you can't solve it, you can seek help from other squads. Elder Wang pointed to the 5 areas on the map, which just happened to encompass the heavenly Clearview. For this operation, all of you must be careful. Group up below. Elder Lu said seriously. Is there anyone who would like to be in a group with Li Mu? No one's talking. Who wants to go? Doesn't it smell good to hug the other 4 thighs? I'll go. Chao Chang volunteered with his hand outstretched. After Chao Chang raised his hand, Xing Ru Lai, Riot Ru Fire and the disciples of the Fire Cloud Pavilion all chimed in and said, I'll go. I'll go. Soon Li Mu's group became a dozen people. Li Mu looked at his team with great relief. It was much stronger than last year's 3-person squad. It's just that there are old ones, and young ones, and young ones. I just don't know what the level is. After the grouping, Li Mu led the group to his residence. It's not that I don't trust everyone. It's just that I'm checking to see how everyone is doing. I can sprinkle powder. I can add fire. I can fan myself. I can flip. What's all this stuff? Lemu was a little worried and said, can you show me a little something? With a serious expression, Chao Chang nodded and handed Li Mu a gas mask. No. This kind would be unnecessary. What a storm I've never seen. Li Mu returned the gas mask to Chao Chang. Bang all over. Chao Chang sprinkled chili powder all over the room. Add to that the stormy as fire. Xing Ru Lai fanned himself on the side. The remaining Fire Cloud Pavilion disciples flipped the meat skewers back and forth. Although his eyes were too hot from the chili powder and fire to open them, Li Mu could feel a meaty scent. Don't know how useful that is in a fight though. As the saying goes, One must conquer a person's stomach first. Chao Cheng said. We can put poison on it, so won't we not have to go through all that effort? Wonderful. Are you a group? We have a side business doing barbecue, called Eat and Wanna Eat Barbecue. These bunches aren't poisoned. No. You eat. Does the guy next to you with the headgear want a skewer too? Aha. Flower Doll said with a nod. Chao Cheng took out 2 bunches and handed them to the 2 men respectively. Lenny picked up a skewer and ate it in her mouth. It's so good. Before he could say the word eat, he collapsed. The Flower Doll also collapsed before she could speak. Let me see what you really look like. Chao Cheng reached toward Li Mu's mask. Yeah. What a horrible face. Chao Cheng was surprised. It looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the face that grew behind the previous disciple? Turns out he's the face in question. However, in order not to scare the snakes, Chao Cheng still intended to put the mask back on and give it to Li Mu. I wonder if his face changes. Will the face that grows on the back of his head change too? Chapter 106, Old friends meet and see each other, up. Just in time for Who to find a fallen man. Show you fear. After that, the face in the back of his head was revealed. Burp, the face belched, taking on the smell of barbecue. The other man suddenly laughed and, ha 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 ha, everyone else gets a scary tattoo. You get a smiley face? It kills me with laughter. Hu Wei didn't believe what the man said. His own face in the back of his head couldn't have appeared the way he said unless his body changed. You're lying. Hu Wei's face was livid as a short sword appeared in his hand, directly stabbing at the man's chest. The man tried to dodge, but he was too slow and could only watch as the short sword stabbed into his body. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red. Hu Wei's heart was filled with pleasure as he watched the scene in front of him. It's better to just do it. Hu Wei laughed madly. However, he didn't notice that a silhouette was quietly approaching behind him. When he realized it, it was too late. A hand grabbed him by the neck and picked him up whole. Hu Wei struggled, but the hand was like an iron vice, making it impossible for him to escape. You, who are you? Hu Wei asked with difficulty. You don't deserve to know my name. An icy voice rang out. A left hand with dirt in its nail slits coiled around Hu Wei's head. Oh, this head is round and smooth. After saying that, his hand a force, Hu Wei's head click, and his neck into an incredible angle. Hu Wei is no longer alive. Upon seeing Hu Wei's face in the back of his head, he was surprised that, yikes, killed the wrong person. Killed one of my own. Forget it, it's the wrong person to kill. That can't go to waste. By the time he lowered his hand, Hu Wei's head hung at his waist. One more drum of human heads. A bloated, ugly, toothless old man painted with paint all over his face like he had 2 faces. Old man Yuan, your impulsive temper still hasn't changed. You don't apologize for killing my people? Li Mu, who was behind Yuan Yi, said. Shu, stop talking. I'm trying to figure out what song to play for this new drum. To the talking Li Mu, he was not bothered at all. Chao Cheng, who was following Li Mu, looked at the old face in front of him and spoke. Hey, old man, why don't you put my brotherly in your eyes? What do you mean? Young man, I'm giving face to old Lu, not your Li. After Yuan Yi finished speaking, Chao Cheng heard a movement behind him, and when he turned his head to look, he realized that it was a group of old men and women who were also painted with pigmented faces. Where did these people come from? Chao Cheng couldn't help but ask. However, the other party didn't pay any attention to him, and these old men and women in front of him actually started picking up Hu Wei's body with their bare hands. Some take the left hand, some the right, some the left foot, some the right. When a body had been divided, a palanquin was carried up from below by old men and women, the outgoing instrument of Yuan Yi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yuan Yi was like a traveling young master, moving up the hill one at a time. Yuan Yi took a few steps, and said to Chao Cheng at the back with some displeasure. That person, walk faster for me, don't dawdle. The creak of the litter bobbing up and down as the other old men and women carried him forward. A few steps back, the crowd carried Yuan Yi. Chao Cheng inexplicably had a feeling that he was carrying a Buddha statue. He can become a Buddha? You'll definitely go to hell when you die, so hurry up and follow. Hearing this, Chao Cheng lifted his feet and followed. The old men and women didn't carry Yuan Yi further towards the top of the mountain, but chose a path to walk up. This doesn't look like the path up the mountain, does it? Chao Cheng opened his mouth with a hint of doubt in his heart and asked. Chapter 106, Old Friends Meeting, next. If you say so, is it that you don't believe me? Don't worry, I'm familiar with this road. I know which way to go with my eyes closed. To tell you the truth, I was a Taoist child of the Heavenly Clearance Cultivation Center before, and my opinions didn't match up, so I split up. Don't be so quick to celebrate. I'm going to need your help later. Hearing this, Chao Cheng's heart sank. Big brother Yuan, look at what you're saying. How are we as capable as you? What can we do to help? Yuan Yi heard this, but smiled. It's good to be able to not be affected by Gao Ming, at least a little bit. I can't imagine the old man observing him that early. Frowning tightly, he was just about to open his mouth, but then immediately stopped, took a deep breath and said, "No problem. Strength is not enough. The brain comes in. I'm witty as hell." Yuan Yi's expression quickly cheered up as he reached down and pulled something out of his own human head drum, gently touching it and looking at it again carefully. "Hey, as it happens, I have something here that I need your help with." Chao Cheng reached over and it was a packet of medicine. The other old men and women, at this moment, similarly looked toward the medicine in their hands. This packet of medicine can make people hyperactive and crazy. When you have the chance, you can put it down into the water of Tian Qingwen. Chao Cheng looked at the old man and spoke with firm eyes. "Good. Promise to finish the job." Yuan Yi nodded, followed by a hint of hesitation on his face. "Actually, to be sincere, during the days in the heavenly clearance guan, they treated me very well. Isn't it not good for me to treat them like this? Before, when I was at night, I still often dreamed of playing in the heavenly clearance guan. If there is really a way for me to stay in the guan for the rest of my life, there is actually nothing wrong with it." The tangle on Yuan Yi's face appeared on everyone's faces around him at the same time as if it was contagious. "Hey!" Everyone present sighed softly at the same time, and the atmosphere became very depressing. With this mood in mind, the sedan chair creaked onward, and it wasn't long before a bloated old Taoist priest appeared ahead on the left. Yuan Yi looked at the old Taoist priest. A hint of dislike appeared on his face. "Master Jing Xin, goodbye. Are you waiting for me here to take me or to take me away?" "It's senior brother Yuan Yi. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I advise you to go back." Jing Xin said politely, bowing to Yuan Yi. "Guess you didn't come alone." Meditation nodded, and soon the second and third old Taoist priests came out from behind them at the same time. Eventually, along with Jing Xin, 6 old Taoist priests walked out. With these people behind him, Chao Cheng stretched his neck to see a giant Taoist statue over a dozen meters tall with folded hands erected behind him. As he listened carefully, a chanting sound rang out, and it turned out that the towering Taoist statue seemed to have come to life. "What can we do about this?" Chao Cheng asked. "There's nothing to be afraid of. I just can't think of where to deal with me anymore. But unfortunately I'm not a vegetarian either." Jing Xin let the people around him put him down. Coughed. "Start. Dong, dong, dong." Jing Xin tapped the human head drum on his waist. "Pa, pa, pa, pa." And the man with several arms sticking out of his back clapped his hands as well. Those with several feet tucked under their skirts stomped along. "Don't freeze. Sing along." Jing Xin turned her head to Chao Cheng's group and said, "Hey." Chao Cheng responded, reciting in a low voice. "The windmill creaks and squeaks in turns. The scenery here is so beautiful. The sky is beautiful. The earth is beautiful. And there are little friends who are reincarnated together. The windmill turns and turns." Chapter 107, The Taoist Image. "The light shines in the underworld. Thousands of gods and saints protect my true spirit. The beasts of heaven are subdued by the 5 soldiers. The demons of the 5 heavens are destroyed. Wherever I am, all the gods welcome me." The Tao secrets recited from Jing Xion's mouth and the sound of Yuan Yi's rising dance overlapped each other. Chao Cheng was the only one who recited a different nursery rhyme. Chao Cheng's peripheral voice also gradually rose to a high pitch. These voices came from the Fire Cloud Pavilion disciples who were with Chao Cheng. The voices on both sides grew denser and more urgent. A layer of golden light slowly drooped down from the head of the Taoist statue amidst the sound of Taoist secrets. Voices echoed from the narrow mountain passes. As time passed, the Tao statue, whose eyes had been closed, opened its eyes. It was guided by the sound of the Tao secrets, and a golden light from its body flew towards Yuan Yi like a rope. The Tao statue's eyes were flat, as if he had guessed the outcome, but just when the golden light was about to reach Yuan Yi's body, several large hands grabbed the seemingly invisible golden light. At this time, Yuan Yi had already sprouted 3 extra heads, a dozen hands on his back, and a few extra feet on his lower body, looking at the Taoist statue in front of him with a disdainful face. "Ha! Now this is mine." Without any nonsense at all the old Taoist priests, including Taoist meditation, quickly pulled out a duster wrapped in white hair. They waved their whisks and mouthed the words, "Voodoo, voodoo, voodoo, voodoo demon, ambush the sky, voodoo, 6 ambushes to defend the way. Send it me, infinite heavenly father." The white hair grew several feet long and flew towards Yuan Yi in a hurry. Looking at the incoming white hairs, Yuan Yi was not angry but happy, and each of his dozen hands drew a bronze sword from the rightmost mouth. With a swing of the bronze sword, several strings of white hair were instantly chopped off. A single white hair fell to the ground, braced itself, and shrank back down. For a moment, white rain fell across the sky. Chao Cheng picked up a white hair and sniffed it. It was quite fragrant. Carefully sticking out his tongue, The white hair melts in your mouth and is quite sweet. The two sides in front of him were at odds, but Jing Xin was calm at the moment. Since he knew the other side was coming, he naturally had a way. Jing Xin folded her hands together, and along with the sound of the bell of the heavenly clearance temple, a bright light shone down from the top of the mountain, hitting Yuan Yi's body. Yuan Yi's body was immobilized for a moment. White fur on all sides wrapped around Yuan Yi's hands and feet. Knock knock knock. The bell rang rhythmically, and with each ring, Yuan Yi's figure diminished by 1 point, as did his head, arms, and legs. The sound of the Tao secrets, the sound of the bells, the sound of everything gradually overshadowed Yuan Yi's voice. I also don't know what kind of technique this guy has been practicing for the past few years, making it demonic. The meditation center in the lead thought inwardly, I wonder what would happen if I brought the head, hands and feet from the Tao statue? Just as he froze, Yuan Yi, who was wrapped in white fur, suddenly began to laugh and laughed louder and louder. The white hairs on the duster were pulled by Yuan Yi. What's going on? This guy even saw death on his own? An old Taoist priest said. As soon as the words fell, Yuan Yi, who had returned to his human form, opened his mouth as wide as he could and stuffed the white hair into his mouth. Immediately afterward a scene that surprised everyone in the room appeared. From Yuan Yi's mouth spewed out countless small worms, which quickly crawled all over the white hairs and began to gnaw on them. It didn't take long for the white hairs to be eaten clean. The little bugs then converged into a torrent and rushed towards the Tao statue. The golden light on the Tao statue was continuously devoured by the bugs, becoming dimmer and dimmer. Seeing that the bugs were about to crawl onto the face of the Taoist statue, Jingxin bellowed out and used his full power to drive the duster in an attempt to stop the bugs from advancing. However, the bugs were so numerous that the Tao statue ended up being completely covered by them. After a period of silence, only to hear bang a loud sound, the road image exploded into countless fragments scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Yuan Yi laughed out loud, his laughter echoing through the mountains. On the other hand, Jing Xin and the others were filled with shock. How could they have never imagined that things would develop to such a state? This guy actually used himself to raise parasites. Taoist Jingxin wrapped his duster around his white beard and pulled off most of it through clenched teeth. It's a pity to have saved up so many years of Taoism. The other old Taoist priests saw this and followed the example of meditation. Without their white beards the old Taoist priests looked much younger. I'll fight you. Today it's either you die or I live. Chapter 108 Yuan Yi. Chao Cheng saw that the situation was showing a one-sided turn towards Yuan Yi. No amount of beard can prohibit gripping. A few of the meditating Taoist priests had not only curled the white hairs on their beards, but also a lot of the white hairs on their heads. At this point all bent over with their heads down panting hard. Chao Cheng took out the talisman paper he was carrying, find the few labeled anesthesia and secretly tear them off. Dissolved the talisman paper in water, but feeling unsafe added the medicine Yuan Yi had given himself, stirring until it melted. Boss Yuan, it's been hard work. Take a break, Chao Cheng said as he carried the bowl. The Yuan Yi status side was a bit better compared to the meditation Taoist priests, but not much better. The hands and feet were scarred to varying degrees, so Yuan Yi nodded and sat down, but his eyes were still fixed on the other. A bowl of water went down. Yuan Yi frowned and said, how is the flavor of this water a little strange? It can't be that your kid added something. As expected of Boss Yuan, there are some ingredients added to this water, but this is something I learned from a master teacher. It can relieve fatigue, and I guarantee that it is definitely not poisoned. Chao Cheng replied seriously. Yuan Yi didn't actually drink anything. It was just a symbolic scam. It was better to be careful after all. Yuan Yi nodded in satisfaction after hearing Chao Cheng's words, pointing to the man fighting with him, and continued, oh, that's just right. Give them all a drink. Yes, Chao Cheng replied. Thank you Boss Court. Thank you Boss Court. Chao Cheng gave bowls of water to the others. The anesthesia came on quickly and everyone did feel much more relaxed after drinking it. Boss Yuan, I see that the opposite side is also quite tired. Why don't I go deliver a bowl as well? On what grounds, Boss Yuan? When I'm done, I'll add other ingredients to their water and make sure they fall in the next round. Good idea. Go, go, go. Chao Cheng bent over and jogged all the way across the street. Ensure that Yuan Yi can hear his voice. Aloud. Our court boss is not a heartless person. Seeing that everyone is tired, he specially asked me to bring you some water. Humph. Cats crying. No good intentions. Taoist meditation laughed softly. Chao Cheng continued loudly. Taoist Jingxin, don't give us a face. You're still worried about us poisoning the water? Well, in that case, I'll give you guys a try first. After saying that, Chao Cheng directly dried the bowl of water. This action to see Yuan Yi heart a little touched. This little brother in order to their own surprising life for life. Good boy. Hiccup. Chao Cheng finished his water and said, well, believe it now. Taoist meditation took the water Chao Cheng handed him and drank it. A washing of fatigue covered his body. This is? Taoist meditation couldn't help but ask. Taoist Jingxin, I will not harm you. Chao Cheng lowered his voice and said, why are you helping us? It's not a good time for a long talk. Let's wait until we get a chance. I've anesthetized their water. What else do you need me to do? The meditating Taoist priest sat on the ground and said, help us stall a little longer. How long? 5 minutes. Good. Seeing that the other party had finished all the water, Yuan Yi patted Chao Cheng's shoulder and praised him. Good boy. Well done. The rest of you learn more. Use a bit of wisdom. I see you've been drinking too. Do you want me to get someone to detoxify you? I'm sorry to trouble Boss Yuan. I have the antidote here. It's not a big problem. That's good. Make more of this water later and save it for later. Okay, Boss Yuan. I've also learned a massage technique. Do you want to experience it too? Oh. Yuan Yi gave a wistful expression. That'll have to be tried. Chao Cheng walked behind Yuan Yi and began to massage him. His hand was strong, but Yuan Yi felt comfortable and gradually relaxed. That's nice. Yuan Yi closed her eyes and enjoyed the massage. However, a hint of cunning flashed in Chao Cheng's eyes. He secretly sealed a few of Yuan Yi's acupoints so that he would not be able to use his chi for a while. As time passed by, Chao Cheng suddenly stopped massaging and whispered to Yuan Yi, Boss Yuan, time's up. Yuan Yi opened his eyes and moved his body. It's too comfortable. I accidentally fell asleep. When we go back you have to properly teach this water and techniques to the masters and brothers. This fatigue is gone at once. Yes, Chao Cheng agreed with his mouth, but in his heart he was smiling. Yuan Yi he himself didn't know that he had been caught in a trap. Today is the day you die. Yuan Yi stood up. What do you think we waited so long for? You don't even look at what's on your head? As soon as Yuan Yi raised his head, he saw a huge Taoist statue with white eyebrows and a white beard, holding a long sword floating above his head. Clang! The long sword was caught hard by Yuan Yi. The head that grew to the right of Yuan Yi turned his head and looked at Jing Xian with a teasing expression. Is that all you're capable of? I think you've learned in vain these decades in the Taoist temple. I'll show you the difference between us. Yuan Yi held the long sword with several hands, trying to break it hard. The long sword grazed Yuan Yi's body and chopped off a hand. Yikes! Yuan Yi yelped in pain. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Yuan Yi covered his forehead. Ha ha, you've been hit by my anesthetics, and you've also had your acupoints sealed by me. It would be strange if you don't get dizzy. Chao Cheng said on the side. Boy you're one of us. How can you turn against us? The balding head on the left side of Yuan Yi spoke. Yeah, what's so great about helping those old dogs? The long-faced head on the other side said. You guys have no idea what I've been through these past few decades. The last thing to speak was Yuan Yi's own head. The crooked way is not the right way after all, Chao Cheng said. Yuan Yi revealed a mouthful of bad teeth and smiled at Chao Cheng. Who says it's not the right way? Being able to become immortal and achieve enlightenment is the right way. Yuan Yi's face instantly became excited as he finished speaking. You all don't know. You think you can fight me? Don't dream. Your end is already set. Aren't you afraid of your meridians breaking by inches and exploding your body if you push any harder? Chao Cheng said. Die? I'll die? Said Yuan Yi gritting his teeth. His body's chakra swelled several times, not affected in the slightest by the anesthesia or the sealing of the acupuncture points. Why? How is that possible? All the acupoints on your body are sealed, and it's also been hit with anesthetic. No one can do this. Taoist Jing Xian exclaimed. Who told you that I was human? All of Yuan Yi's heads turned at the same time, staring at Chao Cheng. Chapter 109. I'm a half-immortal now. It's just one more step away from the proverbial door. Yuan Yi's eyes revealed a blaze. I can already see the southern heavenly gate, and I can see fairies like me inside waving at me. And fairies. Yuan Yi danced up and down with excitement. Chao Cheng turned his head in Yuan Yi's direction, completely missing what Yuan Yi said. It's not supposed to be crazy. Clang clang clang. The sound of the longsword continued to ring out. The arms and legs on Yuan Yi's body continued to fall off, and dark green liquid spewed out from the breaks. However, Yuan Yi's expression no longer had the pain he had felt before, but instead showed a hint of relief. I'm going to be immortal. Chao Cheng pulled out his longsword and tried to stab through Yuan Yi's body, but realized that the longsword passed through Yuan Yi's body as if through a layer of air. What's going on? A few of the meditation Taoist priests in the distance had serious expressions, their mouths chanting incantations faster and faster. Along with the sound, their faces are aging rapidly. The face is gradually fading. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the meditating Taoist's mouth. Chao Cheng hurriedly went forward to support Taoist Jing Xian. Taoist, what's going on? Jingxin's eyes were lightless, and she tremblingly pointed at Yuan Yi, saying, he's going to become immortal. At this moment, something strange began to appear in the sky. The originally calm sky was hardened and ripped apart, splitting into two halves, and in the midst of the cracked gap, a golden light appeared, spilling onto Yuan Yi's body. Ha! With a cry, Yuan Yi scurried up into the sky. Everything around him dispersed behind him. A large eye stretched out behind the golden light, surveying the surroundings. My name is Yuan Yi. See you, Supreme Immortal. Yuan Yi respectfully bowed to the eyes. Chao Cheng, who was on the ground, also looked into the air as a section of unheard voices came from the sky. Twisting his head around, he looked back at Yuan Yi, a flash of panic on his face, but it immediately turned to curtness. Another unheard passage came from the sky. Soon, Yuan Yi's expression turned to panic again. A golden light sprinkled down, and Yuan Yi's body shattered, turning into a grain of gold powder that was sucked inside the crack, and the sky returned to its original state. What's this all about? Didn't you become immortal? How did it become powder? When Chao Cheng finished looking at Taoist Master Jing Xin, the other Taoist master's brows looked much more relaxed. He failed and did not become immortal. Taoist Jing Xin replied. With a hint of worry on his face, Chao Cheng asked, so he doesn't exist now? Aha! After receiving an affirmative answer, Chao Cheng was also relieved. After the fight with Yuan Yi, Taoist Jing Xin was in a sorry state at this time. Like he had been up for days and nights. His eyes were lax and his body was hunched over. Is everything alright? Chao Cheng asked with concern. It doesn't matter. We'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. Taoist Jingxin said. What about the rest of them? Leave if you want to. Stay if you want to. No pressure. Where's Yuan Yi's bag? Here it is. The first time Chao Cheng saw Yuan Yi's bag, he was surprised by the material of the bag, which was too comfortable to touch. What's in this bag? Chao Cheng couldn't help but ask. I'll have to take it back and study it with the old Taoist master. Scholar Chao. I'll be here for a little while longer. You guys go back to the Taoist temple first. Does Taoist meditation need my help? No. A couple of us will clean things up. Before leaving, Chao Cheng asked. Yuan Yi, why did he fail? Taoist Master Jingxin replied. Of course he'll fail. He's done so many bad things. How can he become immortal? It'll have to be us if he wants to become immortal. The eyes were exactly the same as Yuan Yi's blaze earlier. After finishing his speech, Taoist Jingxin felt a bit out of sorts himself, and then explained. Ahem. We recite the Tao to fairy people every day. Burn incense to help people. The merit we save. Becoming immortal, that is natural. Besides, whether we become immortal or not is a small matter. The main thing is to help people and do good deeds. After a few words from Taoist Jingxin, Chao Cheng also turned to leave. Watching their backs fade away, the calm Jing Xin raised a small smile. He opened Yuan Yi's bag and took out a book and flipped through it, and was shocked at the first page. It says, Everyday Life Hacks. And on the way Chao Cheng took out the closed Yuan Yi real bag, pulled open the zipper, only to see that the bag was placed in a bulbous thing, on which there were a few small worms crawling. Seeing that the bag was pulled open, the thing turned around, and a Yuan Yi's face appeared in front of Chao Cheng, narrowing his eyes and saying, It's a good thing I saved a hand. What? You kid want to become immortal too? Chapter 110, Flying Heads. What good does it do to become immortal? It's still not just a head, Chao Cheng said. That's my own problem. What does it have to do with becoming an immortal? Yuan Yi's head said. You saw it just now. It's unbearable in front of the immortals. As he spoke, the blue sky cracked open again. Several streaks of golden light spilled down from the cracks. Those who shone turned instantly into gold dust. A wave of cool air rose from his back. Holy, what is this? Humph. It's erasing the memory of this land. Yuan Yi's head said. Hurry up and run. Chao Cheng quickly ran toward the front with his bag. The dogs on the side ran faster than he did. A golden light poured down in front of him, and the Taoist who was faster than him turned into a pile of gold dust. It's useless to run. It's useless to run. Chao Cheng stood still without moving. The screams on the edge were getting less and less. Bang! The standing Chao Cheng was pushed out of the way with force. Make way! Make way! The golden light that was originally going to shine on the man quickly moved towards Chao Cheng. I'll go. The golden light shone on Chao Cheng's body, but it didn't turn into gold dust. A hollow voice came. 2 heads. Not human. After saying that, the golden light moved back to the man turned to gold dust in a look of surprise. The hijacked Chao Cheng walked recklessly on the ground with Yuan Yi's head, but just as they were about to walk out, there was a lively noise not far away, and a group of people ran down from the mountain. The group looked like oil paintings, covered in all sorts of patterns. Excitement on every face. Chao Cheng's intuition made him hide behind a mountain rock. By the time the group had run past, another man harnessed to a crowbar had arrived. The whip in his hand struck the back of the man who was running hard in front of him. With a mouth full of gold teeth he let out a maniacal laugh. Come on, all of you, get all the goodies, and be quick with your hands. We need to get ahead of the others. A streak of golden light fell from the sky, almost grazing the scalps of those people. What kind of stance is this? Chao Ching couldn't help but ask. A mere phantom step. Low rank law. Can I learn? What are you learning that for? I'll teach you better later. Get going. At the rate you're going we won't be able to get down the mountain for about another half hour. But before Chao Ching could turn his head, with a snap, he felt a wind coming from behind him, followed by a pain on his back. Me, Chao Ching, who couldn't feel his back, looked towards the enemy who had attacked him. A few men with neck collars tied to them stood. I can't believe someone managed to escape. Whoever takes him down, I'll give him his freedom, the man standing on the crowbar said. Upon seeing their neck rings unravel, Chao Ching made the first move, and one of his opponent's heads flew out. Yuan Yi, do something. If I die, you won't survive either. Chao Ching shouted towards Yuan Yi in the bag. You're dead. I can't die. Yuan Yi said nonchalantly. So what do you want? There's no rush. It's owed first. You run east. Just as Chao Ching wondered why he was running to the east, the sound of people came from not far away as well. Make some noise. Chao Ching made a spell right at the sound of the people. There was only more noise at the sound of people, and a few curses were heard. Is this okay? With that, Chao Ching ducked to the side. After a few short minutes had passed, the voices were getting closer and closer, and the two sides were seen running into each other. And yet there was no fight. Instead, the two parties respectfully and amicably kept their distance. Somewhat disappointed, Chao Ching leaned towards the rock wall. Looks like I still overestimated your intelligence. Yuan Yi grumbled. It's not like I knew they even knew each other. Chao Ching nodded approvingly. That's right. It's not your problem. So this is when my high intelligence is needed. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. After saying that, Chao Ching looked at Yuan Yi in the bag and nodded at him seriously. Go you. Chapter 111. Your uncle. Yuan Yi had just uttered 3 words when he was thrown out by Chao Ching, flying directly into the pile of people. Knock knock. The bag landed on the floor and rolled a couple times, drawing everyone's attention to it. The zipper was unzipped, revealing Yuan Yi's smiling face. Hey, big brothers, see my body? There's also the heavenly book gourd, the Tao bell, and the record of the great 1,000 records on my body. The group's eyelids fluttered with each thing uttered. Do you remember where you lost it? I remember it's not far ahead. Well, we'll get it for you. Everyone dispersed in a flurry. After everyone left, Chao Ching came out from the bushes and patted Yuan Yi's little brain. Good job. Let's go together. Chao Ching headed down the mountain. And when he was almost at the foot of the mountain, a long skirt-dragging senior lady was slowly approaching. By the time Chao Ching realized it, she had already walked up to him. That skirt was a layer of loose flesh. A little bit of it rubbed the ground and dragged past Chao Ching. It was only then that Chao Ching saw that this master teacher was a blind man. The eyes are 2 black holes. Chao Ching didn't move a muscle, avoiding making a single sound. Seeing the master teacher walking past, just when Chao Ching was relieved, the master teacher behind him spoke up and, Kid, where are you going? Chao Ching grinned gleefully. Down the mountain. Sure fu. This mountain is not a place for people to stay. Master Tai, what are you doing up there? Do you say that when people die, they go up in smoke? I think so. Dead for sure. Chao Ching said. The master's wife nodded and said to herself, That's good. Chao Ching watched as Sherdai continued to walk up the hill. Hey, little guy, since we're destined to be together, can I ask you for a favor? Chao Ching turned his head in surprise and looked at the master teacher. Oh, don't worry and don't help for nothing. This book is for you. The record of 1,000 great records? Chao Ching was very surprised to see the name of the book, and was about to turn it over when he was pressed by the master and mistress. There's no rush. It's not too late to read it after you've promised. Mistress, please say what favor. Help me go and bring a letter to the Golden High Priest. Golden High School? I've never heard of it. I don't know where it is. You don't need to know. He knows with your head in your pocket. Yuan Yi hadn't made a sound from the beginning until now. Yuan Yi, who was discovered at this time, said, No problem. Sure fu. I'll take care of it. The master's wife cuts off the skin of her body and puts it on her hand, randomly made a few gestures and then folded it. After getting it done, she walked over to Chao Ching and placed the letter in his hands. Bring it to them for me. Chao Ching inverted this letter in his hand with his hand, thinking that he would throw him away when he left. He didn't want to get into this mess. Don't you think of throwing it away? If they don't see me in 10 days, they will naturally go to you. It was as if Shirta had read Chao Ching's mind. Chao Ching immediately agreed. Don't worry, Shifu. I'll do my best. After saying that, Chao Cheng took the letter and twisted his head toward the mountain. Yuan-E, do you know this Jin Gao cult? There have been a couple of sightings. People are too weird to make contact. Yuan-E replied. Sure. Dai looked at the direction Chao Cheng left with a flat expression inside, revealing a relieved expression. It's finally coming undone. Boy, you enjoy the life I've given you, he said, grabbing a mouse out of his shirt. Stroke a handful of its fur to strangle it. Chapter 112, On the Road. Do I need to bring anything with me? Shortbread? Buddha's hands? Chao Cheng looked at the stores coming and going on the street. Since you're going to visit someone, it's important to take care of the human side of things. Just as he was contemplating what to bring, Chao Cheng felt a heavy weight in his pouch and it's still dripping out. Leaking? Chao Cheng opened the bag and saw Yuan-E, who was drooling. Yuan-E collected her saliva when she saw the bag open and looked at Chao Cheng. What are you doing? Come in without knocking? Hungry? Chao Cheng looked at the bag of water and looked at Yuan-E in the bag. It's been drooling all the way down here. So if you're hungry, just say so. No, I only have a head. Hungry for what? Don't you say anything? I'll sue you for slander. Looking at the lie that the other party had seen at this glance, Chao Cheng's stomach rumbled. It occurred to me that I hadn't eaten all day, so I ate it myself? Yuan-E skimmed his head condescendingly. Chao Cheng patted Yuan-E's head. Boss Yuan, take you to eat something delicious. I know a good one not far ahead. I'll take you there. Following Yuan-E's line, he turned around and walked into a restaurant, gulping at the pictures that filled the walls. At that moment, a waiter came over and asked enthusiastically, Hello sir, what would you like to order? Chao Cheng looked at the menu and was just about to open his mouth when Yuan-E took the lead and spoke in a very anxious tone. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll have the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. And lion's head. Chao Cheng smiled. Let's serve the food according to these. Are there any private rooms? Holler. There. Upstairs please. After the food was served, Chao Cheng took out Yuan-E and put it on the table, but a little bit away from the dish. Yuan-E looked at the delicious food in front of him and kept swallowing its saliva, but due to its body, it was unable to enjoy the food directly. Chao Cheng seemed to have read its mind and picked up a piece of lion's head and placed it in front of Yuan-E, saying with a smile, Don't be in a hurry. Come on, Boss Yuan, let me ask you something. Looking at the table full of dishes, Yuan-E's expression looked a bit puzzled. What is it? Can't it wait until we're done eating? It's not that bad. Yuan-E struggled to move forward, sticking out his tongue. Chao Cheng said, It looks like you know about the Golden High Church? Didn't I tell you? I know them but I don't know them well. I know the address. It's in the mountains behind the Kinko's temple. You can find them if you go. Chao Cheng shook his head and pushed the food out. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what they're like. Didn't I tell you? Weirdo. Weirdo? Are any of you weird? Chao Cheng said. Yuan-E said seriously, in order to get an early meal. Where are we weird? Isn't it just a few extra hands and feet? Those guys are weirder than us. They sleep wrapped up tightly at night, all to satisfy their sense of mystery, and no one knows their cultivation techniques. It's covered up even on a hot day, and I'm sweating hot from watching it, though it is said that the master told you to bring the letter, but when you read the letter you don't know what will happen. Be careful yourself. I heard that some people who went into their religion ended up turning into ashes. Really? Chao Cheng didn't believe it in his heart. TSK, is not afraid? But there's no medicine for regrets. You don't have a choice. After saying this, Yuan-E looked at Chao Cheng and said to himself, I wonder if they're interested in you. Chao Cheng laughed and said, Don't bother bothering Boss Yuan. You're a head that can still run faster than me? I wonder if they have any interest in heads. Chao Cheng picked up the dish and stuffed it into his mouth. I'll have some too. Quick, put it in front of me. Yuan-E hissed. It's still good tomato fried rice. I think we should pack a tomato fried rice. Maybe they'll like it. Makes sense. I'll pack one up later. The stony-faced LV Ho led his men on a slow march along the road, each face lifeless. One of them clutched LV Ho's hand and shouted, Brother, let's have a meal first. Lu Ho clenched his fist in one hand and punched the palm of the other. Pa 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 pa. Hungry. I know how to be hungry. What will happen if you don't eat for a day? Don't I know hunger? I'm not more anxious than you. Brother, I'm so hungry I have no strength. I can't walk, and my eyes are glowing, the henchman said in an aggravated voice. Looking at his men, Lu Ho sighed deeply. Don't worry, there's not much left. Settle these and we'll be able to eat. Hold on a bit longer. I'm really too hungry. Take this as a cushion first, Lu Ho said, pulling a pack of cookies out of his shirt. Tearing open the package, he took out the 3 cookies inside and distributed them to his men. When we save up enough money, we won't be hiding so much. The henchman who had just cried out that he was hungry took the cookie and broke it in half knowingly. I'll eat half of it, and keep the rest for now. Save it for the pups. Lu Ho ate half of the cookie into his mouth. Chapter 113. Brother, why don't we practice too? Isn't the secret book right here with us? LV Ho's face became serious and he shook his head like a rattle. No, what's so good about practicing Kung Fu? Those who know Kung Fu have all been captured and none have returned. Oh brother, practicing Kung Fu can protect us from ourselves. LV Ho took out a cigarette and took an unhurried drag on it. Can you read? And you practice? I can't read. I can ask someone else to teach me. Hey, save your heart. You trust others? Don't be cheated. We feel at ease to sell the secret books. Something happened to run on the line. As long as the people are okay, it doesn't matter where they are. But, I'm afraid that one day. What are you afraid of? I'm here. I won't let you be taken away. They're all human beings, 2 eyes and 1 nose. How can there be monsters? At this time, Lu Di, who was next to him, whispered, Brother, I saw someone with several hands and several feet the other day. Ha ha, that's all fake. People do acrobatics. There aren't that many strange things in the world. I've seen a lot. Don't you worry. Having said that, he followed up by saying to Ludi, after this job, we'll go back to our hometown, Lu Cozy Village, fix up the family's dilapidated house, plant some corn in the field, and we'll definitely have no problems for the rest of our lives. That's great. A hint of happiness appeared on Lu Di's originally fretful face. As the two walked, they suddenly saw a man walking on the road ahead of them, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a bag. This Taoist doesn't look like a person who is stupid and has a lot of money. Let's switch to another person. Lu Ho pulled Lu Di's hand and wanted to go around the opposite person, but the man across the street met them. Hello, is this Mr. Kim Takao? LV Ho looked at the other party, who was not tall and had a boyish face, and said in a calm tone, Yes, what is it? LV Ho looked Chao Ching up and down and muttered in his heart, this person looked ordinary. How could he know Jean Gaojiao? What are you doing looking for Kinkos? Chao Chang smiled and pulled out a letter from his pocket. That would be great. My name is Chao Chang. I have a letter that I hope to help bring back. No problem, said Lu Di as he was about to reach out and take the letter, but it was blocked by LV Ho. We don't have time to go back right now. You go by yourself. Saying that, Lu Ho pulled Lu Di and hurriedly walked forward. Hold on. I'll take everything you guys have on you, Chao Chang said. LV Ho's face burst into a smile when he heard that. That's a good bet. We can go back when you buy it. LV Ho pulled back his clothes, revealing the secret book in his clothes. Chao Cheng took a look at all the coolly dressed study materials, many of which were still limited. Well, 500 total. No second price. Although these study materials weren't worth much, Chao Cheng had to take out the money and give it to LV Ho in order to be able to throw this out. Now can you help me bring the letter back? Wait, I need to see it first. Brother, it's not good to read other people's letters in private. Besides, can you? Lu Di whispered from the side. I'm worried that there's an organ in this letter, so I'll keep an eye on it for the sect. Lu Ho opened the envelope at once and read it. Brother, do you know what it says? I told you to talk more. Can't I read if I can't read? Told you to talk less and shut up. LV Ho looked at it carefully, then returned the letter to Chao Chang and said, Taoist Chao, I see that the contents of this letter are very important, so I think it would be better for you to go forward by yourself. Upon hearing this, Chao Chang was filled with regret. Now we didn't throw this out and we lost $500. It's a real loss. When Chao Ching saw this, he didn't say anything more, so he had to put the letter away and nod his head. I'll take you the shortcut and cut the time in half. Expect to be there in 2 days. The LV family's brother walked in front, and a hint of smugness appeared on LV Ho's face. Brother, did you learn just now? Don't care whether you can read or not. People looking for you to do things must not agree. If this thing smashed in your hands, how you can not say? Seeing the expression of epiphany on Lu Di's face, the corners of Lu Ho's mouth rose even more. Hey, ginger is still old and hot. You, learn more in the future. What my brother says is that my brother has eaten more salt than I have traveled. With this Taoist leader, we don't have to worry about food and lodging for the next 2 days. This Taoist master looks unusual. What are you afraid of? It looks like a charlatan, a trick to cheat people. The two of us are still afraid of him alone? Lu Di nodded, thinking that his brother had a point. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him get away. He's still following, isn't he? Lu Di looked back and saw that Chao Ching was still following. At that moment, a gust of wind blew and lifted the cloth towel covering the bag. He froze when he took a closer look at what was in the bag, and the dish inside revealed itself along with the scent. Lu Di's eyes went wide. It's tomato fried rice. And there's a head. Chapter 114, The Officials. Heads, living heads. Yuan Yi also opened his eyes and his tongue lolled out, just as Lu Di was looking stunned. the cloth scarf gently descended again like a falling leaf. Chao Qing looked at the frothing Lu Di and said with a smile, "What? You want to eat the food in my bag?" Lu Di waved his hand. "I didn't see anything." "Oh, there's a dish? What kind of dish?" Lu Ho, who was on the side, suddenly turned his head and asked as if he had discovered a new continent. Chao Qing took out a box of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "What else is in the bag?" "Nope, just packed one," Chao Qing said. "Really?" Lu Ho said that he was going to reach out to probe. Lu Di quickly pulled his hand and anxiously shouted, "Brother, it's really gone. I just saw it." LV Ho's eyes were fixed on the box of scrambled eggs with tomatoes as if they were sucked by a magnet. "Okay, one dish will make do. Taoist Chow, our brother and I haven't eaten. Can you give us this box? We'll buy it." Eat it. Chao Cheng thought about the fact that it was supposed to be bought to do the job. "Thank you, Taoist master," Lu Ho said as he opened the vegetable box and used his chopsticks to gently flick the egg inside to Lu Di. "Eat more, grow your body." He popped the tomato into his mouth and chewed it himself. "When we get to our destination, I'll give you the money for the food." Both of them wore mesmerized expressions as they felt the delicious dish melting in their mouths. A box of dishes was swept away in the blink of an eye. After eating, Lu Ho even licked his chopsticks with great interest. "Same old flavor. Yum yum yum. Eat your fill. Let's go." The three were about to depart. Da-day. The sound of footsteps that seemed like dark clouds rang out, and the three of them sniffed and looked to find a group of people with serious expressions walking this way. Seeing this, Lu Di was about to dive to the side like a loach. "Don't panic, it's not looking for us," Lu Ho said calmly. When those people came before them, Lu Ho flashed a smile and politely made way for them. "I didn't expect the group to stop directly in front of them," and immediately looked at Lu Ho, asking, "Are you guys from the Golden High School?" "Yes, that's just right. Come with us." Upon hearing that he had to leave, Lu Ho was unwilling to die in his heart and said, "I'm just an outdoor handyman rushing back." Without waiting for LV Ho to finish, a token disliked LV Ho. LV Ho glanced at it and didn't recognize a single word on the token, but his sharp intuition told him that this token was from a good source. "Go!" A low roar scared Lu Di so much that he fell to the ground. "My lord, I don't know anything, going would just be a burden." Lu Ho knelt on the ground and explained. Take turns hugging the group's thighs and crying. The group stood in a line as if it were a wall and didn't speak. Not a single movement. The official with the token walked nonchalantly to Lu Ho, leaving a deep footprint behind him. "You should recognize this token. The situation is urgent, whether you will or not. You people have been requisitioned by us. If you don't agree, then you can only be executed on the spot. And you, the official pointed at Lu Di and Chao Cheng. "My lord, I'll go. My brother is a cutie. Going will only add to the chaos," Lu Ho said. "Hey, you're the one who's stupid." LV Ho patted LVD's face. "See how you can hit without getting angry." The official saw the break at a glance. "Stop pretending. Neither one of you can leave." When he heard this, Lu Ho hurriedly smiled and said, "My lord, see how much money you need. I'll give it to you. 100 each." "My lord, this is 500. Leave the rest for your tea." Lu Ho immediately pulled out 500 and stuffed it into the official's coat seam. "I'm talking about 100 each for my people here." LV Ho took a rough look at least a dozen people. "That's all I have. My lord, to give face. I give you face. Who gives me face? Didn't you hear what I said?" After saying that, he drew out the hilt of the knife at his waist and kicked Lu Ho to the ground. Lu Di saw this and pounced straight away. The moment he touched the hilt of the blade, the entire person seemed to change, letting out a furious roar, and his face became even more vicious. The official used the hilt of his sword to flick Lu Di away. With one stroke, he drew his knife and put it on Lu Di's neck. "Since you are reluctant, don't blame me." In a flash, a coolness spread with it. The people who were originally immobile around the official also stirred up, their eyes gradually covered with blood, and their hands drew out the fast swords at their waists, just waiting for a call. "I'm going to ask you one more time, to go or not to go. You better think before you say it." After these words, the atmosphere on both sides had been tense to the extreme. "It's really urgent." At that moment, Chao Ching held up the letter and spoke. "What's more urgent than this for me?" A murderous intent grew stronger. The official took the letter from Chao Ching's hand and observed it. "This is the letter that Shurdai entrusted me to bring to the Golden High Cult," Chao Ching said from the side. The official took the letter and, without opening it, glanced at it and put away his sword. That tension instantly dissipated. "Since it's an emergency, forget it." After saying that, the official threw a small sign to Lu Ho. "This is a temporary pass from the Jintian division. No one will trouble you on your way." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord," Lu Ho said excitedly as he held the sign. "Let's go." We must find 10 more people to join us in Ming City. The rest of them ran forward after him without speaking. As the footsteps faded away, LV Ho also sat down on the ground and leaned against LVD's side. Oops. Scared me to death. Scared me to death. Although he was omnipotent in front of his brother, he still couldn't stop feeling weak inside just now. It's a good thing I have this letter. Thanks to this Taoist priest. Ludi, however, was trembling with his eyes lifeless. What's wrong with you, brother? It's just the fury entering the body. Yuan Yi's voice came from the bag. Asterisk 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 who's talking? LV Ho exclaimed. Chapter 115, Fox. What about this? Lu Ho said hastily. It depends on his own ability. If he has a stronger willpower he can wake up. Otherwise he's just a killing machine. Yuan Yi said. A killing machine? There's no way someone as soft as my brother could turn out like that. As he spoke, Lu Di had stopped shaking. Oh brother, you're awake? Lu Ho asked. Without speaking, Lu Di drew out a branch on the side and quickly stabbed at Lu Ho. Watch out. Chao Chang pulled Lu Ho over and grabbed a branch. Lu Di's expression also became vicious. I'm going to kill you. Oh brother, I'm your brother. LV Ho. I'm going to kill you all. Lu Di broke the branch and stabbed again. Knock him out. Yuan Yi reminded. Chao Chang slashed at Lu Di's neck with one hand, and Lu Di instantly lost consciousness. Let's tie him up with a rope first, lest he wakes up and has an accident. Yuan Yi continued. Lu Ho also had no choice but to tie up his brother, and the two of them, along with Chao Chang, carried Lu Di forward. By nightfall, Lu Di was still awake. Both men had been walking all day, and by now their legs were swollen. Let's deal with it here for tonight, Chao Chang said. Lu Ho set his brother down securely by the tree and leaned to the side. Chao Chang took out steamed buns and gave 2 to Lu Ho, intending to casually deal with a few bites before going to bed. Why isn't my brother awake yet? LV Ho asked. Don't worry, it's good not to wake up. Waking up is enough to toss and turn. Yuan Yi yawned and said. I'll take a break. The night grew darker and quieter all around, with only a moon hanging in the sky. Shine a light on the forest path where there is no one. Sleepiness set in and all three closed their eyes and slept. Suddenly, the tied-up Lu Di opened his eyes and stared daggers at a point in the darkness, as if sensing something. Who's there? At his words, everyone woke up at once. A yellow puffy thing popped out of the woods. It was a long-faced fox with a body of golden fur. He looks in great condition, has a smooth and fine coat, shorter forelegs and longer hind legs. A fox? Chao Chang looked at the animal in front of him. The fox stared at Chao Chang as he slowly walked over, interlocking his front feet and actually worshipping him. Is this begging for a seal? It's people. It's people. Chao Chang hurriedly shouted. That's a rule he still knows. I didn't realize that the fox didn't leave after hearing that, and made even more movements. A bell shook in the forest, and the fox was instantly startled and ran away. A face emerged from the darkness and spoke in the moonlight. Yo, I can't believe I'm still meeting people. Everyone, I'm the jobless Taoist priest Huang Yichen. Good day, Taoist master. My name is Chao Chang, and these are the brothers of the Lu family. Hi guys, question, have you seen a fox go by? See, it went that way. Chao Chang pointed in the opposite direction. Thanks a lot. Taoist Huang went over in the direction Chao Chang pointed. The fox, hiding not far away, poked his head out, picked up the crumbs of the bun on the ground and turned to run. A rope tied around his neck. Ha ha, I was almost fooled by you guys. I'd say this little brat can run that far. Huang Yidwan walked out carrying the rope, tying the rope to the tree. He turned and said, why did you save it? Don't be afraid. I'm just asking. I couldn't tell the direction. I pointed the wrong way just now, Chao Chang said. Then you can't point wrong if you don't have a hand. Wolf the fox barked at Chao Chang. Chao Chang was instantly alert, his eyes fixed on Huang Yichen's position at all times. He drew his long sword, keeping a wary eye on his opponent's movements. Or you can give him to me and I can spare your lives. Huang Yichen pointed at Lu Di. He can have a fury on him, Chao Chang said. What's there to be afraid of with the fury? The district fury. Hand to hand. Here you go then. It's a burden to carry around, Chao Chang said and picked up the bag and got up to leave. He's my brother. How could you leave him? He's your brother, not mine, Chao Chang said. How did you get there without me? LV Ho's shout rang out behind him. Yes so, Chao Chang said as he stepped forward to stun LV Ho and lift him up. Taoist Huang. You do it. Do you mind if I watch from the sidelines? Then be honest, Huang Yidwan said. Chapter 116, Removing the Fury. Watch this. Huang Yichen swung a dog's head in front of Lu Di. There wasn't much meat, but you could still tell it was in the shape of a dog. There was also only one ear and a couple of flies darting around the edges. Solve. Huang Yichen, who was holding the long sword, chanted with his eyes closed. The rope that was originally tied to Lu Di's body should be released. Lu Di lunged at the dog's head like he was crazy. Instead, a dog's head was placed over his head. Lu Di reached up and tried to remove the dog's head from his head. "Help me hold him down," Huang Yidwan said. Chao Qing gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'll take care of it." He took off the dog's head that was covering Lu Di's head and brought it on Huang Yichen's head. "You bring the dog's head to my head." Huang Yichen's words turned into a woof woof bark. When Lu Di cried out help, Chao Cheng had already seen through Huang Yichen's plot. It's not easy to solve the problem of a person's aura, but it's easier to turn into a dog. Chao Cheng was about to pull out a contraption from the package to tease. Boom! The fox picked up a rock from the ground and smashed it hard on Huang Yichen's head. "Since you've become a dog, I'll make you a dead dog." The fox slammed a few more times, making sure that Huang Yichuan was dead through and through, before stopping. "You can speak human?" Chao Cheng was surprised. "I was already human. I just got his skin put on," the fox said. He removed the fox skin from his body with one hand. "To reacquaint myself, my name is Wang Wufu. From now on you will be my bodyguards, escorting me home. I'll give you all a gold bar each when I'm delivered. Of course, it's fine if you guys want more." Wang Wufu finished and looked at the three men. "Nervous," Chao Cheng said, patted the dust on his body, woke up Lu Ho, and led Lu Di to prepare to continue the journey. "I'm telling the truth. It's true. We're in a hurry to catch up, so go on your own," Lu Ho said. "Where are you going?" Kim Gao taught. "Don't go. I just got back from there. The Golden High School is gone, and if you go there you'll be left in ruins." "What happened?" "I saw them get a god of some kind with my own eyes." "Cobalt god," Lu Ho said. "Right. What's the result?" "Nothing came out of it, and the whole church was sacrificed." Chao Cheng took out the letter he had brought to Jin Gaojiu and opened it to see that it read, "Sacrifice." It really seems to be the same as what Wang Wufu said. "Let's go. Show me around." Chao Cheng continued to walk into the distance. "I don't want to go again." Wang Wufu cursed, but once he saw that he was the only one left, he still jogged to follow. "Those people are old and miserable," Wang Wufu said. After traveling all day, they finally arrived. The houses with their roofs lifted, and the people bound to the pillars, each with white hair and withered bodies, as if their life force had been drained away. Looking at the charred and blackened bones of the lower body, Chao Qing showed intense disgust. What kind of ritual is this? There were no living souls in the entire church, not even an animal, and it was eerily quiet. Various clay statues were askew. Some collapsed on the ground, some missing a head, as if to tell of a former glory. "There are cobalt gods in here?" Chao Cheng asked. "It's not here. I heard someone say it's in the back of the mountain," Lu Ho said. Walking past the houses, a winding path appeared in front of Chao Cheng. The path stretched out into the distance like a long snake. "You take the front," Chao Cheng said to Wang Wufu. Yikes! Wang Wufu only took a few steps before running back in fear. The woods rustled ahead. "A gust of wind scared you like this," Chao Cheng said, taking a big step inside. A roofless temple appeared in front of Chao Cheng. A larger clay statue popped out of the temple, looking several stories tall. "Is this the Cobalt God?" Chao Cheng said as he looked at the tall clay statue. Right. LV Ho and LVD said excitedly. The two ran to the clay statue and knelt down to worship it. What kind of god would make them so obsessed? With a very serious expression, Chao Cheng looked at the huge clay statue. The cobalt idol's eyes were wide and muscular, with huge palms. The sculpture is very detailed. Both the expression and the lines of the body are carved vividly. Chao Cheng didn't see anything in the cobalt god's hand, though, as it was empty. "What is he holding in his hand?" Chao Cheng asked in a heavy tone. "This hand turned out to be a spear," Lu Ho replied. "Are you sure they're all dead?" Chao Cheng said with a serious face as he looked at Wang Wufu. "Yes, I can still lie to you. What I saw was true. Not a single living one." Wang Wufu opened his eyes wide and said anxiously, "Now that I've seen it, I've achieved my goal." The missing spear made Chao Cheng's heart sink with a sense of foreboding. "Let's go," Chao Cheng said, calling out to the Lu brothers. The Lu brothers, however, ignored him and kowtowed one after another. "Cobalt God, bless me with glory. Cobalt God, bless me with promotion and wealth. This? Forget them, let's go." Chao Cheng and Wang Wufu had just turned around, when a voice rang out behind them, resonating all around them. "If you see the future, why don't you worship?" Chao Cheng turned and looked back up at the large clay statue. "Oh, you're the Cobalt God?" Chapter 117, Cobalt God. "Come out if you can. Don't be paranoid," Chao Cheng said as he looked at the huge clay statue. A small head peeked out from behind the clay statue. Eyes, mouth and nose have been painted on the head. Touching the clay statue, the two painted eyeballs looked at Chao Cheng. The other man was wearing a large gray robe that didn't match his size. Wrap the entire body in it. You are the cobalt god? No. Did I just pretend to be something I'm not? The childlike man laughed. And who are you? I don't have a first name. My nickname is Huang. And my apprentice's name is Huang Yichen. Huang Yichen? You know where my protege is? Killed by me. Chao Cheng said. Yellow shuffled his wide robes and moved out slowly. The robe was a bit heavy, pulling away from the side of Yellow's body and revealing the pattern on his body, which was a face. Chao Cheng looked at the man in front of him warily. I wonder what he thought when he heard the news. Chao Cheng looked at the other party and asked in a calm tone. You're not going to kill me. The other party still did not respond to Chao Cheng. He walked in silence to the edge of the clay statue. Oh, good kill, the face on Ah Huang said with a flat expression. After that he wiped the eyes, nose and mouth off his head. He told me to paint it to look like a normal person. Ah Huang said as he walked towards Chao Cheng's side. The wide robe dragged with a rustle. Seeing that Ah Huang was walking with some effort, Chao Cheng quickly walked forward. Finally got a clear view of the face. Looks exactly like the previous Huang Yichuan. A little older than he'd seen. Though. This? You're Huang Yichen? Yeah. That disciple screwed master me over. Come on. Give me a hand. Huang Yichen turned around as a bloodied bamboo root pierced through his back. 5 bamboo roots like this one were worn on the back. What are you looking at? Huang Yiduan urged. Don't worry. I just can't pull it out myself. So I'm asking you for a favor. I'm not going to hurt you. Chao Cheng nodded and lifted his hand to pull one out. Speaking of which, that disciple is a good disciple. But it's a pity that he's not a good person and is not destined to have a good outcome. Immediately after that, he glanced at Chao Cheng. Can you tell me how you killed my apprentice? I still know what he is capable of. Hearing that he was being complimented, Chao Cheng said nonchalantly. He was trying to make a dog out of someone. And while the spell was being performed, I killed him. After hiding part of it, Chao Cheng told Huang Yichen what had happened. Oh, conceited. Deserved to be killed. Didn't I tell him not to leave anyone present? But faded. That's pretty much it. After pulling out the 5 bamboo roots, Huang Yichen loosened his shoulders and slowly stood up. What brings you here? Passing by. Saw the fire just now. Seeing that you and I are destined for each other. Are you interested in joining my sect? Why should I join your sect? Chao Cheng asked directly. Now that apprentice is dead and alone, I don't want my craft to be broken. So what do you know? There's actually a spell that I'm keeping to myself and not even teaching him. Moth Ascendant. Moth Ascendant? What kind of weird name is that? I took it myself. I read it from an old book. Only the contents, not the name. Is this spell powerful? I had one performed a long time ago, but I almost went blind that time. Blind? Chao Cheng asked in disbelief. It was a wheel of light that shone brighter than the sun, and the moment you gazed at it, your eyes couldn't hold on a bit longer, and the moisture in your body felt like it was going to evaporate. Hearing this, Chao Cheng came back to his senses. Isn't that just a ray of light? Not only that, but what do you think would happen if the light lasted for a long time? It's going to die? Aha! Huang Yiduan nodded excitedly. Chapter 118, Ascending the Steps. Why should I believe you? Chao Cheng said as he put his hands together and leaned his body back. Another boarding could cost me my life. Huang Yiduan said. Little dang doesn't count as dang. Chao Cheng comforted. Huang Yichen had no choice but to nod his head, look at Chao Cheng, and say, alright then. Huang Yichen folded his hands and knelt down, looking up at Chao Cheng. At least you're a god. Show some respect. Will you? Chao Cheng moved a small stool to the side and sat on it, as tall as Huang Yichen. Get started. It's not like you're really boarding. Huang Yiduan nodded his head, and his mouth began to chant. As Huang Yichen spoke faster and faster, the dark clouds in all directions were rapidly converging overhead. A small glowing light behind a dark cloud grew larger. Chao Cheng felt that behind this dark cloud was the same god that Huang Yichen had spoken of. As the point of light grew larger, the surrounding area dried up. Chao Cheng also squinted at the light. It's okay. On one side, Huang Yichen didn't listen to Chao Cheng. After reading it at breakneck speed, he gave a middle finger and said, I'll go first. Then he hit his head on a rock and lost his breath. Chao Cheng was stunned by the scene in front of him. He completely did not expect Huang Yichen to be so determined. Before he could react, the light in the sky grew brighter and brighter. Crazy man, pulling me as a cushion before dying. Wang Guofu, Chao Cheng shouted. It turned out that Wang Guofu had already run out a few meters. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. What about this? What else to do? It's going to turn into water vapor if we stay any longer. What about those two? Looking at the enchanted Louis brothers, keep kowtowing to the clay statue of the cobalt god. The light illuminated the clay statue radiantly. The Louis brothers looked excitedly at the glowing clay statue and opened their hands and shouted, The cobalt god has come! The cobalt god has come! Leave them alone! They've gone crazy, Wang Guofu said. No, I'm taking them with me. Hey, didn't wait for Wang Guofu to speak. Chao Qing had already run to the side of the Lu brothers, pulling up the two brothers and saying, quickly go, that's not the Cobalt God. Master Chao, where are you? We can't see. When Chao Qing took a look, the two eyes of the two Lu brothers were already red and steaming, and two lines of bloody tears were flowing down from their eyes. At that moment there was also a rustling in the sky. Fire! Fire! Your back is on fire. Wang Guofu pointed at Chao Qing's back and said. Chao Qing's back was already paralyzed by the heat. Come on, Kakufu, join in and help. Chao Qing took off his burning Taoist robe, and the two of them, Wang Guofu, struggled to pull the Lu brothers outward. Don't take me away. I want to be with the Cobalt God. The two Lui brothers squirmed, not wanting to be taken away. Don't talk, the Cobalt God himself is in trouble himself. As he spoke, the Cobalt God clay statue also turned into a puddle of mud and water from head to toe due to the heat. Seeing that the light behind him was getting bigger and bigger, Chao Qing looked like he had a mountain pressing down on him, and his walking became extremely slow. With a flutter, his legs gave way and he fell to his knees. It fell right in front of the clay statue that was being offered. Chao Qing's consciousness became increasingly blurred, only to see a coolness coming from the top of his head. Remove the heat from your body. Is the clay statue manifesting? Chao Qing was surprised, and the look was as if he had discovered something unimaginable. Manifestation. Manifestation. Chao Qing yelled at the clay statue. Stop screaming. I made it. It won't last long. So hurry up and take them away. Yuan Yi, who was in the bag, said. While Yuan Yi was casting the spell, Chao Qing once again dragged the Lu brothers forward. At that moment, the rolling heat wave behind them kept coming, as if it was a wall of fire that was going to engulf them. Chao Qing dragged the Lu brothers with difficulty. Already fainting, they were quiet and motionless. Their bodies were heavy, like two mountains pressing down on him. Almost there, Chao Qing clenched his teeth and moved forward step by step, each step seeming like he was trudging through a quagmire. Finally, they arrived at the door, and Chao Qing used his last ounce of strength to pull the Lu brothers out. Finally escaped, Chao Qing shouted, sitting on the ground and opening the bag to give Yuan Yi some air. Good job, Chao Qing complimented, but no response was heard from Yuan Yi. As soon as you open the bag. Instead, the bag was devoid of Yuan Yi, leaving only a few strands of hair and a pinch of ash. Yuan Yi, why are you turning gray? Yuan Yi, where are you? Chao Qing called out anxiously. Suddenly, he heard a faint response behind him. I'm here. Chao Qing looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Yuan Yi's head collapsed on the ground not far away, his face pale. Are you alright? Chao Qing rushed forward to cup him. I'm fine. I just consumed too much mana. The bag leaked and didn't know it, causing me to use my teeth to bite all the way. Yuan Yi barely squeezed out a smile. Chao Qing held Yuan Yi in the palm of his hand and fled towards the outside. Just as the four men were resting against the shade of a tree, all the houses of the Golden High Church were set ablaze. At this time, the Lu family brothers had also regained some of their senses, and they stared blankly at the fire with a look of fear on their faces. We need to get out of here. The fire is getting bigger, Yuan Yi said weakly. Chao Qing nodded, picked up Yuan Yi, and led the Lu brothers towards the distance. Suddenly, a charred body flew out of the temple, bounced a few times on the ground, and slumped to the ground. Chao Qing came closer to take a look, although it was already covered in black, but from the unburned clothes it was Huang Yichuan. A contraption appeared in Huang Yichuan's body, looking like the outside clothes were burned and exposed. Chapter 119, Fengtian Mansion. It's a small sign. Chao Qing approached Huang Yichuan's corpse, reaching out and quickly retracting his hand the moment he touched it. What's wrong? Something odd? Wang Guofu asked. No, it's too hot, Chao Qing said as he shook his hand. Chao Qing found a branch and gently picked apart the sign. A strange stripe was carved into the sign. Have you seen it? Chao Qing asked. No, haven't seen him take it out. Wang Guofu replied. This is the Fengtian Mansion sign. Yuan Yi said nonchalantly. I can't imagine that this kid has this license. Feng Shenfu? Well, it's a formal and informal organization. If it's formal, it's formal. If it's informal, where is formal and informal? Formal means officially established. Informal means the people in it are a mixed bag. Stayed for a while some years ago, not much else but 2 attractions. That said, it's about time now. Oh, what 2 points? Walk and talk. I'll show you the way. Chao Qing bought 2 masks on the way in case he was recognized. Upon the first sight of the Fengtian Mansion, Chao Qing had the feeling that he had traveled to the countryside, and the people inside were dressed in all sorts of ways. What man? A man with a sword hanging from his waist blocked Chao Qing's path. Chao Qing took out the sign and handed it to the man. Oh, so it's Taoist Huang. Long time no see. Go in. The man let Chao Qing's group of people walk in. He looked out at the flow of people coming and going, and when he heard the man at the door say Master Huang Dao, they turned their heads, and many of their eyes were fixed on him. If it isn't the yellow Taoist, haven't seen him in a long time. I guess I made a lot of money and came here on purpose. What big money can he make? That kind of underhanded trick. Listening to everyone's discussion, Chao Qing didn't care in his heart. It was Huang Yichen who was talking about it. What does it have to do with me? Chao Qing. He moved forward with the flow of people. The Fengtian mansion looked small on the outside, but when you walked inside it was well connected, and each road was paved with delicate stones. Stalls of all sizes were set up on both sides of the road. Chao Qing left the doorway without anyone looking at him, and before he could take a few steps he was blocked by a man. Hey, brother, please make way, Chao Qing said. The other party, however, said with a smile on his face, his two mustaches fine and delicate. Yo, Huang Dao Chang, don't recognize me? You are? It's been a few years. That last one is still fresh in my mind. Is this your new pet? The man pointed to Wang Guofu on the side, who was currently wearing a tiger head mask. I'm not his pet. I came with him. My name is Wang Guofu, Wang Guofu said as he took off his mask. Oh, my name is Lu Kuan. I'm also a Taoist priest, Lu Kuan said enthusiastically. Poof, Chao Qing grunted. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship Huang Yichen had with this person, he seemed to be very familiar with him. All the more reason to stay away from him to avoid being discovered by him. Oops. I know it's wrong. Last time was an accident. I'll definitely leave it to you in the future. Let's have a drink. My treat. No. Chao Qing refused and left with a quick step. Cut. I'll drink it myself if I don't, the man said with a wave of his hand. Chao Qing had heard from Yuan Yi on the way that there were two major benefits of the Feng Tian Fu. The first being the immortal arts, which were categorized into upper, middle, and lower. Becoming immortal is out of reach for mortals, but immortal arts can be learned. Immortal arts also depend on each person's enlightenment, and the degree of enlightenment varies, as does the degree of learning. Wang Guofu, who was on the side, came over and laughed. Hey, my mom said that I have the appearance of an immortal. Will I be able to become an immortal? Chao Qing laughed. If you can become immortal, then you won't be turned into a fox. Wang Guofu had a simple smile on his face and didn't care. It's all about the hijacking. The sky will come down and suffer first. Hungry, what's coming up? It's making me hungry to say it. Chao Qing laughed, patted Wang Guofu's shoulder, and said, it seems that immortals have to eat too. Hey, eat your fill. I just saw an ice cream that looked good, like a ginseng fruit. Where? I'll try some. In the evening, Feng Shenfu, there is a tree in the center of Fountain House. A wrapped fruit dangles from the tree. The trunk was thick and a ring of red rope around it enclosed it. That's the second point I was talking to you about. The ginseng tree, Yuan Yi said. It blooms once in 10 years and bears a few or a dozen ginseng fruits, one under each leaf. And by the looks of it this year, I guess there are 20. Although there are commercially available, they are less effective and not as good as this natural one. The ginseng fruit is divided into 3 grades. There are 3 kinds of fruits, superior, medium and inferior. From past experience, the inferior fruits accounted for 80%, the medium for 15%, and the superior for only 0.5%. This shows the rarity and preciousness of the finest fruits. Of course, the top fruits must be the best. However, the upper fruits were all in the hands of the big powers, a few hundred people in a sect, and the resources were the most abundant. When the big bell of the Fengtian mansion struck 3 times, everyone converged towards the center. Surround the edge of the ginseng tree with 3 layers. Chao Qing also stood in the crowd and watched as the leaves of the ginseng fruit tree slowly opened up, revealing a ginseng fruit that was exquisitely like ice cream. If you eat the ginseng fruit, you will gain immortal power, and after that, you will be able to cultivate immortal arts and finally attain immortality. Yuan Yi's voice slowly came out. At that moment, Chao Qing's back was suddenly slapped. Hey, Taoist Huang, I'm here again. Let me tell you, someone wants to kill you tonight. Oh. Chapter 120 Competition for the Ginseng Fruit. To be honest with you, I'm not Huang Yichen. Huang Yichen has been killed by me. Chao Qing took off his mask and looked at Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan froze for a moment and immediately laughed. Don't tease, Taoist Huang. It's not funny. Look at me seriously and see if I look like I used to. Chao Qing said seriously. Every time you come you wear a mask. How do I know what you look like? Lu Kuan said. But honestly you don't look that good in person. No wonder you wear a mask. It's bad. I'm a stand-in. I thought I dodged a bullet by taking off my mask, but now it seems to be in the bag. Don't worry, I've already inquired for you. Isn't this telling you in advance? Lu Kuan said nonchalantly. Then I have to run right now. You can't run away. The Fengtian mansion is closed. It won't open until tomorrow morning. That's the rule. How come I don't know? It's been a while since you've been here. It was scheduled last year. Chao Cheng looked at Lu Kuan's lack of urgency and pondered that something must be wrong with this kid. What are your demands? Good point. Get a ginseng fruit with me tonight and I'll share some with you. Seeing as how you were able to kill Taoist Huang, you should have a little something too. Who would have thought he committed suicide? Not having anything of his own, but Chao Cheng thought seriously and nodded. Okay, who knows what's going to happen tonight? Hug a leg first. After saying that, Lu Kuan threw Chao Cheng 2 bags, 2 heads. I've already packed the people for you. I'll contact you again in the evening. You didn't say how to contact it. Without waiting for Chao Cheng to finish, Lu Kuan had already disappeared. Listening to Lu Kuan's words, the Fengtian mansion had already closed its doors. So wasn't it true that when the ginseng fruit conference was over, the Fengtian mansion would surely be in chaos within? It's still a question of whether you'll survive on your own. Chao Cheng looked at the 2 heads in the bag, took them out and tied them to his shoulders, and drew a few stripes on the heads to make them look quite a bit more menacing. Bring it to put on a show to scare people. Chao Cheng was satisfied with his costume. What about me? Wang Guofu said on the side. I can't do anything. That's a problem. Chao Cheng drew out a few pieces of talisman paper and handed them to Wang Guofu. This is an invisibility charm. You stick it on your body. If there is danger you help me. If there is no danger you hide yourself. Alright Lu. Thanks to Daoist Chao, Wang Guofu put away the invisibility talisman with satisfaction. Brothers, all follow. Don't let the Dongshan gang look down on us. Yes. There was an earth-shattering shout from behind the man. A group of burly men with axes and wrapped turbans passed in front of Chao Cheng. Frightened, Wang Guofu put on an invisibility charm. Looking at so many people gives a sense of security. Guofu? Guofu? When Chao Cheng turned around, there was no more Guofu. Hey, Daoist Chao. I'm right next to you. I've put on an invisibility charm. Wang Guofu's voice came from the side. Good. Then follow me. We'll follow them. At least we won't be alone. Chao Cheng took the opportunity to follow with Wang Guofu. Under the ginseng fruit tree, the 2 gang leaders, Lin Hua and Su Yu, were standing. Su Yu, this year, our West Mountain gang needs more ginseng fruits. If you can let us have some, then we will let you have some next year as well. Lin Hua said. By what right? I think you are seeing that this year's top quality ginseng fruit is more said. Coincidentally, this year we also want more. Or this year first let us, next year I will let you. Su Yu said. Lin Hua frowned. We originally had more people cultivating, so we should have more resources. Su Yu laughed coldly. Don't you just want to make another breakthrough? Don't talk about gangs. Don't I know your little mind? So that you can obtain the qualification to enter the Immortal Mansion. The Immortal Mansion was the goal that cultivators pursued. Entering the Immortal Mansion meant that half a leg had stepped into the Immortal, and it could be considered to be of great benefit for the future development. And this kind of mind was not in the minority. Su Yu was also, but not as obvious as Lin Hua showed. It had previously been rumored within the West Mountain gang that Lin Hua's lifespan was coming to an end and that he needed to enter the Immortal Mansion as soon as possible to prolong his life. Lin Hua's face instantly became quite gloomy when he heard this and said, Su Yu, don't talk nonsense. The gang members around him were also raising their swords and clubs and making a lot of noise. Seeing that a big firefight could not be avoided, Lin Hua coughed and said, You and my gang have been feuding for 10 years, and every year we have fought to the death. In this way, in order to minimize the damage, this year I propose to take the ring. Our 2 gangs will choose 3 of their men to go up on the stage respectively, and we'll win 2 out of 3, with the loser voluntarily letting go of 1/3 of the ginseng fruits. No way. Who doesn't know that your West Mountain gang has 3 immortal mansions and our East Mountain gang only has 2? It's not fair. Tell you what do you think about picking 3 out of the rest then? Su Yu laughed and said, Since this is the case, let's play a big wave. Or let's choose 3 from the people on the stage right now, and no one should choose the powerful one. Lin Hua frowned, thought for a moment, and finally said, yes. He still knew something about the East Mountain gang, and the people underneath were still a bit worse than their gang. If you can't, no one should be able to tell with a little trickery. Then start now, Lin Hua said and turned around to walk towards his gang. At the same time, Su Yu arrived in front of his gang. Boss, let me go. I'll win in a pack. Boss, let's see if I don't them up. Boss, I'm also in the immortal realm. Let me on. Su Yu sighed as he looked at the group of confident men. It was good that he remembered the names of 2 people who should have come together. Zhao Qiu, Yuan Gao. Are you there? 2 hands reached out from the crowd. Yes, boss. Don't worry boss, I will definitely not lose our gang's face. After you instructed me last time, my realm has risen quite a bit more. Oh, well. I'll reward you with a ginseng fruit if you win this time. Suyu was very satisfied with these two, originally thinking of promoting them into the inner circle. But now it seems that being a little late is not without its benefits. But what about this third one? Suyu's gaze swept through the gang, while anyone he saw was filled with battle spirit and had a confident face. Finally, he swept over Chao Chang, who had averted his eyes, catching Suyu's attention. Have you seen this person yourself? Doesn't seem to ring a bell. When he saw the two heads on Chao Ching's shoulders, they appeared even more conspicuous and looked a bit more powerful than those around him. You do it. Suyu pointed at Chao Chang. Me? Yeah, that's you. Suyu said, don't have pressure. The opposite side will not be better than you. It's okay to lose. The big deal is that your life is gone. In a moment you give me your home address. I'll go to send you some pension. The main thing is to be ruthless. As far as possible. The other side to death. Obviously, Suyu's positioning of him was cannon fodder, used to consume the opponent's battle power. Chao Qing's eyes were lost, originally thinking of hugging other people's thighs, but as a result directly this thigh now became himself. Why would I want to press two heads on my own shoulders? Snap! Suyu's palm slapped on Chao Qing's back, staggering him, and his voice filled with fighting spirit came out. Don't be afraid. Show some momentum. I'll reward you with a ginseng fruit if you win. Good man. Worthy of being a gang leader. He's dying himself and giving himself a pie in the face.